On the first day I traveled to this world, I happened to see a gun girl competition being held outside. On the big screen on the street, a young girl was holding a glittering heavy machine gun, bullets leaping at her fingertips, and every pull of the trigger was accompanied by flames and the roar of metal. However, the audience booed. TSK, another defective model. The machine gun jams when firing continuously. What a waste. I stood behind the crowd, looking at the girl's pale face silently. She bit her lips tightly, as if she was used to such comments. Defective type. I whispered. This world highly respects the strong, and gun girls and weapon girls are the darlings of the times. Once a person is labeled as defective, she feels like she is wearing a heavy shackle. However, I am different. Although I have not awakened any combat talents, I have a system, war prompt system. A defective gun girl has been detected participating in the battle with an 80% failure rate. The opponent's left rifleman is about to run out of bullets. Counterattack to increase the chance of winning. These prompts kept appearing in front of my eyes like game plugins. Although the battle seemed a foregone conclusion to others, I could clearly see the chance of winning. The game was over, and the girl on the screen left the field dejectedly. I turned and left, and the system panel quietly appeared. The system prompts, task, help the defective gun girl win. Reward, unlock unknown skills. I stared at the panel with a slight smile on my face. Interesting, I just don't really want to follow the rules of this world. I walked towards the gun girl training ground, which was the only training ground for the defectives and also their last hope. And I, Lu Qing, intend to make sure that the label of defective will no longer be the end of the fate of the gun girls under my command. What a bunch of losers. You were allowed to play a city-level training match, and you were completely wiped out? The beautiful boss Qin Shuangxue was furious. She stood in front of us in a black suit, shaking with anger. Wong Ming, the sloppy captain, was smoking a cigarette and playing with a silver pistol in his hand. He deliberately dragged out his tone and said, "Boss, are you angry already? It's because the other party's gun girl is so powerful. Otherwise, you can be my gun girl, and I will win the provincial championship for you." His tone was full of provocation, and his eyes swept back and forth over Qin Shuangxue, clearly with no good intentions. Qin Shuangxue was so angry that her face turned red. She gritted her teeth and ignored him. And me? I just woke up from a nightmare and fell to the ground. Everyone around me turned to stare at me. Wong Ming frowned and looked at the person next to him and asked, "Who is this guy?" "He's the club's data analyst and usually does odd jobs." The person next to him explained. "Sleeping at work? Get him out of here right away." Wong Ming waved his hands impatiently. The man came over and said to me coldly, "You are fired. Get out now." I didn't say anything, because at that moment, an information prompt appeared in front of my eyes, a virtual panel that only I could see. It says, "Hidden reward tips" on it, and also indicates Qin Shuangxue's detailed information. The system even gives some ridiculous task options, like touching her butt. No, I care more about the third one. Pick up a chair and beat someone up, and the reward skill is Mastery of Killing. What makes me even more excited is that I have the golden finger for time travelers. "Hey, did you hear that? Young Master Wong told you to get out," the man urged impatiently. I stood up and glanced around. Without further ado, I picked up the chair next to me and smashed it on his head. Bang! There was a loud noise and he squatted down, holding his head and saying, "Fuck." The surroundings suddenly became quiet, and everyone stared at me in amazement. "Are you crazy?" Wong Ming's face instantly turned as dark as the bottom of a pot, his eyes full of rage. Qin Shuangxue's expression when she looked at me changed from confusion to complexity. She even took out her cell phone, as if she was considering calling the police. At this moment, my system panel updated. Hidden reward achieved. Reward. Killing mastery. A huge amount of information poured into my mind like a tide, and a smile appeared on the corner of my mouth. It seems that my golden finger has finally started to show its power. The information instantly poured into my mind, impacting my limbs and bones like a torrent. In just a few seconds, my muscle memory exploded like an electric current. Close combat killing techniques, fighting skills, feints to lure the enemy, using the enemy's force to counterattack. All the moves are as clear as if they were engraved in my bones. The whole world seemed to have switched filters. In my eyes, the pins, keyboards, and even monitors on the desk were all deadly weapons that were readily available. The bodies of the people in front of me were also divided into different areas. I knew exactly which strike would paralyze them, and where to make them kneel and beg for mercy. Is this the system? I called out tentatively in my heart. However, the only response I got was silence, as if it was just an illusion. You fuck my head. The young man who was hit by my chair stood up trembling, covering his head, his eyes full of anger. He was a regular fighter in the club, and he was different from a jack of all trades like me. Logically, even if he was careless, he should have reacted a little, right? But he was knocked down by my chair. It was outrageous. TSK, what a hard head. I shook the crossbar of the chair in my hand. It had been deformed. I felt that the fighter's physical fitness was indeed abnormal. How dare you hit me? He glared at me with gritted teeth. I didn't bother to talk nonsense and swung the chair at him again. He just raised his arm to block it and prepared to fight back, but I turned sideways and kicked him in the crotch. Ah, he screamed instantly. His body bent down, and his hands tightly protected his lower body. I took the opportunity to grab his collar and slammed him down on the table. Ming, who was standing by, was stunned and the cigarette in his mouth almost fell to the ground. I know what he was thinking. The fighters in the club have a combat power of at least 50 or 60. Logically, they can easily knock down a few ordinary adults. But I, an ordinary person, actually defeated him in seconds? And I clearly saw the fear flashing in Ming's eyes. He had seen that I had 2 chances to kill him directly, but I didn't use a killing move. I was just playing around. Ming quickly regained his smile, stood up and came over. His attitude immediately changed. Brother, Shuidong's words were a bit harsh. Don't take it seriously. There is 200,000 yuan in this card. Take it and spend it, and follow me from now on. He patted his chest and continued, You are so skilled. If you need any skills, I will buy them for you. I will also provide you with enough gun girls and weapon girls. I glanced at him and swung my fist at him. Bang! A fist hit his chest, and the combat uniform let out a scream. Ouch, are you sick? Master Wong is giving you a way out. I paused and glanced at the combat uniform. It turned out to be a weapon girl. Brother, are you too drunk? Ming frowned, his face darkening. I gave you a chance, but you insisted on having a seizure? I was too lazy to talk nonsense and threw the chair at him again. He was furious and smashed the back of the chair with one punch. The power amplified by the combat suit was obviously not something an ordinary person could resist. But the message flashed before my eyes again. 1. This person is not strongly connected to the combat suit girl. Attacking the 7th vertebra can forcibly disconnect him. 2. This person has kidney deficiency. After the combat suit is removed, attacking the kidney water point can instantly paralyze him. I looked at the panel and smiled, then picked up the scissors on the table and stabbed directly into the 7th vertebra of his spine. Ah! With a shrill scream, Ming's combat uniform fell off and he fell heavily to the ground, almost breaking his butt. Ming lost his combat uniform. Only a pair of boxer shorts remained. His face was livid. I glanced at a certain part of him, was silent for a second, and almost couldn't help laughing out loud. While he was bending over to cover his back, I made a fake move and dodged, then raised my fist and hit him on the kidney water point. Ah! Ming's face turned red in an instant, cold sweat broke out, and he curled up on the ground like a shrimp, his abdomen twitching constantly. There was dead silence all around, and everyone stared at the scene with wide eyes, sweating profusely. Qin Shuangxue stood there in a daze, holding the phone in her hand, and her movement to call the police froze. She originally wanted to call the police because she was afraid that I would be beaten to death, but now it seems it should be Ming who should call the police. Hurry, hurry, and take me to the hospital, Ming shouted weakly. The gun girl and the combat uniform girl quickly helped him leave. As they left, they stared at me fiercely. Boss Qin, you condoned your employees to beat people up, and this matter is not over yet. According to the contract, you have breached the contract. We will terminate the contract immediately, and you have to pay 24 million. I was stunned for a moment and glanced at Qin Shuangxue and saw a new prompt on the panel. Hidden Reward 1. Assume all debts for Qin Shuangxue. Reward 24 million and 10 free attributes. Hidden Reward 2. Beat up Qin Shuangxue and contract Qin Shuangxue as a gun girl. When Qin Shuangxue heard the 24 million yuan penalty, she was stunned. She didn't blame me for taking action, but instead realized that she had been set up from the beginning. Ming, the captain who seemed to be smiling on the surface, was actually the son of a real estate tycoon in Binhai City. He approached her in a hidden identity. She naively thought that he was just an ordinary fighter. For this club, she ran around to attract investment, incurred a debt of 7 million, and managed to finance the club. In the end, she got a contract that would cost her her life and a pile of debt. 24 million? I patted her shoulder and put my arm around her slender waist. There was not much fat on her, and it felt surprisingly good. I carried it for her. Ming was being helped to leave, and he almost stumbled when he heard this. Don't come over here. He was so scared that he took a few steps back, really afraid that I would hit him with the chair again. The gun girl and the weapon girl hurriedly carried him and ran away like the wind. The others also had bumps on their heads and ran away faster than rabbits. Qin Shuangxue, just wait. Ming shouted stubbornly in the corridor, his threatening voice becoming increasingly distant. Qin Shuangxue smiled bitterly and shook her head, her eyes falling on me. Are you really going to help me shoulder this debt? She lowered her voice a few notches. Do you think I look like someone who can come up with $24 million? I grinned, revealing a row of big white teeth. To be honest, the way she looked at me made me feel a little guilty, as if I was looking at a liar. But I really wasn't pretending to be cool about this matter. The golden finger has been credited to my account. So what's the big deal about owing some money? The club is disbanded. She sighed. I still have 2,000 yuan. Take it as severance pay. If it's not enough, I'll make it up to you later. Boss, let's not do this. I rolled my eyes, but I was honest enough not to take my hands off her waist. She was stunned for a moment, as if she hadn't reacted to the position of my hand. Are you planning to just give up like that? Send me away with 2,000 yuan in severance pay? I patted her hips and said with emotion, not really. Qin Shuangxue shuddered suddenly and glared at me in shame and anger. You. Her face turned red and her lips moved, but she didn't curse. Think about it yourself. This is not your problem. They tampered with the contract. Qin Shuangxue sighed, but I have no money left. I'm 7 million in debt and haven't paid the rent for 3 months. I can't make ends meet. Her eyes were red and her voice was stubborn, but it was obvious that this incident had brought her to the brink of collapse. If you don't have a gun, don't you have it? I looked at her as if it was a matter of course. If you don't have a fighter, I'll take over. She was stunned for a moment, and the corners of her mouth moved. You are just an ordinary person, without any skills. What can you do in the virtual battlefield? Who said I have no skills? I glanced at her and clapped my hands again. Do you have any real skills? Qin Shuangxue stared at me suspiciously. Let me find it. I started searching the system panel in my mind, but after trying for a long time, nothing came up. What's going on? I scratched my head and looked back at her. How did you open the panel? She stroked the air, and a virtual panel immediately popped up in front of her. This? Yes. I imitated her movements and stroked several times, but no hair came out. Qin Shuangxue's eyes gradually dimmed, and she sighed, forget it. I'll add you on Fission and transfer the severance pay to you. She pulled out her silver cell phone from her pocket, which looked like a high-tech voice recorder. The screen popped up and the message appeared. The cell phones of this era are much cooler than the devices I played with before I traveled through time. I moved closer to her, glanced at her phone, and pulled out my own black version. Hey, I have one too. When the two devices touched, the friend was added. Qin Shuangxue transferred 2,000 yuan. The moment the phone screen lit up, her wallpaper came into my sight. A sexy beauty wearing a white swimsuit, with a very seductive pose. I wasn't embarrassed at all and continued to fiddle with my phone. Boss, can you help me check if there are a few zeros missing? She glanced at it and suddenly froze. W? I moved the screen in front of her, and the mobile banking account clearly showed balance, 24 million. Qin Shuangxue said speechlessly, you? She was completely dumbfounded. If it was in the society before time travel, would I hug a girl's waist? I dare not even think about it. But this world is different. The existence of gun girls and weapon girls brings people closer to weapons. Touching the barrel of a gun is like measuring the circumference of your legs, and changing the magazine is like measuring the circumference of your waist. There are no secrets between them. Now that I have superpowers, how can I be worthy of being a time traveler if I continue to be timid? Qin Shuangxue was frowning, staring at the numbers in my account in a daze. How come you have so much money in your account? She looked up at me in amazement. Exactly 24 million? She took my phone and scrolled down along the stream, and found that they were all small purchases, the largest of which was actually foot-soaking. After the virtual war, the currency has long been unified into gold coins, which can be used in both reality and the warplane. The gun girl's bullets must be purchased with gold coins. The 24 million just now was transferred directly through the overseas central settlement system. To be honest, I don't know where this money came from. Just when I was about to explain, the familiar system prompt came again. Hide information prompt dash. A 1. In 15 minutes, the number 1191 novice training map will produce the Sinking Silver module B-level ballistic stabilizer. Please go to the Binhai City Hall to match the war copy. Single-player battle. No skills can participate. Ticket. 2,000 gold coins. 2. Qin Shuangxue is a defective war weapon. Defect. Too sensitive. Negative states such as trajectory imbalance, deviation, etc. 3. Common items such as weapons, elixirs, vehicles, etc. are randomly found in the dungeon. Hidden Reward 1. Lead Qin Shuangxue to pass the training map and get first place, and be rewarded with 30 points of free attributes. Hidden Reward 2. Obtain the Shinin module and complete the equipment, and be rewarded with the contract with Qin Shuangxue. Hidden Reward 3. Kill 30 people using Qin Shuangxue. Reward. Stay at her house at night. I stared at the reward for living in her house and wondered if this system was not quite right. And no matter how I look at it, it seems like a hint of a strategy route rather than an ordinary system reward. System. I need some physical strength. If physical strength is not enough, add strength. If strength is not enough, combat power will do. System? Damn. No response. Lu Qing. Qin Shuangxue stared at me suspiciously. What are you mumbling about? As soon as I came to my senses, I saw her pointing at the phone screen. The small window in the upper right corner clearly displayed 10 points of free attributes, and it was marked tradable at the end. I was stunned. Did my free attribute points disappear? Qin Shuangxue stared at the line of words with fiery eyes, staring at my phone as if she were staring at a gold mine. Things like free attribute points are simply not available on the market, and you may not be able to get even a few with 1 million. For a fighter or a gun girl, this thing is more valuable than gold coins and can even change a person's destiny. She swallowed, her voice trembling slightly. Lu Qing, where did you get your attribute points? I scratched my head. I don't know, but it's there anyway. Her breathing stagnated, and she looked at my indifferent expression and almost exploded on the spot. Do you know that 1 million free attribute points can't buy even 1 point? She lowered her voice. It's hard to get this thing even if I participate in the provincial league. How about giving it to you? Qin Shuangxue took a half step back with a vigilant look on her face. I don't want your things. Bang. I slapped her directly on the face and said confidently, just take it if I give it to you. Don't hesitate. I won't give you any good things in the future. You're a pervert. Qin Shuangxue's face turned red instantly, and she glared at me angrily. Don't be angry. Come with me to the novice training match. I guarantee you can get a B-level stabilizer. I smiled wickedly. Aren't you a defective gun girl? This module is just right for you. She was about to retort, but suddenly stopped. How? How do you know I am defective? Stop talking nonsense. Are you going or not? I looked at the time, and the copy started immediately. Qin Shuangxue glared at me with gritted teeth. You wait. She turned and went back to the office. Her walking posture was a little strange. When she came out, she had changed her skirt and stockings and put on a combat uniform neatly. Oh? I looked at her outfit and a question popped up in my mind. It's just a dungeon, but isn't this too elaborate? In the waiting hall, Qin Shuangxue and I stood in the transmission area, watching the images of tank shells flying across the sky on the big screen. The tank had just blew up a few people, and then it was accurately detonated by a missile that fell from the sky, and the driver died on the spot. Oh my god. Even missiles are used so elaborately in virtual wars. I couldn't help but sigh. Qin Shuangxue glanced at me with a look of disdain. Lu Qing, aren't you a data analyst? Why are you making such a fuss? I scratched my head. I couldn't tell her that I traveled through time. The original owner's memory was very confusing, and I didn't have time to look at it carefully. I simply changed the subject. By the way, aren't there tanks in the novice training map? Bullshit. Who dares to drive a tank of that ordinary grade? It's just a sitting duck. Qin Shuangxue rolled her eyes and snorted. I can send the driver to see God with 1 shot. Awesome. I gave a thumbs up and nodded seriously. Qin Shuangxue's face flushed immediately. She knew there was something fishy in my words. Everyone knew that she was a flawed gun girl, with a serious trajectory deviation. She had to rely on luck to hit the tank. The hall was bustling with people. We registered for the novice training map number 1191 and waited for the countdown. Qin Shuangxue operated the virtual panel and added points to herself, with a serious expression as if she was trying to rescue assets in a financial crisis. Lu Qing, when we enter the dungeon later, don't touch me when you hug me. Do you hear me? She lowered her head and warned, her fingers rapidly tapping on the panel. I stared at her and slapped the back of her hand. You! Qin Shuangxue exclaimed. Her hand trembled, and she clicked the wrong button. Originally, it was to increase trajectory correction, but ended up increasing attack power. 1 free attribute point in exchange for 5 points of attack increase. She watched the attack power go from 280 to 285 and almost exploded on the spot. Lu Qing, are you sick? Do you know how precious this attribute is? I really don't know. Because, once I get first place in a dungeon, I get another 30 points of attributes. Keep your voice down, everyone is watching us. I made a hushing gesture. Qin Shuangxue is good-looking and an A-level gun girl, so she naturally attracted a lot of attention. When she shouted, everyone in the audience noticed us. Lu Qing, if you dare to touch me again, she took a deep breath, trying to hold back her anger, her chest rising and falling slightly. Free attribute points really can't be wasted. Oh, I responded casually and stretched. She glared at me and said, don't give me a perfunctory look. Free attribute points are pitifully few for those national clubs. They must be earned bit by bit through military merit. Oh, I continued to draw out the sound, not caring at all. Others may want it, but I have plenty. Qin Shuangxue was so angry that she sat a little further away from me, but I was too lazy to pay attention and continued to stick to her. In order to prevent me from causing trouble again, she quickly completed the attribute points. 10 points, 5 points were added to stability, 4 points were added to trajectory correction, and the remaining 1 point was added to attack power by my accidental injury. Boss, here is what I want to give you. I smiled and pointed to the big screen in the hall. Qin Shuangxue looked up, and as soon as she took one look, her pupils shrank slightly and she was stunned. A line of bold text scrolled across the screen. Emergency notice. The 1191 Novice Training Map produces a B-level stability module, Sinking Silver, with stability plus 10% and attack minus 5%. The module will be randomly refreshed in the dungeon and will not be produced in the treasure chest. The hall exploded instantly, and many people around exclaimed, holy crap, a B-level stable module? Or a Shinin module? A B-level module can appear in the Novice Training Map? It's outrageous. Damn, we have to hurry up and grab a spot to get in. Qin Shuangxue stood there in a daze, staring at the screen, her hands trembling slightly. 3 million. The market price of the Shinin module is at least 3 million. The B-level stabilization module is much more valuable than the ordinary module. Especially for the gun girl, this module means stable trajectory and accurate shooting, which can be called a life-saving artifact. If it is auctioned, it is possible to get 4 million. But soon, she calmed down and slowly turned her eyes to me. Lu Qing, how did you know about the Shinin module in advance? She stared at me as if I were a monster. I coughed dryly and said perfunctorily, just lucky. Qin Shuangxue was silent for a moment, then suddenly crossed her arms and sneered, are you deliberately trying to trick me into going to the dungeon? Are you planning to sell me out once I get in? Boss, how much do you think you can sell for? I spread my hands helplessly. Besides, if I sell you, won't the penalty be more expensive than the module? Qin Shuangxue stared at me for a moment, but in the end she didn't ask any more questions. She just sighed and said, no matter what you plan to do, don't expect me to take first place. You know that my trajectory is off. I patted her shoulder. Don't worry, I'm here. She glanced at me suspiciously, lowered her head, and continued to adjust her equipment. I stared at the module prompt scrolling on the screen, with a slight smile on my face. Wait, the first place is already mine. The scrolling Shinin module prompt in the hall was still refreshing the screen, and the entire waiting area was in an uproar. Countless people canceled their original dungeon queues and switched to the Novice Training Map number 1191. The dungeon had a maximum capacity of 500 people, and it was full in less than 2 seconds. The fight for a spot was even more frenzied than the fight for concert tickets. Who wouldn't be jealous of a module worth millions? I turned my head to look at Qin Shuangxue. She stared at the screen with a complicated look in her eyes, as if she was digesting my foresight operation. Boss, don't ask whatever you want to ask. I smiled and flipped my hair, looking cool. If you really want to know, just think I'm handsome. Get lost. Qin Shuangxue glared at me unhappily. She absolutely didn't believe that I could really know the copy information in advance, and most likely thought I was just lucky. I was happy to let her think so. After all, only after entering the dungeon will she understand what true shocking education is. When the instance is full, a new prompt will scroll on the big screen immediately. Detected that the 1191 Novice Training Map has reached the upper limit. Cancel all queue waiting times. Participants please be ready, randomly teleported within 30 seconds. Pull me. Qin Shuangxue glared at me. What? I stared at her lazily. Want to take advantage of me? Lu Qing. Qin Shuangxue almost kicked him. We don't have a contract. If you don't hold me, we will be separated when we teleport. I understand. I nodded and put my arm around her waist. The girl's waist really feels great, soft and smooth. The eyes of several male fighters next to me were almost spitting fire, and they stared at me with murderous eyes, but I pretended not to see them. Qin Shuangxue blushed and was about to slap my hand away when the transmission started. Swish! I was enveloped by white light and felt a warmth like a hot spring. The next second, when I opened my eyes again, I was already standing in a post-apocalyptic wasteland-style city. The sky was gray, as if it was about to rain, and there were dilapidated high-rise buildings and abandoned vehicles all around. But what is more important than the environment is that my hand, which was originally around Qin Shuangxue's waist, is now holding a black heavy sniper. When I looked down, I was stunned. What the hell, boss? Where are you? Idiot. Qin Shuangxue's voice rang in my mind. Speechless. I'm in your hands. I looked down at the Barrett. The touch of my palm was clearly warm like human skin, completely different from the ordinary cold firearms. Oh, your feeling is quite real. Stop talking nonsense. Qin Shuangxue's voice was a little hurried. Hurry up and find a place to hide. Find me a silencer and a stabilizer. Otherwise, you will attract a bunch of people the first time you shoot. I thought it made sense, and just as I was about to take action, my hand involuntarily touched the gun body, feeling the feel of this high-end equipment. Lu Qing, stop touching me. Qin Shuangxue almost exploded on the spot. Even if I'm a gun girl, you can't do this. Don't be anxious, just study it. The corners of my mouth rose, and I continued to fumble on the gun, removing the magazine, barrel, and butt stock, checking back and forth. A contestant at the back was moving forward silently. Pistols and bullets were scattered around a dilapidated police car. He glanced at me secretly and saw me holding the gun and fiddling with it like a fool, not realizing the danger at all. With a sneer on his face, he squatted down and picked up the pistol. Once he had reloaded, I was his first target. Boss, why is there still a smell of engine oil in your magazine? I asked casually. Lu Qing, can you please stop making trouble? Qin Shuangxue was almost going crazy. There is someone behind me. Can you please be a little more alert? Don't be impatient, I smiled and continued to explore with my head down. Do you know that you are standing on the street now? Qin Shuangxue was about to cry. That guy can shoot you with a gun if he picks it up. He can't pick it up. I said calmly, there's someone with a sniper rifle on the 7th floor of the building ahead, aiming at him. Qin Shuangxue was startled. What? The shooting started very quickly. I continued to touch the gun. Wait a little longer. Lu Qing, how did you know? Bang. Before she finished her words, a heavy sniper rifle exploded, and the contestant who was trying to sneak attack from behind was instantly shot in the head, shattering like a piece of porcelain. One shot, and he was sent away. See, I said it. I carried Qin Shuangxue and quickly turned over and went into the office building next to me. Let's go and continue searching for the silencer. How did you know that? Qin Shuangxue's tone changed, revealing a hint of doubt about life. I'm cheating. I answered with a smile and continued to search through the boxes for equipment. But then again, the sniper's skills were really good, but his position had been exposed. Wait, I can still get some kills. Qin Shuangxue stood aside and watched Lu Qing take out the B-class module, Chenin, from the ceiling of the toilet as if he was opening a package, and installed it on her. This luck was so outrageous that it was like cheating. Just as she was about to say something, she heard the toilet door slam into the head of the red-dressed female fighter who followed her. The other party covered her forehead in pain. Before she could react, she saw Lu Qing holding the gun with a harmless look on his face, with the muzzle of the gun pointed at her forehead. Showing 10-minute coordinates? Pretty exciting. Lu Qing smiled like a villain. It's getting dark. Please close your eyes. Bang! With one shot, the red-clothed fighter turned into data fragments on the spot and left the scene immediately. You. Qin Shuangxue was so shocked that she couldn't speak. What's the matter, boss? I stuffed the gun and supplies dropped by the woman in red into my backpack, with movements as skillful as a veteran player. What's wrong with your luck? Her voice trembled, her mind full of question marks. Just good luck. I shrugged, but I knew in my heart that this was not luck. It was clearly the system that was causing all sorts of random information. This thing is more intuitive than enemy footsteps. It directly marks the location of the module. It would be strange if you can't find it. But Qin Shuangxue was silent, feeling a little complicated. She had seen many fighters with incredible luck, But this was the first time she had seen someone as lucky as Lu Qing. Let's go, boss. It's time to get the kills. I patted the gun. 30 kills. Wait for it. Qin Shuangxue didn't say anything else. She thought Lu Qing was crazy, but she also vaguely felt that he might really be able to do it. I left the park and went straight into the street, rode a scrapped motorcycle, and wandered around the copy. As the coordinates of the Shenin module appeared, all the contestants rushed over here frantically. Come on, let the storm come harder. The 10 minutes when the coordinates appeared were lively enough. Less than 5 minutes after leaving the park, I saw several fighters driving towards me in the distance. Boss, hold on tight. We're about to fire. I raised the corner of my mouth and quickly placed the butt of Qin Shuangshue's gun on the abandoned car door. Lu Qing, are you serious? Qin Shuangxue couldn't help but ask. The trajectory of my gun. No matter how badly it happens, I can still get all 30 kills. I said in a firm tone, with a hint of excitement in my eyes. Bang! The first shot was fired, and the bullet flew out at an angle. The other car's tire burst. Qin Shuangxue. The second shot missed. It directly cut off a clump of the gun girl's hair in the passenger seat. The third shot. Bang! Ah! The driver screamed and jumped out of the car, holding his thigh and rolling on the ground. The bullet went straight through the door and hit his thigh. Qin Shuangxue was silent, doubting her life. Lu Qing, did you do this on purpose? No, I just aimed at the front of the car. I answered honestly. It was ridiculously biased, but the effect was outstanding. I think those people will be mad at your operation. Qin Shuangxue couldn't help but sigh. She originally had no confidence in achieving 30 kills, but now she suddenly felt, maybe, there was a chance? As night fell, the fighting on the battlefield became more and more intense. But the combination of Qin Shuangxue and I relied on the incredible spear technique to move around under the enemy's nose and play some tricky and outrageous shots. I can kill people that others can't. Lu Qing, kill 2 more and it will be full. Gun Lady Qin Shuangxue reminded me in my mind, her voice slightly excited. Leave it to me. I licked my lips and stared through the scope at a fighter who was looting in the distance. Bang! The bullet grazed the opponent's butt and hit the oil barrel next to him directly. Boom! The fighter was blown away. You have killed 29 people. Qin Shuangxue, just one more. I excitedly carried the gun and rushed forward, crouching down. At the end of the alley, a yellow-haired fighter was holding a rifle, scanning the surroundings with a cautious look. I crouched down and slowly approached in the darkness. Just as I was about to shoot, Qin Shuangxue suddenly whispered, Lu Qing, wait. He has a gun. Be careful. I know. I raised the corner of my mouth slightly, aimed at the yellow-haired fighter's thigh, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet flew at an angle and hit the billboard above the yellow-haired man's head directly. The billboard shook, and then fell down and hit the yellow-haired man's head. The system prompts, you have killed 30 people, mission completed. Huang Mao. In the last moment before his death, he probably didn't even figure out why he died. Let's go. I'll sleep at your house tonight. I put away the gun and said leisurely. Qin Shuangxue was silent for a moment. You sleep on the floor? The floor is the floor. I laughed, put the gun on my shoulder, and walked leisurely towards the exit of the copy. I lay in the small space under the floor tiles, listening to the footsteps and roars coming from above my head, and the corners of my mouth couldn't help but rise. Qin Shuangxue's voice exploded in my mind. Lu Qing, how on earth did you know there was a hiding place here? Secret. I smiled and patted the body of her gun, thinking to myself, isn't it written on it? The content of the hidden information prompt was clearly displayed in front of me. There is a hidden space under the floor tiles on the west side of Huayue Park, where you can hide for 30 minutes and avoid location refresh. This kind of cheat cannot be seen by others, but I can directly read the details of the map and know where it is hidden, when to go, and at which angle to lift the tiles. It is even more convenient than turning on the perspective. You really weren't a professional fighter before? Qin Shuangxue said suspiciously. Boss, with your weapon skills and my luck, we are invincible. You? Stop talking nonsense. A ray of light shone through the gaps between the floor tiles. I could hear the fighters outside leading their men to search the area, some even stopping overhead. The yellow-haired young man sneered and shouted, search carefully. The coordinates haven't been refreshed. The module must be in the park. Don't miss any corner. Brother, are you sure he's still in the park? You're stupid. If he wasn't there, the coordinates would have been refreshed long ago. The footsteps gradually approached. I held my breath, and Qin Shuangxue didn't say anything. Let's go, Lu Qing. We're about to be exposed. Qin Shuangshua's voice was hinted at nervousness. No hurry. I said softly, wait a little longer. The coordinates are refreshed every 30 seconds and will not change as long as I do not leave Huayue Park. This group of people searched high and low but couldn't find it, so they started to suspect that one of their own had obtained the module. By then, they will naturally become chaotic. You are crazy. Qin Shuangshue gritted her teeth and whispered. This is not called madness, this is called tactical concealment. Hundreds of small shooting balls were suspended above the park. The yellow-haired young man from the CC club paced back and forth, looking increasingly impatient. Damn it! How is it possible that we can't find anyone? The Silver Light Club offers a reward of 500,000. Whoever can find the module will get a direct share of the profits, a woman shouted at the side. The ordinary contestants' eyes suddenly lit up, and they began to search more frantically, wishing to uncover every brick. But after 2 hours of searching, there were still no results. In the waiting hall, more and more people are watching the live broadcast of Copy 1191. Countless viewers stared at the live broadcast on the screen. 400 or 500 people were running around like headless flies, but Lu Qing still disappeared mysteriously, as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth. Could this guy really be a master of the art of disappearance? Where do you think he is hiding? There are 400 or 500 people, and we can't even find the combatants and the weapon girls. Outrageous. What's in this guy's head? Just as the audience was guessing, a woman in red came out of the death buffer zone rubbing her head and walked towards the waiting hall with an angry look on her face. What's going on? What's the situation with 1191 now? She asked with a frown. The bearded man turned around and smiled. Are you dead? The battle was pretty intense. Don't mention it. The toilet door was blocked. Ha ha ha, what bad luck. Speaking of which, 1191 hasn't found the module yet, and everyone is looking for it in the park. The woman in red was stunned. She looked up at the live broadcast screen, her eyes gradually becoming dull. Haven't found him yet? Her eyes wandered across dozens of screens, finally settling on one image and pointing directly at a certain place. Damn! Isn't he right here? The hall fell silent for a moment. The bearded man squinted and looked for a long time. Where? Under the floor tile next to the toilet. The woman gritted her teeth and said, I died there. I was shot in the head, and it was the toilet door that broke my back. For a moment, the entire waiting room was completely silent. The audience was stunned, and even the female anchor in the live broadcast room stood there in a daze, her mouth slightly open, unable to close for a long time. Are you sure? The bearded man asked in disbelief, staring at the screen. I'm face to face with him, with only a toilet door between us. I don't believe I can't recognize him. The woman in red became more and more angry as she spoke, and she wished she could rush back to the copy for another fight. The yellow-haired young man looked up at the coordinate information on the screen, frowning tightly. Damn, where is this module? Have you searched everything? He turned around and asked. We've searched everywhere. We've even searched the toilet 3 times. The yellow-haired man's face was gloomy. Keep searching. He must still be there. His gun girl gently reminded, Brother Yang, I think this module is very likely among us. The yellow-haired man was stunned and glanced at the other contestants. His eyes instantly turned cold. Brothers, the module must be among us. Stop pretending. The yellow-haired guy raised his gun and said coldly, Whoever has the module, stand up. The contestants looked at each other, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Don't mess around. I didn't take anything. Me too. Maybe you fighters took it and are now trying to turn the tables on us. Guns were pointed at the fighters, and the whole situation became explosive. Under the floor tiles, I was leisurely munching on compressed biscuits, looking at my shadow reflected in the light gap above my head, and couldn't help laughing. Qin Shuangshue said speechlessly, You seem to be enjoying it. Boss, you were right. I patted the gun body. This wave is really profitable. She sighed. Although she felt that Lu Qing was really outrageous, she was still relieved. At least, the module was stable. I stood in the crowd, smiling as I watched Huang Mao and a group of fighters cast suspicious eyes at me, as if they were eyeing a fat sheep. The module is indeed with me, but it's a pity you can't find it. Lu Qing, come here. The yellow-haired man waved at me with a threatening tone. I shrugged and thought to myself, now that the play has come to this, I might as well play the whole thing. Under the gaze of the crowd, I walked forward slowly. Everyone, don't worry. I will cooperate with the inspection. I put on a kind smile on my face and threw my backpack to the ground. Come on, you can look at it at will. After searching for a while, the loose modules, Bullets and parts were scattered all over the floor, but only one thing caught everyone's attention. The silver sinking module lay quietly on the ground. No, it's the silver shielding module. What? The yellow-haired man narrowed his eyes and almost thought he had seen it wrong. Qin Shuangxue was also stunned, and her trembling voice exploded in my mind. Lu Qing, you? What did you do? I changed my name. I spread my hands and said innocently, how did you change it? She almost roared. Hidden reward, module name change card, valid for 3 hours. Qin Shuangxue was speechless. Huang Mao stared at the module, as if he wanted to stare a hole in it. This isn't the Shenin module? There was a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Brother Huang, this thing is just an ordinary B-level module. The fighter next to him whispered. That's right. The Shenin module should have displayed a special prompt long ago. Everyone was talking about it, and began to think that this might really be a misunderstanding. The people waiting outside were immediately in an uproar. Damn, this guy is so cunning, isn't he? He just changed his name? If this can still be found, I will live broadcast myself washing my hair upside down. The key is that he changed his name to Yinbai. Isn't it a bit too hasty? Wong Ming, who was lying on the hospital bed, was so angry that he almost passed out, holding his chest. Lu Qing, how dare you change the name of the module? Where's the module? Why didn't the central intelligent computer indicate that the module was missing? Wong Ming slammed the bed frantically, furious. Huang Mao was unwilling to give up. His eyes kept moving between the module and me, his face livid. Lu Qing, is there really no problem with the module? Brother Huang, if there is a problem with this module, I will give you this Barrett as compensation, okay? I said seriously. The yellow-haired man's face turned pale and blue, staring at me intently, but he finally gritted his teeth and let me go. You are so cruel. I looked at him and snorted, then stuffed the module back into my backpack. Now that everyone has checked, it's your turn. I raised my Barrett and said in a leisurely tone, okay, take off your equipment. There was a moment of silence at the scene, and everyone looked at me in dumbfounded expression. You're starting to check us now? No, the module just finished checking. Why are you checking us instead? Is that reasonable? I smiled and said, I am the most reasonable person here. Everyone, now is your chance to prove your innocence. Take off your equipment. Outside the waiting hall, everyone was stunned. This Lu Qing is really a talent. No, who would have thought that the thief would cry thief so confidently? Isn't it because he is used to being a thief? Wang Ming was so angry that he pointed at the screen and cursed, Lu Qing, you bastard. This is obviously my module. He shouted to the ward, Nurse, give me more painkillers. And I was in the dungeon, leisurely carrying the Barrett on my shoulders, smiling at the yellow-haired guy. Brother Huang, take off your clothes first and cooperate with me? Huang Mao was so angry that his fists were shaking, but he finally took a deep breath and said, okay, I'll show you. He suppressed his anger and opened the panel again. How dare he not take off his equipment in front of me? Seeing the situation deadlocked, Qin Shuangxue silently asked in my mind, Lu Qing, what are you going to do? Isn't this going to offend everyone? Don't be impatient. The corners of my mouth slightly raised. Wait for me to count the heads. What heads? Qin Shuangxue was stunned. I looked down at my watch, and the countdown had just ended. Reminder, the second round of Poison Circle is about to refresh, with a radius of 50 meters. I looked up and looked around, and everyone was gathered in one place. Hey boss, it seems that the goal of 30 kills is about to be achieved. I pulled the bolt with a wicked smile, and Qin Shuangxue was shocked. Are you crazy? Bang! Gunshots rang throughout the park, and chaos began. Chapter 10. This is an achievement, and even more of an honor. Everyone in the training map cooperated very well, and completed the identity verification to prove that they did not have any modules. All the people watching the live broadcast and the live broadcast outside were all freaking out. And because of the training map output module, the heat was still very high. As the owner of the module, if Lu Qing won the first place in a fair and square manner and brought out the module, then naturally no one would say anything. Because that is Lu Qing's ability. But Lu Qing not only has modules. It's so fucking disgusting. 400 or 500 people. All of them were played around by Lu Qing. When these people come out of the training map, I don't know how devastated they will be. Where's the module? The yellow-haired young man couldn't help but frown wildly. The self-certification of hundreds of people lasted for several hours. After all, to be on the safe side, they had to cross-verify with each other to confirm that they were not cheating. Where the hell is the module? Everyone was going crazy. You can't ask everyone to take off their clothes and check them, right? Sir, there is no problem. But girls can't do that. No, the modules must still be on these fighters. What if their gun girls have separate storage spaces where they can store them? An uncle holding a cigarette frowned. This possibility is very small, but it is still possible. As they were talking, everyone's eyes fell on Lu Qing first. After all, Lu Qing's gun girl was the most outrageous, and she was a famous A-level gun girl in Binhai City. Lu Qing understood it immediately, and very naively asked Qin Shuangxue to open her virtual panel for everyone to check. Because all of Qin Shuangxue's modules were removed, Qin Shuangxue had no modules on her body. When she displayed the panel, she also hid the gun information. After all, it is a shame to have a defective robot girl. You will be laughed at. Even though she knew she was rubbish, she didn't want too many people to know, especially since the reason for her flaws was so hard to explain. Fuck, I really want to curse. Where on earth did such a big module go? It can't have disappeared out of thin air. The uncle with the cigarette in his mouth scratched his head anxiously. Although Lu Qing had previously removed a Class B module, the name of the module that popped up also proved that it could not be reinstalled within 12 hours. They racked their brains but couldn't figure out the reason. No matter who has the module, they can't escape it in the end. Go ahead. The yellow-haired young man said coldly. He was also angry because he was delayed for several hours by this matter. He felt that he was fooled even though he couldn't find it. I agree to restart the fight, but give everyone 10 minutes to disperse. One person said. Okay, I agree. I agree. Fighters and ordinary people alike all agreed. They really don't want to drag it out any longer. Even if they disperse in 10 minutes, they won't be able to disperse very far. This can speed up the end of the battle. And even if you die, you can still see what the module is all about. It's like winning the lottery. I can't win, but it doesn't stop you from watching. Idiots. What a bunch of idiots. That bastard is right next to you, and you're going to scatter? I'm really impressed. Compared to admiring those idiots, I admire that guy named Lu Qing more. No wonder he was able to get the A-level gun girl Qin Shuangxue, even though he's not a combatant. And he made up an identity on the spot, saying his name was Wong Ming, and after all this time, no one could prove it. I think he is just cheating. If he can get first place, I will wash my hair upside down. If he can get first place, I'll call him daddy. If someone is really capable, who would use such despicable means? There was a barrage of comments scrolling in the live broadcast room. Because the live broadcast room was very popular, it also attracted many people from other cities to watch, and they were all amazed by Lu Qing's performance. Lu Qing quickly became the most popular person in the live broadcast room, and was also honored to have a live broadcast module following him. When the live broadcast module follows, it remains invisible throughout the process. This is to avoid exposing the contestants. After everyone dispersed, Lu Qing ran faster than a rabbit. He immediately rushed into a 3-story building not far away and found a heavy sniper silencer. Not long after, in the shocked eyes of everyone, Lu Qing found the tripod and the bolt gun body stabilization module, which scared everyone. The things he was looking for might take others half an hour to find, but it only took him a few minutes. Damn it, isn't this too outrageous? Lu Qing took off his shoes and walked barefoot into a building. He approached and found a man hiding in the darkness under the stairs and shot him dead with one shot. Because the screen is completely dark, unless you have infrared equipment, you can't see it clearly. Before the man could react, the barrel of the gun was pressed against his head. With a bang, his blood volume is empty. The body turned into pieces in an instant and disappeared on the spot. Because the first 10 people can open the treasure chest, some people will choose to stay until the end to get the treasure chest. At least they can earn back the ticket money. At the same time, because there are fighters in the training picture, there are quite a few people who choose to hide. Everyone in the live broadcast room watched Lu Qing strolling around the garden. He seemed to be walking without a purpose. But we can find each person one by one. Someone was hiding on the ceiling, and it was impossible to see clearly from the field of vision because there was a partition above. But Lu Qing walked down and raised his gun. Just like that, at close range, he was shot and left the game. Someone hid in the sewer and put up a round steel manhole cover. I thought there were so many manhole covers on the map, it was impossible for someone to find me, right? But Lu Qing went over, lifted the manhole cover, and fired a shot at the bottom, also sending the man out of the competition. Everyone went from being shocked to being numb. The same is true for Qin Shuangxue, because in just 1 hour, Lu Qing killed 27 people. Walking to find people was the most time-consuming process. No, this guy definitely has supernatural powers. It's either aura locking or perspective, or human body heat sensing. A scrolling barrage. Superpowers? Is that possible? You know, superpowers are more valuable than skills. And even if you only have superpowers but no skills, you can still awaken the panel. So how could he not have a panel? Another comment retorted. For a moment, there was some silence in the live broadcast room. They just watched Lu Qing kill 40, 50, 60. Boss, I have fulfilled our promise. And I have completed it more than twice. You can't cheat me, duh. Lu Qing said with a smile. As he spoke, he began to change his guns. Qin Shuangxue felt the 60-kill mark from the Central Intelligent Computer, which made her so excited that she felt dizzy, even unrealistic. Whether it is the outstanding achievements of the gun girl or the combatants, they will form a brand medal and appear on their panels. This is merit. Even more glorious. Even if it was just 30 kills, she was excited, let alone 60 kills. Even Wong Ming and his team have never achieved such a good result. Bang! A gunshot rang out in the darkness. Lu Qing didn't even install a silencer. He was holding a heavy sniper rifle, and the sound could be heard far away in the darkness. A man hid outside a window 700 meters away and was shot in the head by Lu Qing. The reason why Lu Qing did this was very simple. He wants to lure everyone else out. What does it feel like when the boss is hugged? Chapter 11 is over. Surrounded by gun girls. Oh my god. What's wrong with this guy's shooting skills? An accurate headshot from 700 meters? And the person only showed a tiny corner. I'm sorry, I cursed too loudly just now. I take it back. You are not an opportunist, you are God. He clearly knew that the sound of a heavy sniper rifle's gunshot would be heard far away in the night. But why did he still do this? He doesn't want to challenge everyone alone. Hiss, what the hell? Now that you put it that way, I think it's possible. As for Lu Qing's low-level mistake at this time, even a novice in war would never make it. Even if they didn't study in school, they must have watched the videos, right? What's more, virtual warfare is one of the national sports. There is no one in the world who doesn't pay attention to virtual wars, even ordinary people. The yellow-haired young man also noticed the gunshots and immediately climbed to the commanding heights, ready to lock on the direction of the gunshots and launch an attack. Brother Yang, the man who fired the gun over there seems to be the idiot who greeted us before. Gunlady said quickly. It is a rifle, but after installing a high-power lens, it can be used as a temporary sniper rifle. After the sniper rifle aims at the target, it can only fire one bullet in a short period of time, but she can shoot continuously until the target is completely killed. Since it's that idiot, just send him out of the competition. The yellow-haired young man raised his gun and lay on the ground, ready to aim. Bang! At this moment, the yellow-haired young man saw Lu Qing's sniper shot through the high-power scope, and without even aiming, he fired a bullet at him. Headshot. The yellow-haired youth had no helmet, so his head was the most vulnerable part. Even though he took genetic medicine to improve his basic attributes, his brain couldn't stand up to bullets, especially 12.7mm bullets. What the hell? Is this the legendary flick shot? And this is a sniper shot without any skills or superpowers. He's so handsome. 3 minutes, I want his contact information. Master, will you accept me as your disciple? Master, do you want a gun girl? When Wong Ming saw Lu Qing's sniper shot, his scalp tingled for a moment, and he was shocked. If Lu Qing didn't hit anyone, he could do it. But after Lu Qing hit someone, he killed a woman who ran out of the building. Others shoot and move to another place. He fired a shot and just moved his butt. Master Wong, something happened to me at home. Mr. Wong, me too. Wong Ming's gun girl and combat uniform girl both blushed, stammered, and wanted to run away. Lu Qing's shot was so cool that it touched their hearts. They want to go back. Even if they just want to be Lu Qing's backup gun girl, they are willing to do so. Master Wong, my brother is about to give birth. I have to go and see him. Master Wong, I was beaten up by that Lu Qing. I have to go and settle the score with him. The other fighters also had to flee. Lu Qing's performance is enough to prove that Lu Qing will have infinite glory in the future. Then those who stay in the BCG club will be envied by countless people. Apart from anything else, the name of the BCG club alone is enough to attract countless gun girls and weapon girls to throw themselves at it. You. Wong Ming almost vomited blood. In fact, it's not their fault that they turned against us, because even if he saw it, he would want to go back. As for the beating, never mind. Wong Ming hesitated, but finally decided to put aside his pride and called his father, Dad, it's me. Send me the money. 20 million. The person on the other end of the phone was stunned and asked in confusion, "What did you do? Why do you need so much money?" I, I want to become your disciple." Wong Ming felt a little embarrassed and suddenly laughed at himself. After being beaten, he still rushed to give money to others. Really? I really don't know what to say. The yellow-haired young man and a group of people woke up in the death buffer zone. His gun girl was with him. Seeing him rubbing his aching head, she was filled with heartache. "Brother Yang, we've been fooled. That guy is obviously Lu Qing, and the module was taken away by him. Besides, he acted stupid in front of us before and greeted us on the street like an idiot, just to show our weakness and make us let down our guard." Huang Mao was stunned. "What did you say? He is Lu Qing?" The gun girl nodded. "Yes, 100% confirmed." When they woke up, the war in the 1191 training map had already ended. Lu Qing killed 137 people in a row. Aimed for the first place with absolute attitude. He even broke the provincial record for novice training. He raised the record to a terrifying level that ordinary people could never reach. The gun girl put Lu Qing's combat data in front of the yellow-haired man, which made him jump up instantly. Everyone he killed later was shot in the head, and every bullet hit the target? How is this possible? How the hell is this possible? Although Gun Girl doesn't believe it, this is the fact. When the other people in the buffer zone woke up and learned the truth, they were angry at first, but after seeing the data, they all fell silent. All the people Lu Qing killed were shot in the head. If we only look at this one record, it's a world record. At the same time, he won many world records for novice dungeons, including most headshots, fastest kills, most headshot combos, etc. BCG Club. When Wong Ming came back limping, holding his waist, he saw a sea of people. Their club is located on the third floor of a warehouse. The rent is relatively cheap and the venue is large, so it can be turned into a club with a simple decoration. Don't push, the floor is going to collapse." A girl's voice came from inside. It was Wong Ming's gun girl. "Where is Lu Shenren?" "God Lu, come out. Sign an autograph for me." "God Lu, I'm Xiongda. You can sign me Xiong Xiong." A girl in the crowd screamed. Many LSPs turned their heads and were immediately disappointed, because the girl had a flat chest and was holding a big bear doll in her arms, which was really big. Lu Qing came back with Qin Shuangxue, holding stinky tofu in his mouth. Qin Shuangxue didn't know what was wrong with her. She insisted on going home to take a shower and change clothes. Change 3 sets of clothes a day. Isn't the washing machine tiring? Fuck. Why are there so many people? Boss, have you hired any actors? Lu Qing was filled with shock. Qin Shuangxue rolled her eyes at him and said unhappily, "Hiring actors? I need money too." When everyone saw the two of them, they surrounded them. Lu Qing felt the ground was shaking. "God Lu, please sign for me." "God Lu, do you still want a gun girl? I'm a B-class gun girl with an AR-15 rifle." A fat girl squeezed out of the crowd, staring at Lu Qing's handsome face, and said infatuatedly, "Lu Shan, do you need a combat uniform? I am a B+ grade combat uniform girl. My greatest feature is defense. As long as you are willing, I can definitely protect you well." The boss said there are fat girls around. Here are some photos to refresh your eyes. Chapter 12, I'll take the money, get out. Lu Qing got goosebumps all over his body when he looked at her. No matter if this chick is B+ or S grade, Lu Qing doesn't want it. Lu Qing wants all kinds of gun girls and organ girls, but he would rather have nothing than something bad. He doesn't want any girls with a face value lower than 90 points and a body shape lower than 85 points. "Boss Qing, I want to join the BCG club." Several fighters at the back of the crowd waved the contracts in their hands and shouted, "I want one too. I don't want a salary." More people jumped out and shouted. This time it wasn't just the fighters. All kinds of women were also shouting excitedly, "Get out! Get out! Stop bothering me here." From now on, there will be only one rule in the BCG club. That is, those who are good-looking and have good figures can enter, except for the biochemical mother, and everyone else get out. Lu Qing was too lazy to deal with so many people and said, "Oh?" Qin Shuangxue turned to look at him. Obviously, he was the owner of the club, but why did Lu Qing make the decision? And what kind of standard was good-looking and good-looking? "You've been touching me all over, that's fine. You still want me to see you flirting with other women? Master, I have 20 million in this card. Please teach me how to flick the sniper." Wong Ming slid over and ran over. "Hand over the bank card with both hands." "I've taken the money, get out of here." Lu Qing took his bank card and kicked him. "Oh?" Wong Ming was shocked. Everyone was also shocked. Lu Qing glared at him and said impatiently, "You want to learn how to shoot with 20 million? You are just daydreaming. And you bullied my boss, so this 20 million is just compensation for mental damage. When I feel that you are sincere enough, I will teach you how to flick the sniper." Wong Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there is hope. But he didn't realize that he was clearly being tricked. In front of him, Lu Qing put his bank card into Qin Shuangshua's trouser pocket, which instantly made Qin Shuangshua's body tense up. Oh? Lu Qing looked puzzled, not understanding why his boss was so nervous. "I just gave her a bank card. I'm not taking advantage of her." Lu Qing told all the fighters and gun girls who had come back to get out, locked the glass door, and then lay down on the sofa leisurely. He opened his phone and looked at the 30 attribute points in the small window in the upper right corner, a sly smile forming at the corner of his lips. Lu Qing's sniper shots went viral in Binhai City. Not only were they reported by various media outlets, but even major clubs organized people to watch them repeatedly. No one would have thought that these days, there would still be great masters rocking the novice village. Besides, you said he is a great god. He's not a fighter. You say he is not a great player. He has 137 headshot kills in a row. Good evening, everyone. I am Cece, the host of Binhai TV. I am very happy to meet you in the live studio. You should have seen the video about BCG's popular player Lu Qing, right? We specially invited the ace of the Jinshan Club to analyze it for you. This is the ace of the Jinshan Club, Wu Long. In the picture, the beautiful host made an opening speech with a smile. The camera then pulled away, revealing two people sitting on an office desk, facing the camera. "Hello, everyone. I am Wu Long." The bronze-skinned young man with a crew-cut waved towards the camera and said with a smile, "Mr. Wu, what do you think of the passerby god Lu Qing?" The beautiful host turned around and asked. Wu Long suddenly became serious and said, "In my opinion, it's just luck." The beautiful host was a little surprised and asked curiously, "Oh, good luck? How do you say that?" Wu Long said seriously, "When you were in school, you must have heard your teacher explain the concept of flick sniping, right? Even if your teacher didn't mention it, the media has introduced it. Flicking sniping is a national-level technology. It's not a skill. But if you want to master it, it takes more than just hard work. It has two prerequisites. The first is that before you sniper, you must find and lock onto the enemy. The second is that the combatant must have an absolute judgment of the trajectory of the gun girl, and at the same time, you must judge the wind direction, the trajectory drop, and various correction attributes. It is difficult for the human brain to judge. To achieve this, we need the coordination of skills and abilities, as well as the cooperation of gun girls and weapon girls. In other words, you need a helmet that can analyze data for you in real time. Let her lock you down. Let her analyze it for you. You can perform this kind of operation." Wu Long spoke extremely professionally, which attracted the approval of many people in the live broadcast room. How can it be so easy to be listed as a national-level technology? As the top clubs in the country, national clubs, there aren't many people there who can sniper. Mr. Wu's analysis makes sense, but what if there is a chance of that happening? For example, among ordinary people, are there people who can master the technique of flicking sniping? The beautiful host continued, "Impossible. If he can perform this operation without any skills, abilities, or the assistance of a weapon girl, then he is a world-class master." Wu Long shook his head. Wu Long's analysis was fantastic, and he also advised everyone in the live broadcast room to be rational and not to get excited or be completely misled by public opinion. It is impossible for ordinary people to perform a sniper operation. Don't even mention it's almost zero. Not even close. Ding dong. The live broadcast lasted for more than an hour. Just when the beautiful anchor was about to end the live broadcast, she received a message from the director on her mobile phone. It's a video. In the video, Lu Qing shook his suit jacket in front of others to make sure that the clothes were fine, then rolled up the suit jacket and covered his eyes with it. The place where he was the personal marksmanship training room of the warplane. After being blindfolded, he turned around several times. Then, in the shocked eyes of the beautiful host, he accurately picked up a pistol on the table, aimed it at the bullseye, and fired 10 shots. 10 shots, 10 rings. A total of 100 rings. Then a heavy sniper rifle appeared on the table. Lu Qing grabbed it with both hands, turned around on the spot, and fired a sniper rifle. Boom! Heavy sniper gunfire bombarded. It exploded directly into the heart of the beautiful host. 10 rings. Another 10 rings. Putting down the heavy sniper rifle and taking off the coat covering his eyes, Lu Qing curled his lips in disdain, raised his middle finger towards the camera, and blurted out 5 words. Stupid keyboard warrior. Bang. The beautiful host was so excited that her face flushed and she stood up in an instant, and even the chair behind her fell down. Wu Long was looking at the screen on her phone and was completely dumbfounded. Oh shit. What kind of god is this? The director simultaneously cut Lu Qing's video into the live broadcast room, shocking everyone. The beautiful host was too busy to care about the live broadcast and said, "Everyone, today's live broadcast ends here." As she spoke, she picked up her cell phone and called. "Mom, where is our household registration booklet? Why are you asking me for my household registration book?" It was love at first sight. Main bag. Chapter 13 Boss, let's make a contract. After returning from the warplane, Qin Shuangxue went to the kitchen to cook for unknown reasons, with an inexplicable smile on the corner of her mouth that she couldn't suppress. Her rental house is not big, only about 50 square meters, but it has 1 bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom. The rent is not expensive because it is in the old city, only 500 per month. You should know that Binhai City is not a big city. In her area, you can rent a 3-story small building for 1,200, but each floor is only about 40 to 50 square meters. Lu Qing was lying on the sofa watching TV. Most of the games in this world are FPS type. Playing on the phone, then Lu Qing might as well go to the warplane to fight a war. No matter how virtual reality is, it is not as awesome as the warplane. Lu Qing, it's time to eat. Qin Shuangxue placed the dishes on the table, untied her apron, and greeted him. Oh, here it comes. Lu Qing rolled down from the sofa. The sofa is not too high from the ground and there is a soft carpet underneath, so it won't hurt if you fall. Qin Shuangxue slapped her forehead and was immediately speechless. Now everyone is bragging about Lu Qing, and the video has even spread overseas, shocking many people. But who could have thought that Lu Qing was so lazy? Not doing the right thing. Return. Still perverted. Lu Qing looked at the garlic-fried vegetables, braised crucian carp, stir-fried beef, and a pot of seaweed egg drop soup, and his appetite immediately grew. I didn't realize Qin Shuangxue was so beautiful, had a good figure, and was an excellent cook. Before Lu Qing even sat down, he took a bite with chopsticks. Tasty. Lu Qing, you are completely famous now. But it's also because you've become famous that many clubs have been trying to get your contact information, hoping to recruit you and make you their trump card. Qin Shuangxue sat opposite and said very seriously. Lu Qing was stunned. Oh shit. It can even be placed on the table? Lu Qing, although I also want to keep you. My BCG club is too small and cannot provide you with any resources. Dozens of bosses have called me just now. I plan to wait a few more days and find a few provincial clubs for you. Qin Shuangxue was even more serious. Do you want to conquer the warplane with Lu Qing? She has no ideas, because she is just a defective gun girl and cannot hold Lu Qing back. Boss, let's make a contract. Lu Qing's tears flowed down from the corners of his mouth. If Qin Shuangxue wasn't here, he wouldn't know what to say. She cooks delicious food and looks good. I will find you a club with as much financial resources as possible. With your ability, I believe they will be willing to invest a large sum of money in you. What did you just say? As Qin Shuangxue was talking, she was suddenly stunned and looked at Lu Qing in disbelief. Lu Qing wants to contract her? Boss, I said I want to make a contract with you. Qin Shuangxue panicked. In my heart, I was looking forward to it again. But I am a defective robot girl. Without me, every shot will hit your head. And when you use me, you can't even hit the target at all. Lu Qing waved his hand and said, I don't care. If you insist on sending me to the provincial capital, then you might as well disband the club and go with me. The tenderness in Qin Shuangxue's heart was touched instantly, and her eyes became red. She's so bad. Lu Qing is so amazing. But Lu Qing not only did not dislike her, but also wanted to take her with him. But I can't. Qin Shuangxue shook her head bitterly and said helplessly, What? You said you agreed? Lu Qing pretended not to hear clearly. Qin Shuangxue shook her head. No. I can't go with you. I will delay you. In the second half, Qin Shuangxue's voice was so soft as a mosquito's hum that it was almost inaudible. How is the contract signed? Should I kiss your hand? Lu Qing asked doubtfully. While talking, the hidden reward pops up again. Hidden reward 1. Wait for Qin Shuangxue to retrieve the contract document. Kiss her hand. Complete the ordinary contract. Reward. Be friends for life. Hidden reward 2. Kiss her on the mouth. Complete the soul contract. Reward. Unlock the intimacy skill Regal. This skill can ignore the magazine capacity and provide 10 rounds of 100% headshot bullets. The skill can be upgraded. When the intimacy reaches 100, the bullets are expanded to 15 rounds. When it reaches 200, it is expanded to 20 rounds. Crash. Lu Qing stood up, leaned over the table in front of him, leaned closer, and looked down at those beautiful eyes. Boss, the contract documents. No. Qin Shuangxue dodged her gaze and said, I'll say it again. Take out the contract documents quickly, otherwise I'm going to kiss you. Lu Qing gently pinched her chin, teasingly. Qin Shuangxue was a little panicked for a moment, because from Lu Qing's eyes, she had no doubt that Lu Qing would really kiss her. After thinking about it, I decided to call out the document from the panel. Let it be a contract. At worst, I can be his backup gun girl. After preparing the paperwork, Qin Shuangxue tremblingly stretched out her left hand. Her face flushed, waiting for Lu Qing to kiss the back of her hand. If you want to sign a soul contract, you must get Qin Shuangxue's consent, otherwise it will be invalid. So Lu Qing asked, Boss, I want to kiss you. Qin Shuangxue was startled and knew what he wanted to do, so she shook her head. No, I can't let you kiss me. Once the soul contract is signed, we can't regret it for the rest of our lives unless one of us dies. Lu Qing took out his cell phone and placed it in front of her. 30 free attribute points. Let me kiss you. Qin Shuangxue was shocked. Lu Qing only gave her 10 points during the day, and now she wants another 30 points? If these 30 attributes were all added with trajectory correction and gun stability, then she would be able to better control herself with the B-level Shinin module. 30 o'clock isn't enough? Then 100 points. I'll pay you back the 70 points I owe you. And I promise that after you sign the contract with me, you won't regret it, because you won't need gun stability anymore. The corners of Lu Qing's lips were full of playfulness and smirk. What's the meaning? Qin Shuangxue was stunned, a little confused. Even if you sign a soul contract and reach a high level of intimacy, the intimacy skill may not be activated. It depends on fate. Before the intimacy skill is activated, the gun girl herself does not know what skill she will have, or even whether she has any. You'll know once you sign it. Lu Qing lowered his head and kissed her, tightly blocking Qin Shuangxue's mouth. Qin Shuangxue struggled and resisted, but soon collapsed on the chair, allowing Lu Qing to do whatever he wanted. Ding dong. Qin Shuangxue's virtual panel quickly popped up. It was information showing that she had signed a soul contract with Lu Qing. She agreed. After the soul contract was signed, various information popped up on Qin Shuangxue's panel, and then all disappeared, leaving only her personal attributes. Name: Qin Shuangxue. Type: War Weapon EU A-Class Black Barrett. Defective. Range: 1,500 meters. Attack: 285. Armor break: 40%. Critical hit: 25%. Trajectory correction: 4%. Gun body stability: 5%. Skill: Intimate skill, Regal. It can ignore the magazine capacity, enter the overclocking state, and provide 10 rounds of 100% headshot bullets, causing 4 times the damage, cooling down for 6 hours. Chapter 14. How could that be possible? I am a gentleman. Qin Shuangxue looked at the last line of text, and her eyes finally fell on the words, 100% headshot. In just a moment, her eyes turned red and hot tears fell. With this skill, she is no longer a useless gun girl. And with these 10 quadruple bullets alone, she can turn the tide and become a top gun girl. In the middle of the night, Qin Shuangxue hugged Lu Qing and cried. But while crying, the intimacy level continued to rise wildly, and finally stopped at 87 points. It's not that Qin Shuangxue is unwilling to find a fighter for herself, but she can't. She couldn't stand other people looking at her weirdly. What she can't stand even more is the look in other people's eyes after they find out that she is a defective gun girl. And all this changed in one day. It was all because of Lu Qing, a clerk in her club. Lu Qing gave her 30 points of attributes. She added ballistic correction and gun body stability to 19% and 20% respectively. After the cooldown of the Shinin module is over, her gun stability will increase by 10% to 30%. With 30%, she can try to control it a little bit. Qin Shuangxue cried so excitedly. I cried so hard that I fainted. In the end, Lu Qing carried her to the bed and covered her with a quilt. At the same time, his hidden reward is here again. Hidden reward 1. Young people go to bed so early, do they want to die suddenly? You can give Qin Shuangxue a massage. Reward: gun stability plus random intimacy improvement. Hidden reward 2. With such a rich nightlife, go out and soak your feet. Reward: a beautiful gun girl. Although Lu Qing was very interested in the second option, He wanted to improve Qin Shuangshua's favor first. After all, the more favorable the feelings, the more headshot bullets you get. And even if he wants to find a beautiful gun girl, Qin Shuangshua has to help him find one. Otherwise, this harem will be in chaos sooner or later. Hey, Lu Qing, what are you doing? Don't pinch me. Woo-woo, don't pinch me. I feel uncomfortable. Qin Shuangshua's voice had a special softness to it because she had just cried, which was very touching. Boss, if you want to overcome your shortcomings, you must get enough training. I'm helping you overcome your flaws right now, Lu Qing said very seriously. He said this as if he had no bad intentions at all. You just want my body. Qin Shuangshua wailed. How could that be? I'm a gentleman. Boss, why aren't you moving? Damn it, boss, please don't hang up. The BCG club had been closed for several days, which made Wong Ming and the reporters waiting at the door very anxious. These two people didn't answer the phone. I didn't go to the warplane either. I don't know where he went or what he did. At home, Qin Shuangshua couldn't get out of bed these days. Even when I get up to go to the bathroom, my legs are shaking. She really wanted to cry but had no tears. She knew that Lu Qing was helping her overcome her weaknesses, but it should be a gradual process, right? Lu Qing found an opportunity and gave her a massage. He said something like massage, but, bah, bad guy. Boss, is the massage I gave you really effective? Look at your attributes. The gun body stability has been increased from 20% plus 10% to 27% plus 10%. Lu Qing ordered a takeout, brought it to her, and said with a smile. Since she really had no strength, it was impossible for her to cook. Although Lu Qing was an orphan before he traveled through time, he had never learned how to cook. He didn't know what to eat when he was alone, so he simply cooked some instant noodles. Wait, it's only been a few days. How come it has improved so much? Qin Shuangshua was stunned. She had never expected this. If the massage boost is so effective, does she not need any attribute points at all? Boss, do you want to thank me? After all, I am a hero. Lu Qing took a bite of rice and said proudly. As their club's level rises, they will naturally move to the provincial capital, or even to big cities like Beijing or Shanghai. So I will just live in this house in Binhai City temporarily. Thank you. Thank you. Qin Shuangshua's pretty face blushed as she focused on eating. With the massage these days, her intimacy with Lu Qing has also increased, reaching 97 points. Only 3 points away from adding 5 headshot bullets. Boss, since you have nothing to do, go to the movies with me tonight. Lu Qing is not in a hurry to increase the last 3 points of intimacy. Just let everything take its course. Qin Shuangshua had signed a soul contract with him. You can't escape it for the rest of your life. See a movie? Qin Shuangshua was stunned, her pretty face blushing. If she agrees, wouldn't that be equivalent to dating Lu Qing? Yeah. Have dinner, watch a movie, go shopping, then have a midnight snack and go home to sleep. Lu Qing nodded. He just wanted to see more of this world. Even if he had the original owner's memories in his head, memories were just memories, and personal experience was just personal experience. Eating, watching movies, shopping, supper, sleeping? Isn't this the process of dating a scumbag? I won't go. Qin Shuangshua's pretty face turned even redder. She didn't want to be dragged to the hotel by Lu Qing while walking. Are you sure you don't want to go? Lu Qing looked at her in confusion. Isn't it said that girls love shopping? And he wants to buy more clothes. The original owner's clothes are too formal. He is not used to wearing them. No. Qin Shuangshua shook her head. As she said this, she stared at Lu Qing with a blushing face, clearly with an expression of, I see through you. Her eyes clearly said, don't even think about taking me to the hotel. Oh, okay. I'll go out for a walk tonight then. I've spent all my time with you these past few days. I have to go out and relax. Lu Qing stood up and stretched. Qin Shuangshua was about to nod in agreement. But I thought it was not right. With Lu Qing's personality, if he were to be released onto the street, he would definitely find a sister for himself in a matter of minutes. What's more, a bunch of people wanted to pay for him. No, you can't go. Qin Shuangshua said subconsciously. Lu Qing was speechless and said unhappily, Boss, I don't get paid for working overtime. Can't I go out and buy some clothes or watch a movie? Qin Shuangshua, watching a movie by yourself? Lu Qing nodded. What else? Qin Shuangshua, who, a decent person, would go to the cinema to watch a movie by himself? Lu Qing. Wow, I just want to experience the 8D movie effects in the cinema. Am I breaking the law? As a post-technological country bumpkin, can't I experience the cutting-edge technology? Qin Shuangxue looked at his expression and said with gritted teeth, I'll go with you, okay, but you can't go to the bar? Lu Qing was confused. What wine? Qin Shuangxue was furious. Hotel. Idiot. Lu Qing's eyes suddenly became strange. Boss, do you have cat biscuits? I can sleep at home. Why should I go to the hotel and waste money? Qin Shuangshue's eyes widened in an instant, and she looked at him in disbelief. So, you don't even want to pay for the hotel? Want to get it for free? The boss can't hide the look in his eyes when he wants to kill someone. Chapter 15. Pull her to see the beauty? Is this guy sick? Qin Shuangxue was really a little upset. She felt that she shouldn't have agreed to go out with Lu Qing. She slapped Lu Qing's hands away countless times. But Lu Qing always managed to climb up her waist at unexpected times, leaving her unable to react. Looking at the panoramic view of the coast, Lu Qing was really shocked. Countless virtual display screens shine in the city, completely lit up the night view of the city. At the same time, it seemed that a shopping mall was holding an event, creating a huge virtual projection hundreds of meters high, which was a popular anime character. You know, Binhai is just a second-tier city. What would happen if I went to Beijing or Shanghai? You idiot. That's not an anime character, that's a gun girl. You may look like a two-dimensional character, but in fact, you created an anime character based on a national-level gun girl. That's why you are so popular. Qin Shuangxue looked at him with an idiotic look on her face and was speechless. They were on top of a hill. Here you can enjoy the best view overlooking the city at night. She's a gun girl? Lu Qing put down his phone, stopped taking pictures, and said in shock and confusion. Yes. I find that you really have no common sense at all. Qin Shuangxue slapped Lu Qing's smooth forehead, wanting to dig out Lu Qing's brain to see what Lu Qing had been studying for more than 20 years. Boss, if we become famous in the future, will we also be made into cartoon characters for secondary creation? Lu Qing was somewhat interested and asked. There is a chance. The prerequisite is that you have to have some brilliant achievements or a remarkable story. Qin Shuangxue explained. Even if it is a secondary creation, it must be based on the original character as a model. If there is no story about it, how can it be expanded? Okay, I've decided. I want to make it to the national competition. I want to step on all those geniuses and let everyone's attention be focused on me. Lu Qing said with lofty ambitions. But the people listening nearby all treated Lu Qing as a fool. Although Lu Qing's videos are very popular on the internet, it's just like a celebrity on the street. Not many people can recognize them. Just go if you want to. With your current condition, you can't even get into the provincial league, let alone the national competition. Qin Shuangxue rolled her eyes and distanced herself from Lu Qing. This will prevent others from including me in the list when they think Lu Qing is an idiot. Why? Lu Qing scratched his head and asked in confusion. Why else? Lu Qing, I found that you are really… Before Qin Shuangxue could finish her words, Lu Qing slapped her on the butt, forcing her to swallow her complaints. She has a resentful look in her eyes. Resentful to the extreme. But in order to avoid Lu Qing's sneak attack, he could only continue. Starting from the provincial league, it's a team competition. If you don't have a team, you naturally can't participate in the competition. In the league system, county-level competitions are all single-player competitions, and city-level competitions have single-player competitions and team points competitions. This is to screen out fighters with strong combat capabilities. These people will be incorporated into provincial clubs after they stand out. Please put it simply. We, the city-level clubs, are all here to train talents for the provincial-level clubs. We can get enough rewards for the fighters who leave here. Although city-level clubs can participate in provincial leagues, their chances of winning are slim. Some city clubs participate in the league just to show some of their players to other clubs and then sell them. Lu Qing, just take you as an example. Your net worth is now 150 million. Qin Shuangxue said seriously. After saying this, she was really afraid that Lu Qing would regret signing the contract with her. But Lu Qing had helped her so much, so she had to say it. Hiss, am I so valuable? Lu Qing couldn't help but take a breath. Hidden rewards are hidden rewards. That is his golden finger. But he never thought he was so valuable. You know, he has never participated in any league. Normal. Even in my opinion, 150 million is still an underestimation of you. Your marksmanship is at least national level. And the signing fees for those national level fighters start at 1 billion. Qin Shuangxue expressed her opinion. Boss, what do you think is the difference between me and them? Lu Qing asked curiously. Qin Shuangxue said, skills and abilities. You don't have an attribute panel, you are just an ordinary person. then no matter how good your marksmanship is, you have a limit after all. No matter how good your marksmanship is, someone can kill you instantly with just one supernatural power. Skills can be bought, but superpowers can't be bought. There are many types of superpowers, including perspective, teleportation, ice and fire, and charm. As she spoke, Qin Shuangxue pulled out a video from her phone and showed it to Lu Qing. It was the video that Lu Qing saw when he first entered the warplane. Qin Shuangxue adjusted the screen and freeze the picture on the missile. Lu Qing, look. Last time I told you this missile is a type of gun girl, but if she wants to hit someone, she must have supernatural powers. If missiles want to lock onto targets, they need satellites as assistants. But there are no satellites in virtual warfare. Her combatants have locking type abilities. Qin Shuangshue's many explanations really refreshed Lu Qing's 3 views. In fact, it was also Lu Qing's own fault that he was too lazy to dig out the memories in his mind. There is a reason why Lu Qing is so lazy. First, there is someone around to explain. The second is hidden information prompts, which can tell him all the information at the critical moment. Qin Shuangxue couldn't be sure that Lu Qing could make it to the national level. After all, that depended too much on his teammates, but as for making it to the provincial league, there would be absolutely no problem. With Lu Qing's ability, even if his teammate is a waste, as long as he enters the league with him and hangs up, Lu Qing can also get high scores as a leg pendant. She originally thought that telling Lu Qing about this would motivate him to work harder. As a result, Lu Qing was only interested for a short time. I just said I would work hard to get to the national level. But when he turned around, he actually pulled her to look at the beauty, WDF, etc. Why was Lu Qing pulling her? Lu Qing was still not satisfied just by looking at her. I am still not satisfied with holding her. Do you want to take her to see beautiful women? Is this guy sick? There were many passers-by on the observation deck at night. Qin Shuangxue was eye-catching enough, and then a woman got off a supercar which also attracted attention. The woman was wearing black shorts, had dyed blonde hair, had her hands in her shirt pockets, and had a lollipop in her mouth. That pair of long legs is sexy and hot. A pair of short boots on her feet further highlights her height. Boss, she seems to be walking towards me. What should I do? Lu Qing pinched Qin Shuangshue's waist and swallowed nervously. Oh? Qin Shuangxue really wanted to kick him. There was such a beautiful woman in front of him, but he wasn't nervous. Why was he so nervous around a golden retriever? Boss, she's so flat. I'm afraid she'll kill me with her ribs. Qin Shuangxue felt relieved when she heard this. What the hell is this? Chapter 16 Reward. Father's Day 1 year later. As the blonde woman walked, her ponytail swung back and forth, and she looked like a gangster lady. And Lu Qing was right. This woman was indeed coming towards them. Lu Qing. The lollipop in the woman's mouth was moved from the left to the right by her tongue. That look was quite arrogant. There is also a bit of condescending look. Beauty, why are you looking for Lu Qing? Lu Qing asked doubtfully and seriously. You're not Lu Qing? And Miaoyi couldn't help but frown and asked in scrutiny. Tell me what you want to do first, and then I'll confirm if it's me. Let me make it clear first. I've never been to a bar, nor have I ever had an online romance. So if you're pregnant, it's definitely not mine. Lu Qing said seriously. Qin Shuangxue still overestimated Lu Qing's words and shouldn't have let him speak. Hello, beautiful. I'm Lu Qing's boss. My name is Qin Shuangxue. Qin Shuangxue pulled him back and took the initiative to extend her hand to Miaoyi to smooth things over. Hello, Miaoyi. Miaoyi did not extend her hand, but continued to put her hands in her pockets and responded. Qin Shuangshue's hands were suspended in the air, but she was not embarrassed, because the supercar that Miaoyi drove was worth 17 million, and it was a limited edition. Hey, are you so rude? My boss wanted to shake your hand, but you refused to do so? Lu Qing glared at her and said dissatisfiedly. If she had a perfect figure, Lu Qing would still give her some face. But what's the point of just being pretty? And Miaoyi turned her head and her eyes fell on him. Lu Qing, you are so amazing out there. Lu Qing nodded. Then what? And Miaoyi bit the lollipop in her mouth into pieces and spit the lollipop on the ground. The candy in my mouth was crunching. But before she could say anything, a sweeping robot came over, took a photo of her, and then asked her to pay a fine. And Miaoyi was just about to say something harsh. As a result, the sweeping robot completely broke her defenses. Throwing garbage everywhere. You ask me for 50? Are you kidding me? The character that Miaoyi had prepared all along completely collapsed at this moment. She had no choice but to pay the fine, because the manager of this sweeping robot was Binhai Municipal Government. No, what's your business? You came all this way here, didn't you? Just to let me see you pay the fine for the robot vacuum cleaner? And Miaoi was already depressed enough. Then Lu Qing said. It also completely pierced her with a big hole. The night wind blew into her heart. It was so desolate. Lu Qing, I want to challenge you. If you win, I will stay by your side and be your gun girl for 3 years. But if you lose, you can come to the provincial capital VV club and team up with me to play in the provincial league. And Miaoi took a deep breath and stated her purpose. Oh? Lu Qing was stunned for a moment. Her words. Did I say something wrong? If she is a gun girl, how can she challenge me? If she is a fighter, how can she be a gun girl? System. Lord Tong. Come out to work. Crash. Suddenly, a long list of hidden information about Miaoi popped out. Name. And Miaoi. Identity. Third-line fighter of VV Club, heir of Greenfield Auction House. Appearance. 95 points. Body size. 60 points. Intimacy. 110. Status. Unbound combatant. Weapon type. S-level Golden Desert Eagle. For detailed data, please click to view. Hidden Reward 1. Accept her challenge, beat her in the competition, and marry her. Reward. Inheritance of Greenfield Auction House. Hidden Reward 2. Defeat her in the challenge and kick her. Reward. Loyal Dog Number 1. Hidden Reward 3. Win the challenge and go to the hotel with her. Reward. Father's Day in 1 year. Lu Qing felt that it was outrageous enough that he traveled through time and space. It turns out that the guy in front of him is even more outrageous than him. It turns out this girl is a fighter and a gun girl in one. In this world, there is such a probability, but it is very small. The Golden Desert Eagle is a type of pistol. The S-class is certainly very powerful, but Lu Qing felt that there must be something wrong with her. Who would have a 110 intimacy with someone without knowing them? You have to know that he has been massaging Qin Shuangxue for so many days, and the intimacy level is only 97. For the judgment of favorability, the upper limit for ordinary people is 100. But gun girls and weapon girls are not. 60 intimacy means favor. 80 intimacy means marriage in minutes. 100 intimacy means forever. As for Miaoi's 110% favorable impression, Lu Qing could do whatever he wanted to her. It even made Lu Qing suspect that this was a lover of the original owner. Boss, let's go to the movies. Lu Qing put his arm around Qin Shuangxue's waist and quickly prepared to run. Joke. Who would run away if they meet this guy? Stop. And Miaoi stood in front of them and blocked their way. If Qin Shuangxue did this, it would be more or less a scene. But she was standing here like a wooden stake. Stop? I'd be a fool if I stood here and waited for you to stab me. Lu Qing took Qin Shuangxue's soft little hand and ran away. And Miaoi has a car. Then the best way to get rid of her is to go to the warplane through the only teleportation array not far ahead, and then casually enter the training room. The training room is not a copy. It is a place where many people practice shooting. At the same time, you can also learn how to use various vehicles in the training room. Because fighters and gun girls often accidentally fired in the training room, a warning sign was put up in the training room saying train in a civilized manner. Please do not maintain your gun girls in the training room. Stop. Then Miaoi got anxious and chased after Lu Qing. But then Lu Qing and Qin Shuangxue entered the teleportation array and disappeared in an instant. She was aggrieved and angry. He was so angry that he stamped his feet on the spot. At this moment, only 7 words flashed through her mind. Qing Mei cannot defeat the one who fell from the sky. When Lu Qing and his companions appeared in the Binhai Hall, they saw a battle being broadcast live. The focus is mainly on the 2 major provincial clubs. Each club has 10 people. There are light infantry, armored troops, and tank troops. There is no air defense force in provincial battles. All fighters and gun girls who generate air defense forces will be sent to the capital and the Magic City. Once they appear, it's national level. For example, the missile that Qin Shuangxue showed Lu Qing. On the day she was drawn for the war physique at the age of 18, she was taken directly by the country, allowing her to choose between the national team and major national clubs. In the picture, a tank gun girl from the enemy club fired a heavy artillery, and terrifying orange-red flames spurted out of the barrel. Its power is shocking just through the screen. But what's even more shocking is yet to come. I saw a fighter take a step forward, make a cheering gesture with his left hand, clench his fist and press down hard, and a silver-white shield unfolded. He crossed his right hand with his left hand and leaned forward 45 degrees. The steel exoskeleton on his body unfolded instantly, separating the thick armor on the ground as support to help him stabilize his body. Boom! The shells collided violently with the shields. Shrapnel bombing. The flames burst. In an instant, he was pushed back dozens of meters. Chapter 17, I don't have any other hobbies except. Qin Shuangxue watched this scene happen with endless yearning in her eyes. This is the foundation of the provincial club. Such is the horror of provincial warfare. Boom! The heavy tank behind the armored soldier fired a terrifying shell. The shells were slowed down 10 times in the live broadcast. It turned out to be a golden bullet. At this moment, the suppression power displayed by the other fighters was even more terrifying. The tank that attacked at the beginning fired another shell, which collided with the golden warhead in the air and exploded together. The two clubs engaged in a fierce exchange of fire, centered around tanks. The armored soldiers deployed their shields in front to defend themselves. Compared to the battle of tanks, the confrontation between light infantry is much inferior. Lu Qing was deeply attracted by this scene, and the fear of insufficient firepower in his body as a dragon countryman was ignited in an instant. Under the absolute fire suppression, the light infantry seemed to be of little use. Because the strength of light infantry lies in its mobility. It takes time to load, aim, and move the gun barrel of a tank. But during this period, light infantry can even send tanks flying with one RPG shot. Qin Shuangxue became more and more excited as she watched. His eyes were fixed on the live broadcast screen. When the skills and physiques of fighters, gun girls, and weapon girls awaken, strong war genes will be ignited in their bodies, and they will yearn for war extremely. Just watching, Qin Shuangxue couldn't help but look at Lu Qing twice with guilt. The strength of a gun girl depends on the type of weapon and the grade of the weapon. Even if Qin Shuangxue has more free attribute points, even if you max out your attributes, it's useless. Let's take Missile Girl as a comparison. Even if he is F-class, he is still stronger than Qin Shuangxue. While the range is longer, the attack power is also more terrifying. Never mind. Now that the soul contract has been signed, she will follow Lu Qing. When Lu Qing reaches the provincial level or enters a provincial club, she will be Lu Qing's backup gun girl and help Lu Qing find a better gun girl. At the same time, after entering the provincial level, Lu Qing must also find a position for himself. For example, light infantry, heavy armored soldiers. No combatant is omnipotent. What the hell, Master Lu? Among the crowd watching the game, someone finally noticed Lu Qing and Qin Shuangxue and became excited. Where is it? Where is Lu Shun? Lu Shun, please sign an autograph for me. I am your loyal fan. The video where you fought back against those keyboard warriors was so cool. I love it so much. A group of people quickly turned around and immediately surrounded the two men. They were excited and thrilled, and many women had flushed faces, wishing they could throw themselves into Lu Qing's arms and become Lu Qing's gun girls. Stop bothering me. I don't like men, and I don't like flat chests. Don't say things like you're proud of your flat chest, or that you're saving fabric for the country. I don't have any other hobbies. I just like big breasts. Lu Qing said speechlessly. Everyone, Qin Shuangxue and Miaoi, who had just appeared in the transmission area, looked down at herself and finally understood why Lu Qing ignored her. Woo-woo-woo. She is flat. Can you blame her? Aren't all gun girls with smaller magazine capacities like this? The most exciting scene of this game has passed. In the footage, the two major clubs fought 40-60 and then left separately. This game hasn't reached the finals yet. The finals will start in a day or two. Since they had no way to kill the other side, they couldn't keep fighting. Provincial level group battles took a long time, and one battle could not determine the winner. Just when Lu Qing was about to take Qin Shuangxue to the training room, the hidden reward popped up. Hidden reward 1. Take Qin Shuangxue to buy a ticket to teleport to the arcade in the provincial capital, complete all the games, and shock everyone. Reward: Qin Shuangxue's favorability plus 5, free attribute 20 points. Complete the most difficult target challenge. Reward: Qin Shuangxue's favorability plus 10, free attribute 40 points, and the number 1 liquor in Miaoi. Hidden reward 2. Catch in Miaoi in the crowd and take her to the training room for security. Reward: be on the Binhai City shame list for 3 days. Oh? Lu Qing was no longer surprised by the hidden rewards. But what the hell is this list of shame? As soon as Lu Qing turned around, he saw a pair of long legs quickly flash to the side and hide in the crowd, but the golden ponytail was conspicuous. Since Miaoi was willing to hide, Lu Qing was too lazy to pay attention to her. But this crappy system really wants him to accept Miaoi. Can't I just not collect it? The same gun girl. Can't I find someone with bigger breasts? Hide information tips. Although Miaoi is a defective gun girl, the defect is that the power is too great, causing the gun to jam. She can integrate the skills of combatants to evolve herself. Oh, I see. Then I'll take it. Lu Qing looked as if he understood everything. He ignored An Miaoyi, who was following him, and put his arm around Qin Shuangshue's waist and went to the ticket office nearby. The ticket hall is staffed by humans, mostly women. They sell tickets here because, firstly, the work is easy, secondly, the salary is pretty good, and thirdly, the work in the warplane is a stable job. Unless you kill yourself. Otherwise, once hired, you can work until retirement. Before recruiting people to work, the central intelligence brain will analyze these people through big data. Naturally, it is very difficult to find staff here who are difficult to deal with. Lu Qing, why did you buy a ticket to the provincial capital? Even if we want to go, we can always go back and take the bus. Buying a teleport is too expensive. It costs 12,000 for 2 people, which is 20 times the bus fare. Qin Shuangxue asked doubtfully. She used the 20 million yuan given by Wong Ming to pay the rent and repay the loan. Adding the 24 million yuan that Lu Qing forced upon her, the total amount was more than 36.8 million yuan, which was indeed a terrifying amount of money. But for the fighters. But I can't even recruit a top-notch gun girl. The reason why teleportation is expensive is that the coordinate switching of teleportation is only completed in an instant. No matter how fast the maglev train is, it is not as fast as teleportation. Are you heartbroken? Lu Qing looked at her with amusement. Nonsense. The maglev train costs only 600 for 2 people. You are not the boss of the club, you don't know how expensive it is, so of course you don't feel bad. Qin Shuangxue gave her a cold look and said unhappily. She also planned to save some more money to give to Lu Qing as a bride price in the future. After all, the stronger Lu Qing's gun girl is, the stronger Lu Qing will be. It's okay. It's just a small amount of money. Compared with what we gained from this trip, it's nothing. Lu Qing spoke confidently. You're going to the provincial capital to play in a competition? No way. You don't have a team. Qin Shuangxue shook her head and said, unless Wang Ming and the others are called back to serve as leg pendants for Lu Qing, they will not be able to participate in the provincial competition at all. Who said I was going to play in the game? You knew there was an arcade in the waiting hall of the provincial capital, right? Lu Qing glanced at her and said, no. Wait, you mean? Qin Shuangxue was stunned for a moment, and her eyes became excited. Not only did Lu Qing's figure appear in her beautiful eyes, they even became dazzling. If Lu Qing wants to go to the arcade, it can't be just for fun. But there is a treasure in the provincial video game arcade. There is a game called Target Challenge. Because of its horrible difficulty, no one has passed it for decades, which also leads to its rewards constantly increasing. Now, its passing reward has become an S-level module, and you can choose any S-level module. Chapter 18. Impatient, eyes full of autumn water. Let's go. Lu Qing hugged Qin Shuangshue's slender waist and walked into the teleportation area on the side. Before starting the transmission, a panel appeared on each of their bodies, showing the city they were heading to, and then it disappeared in a flash of white light. Hello, I want to buy a ticket to the provincial capital. Seeing this, An Miaoyi hurried over and said to the ticket seller, hello, the total amount is 6,130 gold coins. Please confirm payment. The ticket seller smiled sweetly and gestured to her. Just by standing here, her identity information was confirmed by the central intelligent brain. The young lady could send the order to her mobile phone by operating the system. Ding dong. And Miaoyi completed the payment. He quickly entered the teleportation area and followed Lu Qing and the other person to the provincial capital hall. The waiting hall in Binhai City is luxurious enough, but the hall in the provincial capital is even more luxurious, with an area of over 100 million square meters. These include module sales area, gun and device maintenance area, formal maintenance, simulation battle room, video game arcade, and many other facilities. This was not the first time Qin Shuangxue came to the provincial capital hall. The first moment he arrived, he was so excited that he dragged Lu Qing away. She wants S-level modules. She really wants it. As long as Lu Qing can help her get the S-level module, she can stop letting Lu Qing sleep on the floor at night. Forget about not going to the hotel, the family does save money. And Miaoyi looked at the intimacy between the two and felt very jealous. Lu Qing is such a scumbag. He was engaged to her when he was 5 years old, but now he has turned his back on her? Why do you like big breasts? Snort. Woo-woo-woo. Lu Qing was stunned when he saw the facilities in the arcade. What attracts boys is always the bright lights and the nightlife. And in the arcade, this is the scene. The 100,000 square meter arcade has all kinds of equipment. Fight zombies, eliminate the dead, catch fish, race cars, and so on. Lu Qing's attention was quickly attracted by the mosaic image. The hidden reward requires him to complete all the games. Does this include this too? Is it really okay for him to help Qin Shuangxue complete this game? Is Qin Shuangxue sure she won't strangle him to death? Lu Qing suddenly raised his eyes shyly, his old face flushed, and he looked at Qin Shuangxue lovingly. Qin Shuangxue's mouth twitched, and she glared at him with gritted teeth. Although I didn't speak, but the meaning is clearly, if you dare to play that, you're dead. Elbow. Follow me to the target point for a challenge. In order to prevent this guy from seeing some dirty things again, Qin Shuangxue planned to drag him away directly. Wait, don't be impatient. I want to play racing. Lu Qing took her to the racing area. There are all kinds of cockpits here. No matter what the appearance is, you can freely choose the vehicle after you sit in it. You can improve your driving skills while playing the game. At the same time, Lu Qing's hidden reward also came. Clear the most difficult levels of the racing game and get the early reward of perfect driving skills. This is equivalent to Lu Qing using the reward to clear the racing game. Refreshing the record will earn you 1 free attribute point. And he can also get rewards from the arcade by breaking records and clearing the game. You can choose gold coins, potions, tickets, etc. If you are not satisfied, you can exchange the reward for a lucky draw. Whatever you win is what you win. It's like getting something for free. Don't play racing anymore. It's a waste of time and not doing your job properly. Lu Qing, hurry up. I want the S-level module reward. Qin Shuangxue became even more impatient, looking at Lu Qing with pitiful eyes. Lu Qing looked at her blankly. Why did Lu Qing feel like she was acting like a spoiled brat? Something is wrong. Go get the module later. I'm going to go racing first. Although Lu Qing was stunned by her expression, he still wanted to get his reward first. Anyway, the reward for the target challenge is there and won't go away. And passing the target challenge first is really impressive. But how can it be more impressive than completing all the games and then completing the target challenge? Ouch! Qin Shuangxue was pulled by him and taken into an empty cockpit. This cockpit is amazing. When one person enters, it only has space for one person, and when 2 people enter, it automatically extends an extra seat. Challenge the Abyss level track. You need to pay 50,000 gold coins for the ticket. The track contains 17,143 turns, including U-turns, hairpin turns, flying slopes, death jumps, and many other different types of track challenges. Rewards are divided into 3 nodes. 1/3 rewards 100,000 gold coins and items of equal value. Optional. 2/3 rewards 500,000 gold coins and items of equal value. Clearing rewards 2 million gold coins and items of equal value. The time inside the track is accumulated for 1 day, and the internal time flow is accelerated, and the external time is 1 hour. Will you participate in the competition? Lu Qing clicked to confirm and asked Qin Shuangxue to pay for the ticket. Qin Shuangxue looked back and glared at him, very resentful, but still paid the money. The next moment, the 2 people's perspectives switched. Directly enter the vehicle selection screen. Lu Qing chose a black streamlined supercar without hesitation. It looked very cool and even more domineering than in Miaoi's supercar. The view switched again, and Lu Qing and Qin Shuangxue sat in a supercar. The view from the supercar was not very good. Because of the lightweight design, there are only key equipment such as instrument panel, steering wheel, gearbox, etc. in the cabin. Lu Qing and the other person were automatically fastened with 5-point safety belts. From Lu Qing's perspective, it looked beautiful. The challenge will start in 1 minute. The countdown begins. Please be familiar with your vehicle. 2 lines of text appeared on the track ahead. The track was only 1.5 lanes wide, but this was still the beginning. It would be even narrower in the back. Lu Qing closed his eyes, and a huge amount of information flooded into his mind. He closed his eyes and familiarized himself with everything about the vehicle. Just like a top F1 driver who has participated in the competition for decades, he has reached the state of unity between man and car. 3, 2, 1. The Abyss level track challenge begins. Boom boom. Lu Qing released the brake, took off, and rushed out. Qin Shuangxue, who was sitting in the passenger seat, only felt her body rushing forward and her soul flying behind her. She screamed in shock and subconsciously grabbed the passenger seat's armrest. The first right angle bend is 20 meters ahead. There are no guardrails. There are no protection measures. The track is suspended above the lava, which is scary just looking at it, and the lane is narrowed to only 1 lane. Lu Qing drifted and spun, passing the first corner at a speed of over 100 kilometers per hour, and his speed was still rising. The performance of this car is extremely terrifying. Maximum speed is 600 kilometers per hour, almost twice as fast as Fuxing. During the track challenge, Lu Qing did not need to worry about fuel, tire wear, etc. He did not even need to go to the toilet. Boom boom. The black sports car flew over a 20-meter steep canyon at a speed of 300 kilometers per hour. The car body leaped over the magma, smashed heavily on the unprotected track ahead. Qin Shuangxue had been screaming for 3 minutes from the beginning till now. Her mind was blank. She was only afraid, without any other consciousness. But Lu Qing continued to speed up and started to climb the mountain at a speed of 400, and soon he was going to run inside an active volcano. Chapter 19. Breaking the record. Waiting for it. Damn it. Someone actually challenged the abyss level track. Is he crazy? People like this just have too much money to burn. If you can get through 1/3 of the journey, you're already a master. But even if you get through January 3rd, you can still make some money. Hiss. Going up the mountain at 400 kilometers per hour and turning a U-turn with a tail swing? The speed only dropped to over 270 kilometers per hour. Can you adjust the camera so that I can't see this person's face? Fuck. Isn't this the sniper god Lucian? My hair. It's really him. Isn't he a sniper god? How come his driving skills are so terrible? Central Intelligence. Please mute the screams of the woman in the passenger seat. She's such a beautiful lady. It's all right then. He went inside an active volcano. Oh my god. He actually drifted all the way across this circular single-lane track? He was traveling at over 300 kilometers per hour the entire time? How did he do it? My mother asked me why I was kneeling to watch the live broadcast. I've already knelt down. If it were me, I would have fallen off the track and taken a bath in the lava. After Lu Qing rushed out of the circular track inside the volcano, Qin Shuangxue had already fainted. After exiting the volcano, the track instantly turned into an ice and snow track. No protection either. But the track was icy. It started. The track has become more difficult. All those who have challenged it before, no matter how slow they tried to pass the volcano track, have died here. He didn't slow down? He actually went through the hairpin at 260 kilometers per hour, and then drifted left and right through the series of right-angle tracks? Fuck. Even if I were playing QQ speed, I wouldn't dare to act like him. At this time, Lu Qing not only has the blessing of super driving technology, there are also hints of hidden information. What is the curve ahead, at what speed to turn, how to turn, what precautions to take? All are displayed in Lu Qing's field of vision. As long as he has this accurate information, Lu Qing can make corresponding operations. 1/3 of the race, easily passed. The second stage of the race begins with a test of extreme speed. The car instantly reached a top speed of 600. At the same time, there were various electromagnetic boosters that pushed the actual speed to over 1,200. There are also flying slopes on the long straight road. The track is also one car wide. If one doesn't grasp it well, he will be rushed off the track. Everyone watching the live broadcast chooses to watch it at normal speed. Every frame is an enjoyment and a shock to them. After the big straight road breakthrough, various props began to appear. What big hammers and machetes hit the road? There are even missiles chasing behind. The track was changed from a single lane to a 3-lane track, but the road surface was bumpy, and drivers had to dodge various props while avoiding potholes on the ground. Qin Shuangxue woke up, but fainted again. After 2/3 of the race was over, everyone was completely silent, staring blankly at the screen. But Lu Qing has passed 2/3 of the schedule. These people have only seen the ice and snow track. The last section of the track begins. The track becomes a protected track, and all props disappear, but you can't see anything. Even if you turn on the lights, it's useless, because the next section of the track will be like this. There will be information on the road ahead, telling Lu Qing where to go and what the road ahead is like. At this stage, if you hit the guardrail 10 times, you will fail. Boom. All live broadcasts are temporarily stopped. It was a terrifying fireworks special effect that exploded in the arcade, just like real fireworks, appearing around everyone, extremely brilliant. Congratulations to player Lu Qing for completing the Abyss level track in 4 hours and 13 minutes, setting a new world record. Reward, 2 million gold coins and items of equal value. Record reward, 5 million gold coins and items of equal value. This player's record is on the global list. And Miaoi stared at the screen blankly, with only pure stupidity in her eyes. Lu Qing not only cleared the level, and also set a new global record? How is this possible? They grew up together and lived together for several years. How could she not know Lu Qing's identity and background? Lu Qing didn't care about the days of others. He carried Qin Shuangxue, who had just woken up, to the game cabin of another game and put her in. After the time flow rate of the warplane is 1 hour, Lu Qing cleared the game of catching dolls and broke the world record again. Catching dolls is not that simple. You need Lu Qing's hidden reward, precision shooting, as an aid. If you want the grappling hook to grab the doll at a certain angle and with what force, you need to fire 2 shots with a pistol within 1 second, hitting different places respectively. Abyss difficulty requires that the longest interval between one doll and another should not exceed 5 seconds. If you fail to catch the next one within the time limit, you fail. After completing 5 games, Lu Qing took a short break, drank some nutrient solution, urinated, and then started the next game. Zombie game, breaking records. Fishing battle, breaking records. Lu Qing wanted to play the beauty cultivation game while Qin Shuangxue was taking a bath to see if he could get a skill like golden kidney as a reward. As a result, he just came out of the game room. There was a group of people following him. Where he went, where are these people going? If he played the game of beauty cultivation in front of a group of people, he estimated that he would become famous throughout the province in a minute. When Lu Qing finished playing all the games, Qin Shuangxue had already taken a shower, bought a new set of clothes, and fell asleep beside him. When Lu Qing enters a game, the hidden reward is a skill required to clear the level in advance. It feels so good. The most refreshing thing is the looks of the people around me. They all worship him like stars surrounding the moon and his gods, especially the gun girls and weapon girls. They are really crazy about him. Before the final target challenge began, Lu Qing obtained the last 2 bonus skills, namely no bullet missed and absolute lock. Outside the warplane, the sky has already brightened. It's already 9 o'clock in the morning. Everyone followed Lu Qing all night long and didn't feel tired at all. Before they knew it, and Miaoyi had come to Lu Qing's side, tugging at the corner of Lu Qing's clothes, extremely excited and full of admiration. Licking dog number 1 in Miaoyi. Done. Call. Lu Qing let out a long breath. Although he only stayed up all night in reality, he felt like he had been in the game for several days, and he couldn't help but feel a little mentally exhausted. He took a big gulp of the top-grade nutrient solution that Miaoyi bought for him, restored his physical and mental state, and prepared to start the final challenge. Lu Qing, I want an S-level module. Qin Shuangxue had already woken up. She pulled him beside her and looked at him eagerly. Although she didn't intentionally behave like this to seduce Lu Qing, her expression was so charming that it made Lu Qing's heart beat fast. Lu Qing originally wanted to start the challenge, but looking at her, Lu Qing changed his mind. Chapter 20. Get out of the way. I want to show off. As a normal man, it was hard for Lu Qing not to be moved by Qin Shuangxue's appearance. She only had herself in her eyes, and her pretty face was flushed. Lu Qing wanted to give her a kiss, but was afraid of being beaten by her. So Lu Qing pointed at his own face with a wicked smile. If you don't take advantage of a good opportunity, you're a bastard. Even though Lu Qing had never been in a relationship, he knew that Qin Shuangxue would easily agree in this state. Seeing this, everyone around started to make a noise, which made Qin Shuangxue's face flush. She stared at Lu Qing's bad look, bit her lip, and kissed him. When they were making the soul contract, Lu Qing held her and nibbled her for so long. Then it's okay to kiss now. At worst, just think of it as accidentally kissing a tile. Ouch. Seeing Qin Shuangxue standing on tiptoe to kiss him, everyone screamed again and made a fuss around them. And Miaoyi grabbed the corner of Lu Qing's clothes. She was so jealous. She was the one who came first. But why did Qin Shuangxue kiss him? Okay, I'm resurrected right here. Get out of the way. I'm going to show off. Lu Qing stood in the target challenge area and waved his hand. This area is the largest of all the game areas because it is considered a copy. Everyone can watch from the sidelines without watching the live broadcast. A bunch of cameras were pointed at Lu Qing. There are official cameras controlled by the central intelligent brain. There are also live broadcasts of many people. Qin Shuangxue and Miaoyi stood together. The two women had no conflicts and seemed to be getting along well. No matter how many people are standing by, no matter how crowded they are, they didn't dare to squeeze into the space where the two girls were. They kept an absolute distance from them, because everyone knew that the two girls were Lu Qing's gun girls. Dear audience friends, the exciting moment has arrived. Binhai City's passerby gun god Lu Qing has passed all the games in the arcade, except the CC game. He is about to face the target challenge. The target challenge ticket costs 100,000 yuan per time, and no one has passed it in 49 years. The rewards keep piling up. If you pass, you can get an S-level optional module. So, Will the passerby god Lu Qing be able to pass the challenge and get the S-level module? Stay tuned. The beautiful host closest to the center is facing the camera, holding the microphone, and broadcasting live with great excitement. She has the household registration booklet in her pocket. As long as Lu Qing came out, she would be the first to rush over. She would drag Lu Qing to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get the marriage certificate no matter what, even if she had to be a concubine. Woohoo! Snap! After Lu Qing paid the 100,000 yuan entrance fee, a series of defensive walls rose from the side, isolating the inside and outside into two areas. The curtain wall is transparent to prevent stray bullets from injuring onlookers. The countdown starts in 3 minutes. A huge black metal square table appeared in front of Lu Qing, with all kinds of weapons on it, even if Lu Qing chose RPG. However, Lu Qing still chose 2 pistols. The pistol has a space magazine, unlimited bullets, but this space magazine is too buggy, so it can only be used in arcade game simulations. In actual combat, there are only large-capacity magazines and magazine modules. Countdown 3, 2, 1. Target challenge, start. Instantly, 2 targets the size of a fingernail appeared on Lu Qing's side. Each target exists for 3 seconds. 2 seconds after it appears, 2 targets in different directions will be refreshed. Then more and more. When more than 200 targets disappear, the challenge fails. Even if you are a master, you can only stay in the target challenge for 3 minutes at most. After 3 minutes, 7 targets will be refreshed every second, and you can't beat them all. Half a minute later, everyone saw Lu Qing gradually adapting to the environment, strolling leisurely, neither hurried nor slow. A minute later, Lu Qing's speed began to increase, but it was due to the target's refresh rate. 2 minutes later, the pistol with unlimited magazines in Lu Qing's hand was almost like a submachine gun. Da-da-da, da-da-da. Horrible flames kept bursting out from the muzzle. But even now, the number of Lu Qing's disappearing targets is still 0. Fuck. God is God. Hey, if I had his skills, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. Let alone having his skills, even if I only have 1/10 of his, I can become a member of a provincial club and bring honor to my family. When the 3 minutes are up, Lu Qing chose to pause. In just the past 3 minutes, he fired thousands of shots and was almost exhausted. He drank some energy-replenishing fluid, moved his shoulders, and rested for 2 minutes before starting again. The target challenge lasted for 15 minutes. The reason why no one passed it for 49 years is because it only appeared for 49 years in total. In other words, no one has ever passed it since it appeared. As long as you can hold on for 7 minutes, you will get the reward of S-level module. After the time exceeds 7 minutes, 1 minute of bonus will be added for every additional minute. 15 minutes of full time. There's no way anyone could get through. God, Lu, come on. You can do it. If even you can't get the reward, then I'm afraid no one can get the reward. The beautiful host clenched her fists and shouted in the direction of Lu Qing. Although Qin Shuangxue also wanted to get the S-level module, but she had already seen Lu Qing's fatigue. Given Lu Qing's current condition, it is basically difficult for him to complete the 7-minute assessment. It's not that Lu Qing's spear skills are bad. It's because Lu Qing's physique can't keep up. Lu Qing did not evolve through the genetic evolution fluid and had no skills, so he could not gain any enhancement as a fighter. Lu Qing, if it really doesn't work, forget it this time. Let's go back and have a good rest for a few days and challenge again next time. Qin Shuangxue couldn't help but say, "Fuck, what did you say?" Lu Qing was recovering, and when he heard her words, he immediately cursed. Qin Shuangxue didn't know what she said wrong, but she still cared. If it doesn't work this time, forget it. Lu Qing suddenly jumped up and immediately released the pause state, gritting his teeth and said, "How can a man say that he is not good enough? I am not Wong Ming." On the other side of the screen, Wong Ming. Lu Qing gritted his teeth and held on for 3 minutes, but at the 4th minute, the target points were refreshed again at a faster rate. Lu Qing still somewhat underestimated the difficulty of the target challenge. This is really too difficult. No wonder there is an S-level module and others don't dare to challenge it. Moreover, Lu Qing still had such a hard time, even with the support of many bonus skills, let alone others. Lu Qing, you are already great. Give it up for now. Qin Shuangxue couldn't help but say. Lu Qing was just about to take a break when he was stimulated by her again. Her words made Lu Qing feel as if he was startled, but the other party suddenly said, "You are great," and he immediately choked back. At such a critical moment, it is not a good thing for a woman to say such things to you. It's so hurtful. Central Intelligence, I need a second pause. I need to change my guns. Lu Qing gritted his teeth and said, application approved. Crash. As the challenge paused again, a square table appeared in front of Lu Qing. The target challenge only requires hitting the target, and no attack power is required, so any weapon can be used. Lu Qing changed to a UZI with a very fast firing rate. The firing rate interval is only 0.048 seconds. With the added bonus of unlimited magazines and the ability to ignore barrel heating, Lu Qing started the challenge again. And at this moment, everyone was confused. Fuck, this guy was actually hiding his strength until just now? Chapter 21 Woohoo. Lu Qing is so handsome. The fact that Lu Qing used a pistol as a weapon had already shocked them enough. The pistol's rate of fire is between 24 and 40 rounds per minute. But the firing rate of the UZI submachine gun is 12.5 rounds per second. The targets of the target challenge are randomly refreshed and belong to different areas. Some are up, some are down, some are left, and some are right. In this case, the faster the shooting speed, the harder it is to control. Because there is an invisible rule in the challenge rules, that is, within 3 bullets, you must hit a target. If this rule does not exist, then the challenger will choose heavy weapons such as Gatling. Can't we just shoot directly at the target? So what's the difficulty of this challenge? Oh my god. Lu Qing, the passerby god, actually chose the UZI with a super fast firing speed and showed such amazing suppression power. There should be a lot of viewers from other places in the live broadcast room, and they don't know what's so difficult about this. Let me explain this to you. When using a pistol, pulling the trigger once means firing a bullet. As a challenger, you need to have precise control over the trajectory of the bullet, but UZI is different. Everyone knows it's a rapid-fire firearm. Then how to hit a target within 3 bullets becomes very difficult, because you not only have to calculate the trajectory, but also the bullets. The beautiful host came back to her senses from her daze and said excitedly. Her eyes were full of little stars. The way Lu Qing completed the challenge with a pistol was already handsome enough. But now, even more handsome. Oh my god. I just slowed down the speed of the live broadcast room and discovered something incredible. What's the matter? Tell me quickly. Hurry up and tell me. Don't make me kneel down and beg you. It's like this. I didn't take it too seriously at first, but then I realized that this guy's calculations of bullets and ballistics are simply abnormal. He alternates between continuous shooting and burst shooting with his left and right hands. When he shoots in bursts, he deliberately increases the number of targets on one side, and when he shoots continuously, he eliminates them. Did you notice? Yeah, we've already discovered this. If it were me, I would do the same. In the state of continuous shooting, the more targets there are on one side, the greater the probability of hitting them. TSK, you still underestimated it. You only saw the tip of the iceberg. If this is not the case, then what other amazing moves does he have? If you slow down the live broadcast 10 times, you will understand. He is not doing what you said to increase the chance of hitting the target. During the continuous firing, the 2 bullets will definitely hit one target. The bullet that missed in the middle is a pad, and both hit the center of the 2 targets. Someone came out to analyze the situation, and more people slowed down the live streaming speed. Just one glance and their scalps suddenly went numb. It can be said that it was a coincidence. Twice it was an accident. Then 3 times is absolute strength. Someone used professional-grade AI on their mobile phone to analyze live broadcast data and obtained accurate data. When Lu Qing is in the state of continuous shooting, 3 bullets will definitely hit 2 targets. 5 bullets will definitely hit 3 targets. The bullet in the middle, which is used as a pad, will fall within the 45% to 55% area between the 2 targets. Then the next bullet will hit the target 100% of the time. AI evaluation. Miraculous marksmanship, god-level control, perfect calculation. Rating, 99.5 points. Even though Lu Qing missed one of his shots, it was not as impressive as hitting the target every time. But this is the right thing to do. If you want to hit the target every time you shoot in rapid succession, the unexpected will be magnified infinitely. If the rhythm of one bullet is wrong, the next ones will be wrong. A bullet was fired in the middle as a cushion. It's the middle relaxation. It's time to think in between. The bullet landed in the area 45% to 55% of the center of the 2 targets. Lu Qing could adjust the position of the muzzle in real time and make an accurate judgment. Because in this situation, Lu Qing no longer had time to aim with the sight. Every shot he fired was based on his own feelings, relying on his absolute control over firearms. Qin Shuangxue knew that Lu Qing's spear skills were powerful, but she never thought that Lu Qing's spear skills could reach such a peak level. Is this something ordinary people can do? I'm afraid even a fighter with superpowers or S-level skills can't do it. A national-level fighter is no more than this. Although Miaoi didn't know what was going on with Lu Qing, or where he got such terrifying marksmanship, but the way she looked at Lu Qing was almost tearing. Woohoo. Lu Qing is so handsome. He really is worthy of being my and Miaoi's fiancé. I just don't know if Lu Qing still recognizes the marriage certificate that was signed when she was 5 years old. Beads of sweat were rolling down Lu Qing's forehead, making him feel extremely exhausted, and his body and brain had already reached their limits. When the 6th minute started, Lu Qing felt like he might fall down at any moment. Without the genetic evolution fluid to enhance the body, it's definitely not enough. At the same time, he felt that he would not be able to sustain the remaining 8 minutes even if he took the S-level evolution liquid. Anyone who can complete the entire process and pass the level in 15 minutes is no longer a human being. He is a god. Snap. Lu Qing's teeth were almost broken. His facial muscles were tense, and everyone could see the pain he was feeling. Qin Shuangxue couldn't help but clench her fists. Her heart ached and she felt extremely distressed. In order to help her get the S-level module, Lu Qing has achieved this level. Everyone knew that Lu Qing could no longer hold on, but Lu Qing still forced himself to push himself to the limit. She had been somewhat self-destructive, thinking that she was unworthy of being Lu Qing's first shooter, and she felt even more remorseful and guilty. Lu Qing is already like this. Then what qualifications does she have to feel that she is incompetent? Even if she is not as good as other gun girls, she will definitely work hard. She will definitely make herself worthy of Lu Qing's contract with her one day. Central Intelligence, I request a pause. With 17 seconds left to the end, Lu Qing could no longer hold it in and said hurriedly, request failed. Once the target challenge starts at 6 minutes, you cannot pause or change guns. 2 lines of text appeared in front of Lu Qing. Unlike hidden hints, it's suspended in the air in front of you. Oh my god. Lu Qing couldn't help but curse. The 40 free attribute points gained by passing the target challenge are not so easy to get. Last 15 seconds. The beautiful host's voice became much weaker, and she was no longer as excited as before. She even looked extremely nervous, and her palms were sweating. Others around him didn't dare to make any sound, for fear of affecting Lu Qing's final moment. This is the finishing touch. As long as you stick with it, you will get the reward. Now, they are no longer horrified by Lu Qing's horrific marksmanship, but are waiting for a miracle to happen. The last 10 seconds. Chapter 22, it's just 5 minutes. She can do it too. The beautiful host who was broadcasting live could not even take care of the live broadcast and kept cheering for Lu Qing in her heart. She knew that Lu Qing was very tired, so tired that he might collapse to the ground at any time. If possible, she wished to lend her strength to Lu Qing. Click. Click. Lu Qing actually fired 2 shots at the wrong time. As a result, Lu Qing made more than 10 mistakes, causing the number of missing targets to instantly reach 17. The target disappears within 3 seconds after being refreshed, so it is necessary to calculate which target needs to be destroyed first and which target is refreshed later. Lu Qing didn't need to calculate. There were hidden hints to give him hints. But his mind was already spinning. There was even double vision in his eyes. This is the visual overlap that occurs when the same object is repeated, refreshed, and disappears over and over again. If it were anyone else, they would have appeared long ago. The reason why Lu Qing was able to hold on until now was entirely because he relied on the hidden information. If he didn't have the hidden clues, then even if he had a lot of shooting skills, he would definitely not last more than 5 minutes. Click. Click. Lu Qing made another mistake. The number of disappeared targets has increased to 59. But there are still 5 seconds. There are a total of 217 targets on the field. If Lu Qing cannot complete these targets in 7 minutes, then Lu Qing's challenge will still fail. Lu Qing has applied to end the challenge at 7 minutes, so the last second is the real key to victory. If the number of disappearances exceeds 200, then no matter how many efforts Lu Qing made before, it was useless. Gulu. I don't know who swallowed hard, but it seemed extremely abrupt in the quiet atmosphere around him, so quiet that he could even hear his heartbeat. Last 3 seconds. The large screen displayed the number of targets present at the scene at the same time. 259. Number of disappearing targets. 75. This means that Lu Qing allowed 124 targets to disappear in the last second, which is 1/2 of the current number of targets. But the number of targets on site is still increasing. Up to now, Lu Qing has fired countless bullets. If it was any other gun girl, she would have overheated and collapsed long ago. The shell casings under his feet were covered and disappeared, disappeared and covered again. It was obvious that the central intelligent computer directly deleted these shell casings as data. It's over. I failed again. Qin Shuangxue was also very nervous. She hoped to pass. But the statistics on the screen don't lie. Based on the current number of targets, even if Lu Qing can hold on until the last second, more than 200 targets will disappear. Gu Qingqing, the ace fighter of the VV Club, was standing in the room at this moment, with the live broadcast playing synchronously on the big screen in front of him. She was sitting at first. Although she thought Lu Qing's marksmanship was terrifying, it was not enough for her to rank him as her top opponent. After all, in war, you can't win by just shooting skills. Combatants, teams, gun girls, tactics, coordination are all key. She admitted that Lu Qing was very heroic. He really deserves the title of God of Passers-by. But not having superpowers is the upper limit. If it was just 5 minutes, she could do it. Because she has the ability to lock on. Even without looking through the scope, when she sees the target, a lock frame will appear in her eyes. Her locking ability category is extremely high quality. But the grade is only A. Effective range of the ability, 200 meters. During the target challenge, she can synchronize part of her supernatural power information to the gun girl, allowing the gun girl to make her own judgments and adjust the trajectory, thereby reducing part of her data analysis and extending the challenge time. But Lu Qing used ordinary firearms. No gun girl was used. No superpowers. Moreover, Lu Qing, a passerby, held on until the last 3 seconds. The gun girls and weapon girls sitting on the sofa behind her were also staring at the big screen and had no time to look at Gu Qingqing's beautiful back. Lu Qing's performance gave them a strong impulse. It was the urge to quit the club and become Lu Qingqiang's girl. Just after this thought came up, they were quickly strangled again. The reason is very simple, because Lu Qing has no special powers. 2 seconds. 1 second. Challenge ends. When the words appeared, the two Uzis in Lu Qing's hands could no longer fire any bullets, and all the targets around him were locked. The surrounding defensive barriers disappeared. Lu Qing fell to the ground. The moment the gun in his hand fell, it turned into data along with the bullet casings on the ground and was erased by the central intelligent computer. Statistics in progress. A new line of text appears. Everyone knows that the central intelligent brain can come up with results instantly, but in order to create some expectations and visual effects, the central intelligent brain deliberately does this. It's not just Lu Qing's target challenge. The central intelligent brain will do the same for many other suspenseful competitions. Lu Qing, how are you? Qin Shuangxue rushed over and helped him up immediately. And Miaoyi was stunned for a moment, then quickly rushed over, supporting each of them, her eyes full of worry. Damn, I'm so tired. What a shitty challenge. I won't do it again. Lu Qing complained weakly. He felt dizzy and had a double vision of Qin Shuangxue and in Miaoyi in front of him. He needed to rest and recover for a while. Because of ghosting, he couldn't even see the hidden information in his field of vision. And Miaoyi hurriedly took out the money and asked someone to help buy post-war recovery fluid for Lu Qing to use. Post-war recovery fluid can only be used in the warplane or in reality. It is used to provide recovery for fighters, gun girls, and weapon girls. Although the copy war will not cause trauma to their bodies, it will leave them with certain war effects, such as headaches and physical weakness. Different recovery fluids have different effects. The price is extremely expensive. The effect is not achieved in an instant. Therefore, most fighters would rather stay in the death buffer zone for a while, and then go home to slowly dissipate their negative state and recover. Data statistics completed. Final results announced. Challenger, Lu Qing. Persistence time, 7 minutes. Cumulative ammunition consumption, 3,391. Target hits, 2422. Evaluation, SS level. The number of targets that eventually disappeared? At this critical juncture, the central intelligence brain actually kept the secret a secret, which made everyone so anxious that they wanted to curse. Gu Qingqing suddenly had the urge to smash the screen. She hates watching live broadcasts the most. That's it. She doesn't like wasting time on meaningless waiting. She likes to get the results first. If she is interested, she will study the process. For example, analyzing the battle scenes of some warriors. When she clenched her fists, gritted her teeth, and almost wanted to curse, words appeared again. The number of disappeared targets is 9. Oh? Chapter 23. Help me go back to the palace to rest. Seeing the central intelligent brain announcing the numbers starting from the last digit, everyone in front of the screen could no longer hold their breath. The barrage of comments is raging all the way. Some live broadcast rooms are so popular that the entire screen is even covered by barrage of comments. After letting everyone curse for 5 seconds, the central intelligent computer continued to announce the 10-digit number, which was also 9. Everyone was speechless. Are the last 2 digits important? What matters is whether the hundreds digit is 1 or 2. Because as long as it starts with 1, no matter what the number is after that, Lu Qing has passed the test. The hundreds digit of the number of disappeared targets is 1. Congratulations to challenger Lu Qing for passing the 7-minute target challenge and obtaining an S-level module of your choice as a reward for passing the level. The central intelligence brain was like a stream of water, jumping out bit by bit. When the final results were announced, grand virtual fireworks exploded in the arcade. Extremely gorgeous. It also symbolizes an absolute high status. However, the comments in the live broadcast room no longer had any surprises, and instead were full of curses at the central intelligent brain. Damn it, 199 is 199. Why do you have to be so mysterious? You are the central intelligence brain. He's not one of those anchors who sells program effects. I'll forgive you this time, but if it happens again, I'll beat you to death. Crash. A screen extended from the ceiling and hovered in front of Lu Qing, showing a variety of S-level modules. It was dazzling. Lu Qing's double vision was slightly better, but he still couldn't see the module introduction on the screen clearly. He's like an old man. Even the normal size font is not legible. Lu Qing simply pushed the screen in front of Qin Shuangxue and let Qin Shuangxue choose by herself. First, Qin Shuangxue knows more about modules. Second, this is what Qin Shuangxue uses herself, so she naturally knows what module she wants. Qin Shuangxue glanced at Lu Qing with an expression of emotion and quickly searched the screen and began to quickly select from the stable modules. The properties of S-level modules are also very different. Some are adapted to pistols, some are adapted to rifles. The one with the best attributes is not necessarily the most suitable. You need to make a choice based on your own situation. Lu Qing, I've chosen this CU module. Its properties are particularly luxurious. Stability plus 22.5%, trajectory correction plus 17.9%, armor penetration minus 7%, critical strike minus 2%. The added attributes are all the attributes I need, and the reduced attributes are not much, so it won't have much impact on me. Qin Shuangxue opened the window of the ZUM module and introduced it to Lu Qing. Yeah, it's up to you to decide. Anyway, this is just a transitional module. There's no need to take it too seriously. Lu Qing waved his hand and said, the S-level module is actually an overkill module for him? Does he know how rare S-level modules are? Gu Qingcheng on the other side of the screen was stunned. She never expected that Lu Qing would dare to say that. Even though she is the ace of the VV club and has a lot of top resources, her gun girl also dreams of getting an S-level module. 99% of the gun girls want an S-level module, willing to do anything. Even if they have to bear a high penalty fee and leave the club to join Lu Qing, they will do it without hesitation. A-level modules can attract B-level gun girls. But the S-level module, whether it is an A-level gun girl or an S-level gun girl, has great appeal. Club gun girls and fighters, just ordinary contracts. But as long as someone can come up with an S-level module, they are willing to hand over the soul contract. They will never leave the fighters in this life. Just a moment later, a woman in a suit and hip skirt came towards him. She held a tray in her hands. The tray was covered with a red cloth. It can be seen that there is a cube-shaped object underneath. It is obviously the S-level purple moon module. Many people on the side made way for him, drooling with envy. Everyone's eyes are fixed on the tray. Dear Mr. Lu Qing, congratulations on passing the target challenge and becoming the first person in history to pass the 7-minute target challenge assessment. This is your reward. At the same time, your name will be recorded on the leaderboard and become the only name recorded in the target challenge. The young lady smiled and said, the eyes looking at Lu Qing were full of admiration. Before Lu Qing, ordinary people were just ordinary people, warriors were just warriors, and people with special abilities were the supreme and unique class. But after Lu Qing appeared, this was broken. Ordinary people could see the hope of growth. And it also made everyone understand that ordinary people can also be very strong. Lu Qing took the module and threw it to Qin Shuangxue casually. Qin Shuangxue was suddenly startled. Her heart almost stopped beating, her breathing stagnated, and in panic, she almost dropped the module to the ground. This idiot really doesn't take the S-level module seriously. It was obvious that he had put in so much effort to get it. Boss, here you go. Are you happy now? Lu Qing said with a smile. With the help of the post-war recovery fluid purchased by Miao, his condition gradually improved, but the dizziness in his head still existed. Aha! Qin Shuangxue nodded heavily. There was a bright smile on her lips and her eyes were as bright as stars. She felt that Lu Qing made this expression to make her not be too nervous. After all, she saw with her own eyes how hard Lu Qing worked to get the module, and it was hard not to be moved. Since you are happy, help me back to the palace to rest. I am dying of exhaustion, Lu Qing complained. Qin Shuangxue gave him a charming look, but still helped him up. And Miaoi didn't say anything, but quickly stood up, holding Lu Qing's other arm and hugging him tightly, fearing that the man would run away. Watching the three people walking past, the beautiful host holding the household registration booklet wanted to say something. But she looked at Lu Qing's exhaustion and couldn't bear to say it out loud. Lu Qing is too tired. Let Lu Qing go back and have a good rest first. As long as you carry your household registration book with you at all times, you will always have a chance. Oh, it hurts. Lu Qing took only 2 steps when he suddenly sighed. Lu Qing, where do you feel uncomfortable? And Miaoi immediately asked nervously. There was only Lu Qing's reflection in those beautiful amber eyes. My heart suddenly hung in my throat, fearing that Lu Qing was too tired and would suffer from side effects. I feel really bad. I suddenly have 72 more free attributes in my pocket, and I don't know how to spend them. Who understands this feeling? Lu Qing's face was filled with grief. The sound was a bit louder. The reason why it is 72 attribute points is that the 2 hidden rewards are combined to reward 60 points. Second, clearing those games will reward 1 point separately. But a moment, everyone was stunned. Gu Qingqing didn't believe it at first, but Lu Qing deliberately turned on his phone and let someone take a picture of the screen on his phone. In the small window on the upper left corner, I saw that my personal assets totaled 72 million gold coins. This was the reward for breaking the record for all games in the arcade. He did not choose to exchange for items of equal value. Instead, choose to settle in gold coins. At the same time, next to the capital property, it clearly displayed free attribute points, 72 points. Oh shit. Damn it. Where on earth do you get so many free attribute points? You should know that the 72 attribute points in your account are much more terrifying than an S-level module. As long as you use them well, they are more powerful than 2 S-level modules. Miyue, does this guy's criteria for recruiting teammates require them to be pretty and have a good figure? Gu Qingcheng still stood there. I could only see her back, but there was no sign of the madness surging in her eyes. Well, it seems so. He said he likes big ones. A gun girl in a silver tight suit behind him thought for a moment and said. Gu Qingcheng looked down at herself, her toes invisible, and a very crazy smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Chapter 24 I Hate Flat Chest. A few days later, in the waiting hall of Binhai City, a City League match entered the final 15 minutes of countdown. All participating clubs are from Binhai City, except for the BCG club, which is a single player participating, and it actually qualifies for the league. Boss Qin, are you sure you want to start the human emperor screening process? A club owner came over and looked at her seriously. The selection process for the emperor sounds very advanced, and it is indeed very advanced in practice. There are 2 prerequisites for the implementation of the plan. The first is to obtain the permission of the provincial association, and the second is to win the municipal league points competition in all cities in the province and obtain the qualification to enter the provincial league. When such people enter the provincial league, they will enter the bubble match stage after the league points match ends. All other participating clubs will play as a team, and he fought alone. If you fail to pass the pretend competition with the top 3 points, you will be deemed to have failed to advance. If you rank in the top 3 in points, you will enter the knockout round and need to make it all the way to the finals. To qualify for the finals, you must be in the top 3 in the province. But it's just the beginning. After the top 3 in the province finished, the provincial federation sent an application to the capital. After getting the permission and the screening qualification, I started to tour the country to challenge and compete with the top 3 in all provinces. It will be 3 against 1 then. The 3 major clubs are targeting him alone, and it is required to get at least 10 first places in the tour. Among them, there are also designated cities. Beijing and Demon City must win a city. First-tier cities such as Pengcheng, Guangcheng, Shancheng, etc. can only win at the provincial level, or they can choose to fight at the city level together. After the tour, the next round of promotion begins. When the time comes to play with a national club, after playing for the national club, I started playing for the real national team. After all the steps are completed, this person will become the emperor of the whole country and even the whole world, because he is invincible in the whole country. The Human Emperor program is extremely difficult, but the benefits are huge. When someone becomes the Dragon King, he can break up any club at will. Whoever he takes a fancy to must become his teammate. By then, his power will be only under the state apparatus. Money, power. It's just a thought. To be honest, I don't want to go through the Human King process, but a certain person just doesn't want to recruit teammates, even if it means being his leg pendant. There's no other way. We can only go through this process to advance. Qin Shuangxue looked at someone beside her helplessly and amusedly. Since the Provincial Federation has agreed, then let Lu Qing hit his head against the wall. Once the Human King program begins, there won't be much noise in the City League. But if you win the Provincial League, you will become famous. At that time, no matter whether Lu Qing can pass the entire procedure, no matter what step you can finally achieve, but as long as Lu Qing wants to give up at any time, he can join the national club. And he was entering a national club with an absolute attitude. By then, whether it was the signing fee or the resources, it would be extremely terrifying. Boss Qin, there are only 2 gun girls left in your BCG club? Do we need a few gun girls from our club to help? The middle-aged man asked seriously. After passing the target challenge, Lu Qing has become famous in the province. No matter who sees him, they have to call him brother. At the same time, the 72 free attribute points in Lu Qing's hand are coveted. Everyone wants to give Lu Qing a favor and buy a few attribute points from him. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Zhao. But this idiot in my club is very picky. In the past few days, dozens of fighters from more than a dozen provincial clubs came to him and wanted to terminate their contracts with the clubs and join BCG, but he refused them all. This also includes the 3rd place on last year's top list. Qin Shuangxue smiled and said, "What? That great god is here to see you too?" Mr. Zhao was extremely shocked. Yes, the offer she made was simply irresistible. First, I will bear all the liquidated damages of the club and all the liquidated damages of Gun Girl and Device Girl. Second, we don't want any signing fee of 1 cent. Third, after signing the contract, he will voluntarily give back 35 million gold coins to the club. Qin Shuangxue shrugged helplessly and said, if this kind of backhandedness had happened in the past, Qin Shuangxue could not have imagined it at all. When the other party came to her, Qin Shuangxue was so excited. Just when Qin Shuangxue was about to agree, Lu Qing came over and rejected her directly, and then offended the other party. Lu Qing just said, "I hate flat chests." Qin Shuangxue watched with her own eyes as the other party went from being shocked to being stunned, then to being filled with anger, and finally to the point where he wished he could eat Lu Qing alive on the spot. This? President Zhao looked at Lu Qing, who was whispering within Miaoyi and resting his head on Miaoyi's thigh, and was speechless. The key point is that at this moment, in order to listen to him, and Miaoyi actually lowered her head and put her lips close to his. If it were someone else, Mr. Zhao would just want to say, "You're sick." But Lu Qing is different. This person is a god. So, Mr. Zhao, thank you for your kindness. When the points tournament starts later, please make sure your club gives it their all, because our performance will determine the next tournament. Qin Shuangxue looked serious and said solemnly, "Of course. I just want to ask you a favor." Mr. Zhao also nodded seriously. "What's the matter, Mr. Zhao? Please tell me." Qin Shuangxue nodded. "I just want to buy some free attribute points from you. 2 million a point. Is that okay? I know that even if the price is 2 million, we are still getting a bargain. After all, this thing is hard to come by, and there is simply no market for it. But we really need it." Mr. Zhao begged. Mr. Zhao also wanted to offer a higher price, but the city-level club did not have much funds and was not as strong as the provincial-level club, so there was nothing he could do. "Lu Qing, what do you think?" Qin Shuangxue turned to look at him and asked helplessly. Apart from liking beautiful women, this guy doesn't seem to have any other shortcomings. Sometimes when I think about it, it's quite frustrating. I'm in a good mood today, and I like him. Sell him 5 points. Lu Qing was lying on the chair, with his legs crossed, shaking all over. When Mr. Zhao heard this, he was overjoyed and immediately clasped his fists and saluted. "Thank you, Master Lu." "Thank you, Master Lu. If you need anything in the future, please let me know." Lu Qing nodded calmly, with a pretentious look on his face. But no one around dared to say anything to him. After all, he has the ability. A few days ago, after Lu Qing woke up, he transferred all his attribute points to Qin Shuangxue. Now he sold 5 points to Mr. Zhao, and there were still 67 points left. At the same time, It was also during these few days that Lu Qing finally figured out why and Miaoi had such a high intimacy. It turns out that this is the original owner's childhood sweetheart. When I was a kid and at my stupidest, I even secretly decided to spend my life together. The Yin family has only risen in the past decade or so, and used to be neighbors with the Lu family. The rise of the Yin family was due to Miaoi's brother becoming a provincial ace, because her intimacy exploded from the beginning. As a result, when Lu Qing made a soul contract with her, he was rewarded with 30 attribute points. Moreover, even the intimacy skill was unlocked directly. That skill can only be described as perverted. Chapter 25. Sorry, you were too short. I didn't see you just now. Qin Shuangshue's skill is regal power. When the intimacy exceeds 100, the number of headshot bullets has reached 15, which is quite terrifying. But in Miaoi's gaze is even more terrifying. When staring, Miaoi can transform into a heavy fire howitzer with 6 bullets in the magazine. Qin Shuangshue's headshot bullet can cause 4 times the damage, with a maximum damage of 1083. And in Miaoi's grenade starts at 2000 damage. The reason why Miaoi's gun jammed was that it was too powerful. The pistol couldn't bear it. Even if her normal form is a golden desert eagle, it won't work. But when switching to the howitzer, she no longer has this flaw. The only problem is the grenade cooling, which also takes 6 hours. This kind of weapon is used in team dungeons. One fry can fry a large area. At the same time, Miaoi's gaze can be upgraded. Lu Qing can use merits to increase her intimacy. When the intimacy reaches 500, she will completely change from a pistol to a howitzer. All the attributes that have been improved before will be automatically adjusted to the parameters of the S-class howitzer according to the howitzer's multiplier at the moment of the form change. Just at this moment, a group of people came towards them, accompanied by a young girl. The girl was wearing a milky white combat uniform. This is a girl's device. The style of the battle suit is extremely cool because it is an extremely rare S-level weapon girl. It's a pity that the tighter the combat suit is, the more it highlights how mediocre she is. She is even worse than in Miaoi, and Miaoi is at least a little bit. Oh! The girl walked past Lu Qing with great pride. A cold sound came from his nose. Oh? Lu Qing was immediately filled with questions. Isn't she the ace of the provincial #1 club? Why is she here? I just said that she had flat chest. Why is she holding such a grudge against me? At this time, she was walking with the Binhai city-level KK club, so it was possible that she temporarily joined the KK club to play in this city-level points competition. Because this is a points race, not a final, it is not that important, so some external personnel are allowed to be replaced. Deng Jiayan was almost mad these past 2 days. I was so angry that I almost suffocated. She was the top 3 in the provincial level last year and the ace of the Jinhui club. She lowered her status to come to a city-level club and paid such a high price. But Lu Qing not only refused, but also called her a flat chest. If Lu Qing had found a legitimate reason to reject her, she wouldn't have been so angry. The key point is that Lu Qing stared at her, while smacking his lips. Even the look in his eyes was one of sympathy. She admitted that Lu Qing was indeed very strong. But it's sick. If it were any other club, it would be a dream come true. When she learned that Lu Qing was actually going to start the Human Emperor program, she applied to the club and was temporarily transferred to the KK club in Binhai City to play for them. She wanted Lu Qing to fail in the first battle. I also want to make Lu Qing regret it so much that he comes to beg me. As long as Lu Qing is sincere enough, she can then force the club to accept Lu Qing and make Lu Qing her little follower. Crash! Lu Qing turned over and rested his head on Qin Shuangshue's thigh. Then, under Deng Jiayan's shocked gaze, he buried his head in Qin Shuangshue's arms without even looking at her. Deng Jiayan was even more furious. Even a fool could see that she was here to snipe Lu Qing. Instead of saying a few nice words to her and asking her to show some mercy, Lu Qing actually turned his butt towards her. Is this something a human being can do? Lu Qing. Qin Shuangshue was also speechless. No matter how you look at it, she presents herself as a queen in front of outsiders, but Lu Qing turns over and hugs her. Where does that put her image? Haha, what a pervert. Deng Jiayun gritted her teeth, walked away angrily on her bound feet, wearing a pair of white combat boots. Lu Qing was too lazy to pay attention to her. After a while, she came back. Not only did he wave it in front of Lu Qing again, he also snorted and glared at Lu Qing. For a moment, even Miaoi didn't know what to say. But how terrifying is this guy's fighting ability? And Miaoi knew it. The battle that made her famous was when she single-handedly defeated a team ranked 21st in the province in terms of overall strength. It is basically unrealistic for a strong person to deal with a strong team, because the teams have different arms and combat capabilities. Just being able to do this is enough to rank among the top 3 in the province. The 2 people above her, in fact, he stepped on her to get to the top. Although those 2 people had no record of single-handedly defeating a team, they played her around, made her anxious, made her collapse, and then ended her game. Da-da-da. That's when a graceful woman in black combat uniform came towards me. She is not as young as Deng Jiayun. She originally had straight hair, but she deliberately permed it into big 8,888 waves before coming to bin high. She is full of charm, tall, and has a lot of capital. Deng Jiayun couldn't support the combat uniform, but she could handle it. You. Deng Jiayun looked at her, gnashing her teeth once again, her fists almost breaking. The woman in front of her tricked her into walking around the same building 18 times during the provincial individual duel. When she found the woman, she was sitting on a chair in a room yawning. While laughing at her, he took out a pistol and shot her. Gu Qingcheng. Deng Jiayun wanted to rush over and beat her up. Gu Qingcheng lowered her head, looking surprised. Xiao Yunyun, why are you here too? Sorry, you were too short. I didn't see you just now. And Miaoi didn't expect that this great god would come. I was so scared that I quickly stood up from my chair. He bowed to her. Senior Gu. Gu Qingcheng pressed his hand and motioned her to sit down. At the same time, he smiled at her. There's no need to call me that. I've already terminated my contract with the VV Club. We are no longer members of the VV Club, so it is inappropriate to call me a senior. Just call me sister from now on. Everyone knew that Gu Qingcheng was giving face to an Miaoi. After all, no matter which club it is from, as long as they are strong, they are seniors. Those of lower rank must bow when they see them. Everyone looked at Gu Qingcheng, then looked at Lu Qing, who was almost asleep in Qin Shuangshua's arms, and all of them had the same thought. Holy shit. Could it be that Senior Gu is here for Lu Qing as well? This woman is quite scary. One is a supernatural being. The second is strength. The moment you see her, you are already dead. She's also a very impatient person. If you make her angry, she can kill you. The time she fooled Deng Jiayun 18 times was not her most brilliant achievement. The year before last, the people of Sakura country were looking for death, crossing over to challenge. She turned those people into human pigs on the spot, causing the live broadcast to be interrupted for several hours and could not be broadcast at all. But at this time, she turned around and squatted behind Lu Qing. She also poked Lu Qing's back with her slender jade fingers wrapped in combat uniform. What's wrong? Lu Qing turned his head in confusion. I didn't see it clearly at first glance. The second time I saw it, I was shocked. Oh shit. So awesome. Little lowly Deng Jiayun. Chapter 26 Gu Qingcheng. Let's make a bet. Gu Qingcheng usually doesn't wear makeup when she goes out. Even when she participates in provincial competitions or has live broadcasts, she doesn't care about these details. She is naturally beautiful, with a 96-point appearance and a 97-point figure. Even if she stood there in a sack, it's also a beautiful landscape. Do you like it? Gu Qingcheng was actually quite satisfied with Lu Qing's look. It's worth it that she made an 8,888 hairstyle. Everyone was stunned for a moment, especially Deng Jiayun and an Miaoi who were familiar with her. In their eyes, when Lu Qing showed this kind of look to this person, Lu Qing was finished. And Miaoi was about to remind her, but it was too late. At the same time, the Miaoi never expected that she would actually say that. Ahem, if you have anything to say, just tell me. Lu Qing knew that the other party must have something wrong, so he did not treat Deng Jiayun in the same manner. Instead, he sat up, rubbed his nose with a dry laugh, and his old face turned red. Let's make a bet, Gu Qingcheng said. What's the bet? Lu Qing asked doubtfully. Although he tried his best to control himself, his eyes would wander. He couldn't control it. In your debut, I will play against you, and as the captain, I will command the people below. 10 people will fight against you alone. If you can defeat me head-on, I will belong to you from now on, including my gun girl and my weapon girl. If you lose, you come with me. I want 20 of your attribute points. Is it possible? Gu Qingcheng asked. These 2 points are essentially the same. It's just that one is married, and the other is married. This proves that Gu Qingcheng has set her sights on him and must be bound to him. Beauty, although you are very beautiful and have a good figure, but I don't need teammates for now. Lu Qing was very moved, but he was more worried about his back garden exploding. He doesn't have to go through the human emperor procedure, but by doing so, his back garden can at least be relatively controllable. If he wants to grow up, he needs a gun girl and a weapon girl. No matter how jealous Qin Shuangshui is, she can't beat him, and she will even help him find them. But if you pull the fighters out, the nature is different. Given his personality, it's impossible for him to team up with a man. I know you don't need teammates for the time being because you activated the Human Emperor program, but if you lose your debut, then everything is in vain. You have to form a team to climb to the provincial and even national levels. And if you win, then I can wait. Wait until the day you become the emperor and need teammates. Gu Qingcheng said seriously. She had never expected that Lu Qing would reject her so straightforwardly, but the more Lu Qing rejected her, the more madness in her eyes became. She wanted to see for herself what Lu Qing's strength was. She wants to see if Lu Qing is worthy of her. As long as Lu Qing can defeat me. So what if I sit on the bench for 10 years? Besides, even if I pass the Human Emperor program and become the Human Emperor, it will only take a few years at most. You're too big. I don't like it. Lu Qing rubbed his nose again and said something very against his will. Gu Qingcheng was stunned for a moment, and the smile on her face suddenly froze. In just a moment, everyone around them broke out in cold sweat. Even Qin Shuangshui was a little panicked. She should have used tape to seal Lu Qing's mouth. Do you know who I am? Gu Qingcheng smiled, but his smile was so creepy. Interesting. Really interesting. She specially got her hair done and asked Gun Yang to dress her up, thinking that she could catch Lu Qing's attention according to his preferences. But in the end, Lu Qing actually despised her. Wait a minute, I'll search it online. Got it. Your name is Gu Qingcheng, and you are the ace member of the VV Club, one of the 3 major clubs in the provincial capital. Your superpowers are locked, and your skills seem to be kept secret, and you can't find them online. Lu Qing said as he studied the information on his phone. Compared to skills, abilities are easier to expose. Once your superpowers are known by your opponents, they will study and analyze them, but that is only a general direction. It is more about the coordination of superpowers and skills. My ability is indeed locked, and I have 17 skills, including golden gun skills, close combat, murderous skills, and my innate skill, overclocking. My real strength lies in my overclocking. I can overclock my gun girl and weapon girl. Gu Qingcheng stood up. With a height of nearly 1.8 meters, even without the blessing of a top-notch figure, one can still make people feel extremely oppressive. There was madness in her eyes, and the corners of her lips curled up, and her words were a little colder. Lu Qing, are you sure you can be my opponent? Lu Qing also stood up, his height equal to hers, and asked back, what do you think? Gu Qingcheng laughed and patted Lu Qing on the shoulder. Before turning around and leaving, he left a sentence. Lu Qing, I'm looking forward to your performance on the battlefield. I'll show you the difference between a superpower and an ordinary person like you. After she left, Deng Jiayun glared at Lu Qing again, then walked away somewhat dejected and aggrieved. If Gu Qingcheng wanted to snatch someone from her, then she really can't win. Gu Qingcheng has superpowers, but she doesn't have any superpowers. No matter how hard she tries, she will only be a provincial-level warrior. But if Gu Qingcheng works harder, she can even fight her way to the capital and the magic city. Da-da-da. Deng Jiayun left with her twin ponytails swinging. After she left this time, she never came back. Binhai City Points competition, countdown 1 minute. Please be prepared, contestants. Lu Qing, you have really offended both top 2 and top 3 this time. They will definitely snipe you in the dungeon. Qin Shuangshui sighed helplessly, but Lu Qing was not afraid at all. Instead, he smiled and said, isn't this more interesting? Otherwise, if it were just these people from the city-level club, I wouldn't be interested. If someone else said this, it would be arrogant. But Lu Qing is a time traveler with cheats. If he weren't crazy, how can he attract more powerful gun girls and weapon girls? Although this is a warplane, and the war is virtual, everyone respects the strong. As long as you are strong enough, it doesn't matter. As for those gun girls who have terrifying talents, they will look down on them if the fighters they are matched with are not crazy enough. Not crazy enough. It means they have no pride. Hide information tips. The Binhai City Points race to be held later will be a jungle encounter, and the first shrinking circle will be 12 hours after entering the dungeon. A total of 24 teams will participate in this points race, among which you need to pay attention to Gu Qingcheng, personal combat power 497 points, and Deng Jiayun, personal combat power 388 points. Hidden reward. Win the game with first place reward. Visualize trajectory, maximum distance 100 meters, 30 free attribute points. Soon, the countdown ended. With a flash of white light, Lu Qing and the other 2 were teleported into the copy. Gu Qingcheng, Chapter 27 Lu Qing. Let me see how strong you are. Based on Lu Qing's research on hidden rewards in the past few days, he found that hidden rewards are only available to gun girls and weapon girls, and other people will not trigger hidden rewards. And the hidden rewards are very selective. Ordinary gun girls and weapon girls will not even trigger hidden information, let alone trigger rewards. It is for this reason that. So Lu Qing didn't really want to find teammates. Qin Shuangxue and Miaoi are both defective gun girls, which consumes a lot of resources. Without any reward, pull a group of teammates together. It's actually just a delay. After Lu Qing purchased the skills and unlocked the combatant panel, he still had to spend a lot of attribute points to add points. Lu Qing opened his eyes and found himself halfway up a hill, surrounded by lush green bushes and trees, with the sun shining brightly in the sky. The copy of the warplane is very realistic. Standing here, Lu Qing can feel the breeze, hear the rustling of leaves, and even hear the faint chirping of birds in the distance. The two women automatically switched to gun form. Barrett was carried on Lu Qing's back. The golden desert eagle is held in his hand. Because Lu Qing did not have a weapon as combat uniform, he had no space to store bullets, unlike Gu Qingqing and Deng Jiayun who could bring their own bullets. Nowadays, Qin Shuangxue has achieved full stability with the two major stability modules. The stability reached 59.5%. Trajectory correction, 36.9%. For Lu Qing, it is enough for the time being. And Miaoi doesn't need to worry about stability. The only thing she needs to worry about is jamming. Even until now, Lu Qing has not yet injected the genetic evolution fluid. The reason is very simple. A person can only inject the evolution fluid once in his life. He needs to accumulate enough gold coins to buy the top-level evolutionary fluid to inject himself. Otherwise, he will waste a lot of attribute points later. Lu Qing, you need to pay attention. It is the most difficult to find resources in a jungle battlefield like this. First, the amount of resources is small, and second, many resources are hidden in many invisible places. Qin Shuangxue's voice entered Lu Qing's mind, giving her hint. The copy war is very realistic. All the materials are not like in the game. There will be special outlines as a hint to the players. If you can find it, you can find it. But if you can't find it, there is nothing you can do. But for Lu Qing, could that be the problem? Boss, let's find the silencer first, right? Lu Qing curled up a smile at the corner of his lips and ran in one direction. His physical strength is one of his biggest drawbacks now, so he has to make full use of Qin Shuangxue's long-range attacks to make the enemy invisible to him and kill people. Yes. Not only the silencer, but also the high-power scope needs to be found. Qin Shuangxue's voice affirmed. Lu Qing, just help me find the bullets. Sister Shuang was the leader in the early stages of this battle, and I could only play the finishing role in the later stages. And Miaoi's voice came. No problem. Lu Qing nodded. Not long after walking around, I found a 16x scope, and then a silencer that suited Qin Shuangxue. Even though she had seen Lu Qing's battle scene with her own eyes, and Miaoi was still shocked. You know, even she has a headache finding resources here. But Lu Qing found it in just a few tries. Qin Shuangxue was no longer surprised by this. 31 kilometers away, deep in the dense jungle. After entering the battlefield, Deng Jiayun's expression suddenly became serious. She took out bullets from her combat uniform and loaded them into the magazine of her rifle. Although she can bring in high-explosive bullets, but you need to load the magazine yourself. Her rifle has a total of 4 magazine modules. Each magazine can hold 90 rounds of bullets. At the beginning of entering the dungeon, it is difficult for a war to break out, because the preparation process takes time. From now on, you must obey my orders in everything you do. Go and search for the ammunition, modules, and scopes you need now. At the same time, you need to find more than 10 long-distance walkie-talkies. Deng Jiayun gave the order sternly. Yes. Everyone nodded. Many of them are older than Deng Jiayun, but their combat experience is not as good as hers. After all, she is one of the top 3 strong men in the province. Armored soldiers in the team, give up your armored defense. Your shield girl will not be of much use in this battle. Lu Qing's gun girl is an A-level Barrett, which has an extremely terrifying long-range attack capability and is likely to easily penetrate your shield girl's defense. During the day, we stayed put and focused on collecting supplies and conserving our energy. Lu Qing is a challenger. He must carry out targeted actions during the day. We need to lock onto their direction to facilitate our actions after nightfall, because our target is only him. Others don't matter. Deng Jiayun issued the strategy. Everyone, including her, adopted a lightweight infantry plan. When night fell, They wore infrared imagers and moved through the woods, searching for Lu Qing and hunting him down with the advantage of light infantry. Lu Qing has a heavy sniper and a pistol, which is not considered a light infantry system. When the two sides meet, Deng Jiayan may be able to end the battle with a volley of bullets. This battle. She wants to let Lu Qing see her strength as one of the top 3. No matter how rubbish her teammates are, she can lead them to encircle and suppress Lu Qing. On the other side, Gu Qingqing and the members of the GK Club were teleported to the edge of the jungle. Here, there are abandoned houses covered with ivy. It is a small village, mainly composed of 1 or 2-story buildings. It seems I'm lucky in this battle. I teleported to a place with relatively abundant supplies. During the day, you will use this place as your base and stand firmly here to collect all the supplies in the village. Gu Qingqing smiled slightly. There is excitement in his eyes as he faces a strong enemy. When she awakened her own innate skill, she also developed this physical trait. That is, facing a war where the strong always get stronger. She will become more and more excited. But on the other hand, the more excited she is, the more likely she is to lose some of her sanity. Therefore, she needs her helmet to assist her and suppress it. Captain Gu, we are stationed here. What about you? One person asked her. Her figure was indeed explosive, and her curves and combat uniform were even more exaggerated, but no one dared to look at her. If they dared to look at them any longer, they would be shot to death by Gu Qingqing. While running, Gu Qingqing's combat suit can fully support her. Haha, of course I want to find Lu Qing. His fighting style in this battle must be based on long-range sniping. Then I will snipe against him. Gu Qingqing smiled. As she pressed a button on the combat uniform, the device attached to the combat uniform immediately unfolded and turned into a set of silver-white exoskeleton equipment. For this battle, she brought all her equipment. She just didn't believe that she couldn't beat Lu Qing. Lu Qing, let me see how strong you are. Swoosh. Gu Qingqing ran forward. With the help of the exoskeleton, she is not only extremely fast, but also makes little noise. Chapter 28 Boss, I suddenly want to hold it in. A huge virtual map unfolded in front of Gu Qingqing. It first appeared on Gu Qingqing's combat panel, and then, with Gu Qingqing's operation, it turned into a huge 3D picture that could be moved at any time. The terrain outlined by lines comes into view. Where is the mountain? Where is the valley? You can tell the difference at a glance. Gu Qingqing quickly screened the target locations. Lu Qing needs to finish in the top 3 of the city-level points race, which not only means that Lu Qing needs to survive to the end, but also needs to have enough points. 12 hours later, the venue will shrink the poison circle for the first time. Then there is a high probability that Lu Qing will ambush on some must-pass roads or on the mountains in the central area. At the same time, Lu Qing not only fought alone, without any teammates to help him, but he also had 2 serious problems. One is Qin Shuangxue. One is in Miaoi. These 2 are defective gun girls. She had already found out about in Miaoi from the VV Club before she came. As for Qin Shuangshue's matter, she guessed it. After all, in the last battle, the scene where Lu Qing used Qin Shuangshue's headshot in the 1191 training map was too weird. If Qin Shuangxue wasn't a defective gun girl, why would Lu Qing point the gun at other people and shoot them in the head? But after changing to ordinary firearms, Lu Qing's fighting ability was immediately revealed. The unstable trajectory when using Qin Shuangxue is Lu Qing's biggest problem. But after Qin Shuangxue gets the S-level module, Purple Moon module, what level of stability will the gun body reach? Gu Qingqing will know only after seeing it. Gu Qingqing was going to fight Lu Qing at this time. The key is to collect enough data. Whoosh! A 12.7mm bullet with a silencer was fired in one direction. Qingqing, there is an unusual movement on the port side of A19 mountain. According to my analysis, there is a high probability that someone is sniping on the mountain. There is a 35% probability that the bullet is a 12.7mm bullet. The voice of the instrument girl sounded in Gu Qingqing's mind. This is the voice of Gu Qingqing's helmet girl. Helmet girls are even rarer. 1 in a million. Once they awaken this war physique, they will be sought after by countless fighters and clubs. Even rarer is her model. Not only is the combat physique a helmet, but the skill is also data analysis. This kind of girl is only 1 in a million. Whether it is Gu Qingqing or Deng Jiayan, as long as one is a top 5 strong man, he can attract this kind of girl to join. There is an observation tower on this mountain, which is the 3rd highest point in the entire map. There are also bridge crossing points, resource villages, and air raid shelters around it. In my opinion, there is a high probability that Lu Qing will go there. Gu Qingqing nodded and said, turn around and rush towards the opposite direction of A19 mountain. If it were her, she would also go to one of the highest commanding points in the entire map. A 19 hill has another big advantage. That is, there is no higher commanding point around it to dominate. This is a good thing for snipers. Others would definitely be ambushed by Lu Qing's superiority. But Gu Qingqing is different. She has a lot of experience in sniping. Naturally know how to fight back. Hanyue, help me keep an eye on the direction of mountain A19. I'll go find a suitable terrain for a counterattack, Gu Qingqing said as she went up the mountain. Good. The girl in the helmet agreed. Gu Qingqing was facing the direction of A19 mountain and was on a downhill slope. One looking down, the other looking up. If the terrain is wrong, then even Gu Qingqing would be in a great disadvantage. This was Gu Qingqing's first time using this map, but she found an excellent location near the top of the mountain. The terrain is a cave at the back and a small flat open space at the front. In the direction of the cave, facing the A19 mountain lookout, there is a huge rock blocking the way. Haha, God is really helping me. With such good terrain, there's no need for me to destroy it artificially to create an advantage for myself. Gu Qingqing was ambushed behind a huge rock, her face flushed and filled with surprise. Hanyu was wrapped around her head, like a high-tech racing helmet, with a virtual panel in front of her that did not block her vision. She can freely choose whether to cover the virtual panel. When covered, outsiders cannot see inside. When not covered, her stunning face, coupled with the blush on her face, is absolutely beautiful. Qingqing, there is no one else on the lookout tower of Mountain A19. The people who ambushed on the top of the mountain are in a defensive position near the top of the mountain. The team was ambushing on the hill, using the lookout as a distraction point. When others sense a bullet coming from that direction, they will most likely think it was fired from the lookout tower. But that's not Lu Qing. Hanyu said in a deep voice. No, then no. I have a feeling that Lu Qing will definitely come here. Gu Qingqing has already locked onto those people on Mountain A19. Those guys are really a team. 10 people. 2 snipers hid in the haystack, facing 2 different directions, while the other 8 were on guard around it. Gu Qingqing held her sniper girl in her arms with an 8x scope, but she was in no hurry to shoot. Instead, she looked at those people as if they were fools. The colors of the weapon girls and gun girls can be changed by purchasing. Buying a paint job is not expensive, but they can't change into camouflage colors. If you want to change to this color, you need to get it from the treasure chest on the map. The gun girl has a camouflage color change card, and the weapon girl's combat uniform is a ghillie suit. Although camouflage colors are permanently fixed, they are too difficult to obtain. Even for Gu Qingqing, it was the ultimate luxury. Zuriyu, help me keep an eye on the opposite direction first. I'll sit for a while. Since Gu Qingqing didn't find Lu Qing, she should naturally relax. In war, the physical and mental state of the combatants are very important. Most gun girls cannot shoot on their own, but they can help combatants to be alert. Crunch. Gu Qingqing sat on the ground leaning against a huge rock, with her hands on her knees. Her magnificent figure was actually pressed against her arched thighs. You know, she was just sitting there casually. It can actually achieve this effect. Hide information tips. At 10:30, a heavy sniper is patrolling and on guard. Distance, 1,719 meters. It is out of the range of the gun girl Qin Shuangxue. Opposite shooting range, 2,100 meters. Lu Qing looked at the hidden information while climbing up the A19 mountain. He was wearing a thin ghillie suit, which made the t-shirt and beach pants underneath him feel a little hot. He was wearing slippers, which looked so out of place. He wanted to take off his clothes and pants, but he was afraid that Qin Shuangxue would jump down and beat him to death. Boss, I suddenly need to pee. Would you like to come down first? Lu Qing said, feeling a little annoyed. There are obviously people on top of the A19 mountain. Why are you peeing at this time? Hold it. And you disarmed yourself just to pee? Do you want to die? Qin Shuangshue's unpleasant voice came. I can't hold it anymore. How about I take you guys to pee together? Chapter 29. Boss, calm down and don't shake. Lu Qing held onto a tree with one hand while unbuttoning his ghillie suit to release the water. He hadn't originally planned to pick up any ghillie suits, but since he came across a treasure chest along the way, he decided to pick it up and try it on. Qin Shuangxue closed her scope. It's just unbearable to watch. And Miaoi wanted to see, but she was hung in the holster by Lu Qing, so she couldn't see even if she wanted to. The key is that Lu Qing's peeing posture is very strange. It's like, ahem. Lu Qing, are you okay? Qin Shuangxue urged silently. What's the hurry? Men need to take things slow and steady. Lu Qing felt very comfortable and even shivered a little before finishing, and was instantly sublimated. Go wash your hands. If you haven't washed your hands, you'd better not touch me. Qin Shuangxue collapsed. What? I didn't pee on my hand. Lu Qing put on the ghillie suit, picked up the barret again, and aimed at the top of the mountain. Oh, you touched me without washing your hands? Qin Shuangxue screamed in panic. I touch your butt every day. What's there to be unacceptable about? Lu Qing was speechless. Do you still touch my butt every day? Qin Shuangxue was stunned and immediately became furious. For some reason, when Lu Qing hugged her waist, her physical senses weakened a lot, mainly because she was distracted by other things. Lu Qing not only hugged her every day, still taking advantage of her every day? When I get back, I will beat that bastard Lu Qing to death. Boss, get to work. Lu Qing aimed at the mountain and fired a shot. Qin Shuangxue was unable to react in time, and the trajectory of the bullet deviated several meters, 350 meters ahead. Lu Qing had no intention of hitting anyone with this shot. After firing, he immediately hid behind a large tree that could be hugged by one person. There's someone down there. Be alert. Be alert. The 10 people in the club above discovered something. 8 people immediately came and locked onto the direction from which the bullets were coming from below. Judging from the power, it is definitely a heavy sniper rifle, because it knocked off a large piece of the stone they used as protection. And judging from the sound, a silencer must have been installed. Where is the person? I can't see him. Never mind. Use heavy firepower to suppress the enemy first and drive them out. The captain above made a decision and asked everyone to adjust their weapons and fire in different directions. There are too many obstacles such as bushes and weeds below, and the enemy may be hiding anywhere. Shooting with bullets can determine a lot of information. Boss, hold on. Don't shake. Lu Qing reminded. Then he fired a backhand shot in an instant, blowing up the opponent's neck and sending him away. Qin Shuangxue is an A-class heavy sniper, Barrett, but the opponent is just an ordinary fighter from a city-level club. A mortal body can't withstand this shot at all. Boss, I told you to stop shaking. Why are you still shaking? I was going to blow his head off. You shook it and it hit my neck. Lu Qing was speechless. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. Who told you to touch me without washing your hands? Qin Shuangxue couldn't help but said coquettishly. But in her heart, she was extremely happy. She was able to control the left and right swings of the gun, and she could also control most of the up and down swings. She never thought that one day her trajectory would be so accurate. At a distance of 350 meters, the deviation between a headshot and a neck hit is only a dozen centimeters, which is not much. If she wasn't in a gun state, she might have hung on Lu Qing in excitement, hugged Lu Qing tightly, and kissed him. Boss, control yourself. If you keep shaking, I might get beaten to death. Lu Qing reminded. No. Qin Shuangxue agreed solemnly. Lu Qing confirmed the direction of the enemy above through hidden information. Those people would fire a burst of bullets and then change positions to continue firing. Teammate's sudden death. They have already locked onto Lu Qing's location. The next step was to continue suppressing with heavy firepower until Lu Qing was completely surrounded, leaving him with nowhere to escape. Lu Qing swung his hand and fired a sniper shot, blowing up a head that had just popped out from behind a rock, and also sent a member of the opposing club away from the game. Fuck, this shooting skill? Could it be Godlu? It's definitely him. There's only one person down there. If there were others, they would definitely shoot. Everyone couldn't help but panic. The captain hurriedly ordered. Everyone hide behind obstacles and stay hidden. At the same time, cancel the encirclement strategy. If it's Lu Xun below, then if we adopt a counterattack strategy, it will only cause us to be scattered and be killed by his accurate shooting skills. Sniper coming. There are 8 of us left. Let's arrange them from left to right in the order of 1 to 8. I'll call the number randomly later. Whoever's number is called will stick his head out and shoot. Everyone else should hide. In this way, although our hiding place will be exposed, Lu Xun will not be able to confirm who will shoot next, so he will be helpless. We may even be able to take advantage of him. The captain's plan is indeed a good one. Since the strategy of encirclement is to give Lu Qing food, it is better to use this method to catch Lu Qing off guard. This is an open conspiracy. You know where I am. I know where you are. But you never know from which direction my men will shoot. But war is like this. Opportunities are fleeting. When you stick your head out, even if you take away one person on my side, others can still lock you. Qingqing, there are gunshots coming from the opposite A19 mountain. Obviously, there was a fight. Han Yu's voice came and gently woke up Gu Qingqing, who was resting with her eyes closed. Sister Qingqing. There are obviously traces of heavy sniper fire on the hillside opposite. Although it is equipped with a silencer, I can feel it. The voices of Sniper Girl and Sniper Moon were heard. It must be Lu Qing. In this kind of competition, the only one who dares to hold a sniper rifle and fight against others on the mountain is Lu Qing. Gu Qingqing suddenly opened his eyes and looked excited. She turned around, hugged Zhuai Yue again, and used a high-powered scope to observe the movements on the opposite side. The domineering figure was clinging tightly to the stone wall. Gu Qingqing adjusted the high-powered scope, lowered her breath, and searched for Lu Qing's trace on the slope of A19 mountain. There were tall trees blocking her view. There are also some shrubs that are an eyesore. Found it. Gu Qingqing saw Lu Qing through the gaps between the trees. Lu Qing was wearing a ghillie suit and hiding behind a large black rock covered with moss. As if he felt Gu Qingqing staring at him, Lu Qing actually turned around and made a gesture of aiming a gun. Gu Qingqing was shocked. Lu Qing didn't point the scope at himself at all. I was more busy exchanging gunfire with the people on the mountain. So how did he notice me? The straight line distance is more than 2,000 meters. He couldn't possibly see through it, could he? Chapter 30. If you wait any longer, your wounds will heal. Oh my God. This is not scientific at all. Yeah, how is this possible? Even if God Lu noticed the sniper girl on the opposite hill a long time ago, he couldn't have locked onto Goddess Gu the moment she picked up the gun. Lu Xun is definitely not an ordinary person. He must have supernatural powers. Superpowers? Are you kidding? If he had superpowers, he would have had a combatant's virtual panel on him. A circular live broadcast module was hidden, floating in the air and broadcasting live to Lu Qing, shocking countless people in the live broadcast room in an instant. Lu Qing's actions not only amazed everyone, it's even more confusing. No matter if you are a combatant, a gun girl, a weapon girl, or an ordinary person, as long as you fight in a dungeon, there is absolute logic. But Lu Qing's performance was so powerful that it was illogical. Say he has no special powers. He also possesses the qualities of a supernatural being. Even though he has special abilities, the Central Intelligent Computer Program cannot find any information that he is a fighter. You have to know that after the combatants awaken their physique and obtain the virtual panel, they can find out the corresponding information from the Central Intelligent Brain, especially for celebrities like Lu Qing. The combatants can select their corresponding public attributes through their virtual panels, even if all information is hidden. But the name can be found. Sister Qingqing. He actually discovered us? When Zhuai Yu saw Lu Qing's actions, his scalp tingled and he was horrified. This man has a lot of secrets. Maybe he has two special abilities, one that can detect targets from a distance and the other that can hide himself. It is even possible that he is the owner of 3 supernatural powers. There is also a perspective. Gu Qingqing recalled the scene of Lu Qing fighting in the 1191 training map and the strange scene of Lu Qing ignoring obstacles and finding many supplies. I remembered Lu Qing blocking the ceiling and knocking down the person hiding above without moving. Then it is not ruled out that Lu Qing does have the ability to see through things. If Lu Qing had super long distance vision and perspective, then everything about yourself. For Lu Qing, it will not be a secret. Gu Qingqing's smile grew wider, and the excitement in her eyes grew hotter. She looked down at herself, and there was a hint of charm in her eyes. If Lu Qing really has the ability to see through things, that would be very interesting. Gu Qingqing was not in a hurry to pull the trigger and attack Lu Qing. After Lu Qing dealt with those enemies, this is her moment to strike. A 19 mountain top. The people in the opposite club were going crazy. They could attack Lu Qing from many directions. But Lu Qing knew exactly when and from which direction they would appear, and he would shoot them away. As for the attacks of others, they were completely blocked by the big rock behind Lu Qing. In a short while, Lu Qing dealt with the 4 people. As a result, only 6 people were left in the other club. Captain, this cannot go on any longer. I will fight for you with my life. I ran down the mountain to attract his attention. You guys take advantage of this opportunity to attack him and find a way to kill him. One person stood up and said, "Okay, that's all we can do." The captain nodded. In order to facilitate his movement, the man immediately put his F-class rifle on his back and took out a pistol he had found and grabbed it in his hand. He closed the virtual panel that connected them. In the copy, you need to collect communication equipment such as walkie-talkies to activate the team voice of the virtual panel and conduct long-distance communication. Swoosh. He crouched down, lowered his head, and tried not to make any noise as he approached a big tree in front of him. There were many low bushes beside him, which could completely hide his figure. But he had just taken 2 steps. Bang! A low thunder with a silencer sounded. A bullet came rapidly in his direction, ending his life in an instant. Headshot. Damage minus 999. He really wanted to curse at the moment of his death. There were obviously so many bushes around him, and the green leaves completely hid him, but why was Lu Qing able to shoot him in the head through the leaves? Captain, Lao Lu has logged off the team channel. He was obviously killed. Captain, we are running low on ammunition. If we continue like this, we will definitely lose. Captain, let's charge together. Everyone, charge in different directions. At least we have a chance of winning. I still have 2 grenades. As long as we can get close enough to him, I'll throw a grenade at him. If you guys work with me to distract his attention, we might be able to kill him. In front of Lu Qing, they felt a huge gap. Even though he knew that he was nothing compared to the top fighters, even though I knew Lu Qing had passed the target challenge, but when they really faced off, they still felt terrifying pressure, like an overwhelming tidal wave. Then do it. This is our last stand. The captain broke out in a cold sweat and spoke through gritted teeth. They were already a strong enough club team in Binhai City, but they still had no chance of winning against Lu Qing. This made the captain smile bitterly. They are absolutely confident that they can activate the Human Emperor program. As long as they work hard, their efforts can also serve as a stepping stone for Lu Qing on his way forward. Bang bang. Bang bang bang. In less than a minute, a fierce battle broke out on the mountain, and the remaining 6 people were all annihilated by Lu Qing. The closest they came to killing Lu Qing was when they threw the grenade. Some shrapnel scratched Lu Qing. It hurts. Boss, I feel like I'm going to die. Lu Qing looked at the shallow scar on his arm, and even more so at the traces of blood emerging from the wound, and suddenly screamed like a ghost. Qin Shuangxue was speechless, then quickly put on the bandage. If you delay any longer, your wound will heal. And Miaoi was very nervous. Lu Qing, are you injured? How badly are you injured? Does it hurt? Put me down and I will bandage you. Qin Shuangxue, Miaoi, don't pay attention to this guy. He is just pretending. Lu Qing said aggrievedly, Boss, I'm really in pain. I need a kiss to get better. And Miaoi, kiss. Qin Shuangxue. After coming down from A19 mountain, Lu Qing quickly went to where Gu Qingqing was. After running up and down the mountain for 2 or 3 kilometers, Lu Qing couldn't help but feel a little out of breath. This was mainly because Qin Shuangxue's shooting range was insufficient. Otherwise, Lu Qing wouldn't have to work so hard. Bang! A terrifying thunderclap without a silencer echoed. It was Lu Qing and her who reminded me to come. Qingqing, that voice sounds like it's only 500 or 600 meters away. Get ready. The helmet girl Han Yue gave a prompt. New. Gu Qingqing became even more crazy. She gave up the perfect terrain and turned to attack Lu Qing. As she ran, the combat uniform in front of her perfectly wrapped her up, preventing her from shaking easily, and even making her seem somewhat indestructible. Chapter 31. Can't win? Are you kidding me? Hide information tips. The top fighters defeated on the battlefield can trigger binding after defeating them. After binding, you can check the investment multiplier. Investment details. You can make an investment decision once a week, and you can invest in free attribute points and unbound modules. Must be what the other party needs. After the investment is completed, you need to harvest when the intimacy reaches 80 points. One person can only harvest once, and the investment object has an investment limit. Lu Qinggang locked onto Gu Qingqing's direction and fired a bullet. Watching the bullets pass by, the hidden information popped up. 80 points of intimacy? Investment multiple? Still gaining? What is going on? It can't be like picking vegetables at XX Farm, where you plant vegetables, water them, and then harvest them with just one click, right? Lu Qing didn't have time to study these things at this moment. His expression became extremely solemn, because the shot just now made him see the difference between them. Lu Qing has various skills and his combat power is extremely strong. He had clearly locked onto Gu Qingxue's body just now, but Gu Qingqing used the exoskeleton to step on his feet, instantly widening the gap, and even fired a shot at Lu Qing at the same time. Due to the angle, the bullet grazed the tree's outer bark and exploded into countless fragments. Lu Qing lowered his head very quickly, but he still felt the bullet flying over his head. The bullet is so powerful. It made Lu Qing feel like a heavy artillery piece had passed by. Click. Boom. Before Lu Qing could adjust his gun, another bullet fired at Gu Qingqing. Her sniper moon is not only a heavy sniper, it's still a sniper rifle. Fuck. How can there be such a perverted gun? The rapid-fire sniper rifle is not the heavy sniper rifle, And the heavy sniper rifle is not the rapid-fire sniper rifle. The power between the two is simply incomparable. Lu Qing was so horrified that he almost cursed. Lu Qing, her sniper rifle may not be a sniper rifle. It may be a feature of the module. Some modules can temporarily load a bullet, turning a heavy sniper into a burst sniper. The next time you load, the gun and the module will each receive a bullet. Qin Shuangxue explained. I want to report it. It's cheating. Lu Qing quickly changed places, cursing. Everyone who was watching the live broadcast was speechless. They didn't know how Lu Qing had the nerve to accuse others of cheating. After all, Lu Qing himself was at the limit of being immortal. Boom. Lu Qing adjusted the angle and fired a bullet at Gu Qingqing. Gu Qingcheng could have come closer, but she didn't. She was constantly adjusting her position and sniping against Lu Qing. With her exoskeleton and organ, she could approach at an extremely fast speed and slit Lu Qing's throat with a dagger in a short time. There are many ways she wants to end this battle. As long as you get close, Lu Qing is nothing to be afraid of. Without a lot of equipment, you really can't do it. With your current state, you can only be in the top 30 at the provincial level. You can't even beat Xiao Yunyun. Gu Qingcheng smiled and waited for the gun to be loaded with ammunition. While loading, a bullet was stuck in a raised module on the right side of the gun body, which was the sniper rifle's rapid-fire module. Lu Qing, we are now at a disadvantage in all aspects. No matter how accurate your shooting skills are, you can never be her opponent. Qin Shuangxue said nervously. As the owner of the BCG club, she has watched countless games and can naturally tell the winner at this moment. Can't beat him? What a joke. Boss, use your skills. Lu Qing knew that he couldn't outrun Gu Qingqing, so he could only move around the big rock to avoid Gu Qingqing's gun aim. As Lu Qing and Qin Shuangxue were in tune with each other, the originally black Barrett suddenly flashed with golden color. It was as if gold powder was precipitating from the Barrett's gun. Wisps of golden mist formed around it, like ribbons. Intimacy skills? He actually has intimacy skills? Gu Qingcheng was dumbfounded. You have to know that Lu Qing and Qin Shuangxue have only been under contract for a few days. How could they possibly activate such a skill? Even if the gun girl has intimacy skills hidden in her body, it will take a lot of wars and constant deepening of intimacy before it can be accidentally activated. What's the point of running fast? Have you ever seen a bullet that has a 100% chance of hitting the head? A smile appeared on Lu Qing's lips. He pulled the trigger and actually fired a shot into the air. For a moment, countless people in the live broadcast room were dumbfounded, shocked, stunned, even dementia. After the bullet was fired, Qin Shuangxue felt a special wave. It was a communication from Lu Qing's mind that guided her body and controlled the bullet to turn around in the sky and head towards Gu Qingqing. It was the first time that Qin Shuangxue used a skill, and she was scared by herself. You know, she is a bullet, not a missile. It can even turn 90 degrees in the sky. Her headshot bullet is an extremely rare intimate skill. With the blessing of the skill, the bullet fired is not a bullet from the magazine at all. And if you can't track living things, how could it be a 100% headshot bullet? Is this still possible? Gu Qingcheng was rarely panicked. She dodged in several directions, but the bullet still followed her direction. There was a special traction force on the bullet that forced her to turn. Qingcheng, that bullet was definitely aimed at the lock. Han Yue also rarely showed signs of panic. There's nothing I can do. We can only face what's next. Gu Qingqing stopped dodging and immediately used her exoskeleton to block the head-exploding bullet. After several turns, the power of the bullet was reduced by 80%. It was no longer a threat. It made a ding sound when it hit the armor of the exoskeleton, but did not even wipe off the paint on the exoskeleton. But at the same time, Lu Qing fired another head-exploding bullet. This bullet is 4 times more powerful. As long as you don't turn, then the damage is 1,000 plus. Gu Qingqing thought that this kind of bullet did not do much damage. But just as she was about to receive the bullet, another bullet came at her head, which was also blocked by her exoskeleton armor. This type of bullet will lock onto the head, but it will also be blocked in the process. After all, it is a lock. But it's not 100% headlock plus hit. Boom. Gu Qingcheng was pushed back several steps by the terrifying recoil. Strong shock waves reverberated throughout her body. Even though her exoskeleton and combat uniform partially absorbed the shock, her body still felt painful. Qin Shuangshue's shot. It already has the meaning of a small artillery position. Lu Qing quickly switched bullets and fired another shot towards Gu Qingqing. Although intimate bullet is a skill, the bullet striking rhythm is synchronized with the rhythm of the gun body. Boom! Gu Qingcheng was shot again. He stumbled, but fortunately the exoskeleton was able to disperse and extend the force, thus absorbing the impact. Sister Qingcheng, it hurts so much. I can't stop it. If there are 2 more bullets, I will break into pieces. A miserable voice sounded in her mind, but Gu Qingcheng became more excited. Chapter 32 Qin Shuangxue advances. S-level gun girl. The helmet girl Han Yu noticed that Gu Qingcheng's condition was not right. Knowing that Gu Qingcheng's war characteristics had erupted, she hurriedly and anxiously suppressed it. Qingcheng, let's go. His intimacy skill is too abnormal. Han Yu said anxiously. Sister Qingcheng, let's go quickly. I'll take you away from here before I can move. The voice of the exoskeleton girl came again. Good. Gu Qingcheng finally calmed down a bit, quickly turned around and ran away. Although she was excited, Han Yu was right. They came here to investigate Lu Qing's information, and it was enough to learn about the intimate skills. When the next battle starts, she will not let Lu Qing go, nor will she fight with Lu Qing here. She must hurry back and repair her device. At the same time, she had already thought of a countermeasure. No matter how terrifying Lu Qing's intimate skills are, she can make others cannon fodder and then kill Lu Qing through her highly mobile personality. Lu Qing, see you in the finals. If this is all you have, you're going to lose. Gu Qingcheng's voice came. She leaped up. He slammed a grappling hook into a big tree with his right hand, and his body quickly fell down along the rope, jumping directly from the nearly 90-degree cliff. You're running away now? Hey, why isn't it shaking? Lu Qing did not chase after her, but instead looked in the direction where Gu Qingcheng disappeared, sighing in his heart. Still looking at the beauty? If you don't think of a solution, we will lose next. Qin Shuangxue said in a somewhat collapsed voice. Intimacy skills are her trump card, but she still can't deal with Gu Qingcheng. After letting Gu Qingcheng run away, Gu Qingcheng will definitely find a way. Moreover, Gu Qingcheng's high mobility is already one of the most troublesome characteristics in front of them. Once you get close, they deserve to die. No hurry, no hurry. Boss, can the free attributes in your account be brought in? Lu Qingfa asked. Sure. As long as it's stored in my panel, I can bring it into the dungeon and use it whenever I want. Qin Shuangxue affirmed and said. It was precisely because she knew how powerful Gu Qingcheng and Deng Jiayan were that she brought in the attribute points as a backup force that they could use at any time. Okay. Then add some. Your stability is sufficient for now. Take out 60 attribute points and add all of them to attack power. Lu Qing smiled and said nonchalantly. What? Add 60 points of attack power? Qin Shuangxue was shocked. Lu Qing is simply wasting resources. 60 points of free attributes can be exchanged for 2 S-level barrel modules to increase her attack power. And the increased attack power is more than just the increase brought by adding points. It's okay. I have plenty of attribute points. The total number of attribute points you brought in is 97, right? Does it include the 30 points of betrothal gift I gave you a few days ago? Lu Qing asked. Yes. Qin Shuang gave him a cold look. What do you mean by a betrothal gift? It makes me feel like I'm marrying him. Then use 60 points yourself and increase Miaoi's attack power by 37 points. After all the goings, including the 30 points I gave you as a betrothal gift, I already owe you 70 points. I still owe you 100 attribute points, which I will give to you later. For a moment, both women were shocked. I'm afraid that Lu Qing is the only one who is so arrogant in the world. If it were someone else, they would have used so many attribute points to recruit a better gun girl. Boss, I'm too tired. You guys add some more. I'll lie down for a while. Lu Qing released the 2 women, transformed into a human form, and then rested his head on Qin Shuangxue's thighs and crossed his legs on Miaoi's thighs. Such a picture makes people envious just by looking at it. Qin Shuangxue, who installed the purple moon module, had a pair of white earrings with 2 purple gemstones hanging on them, which made her look even more charming. The B-level silver module is a necklace hanging on her chest, hidden under her clothes. 2 buttons of the shirt were unbuttoned, revealing the image of the Shenin module. Lu Qing has seen it. That's crazy. It sparkles with silver light and has the luster of diamonds. It is so beautiful that it is beyond words. Miaoi, let's add some. Qin Shuangxue looked down at him, but couldn't see his head, so she could only sigh helplessly. Does it really increase attack power? If I increase the attack power, the attribute feedback is too poor. It only increases 5 points. And Miaoi said hesitantly. Even though her family owns an auction house and is relatively wealthy, she doesn't dare to use dozens of attribute points to increase her attack power. First, attribute points cannot be purchased. Second, Increasing attack power is a waste of resources. Add it. Lu Qing said so. That's all Qin Shuangxue could say. Her silver sinking module will increase her stability by 10%, but will also reduce her attack power by 5%. 60 attribute points can increase 300 attack points, but after the two are deducted, 15 attack points will be deducted. This is equivalent to wasting 3 attribute points. When the addition is completed, Qin Shuangxue's attack power reached an astonishing 555.75, and Miaoyi reached 344 points. You have to know that in Miaoyi is just a pistol, but her attack power is close to that of Qin Shuangxue, which is enough to show how terrifying in Miaoyi is. Snap! When he finished adding some work, Qin Shuangxue's virtual panel actually changed. Her panel actually changed from normal state to the same golden state as in Miaoyi. She was upgraded to S-Class Gun Girl. Lu Qing was stunned for a moment and was so surprised that he wanted to sit up from the ground, but he was hit by something and fell headfirst onto Qin Shuangxue's thigh again. Qin Shuangxue was also completely stunned. I didn't expect that after adding points, I would become an S-level Gun Girl. Gun Girl can actually be upgraded like this? Qin Shuangxue stared at the panel blankly. Even if it's her. Also extremely shocked. What the hell? What did I see? Using attribute points to increase attack power can actually allow the Gun Girl to level up? Why hasn't this been spread before? Is it possible that the attribute points are too precious? No one would be willing to give the Gun Girl so many attributes at once. Yeah, everyone knows that increasing attack power is useless. If you want to increase attack power to deal damage, you might as well increase critical hits. Critical hits double the damage. If the Gun Girl's critical hits reach more than 50%, it basically means 2 shots will be a critical hit and 1 shot will be a critical hit. Camera, move it. Let's see the properties of this Gun Girl after it's upgraded. Don't even think about it. That's their secret. They won't film this kind of content during the live broadcast. What a waste. What a waste. If I had so many attribute points, I would definitely change to 2S level modules. While increasing the attack power, I might also be able to save a lot of attribute points. There was all sorts of envy, jealousy, and hatred in the live broadcast room. Some people have already guessed that Qin Shuangxue is a defective Gun Girl. If they had Lu Qing's shooting skills, there are so many attribute points, then Qin Shuangxue would definitely not be wanted. Even if Qin Shuangxue has intimacy skills, they are useless. Although intimate skills cannot be predicted in advance, but they can cast a wide net. As long as there are enough Gun Girls around you, intimate skills will naturally pop up. Chapter 33. What the hell? What kind of damage is this? After Qin Shuangxue's upgrade, she quickly recovered from her surprise. Looking at Lu Qing lying on her lap, her feelings were so complicated. Not only is Lu Qing's shooting skills terrifying, he's so generous to her. Obviously, he is Lu Qing's boss, but in front of Lu Qing, their identities are completely reversed. She couldn't give Lu Qing many resources, but Lu Qing gave her a lot of resources, modules, and even free attribute points. You have to know that the attribute points Lu Qing has spent on her so far have reached a huge 100 points. The first 10 points added 1 point of attack and 9 points of stability and trajectory correction. The second time was 30 points, and this time it added a full 60 points. No Gun Girl in her life has ever been so exaggerated. The other Gun Girls all rely on their own war physique and modules to grow up. But she was fed by Lu Qing. She felt that becoming Lu Qing's Gun Girl was the luckiest decision in her life. Wow. Adding 60 attributes at once and breaking through to S-level Spear Girl, I'm really envious. She is so happy. If I had a master like Lu Qing, I would jump for joy. Don't even mention adding 60 attribute points to main. Even if it only adds 10 points, I will wear white silk and shout, "Long live Master Gao Honda." Many club players, aces, Gun Girls, Weapon Girls, in front of the screen were all dumbfounded. When I was dumbfounded, accompanied by silence, a useless Gun Girl was brought to another level by Lu Qing. If it were any other Gun Girls, they would definitely be willing to die for Lu Qing. And he took down Qin Shuangxue, a flawed Gun Girl. Lu Qing agreed to pay 100 attribute points as a betrothal gift to the Gun Girl. This is too exaggerated. After the two girls finished adding points, Lu Qing went over to look at their virtual panels. He swore that he had no intention of taking advantage on purpose. He just wanted to take a look. Lu Qing then asked Miaoyi to transform into a golden desert eagle and tested its power. The bullet was even more powerful than Qin Shuangxue's previous one. It directly blew up a lot of debris on the bark, and then the bullet was embedded in it. After Qin Shuangxue upgraded, the power is even more terrifying. Her bullet suppressed in Miaoi's previous bullet and shot through the tree. Such power. Qin Shuangxue blushed with excitement. When we return from this battle, she could definitely consider rewarding Lu Qing. Isn't this guy just greedy for his own body? Just don't go too far. Qin Shuangxue is not the kind of woman who is greedy for money. But Lu Qing's kindness to her is completely different. Lu Qing not only tolerates her and cultivates her, but also constantly helps her get rid of her flaws and become stronger. No matter which gun girl meets this kind of fighter, how could she not be tempted? The next second, Lu Qing used an Miaoi to activate the intimacy skill. In the stunned eyes of everyone, an Miaoi actually turned into a golden howitzer and was held in Lu Qing's hands, which looked very heavy. Lu Qing fired a shot forward. Strong recoil. The huge explosion ahead. Lu Qing's body suddenly took several steps back. He lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground. And Miaoi immediately changed into a human form the moment he fell and quickly grabbed him. Before adding points, and Miaoi's attack power was 159, which could cause a burst of 2,000 plus damage. But after the attack power was increased to 334 points, the damage directly reached 4,000. 6 grenades remain unchanged. The cooling time is still 6 hours. If Lu Qing fired a shot now, it would automatically recover after 6 hours. But the only pity was the shell capacity, which was based on the cooling of one magazine. Lu Qing couldn't use up all the other shells for cooling, because then Lu Qing would have no trump card on the battlefield. Fuck, what kind of damage is this? 4,000 plus. 4,000 plus. I heard that in Miaoi is an S-rank gun girl, and her flaw is a jam. But not only can she transform through her intimate skills, but she can also deal this kind of damage. Everyone in the live broadcast room was dumbfounded again. The two gun girls are both owners of intimate skills? If others can meet a gun girl like this, they are really lucky. But Lu Qing has 2 more? And each one is more terrifying than the other. Hey, if I had known that the attack power would increase so dramatically, I would have transferred 30 attribute points from my account to you just now. I originally wanted to awaken the combatant panel for myself. Now let's see, let's just forget it. Instead of amplifying myself, I might as well give it to you guys. At worst, I can go back and recruit a few weapon girls and get myself a full set of equipment. Lu Qing muttered. He had seen the virtual panels of other fighters, and the main thing that could be increased was their own physical fitness, such as strength, speed, reaction speed, etc. After these attributes are improved, feedback will be added through the instrument. For example, some exoskeleton girls, it can increase the combatant's strength and speed exponentially. In addition to their own attributes, they can also obtain the attribute enhancement of their fighters. But compared to the increase of the instrument girl herself, Lu Qing still thinks it's better not to add any to himself for the time being. What he wants, all must be the best. Adding enough attribute points to the weapon girl and the gun girl can give him greater tolerance. At the same time, it can also buy him more time to search for more and better things. Besides, he still has some binding and rewarding to do next. He also needs to study what good things he can get. He still has 30 points? Where on earth did he get so many attribute points? Oh shit, I'm going crazy. The club owners in front of the screen were about to jump up and curse. How come the attribute points that they have been longing for and have been in short supply are like cabbages in Lu Qing's hands? Lu Qing, if you still have attribute points, don't give them to me. My attributes are already exaggerated enough. Keep them for Miaoi or others. Qin Shuangxue quickly refused. Lu Qing said he would give her 100 attribute points as a gift, but she didn't want it at all, because she was already satisfied. If Lu Qing gave her another 100 attribute points, even if they were all used to increase her personal attributes, it would still have a huge marginal effect. The improvement of 1 attribute point in other people, on her. It is possible that several attributes will be improved. After all, fighting on the battlefield. This is not just her business as a gun girl. I owe you what I owe you. I don't need these 100 attribute points. Miaoi, since you're following me, I won't be partial. I'll also give you 100 attribute points as a gift, but I'll owe you some of them when I get out. Lu Qing waved his hand and said, Lu Qing woo-woo. And Miaoi hugged Lu Qing's arm, tears of emotion sliding down the corners of her mouth. She wished she could kill Lu Qing right there. Chapter 34. Increased engine oil? Lu Qing climbed up to the observation tower and set up his gun. He looked into the distance with a 16x telescope and could clearly see everything within a few kilometers. Qin Shuangshue's attack power has been improved, and her grade has also been upgraded to S-grade gun girl, but her range is her biggest drawback in long-range sniping. Even Gu Qingqing's sniper has a range of 2,100 meters, but she only has 1,500 meters. It seems that we still need to keep adding points. Boom. Lu Qing judged based on various information such as wind speed, wind direction, and trajectory, and fired a shot downward. The sound of the bullets exploding was so loud that even the bulk silencers provided on the battlefield could not suppress it. It seems that the barrel module and the silencer module also needs to be obtained. Qin Shuangshua's bullet speed as a Barrett reached 800 meters. It takes at most 2 seconds from the time a bullet leaves the gun to the time it hits the target, and the speed of sound is only 340 meters per second. After the bullet kills the enemy, the sound will take several seconds to arrive slowly. There's a sniper. A low shout was heard. The team moving forward in the woods below was suddenly startled. The 9 people still alive in the team scattered and searched for shelter in the surrounding area as quickly as possible. The man who was sniped was the strongest armored soldier in their team. Even if the shield on his body was not deployed, his defense was amazing. No combatant is omnipotent. Because of the weight, after the armored soldiers are equipped with defensive armor and shields, their load capacity has basically reached the upper limit. At most, they can be equipped with a pistol. To increase the load, an exoskeleton is needed. But exoskeletons are also scarce. Swoosh. Boom. Another bullet came. The tree in front of one person was exploded by the bullet. The bombardment of countless tree bark and core fragments made people feel that this was not like a sniper bullet, but more like a cannonball. Boom. Another bullet came. A man hiding behind a tree with a diameter of half a meter was shot in the head on the spot. Headshot. Damage minus 999. You know, that person found a second-level helmet, but it was still as fragile as paper under the power of the bullet. Damn, whose sniper rifle is so powerful? I'm afraid she's not an SS-level gun girl? The captain was sweating coldly, watching this scene in horror. Captain, there is no SS-level gun girl in this instance. Even the 2 big guys from the provincial capital can't possibly have an SS-level gun girl. SS gun girl is a national level one. Someone on the side said, damn it, how could I not know that SS-level gun girls are national level? Do you have to talk so much nonsense to embarrass me? The captain was so angry that he just wanted to curse. He was just feeling emotional. Can't you hear the emotion? Boom. A bullet hit the ground not far from them, blasting a stone into powder. Soon after, there was an extremely terrifying explosion. That sound is really terrifying. Even though Lu Qing had hidden information, he was still shocked by the explosion of the silencer. It was just a few shots, and the bulk silencer couldn't withstand it. As the silencer exploded, the bullet's power increased again. After all, while silencing, bullet performance will decrease. Boss, you yelled so loudly that my eardrums were almost deafened. Besides, the oil leaking from the ejection chamber is so hot. Lu Qing completed the unloading of the shell. A drop of hot oil dripped onto the back of his hand, and he screamed immediately. That's how I am. Bear with it. Qin Shuangshua's pretty face blushed, and she said unhappily, which fighter would complain about the gun girl while fighting? But when will her oil leakage problem be fixed? Woohoo. She doesn't want this to happen. Lu Qing quickly squatted down, hid behind the steel guardrail of the observation tower, took out a clean towel from his backpack, and wiped the oil off Qin Shuangshua. The magazine is empty of bullets. He also had to take the bullets out of his backpack to reload. Crystal clear oil. The temperature is at least 70 or 80 degrees. It actually has a somewhat fresh and pleasant smell. Lu Qing, what are you doing? Qin Shuangshua looked at it and collapsed instantly. Huh? What did I do? Lu Qing put the towel down from his nose seriously, as if he had done nothing. You. Qin Shuangshua gnashed her teeth and wanted to call the police. She really didn't understand Lu Qing's train of thought. How could anyone be so interested in motor oil? If this wasn't a pervert, then no one in the world was a pervert. Sister Shuang, as the power increases, will the oil leakage increase? I'm always annoyed when I need to eject a bullet because it always jams and the bullet gets stuck when I want to eject it. And Miaoi asked in the holster. She really wanted to know what Qin Shuangshua's secret was. If she had so much oil, her magazine wouldn't get stuck. Then her pistol jam would be fixed. Qin Shuangshua just wanted to escape from the planet. If Miaoi was as perverted as Lu Qing, she could still accept it. But the questions Miaoi asked were so serious. Click. Click. Lu Qing stuffed 12.7mm bullets into the magazine one by one. If you want to find a magazine in a dungeon, you must get it from a treasure chest. You can only find bullets and accessories outside. However, the magazine modules in the treasure chest are refreshed randomly, and Lu Qing cannot get whatever magazine he wants. Boom. Another bullet came. The fighters from the clubs below were dumbfounded. We had clearly already changed locations and were lying on the ground, but why were we still found? They were quite puzzled by this. You have to know that when they lie down, their bodies will be hidden by the bushes, and even a 16x scope will not be able to easily find them. Run. There are gods. The captain gave the order. Even if they hide here, they won't be able to hide for long. As long as the enemy has enough bullets, they can be killed even through the rocks. But as soon as one of them started to run with his head down, he was shot dead by a bullet that pierced through the leaves. This kind of magical operation, not to mention that the audience in the live broadcast room did not understand. Even Qin Shuangxue herself didn't understand. When a bullet hits an enemy, she will give a hit feedback. It's an empty gun, or headshot. She gets feedback instantly. The bullet penetrated several layers of interlaced leaves before hitting the man. Given the density of the leaves, it shouldn't have been visible. Everyone has been deceived. This guy must have superpowers. The reason why there is no attribute panel showing it must be that another hidden attribute of his superpower is suppressing him. Liar. Damn liar. According to this statement, even if he has superpowers, it should be the power of clairvoyance? Perspective. On the other side of the screen, Anne's father, who was watching the game, slapped his thigh. Oh no. His daughter is in danger. Chapter 35. How can an idiot and a genius appear in the same person? The ability of perspective is very powerful on the battlefield and can find enemies through obstacles and buildings. But at the same time, it is not friendly to the opposite sex. Those Top Gun girls and weapon girls really have a love-hate relationship with people with clairvoyant abilities. If they meet someone like Lu Qing again, they will really want to kill him. Boom. A bullet was fired. The live camera deliberately locked onto Qin Shuangshue's trajectory and made a slow motion. I saw a huge 12.7mm bullet. The bullet head broke through the air around it, forming an airflow, and the bullet body was still spinning. In just a few minutes, Lu Qing killed more than half of the club members. They were already at the edge of Qin Shuangshue's shooting range, and their hasty escape caused several of them to run out of range. Kills. 16. Points. 16. War score. 557. Even in the dungeon, it is the undisputed number 1, ranking at the top of the list. But if you want to pass the Human Emperor program, it is not enough to just rank in the top 3 in points, you also need to survive to the end. At least you cannot die before the top 3 are determined. Night falls. A convoy of 3 vehicles wanted to cross the bridge quickly. They were equipped with infrared imaging devices and were heading towards the A19 mountain, intending to ambush others in the dark. Just a bullet arrived, instantly killing the driver and causing the lead car to lose control and crash into the guardrail of the bridge. The bullet was so powerful that it not only killed the driver, but also penetrated the seat, killing the people in the back seat. Boom! With a loud noise echoing through the night sky. After the car crashed through the guardrail, it fell heavily into the water under the bridge. The 2 cars behind didn't dare to stop. They stepped on the accelerator, while turning the steering wheel left and right. What happens is that the car body makes an south shape on the road, making it very difficult to aim. Seeing that the bridge was approaching, the people in the car did not dare to let their guard down. That's when, boom, another shot came. One of the cars was hit diagonally on the windshield, and not only the driver was killed on the spot, but also the fighter in the backseat was killed on the spot. The car lost control and crashed into the concrete guardrail of the bridge pier. There was smoke coming out of the front of the car. All the people still alive in the car were seriously injured. Those who had not been injected with the genetic evolution fluid fainted on the spot due to the horrific impact. The enemy is on the commanding heights of Hill A19, and they are long-range snipers. Those who are still alive should get out of the car immediately and find a way to jump off the bridge. We meet up downriver. A radio transmission came from the only jeep that rushed across the bridge, which was received by the communicators of other fighters and displayed on their virtual panels. What the hell is going on? Who is such a good shooter? One of them gritted his teeth and held on to his body, stumbling out of the car, kicking open the door. He was sitting in the passenger seat and was most severely affected by the impact. He felt as if all the bones in his body were about to fall apart. Fortunately, he had already used the D-level gene evolution fluid. Otherwise, that move just now might have really sent him away. Oldly, wake up. Come down quickly. The man pulled the car door open with force and shook one of the people in the back seat. There were 10 people in their team, sitting in 3 cars. His car was the only one with 4 people in it. He has been very cautious. Everyone had to lower their heads when entering the car. He was able to confirm the direction of the bullet's origin, which must be from the observation tower on Mount A19. And from the observation tower, he could not be sniped. The reason is simple. Because of the angle. So the enemy sniper can only see the iron sheet on the roof at most. But just as he was thinking this, a bullet blew through the roof of the Jeep, killing him before he could react at all. Immediately afterwards, another bullet arrived, killing the last living person in the car. Everyone in the live broadcast room was already shocked beyond words by Lu Qing. But looking at this scene, they still think Lu Qing is just showing off. Even the perspective of a psychic has a certain range. If one can see through things at a distance of thousands of meters, that is not an SSS-level ability, but a godlike ability. A sound like a huge bell ringing on the skyline came. The countdown in the sky disappeared. Instead, there are 4 big characters. The circle shrinking begins. In the live broadcast room, a huge, 3-dimensional virtual map came into view, allowing everyone to clearly understand the scope of this shrinking circle. Since Lu Qing didn't have a virtual panel, he had to use Qin Shuangxue and in Miaoi's panels to see the map. Whether or not there is a virtual panel is also the biggest disadvantage for ordinary people. If they want to see a map, they have to use a paper map. If you want to determine the refresh range of the poison circle, you have to look at the edge of the poison circle in the sky. Damn, this time the poison circle is actually centered on Mountain A19. Could it be that Lu Shun is the chosen one? This must be just a coincidence. I think it's just a coincidence. Even if he has several hidden abilities, it is impossible for him to know the refresh range of the poison circle. There is no way anyone in this world would know such a thing. Deng Jiayan led people to move towards the center of the poison circle. After she obtained the infrared module, her helmet has night vision function. She led people forward, abandoning the main means of transportation and moving forward on foot. During the day, Deng Jiayan had obtained enough information and roughly confirmed that Lu Qing was near Mountain A19, most likely on the watchtower. Remember what I told you. After the battle begins, we will use close combat as our main method of fighting. Everyone else is at the front, creating absolute fire suppression. As long as we can kill Lu Qing, then our battle was a great success. Deng Jiayan whispered to everyone.
Yes.
Everyone nodded. In order to cope with this battle tonight, they have made a lot of preparations. Not only did he prepare quick-fire weapons such as rifles and submachine guns for himself, he also carried a lot of grenades. Someone even found a Gatling gun in the treasure chest. It has an extremely terrifying firing rate and a terrifying magazine with 200 rounds of bullets. Lu Qing looked at the hidden information and knew that 7 teams were moving in his direction. In the dark night, he wrapped his hands with a cloth. Grab both sides of the stairs with your hands. The slippers on my feet stepped on the steel pipes on both sides of the stairs. Swoosh! He fell down. The whole person slid down the vertical stairs tens of meters high at an extremely fast speed, and then fell heavily to the ground, losing 26 points of health. Ouch, what the hell? Lu Qing couldn't help but let out a wail. The whole person fell to the ground and rolled around. For a moment, Qin Shuangxue, Miaoi, and even everyone in the live broadcast room were all silent. No. How could there be such an idiot in the world? And how can an idiot and a genius appear in the same person at the same time? Chapter 36 Boss, you are murdering your husband. Lu Qing's operation at this time is not something that no one can do. Including Gu Qingqing and Deng Jiayan, they can do this easily without getting hurt. But how can Lu Qing compare with them? Lu Qing didn't even have the evolutionary fluid injected into his body. Lu Qing, are you okay? And Miaoi was speechless, yet extremely distressed and asked worriedly. It hurts so much. It takes a kiss to get better. Lu Qing originally wanted to show off, but he failed to show off, and instead made a fool of himself by letting the people in the live broadcast room laugh at him. He really wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Okay, it doesn't hurt, kiss. And Miaoi hurriedly comforted her. Idiot. Qin Shuangxue got off Lu Qing unhappily, took out a bandage from Lu Qing's backpack, and bandaged him. Most of Lu Qing's falling inertia was eliminated by the friction under his feet, but the moment he landed on the ground, his speed was still quite fast. This directly led to swelling of Lu Qing's ankles. On the battlefield, bandages are a universal medicine for healing wounds. It can restore 10 health points at a time, able to recover most injuries. The treatment of injuries inside and outside the dungeon is different. There are bandages and medical kits in the dungeon, which can shorten the entire treatment process. Although bandages are omnipotent, They take 20 minutes to absorb and recover, especially when the ankle is injured and unable to move, which adds more variables. Lu Qing's slippers were worn out. Qin Shuangxue rolled her eyes beautifully. Take the bandage. Wrap Lu Qing's ankles around him. It hurts. Boss, be gentler. Lu Qing couldn't help but scream, and his right hand couldn't help but reach forward and grab Qin Shuangxue's shoulder. Do you feel the pain now? Will you dare to be so stupid again in the future? Qin Shuangxue became even more annoyed. But I also feel sad. It would be a good idea to teach this fool a lesson, so that he won't do something even more stupid in the future just to show off. Lu Qing, does it still hurt? Let me out. I'll rub it for you. And Miaoyi took the initiative. Lu Qing quickly released her from the holster, watched her transform into a human form in an instant, then held her ankle and rubbed it carefully. This moment, he really feels that it is better to be a dog licker. In comparison, and Miaoyi was much more obedient. Unlike Qin Shuangxue, she cursed and didn't speak her mind at all. Boss Deng led his men up the mountain from the north slope, Boss Gu led his men up the mountain from the south slope, and 2 other teams came up the mountain from the west slope. In less than 10 minutes, they will meet at the top of the mountain. God Lu is finished. Everyone looked at the panoramic view of the live broadcast room and couldn't help but say. In the panoramic picture, there are arrows of different colors pointing to the directions of the 4 teams. The nearest DD club. There are less than 850 meters left. Hey, the Human Emperor program is still terrifying. In order to deal with Lu Shun, they have prepared a lot of ammunition and grenades. Even if Lu Shun has wings, he can't escape. Yeah, if it weren't for God Lu starting the Human Emperor program, I would have forgotten about it. Compared to a city-level war, a provincial-level war is even more terrifying. Lu Shun has no hope of surviving this war, let alone a provincial-level war. If a provincial-level war breaks out, it will be like the collapse of heaven and earth. If someone throws out tanks and artillery, how will you respond? Just when everyone was sighing with emotion, a scene that stunned them, even Qin Shuangxue and Miaoyi, happened. Lu Qing pointed in a direction, and Qin Shuangxue actually found a secret door on a stone 17 meters ahead. The secret door opens. There is actually a 3-cubic interior space inside. Fuck. Before the secret door was opened, it was completely integrated with the stone and no one noticed it. But Lu Qing not only found it, he found it perfectly. What the hell? This thing definitely has perspective. Boss, I need your back. I want you to carry me over there. Lu Qing lay on the ground, throwing a tantrum and making a scene. You wish. Even if I starve to death, jump off the mountain, or change to another fighter, I will never carry you over. Qin Shuangxue blushed and said coquettishly. Lu Qing didn't care, and just lay on Qin Shuangxue's back. While climbing onto Qin Shuangxue's back, Lu Qing didn't know where to put his hands. He accidentally put them in the wrong place and was thrown down by Qin Shuangxue. Lu Qing, what are you doing? Qin Shuangxue glared at him in shame and anger, her eyes full of reproach. Lu Qing rubbed his butt and screamed, Boss, this is really not my fault. Who made you so big? I was just careless. And Miaoyi also spoke up for Lu Qing, Sister Shuang. Lu Qing must have been careless, so don't blame him. Lu Qing nodded aside. Qin Shuangxue gave them both a blank look, her pretty face flushed. Miaoyi, just indulge him. When he strips you, don't come looking for me. It's okay. I'd be happy even if he stripped me. And when we went swimming in the river when we were little, he also? And Miaoyi's face was almost bleeding as she spoke. Having said this, I didn't dare to continue. But everyone understood what she meant. Fuck, you beast. How can there be such a beast? The live broadcast room was suddenly filled with barrages of comments. Qin Shuangxue was also speechless. He let in Miaoyi support Lu Qing's body and let Lu Qing hang on his back again. Go in. Qin Shuangxue turned around and pushed Lu Qing to the ground. However, even though she was speechless, Qin Shuangxue squatted down before putting it down to save Lu Qing's but some pain. Boss, you are murdering your husband. I'm going to sue you. Lu Qing rubbed his butt and wailed. Qin Shuangxue rolled her eyes and turned into a white light, and together with Miaoyi, they turned into guns and fell on Lu Qing. Lu Qing reached out and grabbed the handle behind the stone secret door and pulled it back. Snap! There is a hydraulic device on the secret door. It can be easily closed directly from the inside. When it was closed again, there was no trace left on the stone surface. Audience. Although there are many similar secret doors and secret rooms on the battlefield, but they are not invincible. Through the traces left behind or the supernatural powers of the supernatural, It is entirely possible to find the existence of the dark room and kill the opponent inside. When hiding, the iron wall in the dark room is the greatest source of confidence for the hider. But when found, the space inside becomes the hider's coffin. Da-da-da. The team first went up the mountain. Is a member of DD Club. They climbed up carefully all the way. They didn't plan to occupy this commanding height, but they were sure that there must be someone there. Because after the circle was shrunk, a 19 mountain was even more of a strategic location. But when they climbed the mountain, they saw the dead silence of the night. There was no gunfire. Looking through the infrared imaging device, one could see a pile of bullets on the ground below the observation tower. Everyone be careful. The enemy is very likely hiding in the dark. The leading captain whispered. Yes. Everyone agreed solemnly. But at this moment, a small window on the stone opened. A grenade was thrown out and then exploded in the night. Chapter 37. There is dirty stuff on the mountain. When the explosion occurred, almost everyone in the DD Club was frightened. When you are fully focused and there is no movement around, a sudden explosion can really scare you to death. People who are not used to war will even become weak in the knees. Hide. Get down. The captain immediately gave the order. With his war experience, he immediately locked onto the source of the explosion. But he couldn't be sure where the grenade was thrown from. The grenade bombing in one direction was more of an illusion to them. Someone wanted to guide them in the wrong direction to distract them. DD Club has been tricked by this method more than once. Naturally, you will be alert enough. After they lay down, everyone used infrared imagers to aim in all directions. As soon as there is any movement, they will immediately turn around and lock onto that direction and attack. They have even trained specifically for this situation. Not long after, a team came up the mountain. Deng Jiayan had no intention of disguising herself. She only intended to kill Lu Qing head-on. She also heard the grenade explosion on the hilltop earlier. There was only one grenade, which made her feel a little strange. If war breaks out, then the sounds of grenade explosions should be endless. Da-da-da. A fighter from the DD Club locked onto the direction of Deng Jiayan and her group the moment she appeared and started shooting. On the battlefield, the opportunity to shoot is fleeting. If you miss it, it's too late to regret. There's an ambush. Deng Jiayan frowned, and her body reacted in an instant, using her exoskeleton to defend against the bullets. The person who fired the gun had a gun in his hand, but it was only E-grade. The attack power caused by the bullets fired by Gun Girl is quite average. Fight back. Beat. Deng Jiayan's face turned cold. After blocking the first 4 bullets, she used her black M416 gun to fight back. There is a world of difference between the lethality of an S-class gun girl and an E-class gun girl. One is like an ordinary pistol, while the other can reach the level of a heavy sniper rifle. A burst of bullets swept past. Several people died instantly. Damn it, I hit the wrong guy. I hit Boss Deng. The captain of the DD Club looked at the other party's figure and exoskeleton, and his scalp exploded instantly. If someone gets mad, they all have to account for it here. Boss, put down your guns. We surrender. We are fighters from the Binhai City Club, the DD Club. The captain quickly disarmed himself, put his hands in surrender, and stood up. Cease fire. Deng Jiayan clenched her left fist. He gestured to everyone to stop, and the war stopped in an instant. Deng Jiayan held the gun and walked towards the DD Club, asking seriously, "Where is Lu Qingren? Have you seen him?" The captain held his head in his hands and said quickly, "No one saw it, boss. We were just a few minutes ahead of you on the mountain, and there was not even a ghost on the mountain." Crash. Another team of 10 people came up the mountain. It was Gu Qingqing who brought people here. "Xiao Yunyun, have you found Lu Qing?" Deng Jiayan pointed the gun at her instead. Although I am unhappy, but still shook his head. "No, it's possible that he has already gone down the mountain." Gu Qingqing's eyebrows slightly wrinkled, but soon relaxed. If it were her, she would definitely leave Mountain A19 quickly after the circle shrank. After all, Mountain A19 had become extremely dangerous. Gu Qingqing walked over quickly and came to the observation deck. She picked up a bullet shell that had fallen to the ground. The shell is still hot. No, he must still be on the mountain. Even if we've gone down the mountain, we definitely haven't gone far. Gu Qingqing shook her head. At the same time, the analysis report on this bullet was presented in the virtual field of view of Gu Qingqing's helmet. The more powerful the gun girl is, the temperature of the shell is also higher. According to Hanyue's analysis, the shell should have cooled for at least 10 minutes, but its temperature still reached over 70 degrees. Just one bullet shell overturned the information they had collected in advance. prove Qin Mengyao's power, far beyond their analysis. Since we are still on the mountain, let's go out and look for it. From the DD Club, please take off your helmets first, verify your identities with us, and then help us find someone. Deng Jiayun turned around and gave instructions behind her. Okay, big guy. The captain nodded. In front of a boss of this level, he had no room to resist. It was even an honor for them to be able to serve as lackeys for such a boss. They took off their helmets. Make sure there's no dirty stuff mixed in with them. Okay, start looking for someone. Deng Jiayun and Gu Qingcheng did not shoot when they met because their target was Lu Qing. Shooting at this time would not benefit either side. Even if Deng Jiayun didn't need to say anything to Gu Qingcheng would go out and look for people. They first came to the top of the mountain, conduct a thorough search. The scene where Lu Qing blends into the crowd and plays tricks on everyone in the 1191 training map. It really left a very deep impression. No one is worried about this happening again. The three teams were stationed on the top of the mountain, surrounded by more than a dozen invisible circular cameras, aiming at them from different directions. In the KK Club, controlled by Deng Jiayun, a man wearing a hard-earned, level 3 helmet and holding a gun searched behind the big rock. In order to facilitate the carpet search, everyone spread out and searched an area separately. But it was between his staggered. The secret door on the stone actually opened. In the live broadcast, a man and a dog sneaked out. Then, completely unexpectedly, someone covered my mouth and nose with a towel from behind. In his terrified subconscious, his body couldn't help but gasp, and the smell of ether instantly invaded his lungs. As the man fell into a coma, he was dragged away by someone in the live broadcast room with the screen full of question marks. The old man dragged him into the dark room and closed the door again. When he came out again, Lao Lu changed into his combat uniform and used his equipment. Even replaced his job. Keep cleaning forward. What the hell? Again? The audience almost went crazy. Deng Jiayun and Gu Qingcheng had already confirmed that Lu Qing was not among the crowd, so it was impossible for them to doubt him again in such a short time. And now we are conducting a mountain search. When they doubt again, it could be hours later. By that time, Lu Qing would have either already given up or found other ways to take action against Deng Jiayun and the others. The man who was locked in the dark room by Lu Qing was not only given a large amount of drugs, but also his hands, feet, and mouth were completely sealed. Even if they wanted to contact the outside world, it would be impossible. But as long as he is not dead, his survival information will be displayed in the team channel. The biggest problem was that Lu Qing didn't know the man's name, which led to him being exposed during the mission. But this is not a difficult task for Lu Qing. He just needs to shout, "The system is working." This information will suddenly appear. As for Miaoyi and Qin Shuangxue, Chapter 38, Beast. If you have the guts, let go of Boss Gu. Qin Shuangxue and Miaoyi are the ones you don't need to worry about the least. The fighter from the KK Club was wearing ordinary combat uniform. There is a card slot on the combat uniform. A gun girl that is not needed temporarily can be turned into a gun pendant and stuck on the module of the combat uniform. The combat uniform formed by the weapon girl has 2 card slots. This means that in addition to the firearms currently used by the combatants, there can be 2 sets of side guns. Before Lu Qing came out, he asked Qin Shuangxue to turn into a pendant and wear it on his combat uniform. At the same time, put in Miaoyi on the holster. He held a rifle in his hand. But even if Qin Shuangxue turned into a gun pendant, her counterweight still existed. For Lu Qing, it was really heavy to carry 3 guns on his body. The original owner's physical fitness was only okay, relying on the blessing of nutrient solution, able to last for several hours without revealing any flaws. Oh no, now he has completely gotten in. How could these 8 people be so bold and careful? They have been in the crowd for more than 3 hours, and they are not even blushing or out of breath? I think when the 2 big guys from the provincial capital go back and watch the replay, they will definitely go crazy, right? I don't know if she's crazy or not, but I feel that there's a high probability that Ms. Gu will stay in Lucian's club. She has already terminated her contract with the VV club. Woo-woo, Ms. Gu is really beautiful, with a cool look and a great figure. She is simply the perfect goddess in my mind. Me too. +1+1. I've been a fan of Gu since kindergarten. Brother Ming, have you considered one thing? If Boss Gu really joins Lu Qing's club, what will happen to her? Shit. With Lu Qing's lustful nature, he will definitely change her into his own shape. Brute. If you have the guts, let go of Boss Gu and let me do it. Xiao Yunyun, how is your search going? Any results? Gu Qingqing frowned and found Deng Jiayun, who looked depressed. Deng Jiayun shook her head and said, I didn't find it. I don't know where that guy is hiding now. We, the club members, have almost turned the mountain upside down. There can't be a hidden room on the mountain where we can hide him, right? Gu Qingqing's eyes flashed, extremely sharp. It's possible. I suspect he has the ability of clairvoyance. If there really is a secret room in the mountain, then he might be the only one who can find it. If they were asked to search for the secret room hidden in the mountain, they might not be able to find it even if they were given dozens of hours. After all, these secret rooms are very hidden. For example, Lu Qing's. You can't tell from the outside. The area of a 19 mountain is so huge. If they were forced to find it, they would all go crazy. He has the ability of clairvoyance? How do you know for sure? Deng Jiayan frowned. Gu Qingqing told him everything that happened during the day. According to Gu Qingqing's speculation, Lu Qing not only has clairvoyance, but also has the ability to perceive things from a distance. But no one knows what Lu Qing's situation is. Big-breasted sister, if that's what you said, then Lu Qing may indeed have the ability of perspective. That's true. If Lu Qing didn't have any trump cards, how could he dare to activate the Human Emperor program? Deng Jiayun analyzed. Bang! Gu Qingqing gave her a slap on the head, smiling with a fake smile. Xiao Yunyun, what did you call me just now? Deng Jiayun had a headache. You have to know that Gu Qingqing used quite a lot of force. The girl in the helmet was beaten so hard that she screamed. Lu Qing must still be on the mountain. I'll have people surround every inch of the mountain. The only thing we can do now is to wait for the next round of shrinking circle. When the time comes, no matter where Lu Qing is hiding, he must come out of his turtle shell. When the time comes, he will die. Deng Jiayan quickly stepped back a few steps to distance herself from him. Obviously the girl is crying. She also has to maintain her composure, because she didn't want to give Gu Qingqing the illusion that she was inferior to her. Yeah, Xiao Yunyun, you were right. We really can only wait until the next round of shrinking circles now. Gu Qingqing nodded in agreement. The first round of shrinking circle, 12 hours. The second round of shrinking circle, 6 hours. After that it was 3 hours, 1.5 hours, 45 minutes, and it decreased sharply. At the same time, the scope of the poison circle will become smaller and smaller, until there is only enough space for one person to stand in the poison circle. Pass the order down. Everyone remain on high alert until the next round of shrinking. Deng Jiayun called someone over and passed on the order. Yes. The man nodded and trotted out to deliver it. If there are more than 4 teams gathered on site, verbal communication would be the best way. Wait, Xiao Yunyun, do you think that person's voice just now sounds familiar? Gu Qingcheng was stunned and said. An incredible thought came to my mind. Sound familiar? It doesn't sound familiar. Deng Jiayun shook her head and said. All right. Gu Qingqing's lips curled up into a smile, which made Deng Jiayun a little nervous. I don't know what she is laughing at. Boss Gu must have discovered Lu Qing, right? That guy is really crazy. It would be fine if he just hid himself, but he actually ran over to seek death. Who says it's not true? If I were him, I would be scared to death just by being close to the 2 big guys. After today, there will definitely be a group of clubs studying this game. The dark room used by Lu Qing will definitely become the focus of this copy. This kind of thing only happens once or twice, but it won't happen a third time. Everyone was discussing in the live broadcast room. Most people think that Lu Qing's opportunistic behavior is only used in city-level competitions. Are you going to use it in provincial competitions? That's absolutely impossible. The big guys at the provincial level will have more experience and methods to deal with this kind of thing. This is especially true when playing team games. Buzz. Once again, a sound like a huge bell was heard. The countdown in the sky disappeared. Once again, the prompt, shrinking circle starts, comes into view. Before the circle starts to shrink, everyone will have 5 minutes to react, after which the terrifying poisonous circle will begin to force everyone forward. Deng Jiayun stood on the top of the mountain and looked down. With each shrinking circle, there will be a fierce battle. When the second round of circle shrinks, a larger scale battle will ignite. Sure enough, as the circle began to shrink, bursts of fierce gunfire were heard from far below, accompanied by the loud sound of artillery bombardment. There were flames rising into the sky several kilometers away. It seemed like something was on fire. But this scene was not considered intense in Deng Jiayun's eyes. The shrinking circle has begun. In this round of shrinking circle, A19 mountain is not in the safe range. In 15 minutes, the poison circle will reach A19 mountain. Watch all the exits. Chapter 39. I want Lu Qing and Gu Qingqing, this couple, to die. Lu Qing knew he couldn't hide any longer. After all, as long as the poison circle spreads to the A19 mountain, the person hiding in the dark room will be directly poisoned to death by the infiltrated poison circle. By then, Lu Qing will definitely be exposed. Da-da-da. There was a sound of footsteps approaching. It was Gu Qingqing who took off her helmet, shook her long wavy hair, and came to Lu Qing with a gust of fragrant wind. She smiled, charming and charming. A moment is enough to make anyone in the world's heart beat. Let's go, Lu Qing. You've been able to hide from us for so long. It's a testament to your ability. I'll give you 15 minutes. 15 minutes later, I will fight you with all my might. Lu Qing also took off his helmet with a smile and smiled at her. When did you find out? Gu Qingqing blinked at him, with excitement and ecstasy in her eyes, and said, when you came over to talk, I noticed you. After the battle, I'll treat you to a meal. Tell me what just happened. Lu Qing nodded and agreed, okay. Gu Qingqing stretched out her hand and pressed the virtual panel, saying, 15 minutes. The countdown begins. I hope you won't let me down. Everyone around was dumbfounded watching this scene. I stared blankly at Lu Qing taking off his helmet. He stared blankly at Lu Qing and Gu Qingqing chatting and laughing. Nima. He was with us all along? Why haven't we discovered this before? Lu Qing. There came a roar of anger. It was the angry Deng Jiayun who was chasing after him using her exoskeleton. She exploded. I'm so angry. So she was actually toyed with by Lu Qing and Gu Qingqing for several hours? Bang! Gu Qingqing grabbed her with his backhand and pressed her to the ground. Deng Jiayun was lifted up in the air and then fell heavily to the ground, causing her to be completely dizzy and her breasts to shrink a few inches. Xiao Yunyun, what are you in such a hurry for? He has the ability to hide under our noses for so long, so 15 minutes won't hurt. After 15 minutes, we were on our own. Gu Qingqing smiled and pressed on her and said, Deng Jiayun. Audience. 15 minutes passed in a flash, and the poison circle spread to a 19 mountain, but it spread from east to west. The dark green poisonous circle engulfed half of the mountain, but it's still moving forward. Gu Qingqing sat Deng Jiayun under her buttocks, pinning her down and not allowing her to stand up. Seeing that the time was up, Gu Qingqing suddenly stood up and rushed down the mountain with the people from the GK club. Deng Jiayun was extremely angry. A flip-over is like a carp jumping up and down. Chase them all. I want Lu Qing and Gu Qingqing, this pair of bastards, to die here. Deng Jiayun gritted her teeth, holding a black M416 gun, and chased in their direction. In front. Although Gu Qingqing could catch up with Lu Qing alone, she did not do so rashly. Instead, she led the team to continue the pursuit. There were gunshots coming from the front. It is highly likely that Lu Qing had a skirmish with others. The magazine of Lu Qing's rifle was empty, so he threw away the rifle and replaced in Miaoi. Bang! 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 There was a sound like thunder. Proves the terrifying power of an Miaoi. But after firing 3 bullets, an Miaoi's gun got stuck. Lu Qing, I'm sorry, woohoo, I'm really sorry. Dog number 1 in Miaoi wailed, feeling overwhelmed by his own humiliation. It's okay, Miao. You're no good as a pistol, but you have a much greater use. Lu Qing made some preparations in advance. The moment in Miaoi's gun jammed, he stuffed her back into the holster, took out a grenade from his waist and threw it forward. Boom. There was an explosion from the front. 1 person was killed in the explosion. 1 person was injured in the explosion. Lu Qing took out Qin Shuangxue as his main weapon and fired a shot, exploding a man's body into a bloody mist. And Miaoi's evolutionary direction is already very clear. As long as the intimacy reaches 500 points, she can evolve into a golden howitzer. By then, all her flaws and shortcomings will no longer be a problem. At the same time, when the intimacy between Lu Qing and Qin Shuangxue reaches 200 points, Qin Shuangxue's headshot bullets will not only increase, but also show her evolution direction. When the time comes, Lu Qing will give her some points according to the direction of evolution she can get, and enter your own evolutionary route. If Qin Shuangxue could maintain the state of the sniper rifle and transform it into an anti-tank gun, then she would be invincible in terms of the properties of the gun. When Lu Qing was holding Qin Shuangxue as his main weapon, he couldn't run at all. It's because Qin Shuangxue's recoil is too strong. Damn it, I still need to find an exoskeleton to be my girl. Lu Qing couldn't help but curse. Okay, I'll help you find it when we get back. Qin Shuangxue was speechless. Doesn't this guy just want to find a pretty girl with a good figure? With his current fame, as long as the advertisement is put out, There will probably be thousands of people coming for interviews every day. Oh, and it has to be clean. I want the kind that no one has used yet. But her original wife is a super beautiful woman. I don't mind. Lu Qing smiled and said as if he had gotten what he wanted. Lu Qing, I think you just want to die. Qin Shuangxue was furious. She has allowed this guy to have a harem, but he still wants to take advantage of it? Want a clean one? Still wants something that no one has used? Why don't you go to heaven? Those who can meet Lu Qing's requirements are all supergirls. When those people are drawn into the war physique, they will be immediately recruited by major clubs. But if you filter by the latter condition, there is still a high probability of finding it. After finishing this battle, Lu Qing still ranked first in points. He wanted to continue fighting. But war is very exhausting, especially when running all the way down the mountain carrying 2 big gun girls and various bullet supplies. Huff huff. Lu Qing was panting heavily. There was a lot of sweat on his forehead. The combat uniforms he wore were looted from fighters at the KK club. They could quickly absorb and release sweat and would not stick to his body. Lu Qing gathered all his strength, pushed aside a large rock, and jumped into the dark room below under the somewhat indifferent looks of the 2 women. There is a handle under the big stone. However, due to the fact that the agency has been in disrepair for a long time, it is particularly difficult to promote it. Lu Qing finally managed to merge the big stone from above, and then he lay down at the ventilation hole in the secret room and gasped frantically. The high-intensity exercise made his whole body sore, and he felt a strong sense of blood loss, accompanied by an extremely severe feeling of dizziness. Lu Qing drank half a liter of nutrient solution. Suddenly, another urge to urinate came over me. Boss. What? Qin Shuangshue's unpleasant voice came. I know he must have been holding his fart. Can I stay here? The boss revealed the photo. Chapter 40 Deng Jiayun. I want to press him to the ground and rub him. Gu Qingcheng searched for Lu Qing all the way to no avail, and her beautiful eyebrows could not help but frown. From the second round of shrinking the circle, she basically fought any team she saw. During the process, she even fought with Deng Jiayun's troops once, but they quickly pulled away. It's just that she has been shrinking the circle from the second round to the 5th round. The night passed. It was already daytime the next day, but she still didn't find Lu Qing. When the circle was reduced in the 4th round, there were not many people left on the field. Apart from Lu Qing, Gu Qingcheng, and Deng Jiayun, there were only 2 teams of the old 6 left hiding. The circular diameter of the poison circle was shortened to 3 kilometers. This means that as long as Lu Qing is at the core center, then Qin Shuangshue's shooting range can be covered by full firepower. It's just the core center point of 3 kilometers, and there is no commanding height at all. Buzz. A sound like a huge bell came from afar. And with each shrinking circle, the sound becomes louder and louder. The 6th round of shrinking circle has begun. It has been basically confirmed that the main battlefield this time is in the Valley Plain. There is a village over there, and there may be street fighting. Our only hope of eliminating Lu Qing now is to prevent him from making it into the top 3. The 2 teams outside will not be killed for now. Even Deng Jiayun will definitely make the same decision. Gu Qingcheng instructed the members of the GK club. Lu Qing's points are still first. War score is just a measure of combat performance. It is used to increase settlement rewards, not used as a ranking criterion. And Lu Qing's personal war score is also quite terrifying. Even with so many people like Gu Qingcheng and Deng Jiayun, they can still be evenly matched. Clear. Everyone nodded and responded. On the other side, Deng Jiayun had just made the same decision and was about to have someone find those 2 teams. If they were found by Lu Qing, they would be wiped out. But if Deng Jiayun finds them, she will protect them. Deng Jiayun had actually thought about the reservation quota thing a long time ago, but she didn't expect Lu Qing to be so difficult to find. Even now she hasn't found him. If she had known, she would have kept the club that helped on the mountain. But now, those people have been converted into her points. Boss Deng, something terrible has happened. Of the 2 remaining teams, only one is left. One person came over to report. In order to prevent the same thing from happening again, Deng Jiayun asked everyone to take off their helmets. Anyway, their helmets can't stop Qin Shuangshue's bullets, so it's useless to wear them. It's better not to wear them, and you can still ensure safety. It was Lu Qing who took action. Lu Qing didn't make a move the entire night last night. It seems he has found a place to hide and rest again. He thought that if he rested for a night, and we didn't, we would fall into fatigue? Hee. It's out of the question. Deng Jiayun's expression changed slightly, and she snorted coldly. The S-level gene evolution fluid she injected not only improved her physical fitness, but also her mental state. Not to mention not sleeping for a whole day and night. Even if she only sleeps 2 hours for 3 days, it's fine. Find the last team and protect them. The last 3 places will be occupied by me, Busta's sister, and that team each. As for that guy Lu Qing, I gave him face, but he actually stepped on me. He is not worthy of passing the human emperor screening process. I'm going to rub him on the ground. I want him to come back and beg me, treat me like a goddess and beg me to be his teammate, Deng Jiayun said coldly. Everyone in KK Club seemed to be fine at first, but as time went on, they felt something was not right. The words that came out of Deng Jiayun's mouth. Why does it feel like a resentful woman in the deep palace? They seemed to have the same mentality when they were looked down upon by the powerful gun girls. They had to prove something and then make the other party come back and lick their ass. Set off. Hurry and find the last team. Deng Jiayun urged hurriedly. Yes. Everyone hurriedly followed her footsteps and went out to look for someone. Hide information tips. 1. The last team has only one person left, hiding in a big tree outside the village entrance. There will be a prompt when you get close. 2. If the war score is raised to 5,700 or above, the midbrain intelligence will add an A-level silencer module, sniper module, to the treasure chest draw. 3. When the war score is greater than 5,000 points and less than 5,700 points, the B-level barrel module, pistol level, will be refreshed in the treasure chest purchased with gold coins for extra purchases. The 3 pieces of information respectively indicated the key to Lu Qing's promotion. At the same time, Lu Qing's reward was also reminded. As long as the score can reach 5,700 points or above, Lu Qing can not only draw the A-level silencer module through the normal treasure chest, you can also purchase an additional treasure chest to obtain a B-level barrel module. It's like a battle is won. Lu Qing can get 2 modules, 30 points of free attributes, and the system rewards 100-meter visual trajectory. Let's get started. I play for the excitement. Lu Qing held Qin Shuangxue in his arms and rushed towards the village. This time, Gu Qingcheng and Deng Jiayun met in the village. Gu Qingcheng found the man hiding in the tree, representing the last living force of the club. As long as he is well protected, Lu Qing will definitely lose. The 2 women stopped fighting again. However, neither of the 2 women was willing to cooperate, because they just want to rely on their own abilities to kill Lu Qing and win the game. In the end, that person fell into your hands. So what? Do you think I'm completely out of options? A smile appeared on Lu Qing's lips. We have already reached the halfway point of the mountain, a few hundred meters outside the village. This is the edge of the poison circle. There are still 7 minutes left for the next round of poison circle advancement. Including the 5-minute waiting time for the poison circle, it is a total of 12 minutes. In these 12 minutes, it's time to end the battle. Lu Qing aimed his gun and locked onto a man wandering around the village. This guy is not just wandering around on the street with nothing to do, but is trying to attract Lu Qing to shoot. The battle has now reached a fever pitch. It has attracted millions of people to watch in the live broadcast room. Whenever someone is killed, whether it is Gu Qingcheng, it's still Deng Jiayun, they can instantly lock onto Lu Qing's direction. It can be said that if Lu Qing didn't shoot, it would be absolutely impossible. Are you trying to play tricks on me? Fine. Under the overwhelming force of strength, all plans are in vain. Lu Qing fired the first shot without wearing the damn silencer, allowing the sniper bullets to bombard the village. Lu Qing is here. Gu Qingcheng was resting on a recliner. At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. Those eyes seemed to be filled with boiling hot magma, and the body could hardly control itself because of the unprecedented excitement. Her pretty face was burning. The body is boiling. At this moment, she only wanted to kill Lu Qing and crush him in her body. How wonderful would that feeling be? Chapter 41. Fuck. Are you going to play such a big game? When Deng Jiayun received the notification of her teammate's kill, she noticed the movement outside. She used her combat experience to analyze the direction of the bullet, and based on the sound that followed, she roughly determined the attack power. The headshot state is overflowing, and the damage cannot be calculated. In other words, all overflow damage cannot be calculated. Chulon, what level of damage do you think this shot caused? Deng Jiayun frowned. He asked the girl wearing his helmet. Her helmet device is not as good as Gu Qingcheng's Hanhua, and its computing power is not that terrifying, because Gu Qingcheng's is S level, but hers is only A level. According to my feeling, the attack power may be above 400. But we'll know the details only after we fight. The voice of the instrument girl came into my mind and said, 400. If he sniped me from a distance, even Min, who is an exoskeleton, wouldn't be able to block a few shots. Deng Jiayun's brows were even more heavy. Even so, she still has the confidence to win Lu Qing. She gathered everyone in the KK club and said, leave 3 people here to attract Lu Qing, and the rest of you come with me. The last people in the other club will be absolutely fine under the protection of the Busta sister. The captain of the KK club asked her, but boss Deng, what if our entire army is wiped out during this trip? As soon as these words came out, Deng Jiayun glared at him instantly. The whole army was annihilated? The war hasn't even started yet, and you're already discouraged? With your mentality, you will always be stuck in the City League and will never be able to improve at all. The captain felt helpless. He also wants to have the mentality of a strong person. But his combat skills are average, the gun girl on his body is also average, and the weapon girl he has is only a C-level weapon girl as his combat uniform, which is not good enough at all. If Lu Qing really has the ability to wipe out our entire army, then the remaining people must leave one person behind even if they have to fight to the death. Then go find the Busta's sister for protection. We have common interests. She will protect you, Deng Jiayun said in a deep voice. Clear. Everyone nodded and quickly dispersed according to Deng Jiayun's arrangement. Several people followed Deng Jiayun. Leave 3 people behind to attract Lu Qing's attention. Lu Qing's sniper rifle scope is very likely to have thermal imaging. Everyone, walk around the building. One last check of my equipment. Make sure everything is safe, Deng Jiayun said in a low voice. Everyone nodded. Follow behind Deng Jiayun. Deng Jiayun's exoskeleton has an independent space for storing some grenades and a lot of ammunition. For extra magazine modules on the body, it's all filled up. Once the war begins, she can empty the magazine in no time. And through magazine reinforcements, provide yourself with no less than 360 rounds of bullets. The situation has become very tense after the battle. But compared with the provincial war, there is still a huge difference. If nothing else, take Deng Jiayun's teammates for example. If Deng Jiayun had brought them here together, this war would have ended in a crushing victory long ago. Boom! A sniper bullet came. It hit the corner of the earth wall, penetrated 2 walls, and hit Deng Jiayun. Soil. Brickbat. It fell on Deng Jiayun's head. Although she was not injured, her exoskeleton armor blocked the shot and even the paint did not fall off. But this scene made her look a little embarrassed. It can even be locked onto me? It seems that Lu Qing may indeed possess the ability of clairvoyance, and also possesses powerful long-range perception. Although this guy is arrogant, but he also has the arrogance to back him up. Deng Jiayun quickly dodged to avoid Lu Qing firing another shot and hitting her. Lu Qing has a lot of secrets. It made her very curious. When Lu Qing becomes her teammate, she will peel off Lu Qing layer by layer. Let Lu Qing be completely exposed in front of her. Jiayun, the distance between the enemy and us should be within the speed of sound in 1 second. The time when the enemy's bullets hit the earth wall is almost synchronized with the sound of the gun, with only a few tenths of a second's interval. I'm sure he's within our range. The voice of the instrument girl Chulan came, saying seriously, Good. Deng Jiayun nodded. She immediately attached a 4x scope to the M416 rifle and fired instantly in the direction of the sound. It takes time to reload the heavy sniper rifle, but her M416 is not needed. Da-da-da. Following Deng Jiayun, there was terrifying fire suppression, all shooting in different directions towards one point. The reason is different directions. The reason is simple. Most snipers will change positions after firing a shot. In this fast-paced battle, the best way to quickly change locations is to roll. Then, under the suppression of heavy firepower, by attacking in different directions at the same time, there is a greater probability of finding the sniper within range. It was a close call. Luckily, I was hiding behind a rock. Lu Qing felt the bullets sweeping through everything madly and couldn't help but pat his chest. This is war. This is the moment that makes Min's blood boil. No matter how relaxed Lu Qing appeared to be, his heart was still beating wildly. Adrenaline was working in his body, stimulating his nerves. But the next second, Lu Qing couldn't laugh anymore. Because of the hint of hidden information, his expression suddenly changed. Click. Boom. Below, Deng Jiayun took off a gun from her combat uniform, and it transformed into an RPG in her hand, bombarding the stone where Lu Qing was. Violent flames spurted out from the back of the gun barrel, heading towards Lu Qing at an extremely fast speed. And with a great roar, blast a large rock so that its surface breaks. A lot of gravel splashed. Crack extension. The attack power is at least at the level of 4,000. Moreover, Deng Jiayun's rocket was an anti-tank rocket. When it exploded, the explosion would violently move forward and hit in like a wedge. Damage minus 46. Lu Qing was injured by the aftermath. He actually knocked off half of his blood in one go. Fuck, are you going to play such a big game? Lu Qing had thrown 3 medical kits on the ground in advance, which came in handy at this moment. He suppressed the dizziness and took out an injection from the medical kit, which could restore 100 blood points within 3 minutes. While using the medical kit and bandages, it's not that I can't act. It depends on where the injury is. Bubble reload? Deng Jiayun ordered. Yeah. PRG Gun Girl responded immediately. Bubble has a second shot module that can quickly reload an RPG for itself after firing a shot. Lu Qing, I won't let you die under the bombardment of bubbles like this. I will let you die under my gun. Only in this way can you understand my true strength. Chapter 42. 4,001 shot? Deng Jiayun collapsed. Deng Jiayun sneered, held the cannon barrel, and pulled the trigger again. Boom. The fierce flames burst out again. A rocket broke out of the gun barrel and headed towards the big rock behind Lu Qing. In another bombing, Lu Qing only felt the ground beneath his feet was shaking. Deafness of the eardrum. The flames surged behind him. Even the blood volume that was recovering was reduced again. That's too much. I am a cheater. As a result, when this flat-chested little lowly Deng Jiayun explodes, she looks even more like a screw-up than me. Lu Qing couldn't help but complain. Lu Qing, don't worry. Deng Jiayun's cannon girl bubble only has 2 RPG rounds in total. She has already emptied the magazine and cannot be refilled. And Miaoi's voice came in my mind. Doesn't she have an exoskeleton? Isn't there enough space inside to store a 3rd shell? Lu Qing asked in his heart. It's possible, but she won't do it. Her gun girl eats high explosive bullets, which are all brought in from outside. If you equip Bubble with an RPG, then there won't be any bullets to load. And Miaoi explained. After all, she is a top 3rd-line player of the provincial capital's VV club, and she has some understanding of strong players like Deng Jiayun. Lu Qing understood the basic information, took a deep breath, grabbed in Miaoi, and switched forms. The bullets suddenly stopped beside me. While those guys were changing their ammunition, Lu Qing changed his position and fired a howitzer grenade downwards. When in Miaoi was a howitzer, the maximum range is 400 meters. It's more than enough to beat Deng Jiayun and the others. Howitzer? Where did he get the howitzer? Deng Jiayun looked on in horror and reacted quickly, breaking open the glass of a nearby house and entering. She was shocked. But if you get hit, then even her exoskeleton can't bear it. A shot was fired, creating a fire in the area where Deng Jiayun and the others were originally. 2 people were killed by splash damage in an instant. Excluding Lu Qing's heavy sniper rifle, the only one left is the girl named in Miaoi. Isn't she a defective gun girl? Did she also awaken the intimacy skill? Moreover, her intimate skill is the one-of-a-kind transformation. Can it transform from a pistol into a howitzer? Gu Qingqing lay on the sloping roof. Watching this scene happen, I was extremely shocked. I haven't heard of many gun girls who can transform. If there is one, its attributes are all confidential. On the other side of the screen, although some people have seen the terrifying power of a Miaoi as a howitzer, but when I saw it again, I was still shocked. Fuck. That shot was so cool. Wong Ming and his gun girl and weapon girl watched the game at home. They sat in front of the big screen and had a great time watching it. And when he saw on Miaoi's power, Wong Ming was so shocked that he stood up from the sofa, his face flushed and extremely excited. As a rich 2nd generation, isn't he hoping for this kind of scene to happen when he embarks on the path of a fighter? But his qualifications are still too ordinary. Not even qualified to enter the provincial league. This shot is definitely enough to qualify for the provincial league. Woo, I'm so envious. The hot tears of the gun girl beside me slowly flowed from the corners of her mouth. As a gun girl, how could she not yearn for this kind of war? Compared to the excitement of this battle, what were the previous ones she and Wong Ming participated in? Don't even mention this one shot. Even if it was just the bullet fired by Master's wife, she would be invincible in the provincial league. Not many gun girls can compare with her. Wong Ming said excitedly. He had completely given up the idea of having Qin Shuangxue. After all, Lu Qing's performance had made him realize that he didn't deserve it. Besides, even if he did, it would be useless. He couldn't control the defective gun girl. This howitzer shell actually has over 4,000 damage? How is this possible? Even though Deng Jiayun dodged the attack, she was still shocked. The power of the explosion not only killed 2 people, but also collapsed the wall through which he had climbed through the window. If the howitzer has 4,000 plus damage, isn't it the same as bubbles? You have to know that one of them is a handheld grenade launcher and the other is an RPG cannon. There is a huge difference between the two in terms of type. On the mountain, Lu Qing quickly switched guns. While using a 12.7mm bullet to shoot through the wall and kill a man, he quickly ran down the hillside. At this time I don't care about my image at all. Deng Jiayun put a lot of pressure on him. He was forced to roll down the hillside after firing a shot. But if he had the blessing of the exoskeleton girl, he would definitely not be so embarrassed. He switched positions. Keep attacking. Deng Jiayun didn't have time to think about it. Hearing the direction of the gunshots change, she immediately changed the magazine and started a sweep down the mountain. The others also quickly covered with fire, beating Lu Qing so hard that he really ran away in panic. Lu Qing quickly fired another shot. Through howitzer bombardment, buy yourself time to escape. He swore, when I go back this time, he must equip himself with all his equipment. Originally, a city-level points competition was not that difficult. But with the participation of Deng Jiayun and Gu Qingcheng, the situation was completely different. Lu Qing rushed down the mountain and rushed into a house in the village. Here's an AR-15. He equipped his gun as quickly as possible and hastened to reload the magazine. Even though the AR-15 only has a 30-round magazine, but it's enough. It also gave Lu Qing a lot of confidence. Little lowly, wait for death. Lu Qing gritted his teeth, took 2 breaths, and rushed out of the house again. Lu Qing has entered the village. Increase your efforts in the search, but at the same time, you must be careful. Deng Jiayun reminded. Bang! A muffled sound came from the attic in the dark night. That was the sound of a rifle loading a silencer, and it sounded like a thump. One person was shot in the head from the back. Just fall down. Boss Deng, we found the person. The location has been marked on the team map. Someone shouted quickly through the team voice. More explosions? Go to hell. A figure appeared silently from behind, and a bullet was fired from a window 3 meters behind, instantly killing the person in the head. The street fighting started. Lu Qing was like a fish in water. What enemy is far away from him? What kind of firearms are they equipped with? He knows it clearly. While rummaging through the houses, Lu Qing simply threw away his AR-15 and replaced it with a machete. Deng Jiayun couldn't find anyone at all, but she watched as one person after another in the team channel went offline. For a moment, she couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Lu Qing is like a ghost. She originally thought that Lu Qing's long-range attack was Lu Qing's biggest trump card. But it turns out that fighting in villages and towns is Lu Qing's real trump card. Chapter 43. Okay, Mrs. Lu. Deng Jiayun really regretted shooting down Bubbles' 2 rockets. If it is not knocked out, she might even be able to find someone through rocket bombing. Not long after, all the people she brought with her died, and she was the only one left. Boss Deng, what happened over there? Why did all the people who went with you die? A voice came from the team voice chat. He was one of the 3 people originally used to attract Lu Qing's attention. When Lu Qing fights in a street fight, he's just like a loach, impossible to catch. Even if he used the power of clairvoyance, it also has a blue bar, so it's impossible to use it unlimitedly. Deng Jiayun collapsed. She glanced around and felt that Lu Qing could be anywhere. I feel that no place is safe anymore. Jiayun, we've been locked down. A terrifying voice was heard. The next second, accompanied by an extremely terrifying bombing sound, Deng Jiayun's helmet was shot and she let out a shrill scream instantly. 100% headshot bullets. 4 times the damage. Deng Jiayun was shot dead. Hee. I was just planning to end this battle on the mountain, but you forced me to do it. This is too much. Lu Qing lifted up Qin Shuangshua's gun barrel with a proud look on his face and blew away the ashes. But he suddenly remembered that the gun barrel seemed to be the gun girl's thigh. So the lateral stabilizer at the muzzle should be the gun girl's little feet, right? Curiosity prompted. Let him put the muzzle of the gun to his nose and smell it. Lu Qing, are you doing gods and demons again? Qin Shuangshue collapsed and screamed. Of course, I'm smelling your feet to see if they stink. I heard that girls' feet are prone to stinky feet when they wear black stockings with flat shoes because stockings don't absorb sweat. Lu Qing said seriously. You fucking ill. Qin Shuangshue's scream. It almost crushed Lu Qing's brain. Okay, boss, stop shouting so loudly. You're almost making my head split. Lu Qing covered his head and said speechlessly. Lu Qing, you peed without washing your hands and smelled the engine oil, and now you're smelling the barrel of my gun? When I get back, if I don't make you kneel on the durian, I'll take your last name. Qin Shuangxue said with shame and anger. Okay, Madam Lu. Lu Qing nodded and grinned. Qin Shuangxue subconsciously wanted to curse, but was embarrassed by the title of Mrs. Lu. Never mind. He calls himself that. Then when I go back, I will not let him kneel on the durian. Buzz. The 7th round of Shrinking Circle begins. Gu Qingqing fell down from the roof. The gunfire had stopped for a long time, and the number of teams present had been reduced from 4 to only 3, proving that the battle on Deng Jiayun's side had ended. The moment Deng Jiayun was killed, the people from the KK Club wanted to rush to Gu Qingqing for protection. But they were too late. As the number of teams changes, Lu Qing has advanced. Even if Lu Qing died now, he couldn't be stopped. Go kill that burden. The rest of you, finish this battle with me, Gu Qingqing said to everyone. Everyone nodded. Gu Qingqing began to plan strategies. From the battle situation of Deng Jiayun and the others, it can be seen that Lu Qing's ability in street fighting is also very terrifying. But at the same time, Lu Qing's pistol can be transformed into a howitzer, causing mass damage to us. Then it is not for us to gather together. It's not the same if you don't gather. The captain of the GK Club was confused when he heard this and asked nervously, So, Boss Gu, what should we do? Gu Qingqing waved her hand. She motioned him not to interrupt her so hastily and said, All superpowers have a blue bar. The battle between Lu Qing and Deng Jiayun must have consumed a lot of mana, so what we should maintain is an absolute street fight. We are a group of 5, and stay a few meters apart. No matter how powerful Lu Qing is, he can't kill 5 people instantly. At the same time, we move, mainly between buildings. Send one person out in the alley to act as bait. Once the target is found, everyone opens fire collectively. Gu Qingqing's plan is absolutely effective in dealing with ordinary people with special abilities, because once the blue bar is exhausted, the psychic's powers will be instantly blinded. Without the blessing of superpowers, it is a moment of complete competition in combat literacy. Oh, you guys are making me sleepy. Are you done yet? Suddenly, a voice came from behind a chimney on the slope of the roof above. It was clearly Lu Qing's voice. But Lu Qing couldn't just show up like that, because if he wants to get all the rewards, he must win the first place in this game. It would be funny if he was shot away by someone. Lu Qing, are you on the roof? Gu Qingqing was stunned and looked up. Yeah, been here for a while. Miss Gu, you gave me 15 minutes last night, so I'll give you 15 minutes now. I'll come back to you after I send them away one by one. Lu Qing nodded. Are you so confident? There was a mad flame burning in Gu Qingqing's eyes. Rejoice. That's how confident I am. In a corner where she couldn't see, Lu Qing flicked his hair in a coquettish manner. Millions of viewers in the live broadcast room really wanted to drag him out of the screen and beat him up. Oh shit. I've never seen anyone who deserves a beating so badly. The 15-minute countdown has begun. All the tricks you have planned against me will be useless. Street fighting is one of my real home grounds. Lu Qing said proudly. 15 minutes, let's run. Gu Qingqing waved to the people around her and said, Boss Gu, what about you? Everyone looked at her in amazement. I'll follow and see. Gu Qingqing concluded that since Lu Qing was so confident, there was no need to hide it. She wanted to follow Lu Qing. Let's see why Lu Qing is so mysterious. Well then, everyone ran away. Even if in the end, they were all sniped to death by Lu Qing, their battle was worth it. One is to be able to finish in second place. Second, it's not unfair at all that he died at the hands of a great man like Lu Qing. Da-da-da. A large number of footsteps scattered away. Lu Qing, can you let me take a look with you? After you hunt them down, give me a minute to leave. We will fight the street battle alone. Gu Qingqing raised her head. He asked upwards expectantly. Oh, what's in it for me? Lu Qing asked doubtfully. With the background of a big shot like Gu Qingqing, as long as she promised not to launch a sneak attack, she would definitely not launch a sneak attack. After all, there was last night's example as a reference. If Gu Qingqing wanted to kill him, they would have fought when they met last night. Benefit? What benefit do you want? Gu Qingqing asked, but in his voice, there was a huge excitement that could not be restrained. I don't know, wow. And since you said you wanted to follow me, then you should set the conditions, right? Lu Qing scratched his head. 15 minutes, whatever you want to do. Do you think it's okay? Chapter 44, The Last Shot. I hope to die under your gun. Gu Qingqing's words made Lu Qing stagger and almost fall off the roof. Are you sure anything is okay? Lu Qing swallowed hard. He admitted that he was moved. Yeah, anything is fine. If you think the live broadcast cameras are in the way, I can ask them all to withdraw, Gu Qingqing said. Bang bang, bang. Lu Qing's heartbeat accelerated like a volcano. His heartbeat had never been so fast in his 2 lifetimes. I'm almost getting high blood pressure. Lu Qing, if you dare to touch her, then you'd better go back and kneel on the durian. Qin Shuangxue gnashed her teeth. With such a beautiful woman like me in front of him, he is actually still moved by other beauties? Boss, what are you talking about? Am I, Lu Qing, that kind of person? Lu Qing rubbed his nose and said with embarrassment, Yes. Who are you? The live broadcast room was filled with barrages of comments. Even those who didn't know Lu Qing well could tell that he was a lustful wolf. He wasn't so horny that he couldn't even walk when he saw a beautiful woman, but he was almost there. Lu Qing, what's your answer? Gu Qingqing asked upwards. My boss disagrees. She said if I dare to do anything to you, she will murder me. So that's it. I'm moisturized. No matter how tempted Lu Qing was, he had to consider the crisis in the back garden. Wait, he bravely leads the way ahead. Qin Shuangxue set him on fire from behind, and that was it. Qin Shuangxue promised to find him a gun girl when she returned. So, every meal is full and satisfying. Lu Qing can still tell the difference. No matter how stunningly beautiful Gu Qingqing was, or how good her figure was, he had to give her up with great pain. At least he had to do it while Qin Shuangxue was not at home. Lu Qing grabbed a rope that he had prepared in advance, jumped down from the roof, and fell into the window on the 2nd floor below. He walked downstairs quickly, chase after the others. Hey, this doesn't even make him excited? Am I that bad? Gu Qingqing nodded and looked at herself, but her toes were still invisible. 15 minutes later, the fear that Deng Jiayun and the others had felt before once again enveloped the people in the GK club. I can't see Lu Qing anywhere, but it also feels like Lu Qing is clearly everywhere. This feeling, it's really annoying. If this happened in a real battlefield, it would definitely scare people to death. What humans fear most is the fear of the unknown. But Lu Qing became the only ghost in the village. Done. They are just a bunch of rotten fish and shrimps. Take them down. Lu Qing hummed a little tune as he walked on the village road with 2 lanes wide, holding Qin Shuangxue in his arms. At this moment, no matter how much the poison circle shrinks, there are only him and Gu Qingqing left. Boom. A heavy sniper shot came. Lu Qing looked calm and let the bullet pass by him and hit the cement behind him, making a dent. He knew this was Gu Qingqing's signal to declare war. It's reminding him, this woman is really interesting. You could have launched a sneak attack, but why did you have to fight me head-on? Okay, I'll just play with you. The smile on Lu Qing's face disappeared, and his eyes suddenly became extremely sharp. In the arcade, he acquired many skills, one of which was super perception. Gu Qingqing fired a bullet at him. He instantly determined Gu Qingqing's location. 80 meters ahead, Gu Qingqing stood on the roof of a residential building. Expose your perfect body. 100 meters is the maximum distance at which she can lock the ability. She picked this place on purpose. Attackable. Retreat to defend. It's time to compete head-on with Lu Qing in strength. Lu Qing stood still, aimed the gun at her, and the battle began. Bang! Bang! They both fired at the same time. Gu Qingqing used lock. Lu Qing uses 100% headshot bullets. Both bullets were aimed at each other's heads, but they collided in the air, creating a terrifying spark. Gu Qingqing's sniper rifle had a quick reload module, so she immediately loaded 2 bullets and fired at Lu Qing. Her shooting skills are also terrible. Then the flaw that can be exploited is the time difference. But who would have thought that Lu Qing would take out in Miaoi, and the handsome golden desert eagle fired a shot, which collided with Gu Qingqing's bullet again in the air. Click. Retreat. Lu Qing completed the operation at the same time, unloading Qin Shuangxue's bullet and reloading it. Lu Qing did not hide. Gu Qingqing stopped hiding. Now they have to see who can kill the other first. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. The sound of gunfire echoed in the live broadcast room, but everyone was dumbfounded. There is a big brother counting in the live broadcast room. The two have exchanged 47 bullets. When Lu Qing's magazine was running low, Gu Qingqing would stop and wait for Lu Qing. When Gu Qingqing wanted to change the magazine, Lu Qing would also stop and wait for her, and restart the war. The signal is to shake the gun barrel. Snap! Gu Qingqing's exoskeleton girl couldn't hold on any longer and fell off her body. Her health bar dropped to the bottom, and she entered the death buffer zone and waited. Without the exoskeleton, both Gu Qingqing and Lu Qing would be just one shot away. Qin Shuangshue's terrifying attack power. Even Gu Qingqing's helmet and combat uniform could not withstand it. Am I going to lose? Gu Qingqing's eyes became even hotter. Qingqing, we have tried our best. This guy is so scary. The helmet girl Hanyu sighed. Haha, this is truly the most enjoyable battle I've ever fought. I came all the way from the provincial capital, and it really lived up to my expectations and weight along the way. Gu Qingqing said excitedly. Qingqing, let's do our best. Even if we lose, we will fight to the last minute. Hanyu said. Gu Qingqing nodded slightly and exchanged shots with Lu Qing again. The bullets exploded in the air. Later, Gu Qingqing didn't even use Zhu Yu's reloading module. He just pulled the bolt, unloaded the chamber, and replaced the bullets normally. And Lu Qing below did not use an Miaoyi anymore. Everyone knows that if an Miaoyi changes her form, she can send Gu Qingqing away with one shot. The two sides fought each other until both gun girls were overheated. But no matter whether it is Qin Shuangxue or Zhuoyu, they are all persisting. The confrontation between the two powerful men has set a record worldwide. A record that countless snipers envy. How many people have been pursuing such a thrilling sniping match throughout their lives? But Gu Qingqing realized her dream. Miss Gu, you lose. Lu Qing said loudly. I knew it. Lu Qing, you've actually been letting me win the whole time, right? All those bullets you fired at me were aimed at me, right? Gu Qingqing was not frustrated at all. Instead, there was only Lu Qing's reflection left in her beautiful eyes. Yes. Lu Qing nodded. I give up. But for the last shot, I hope to die by your gun. Gu Qingqing gave up resisting and opened her arms. Okay then. Then I'll do as you wish. Chapter 45 is still being broadcast live, and he has no shame at all. Lu Qing raised his hand and fired a bullet. While sending Gu Qingqing away, the battle also ended. Boom. A large number of brilliant fireworks rose up around Lu Qing, lighting up the entire sky. Congratulations to contestant Lu Qing for winning first place with an absolute victory and obtaining a super high war score of 7,943 points. Lu Qing's final sniper match with Gu Qingqing earned him a lot of points. First in points. This is beyond doubt. Congratulations, Master Lu. Congratulations, Master Lu. The screen was filled with barrages of comments. Even those who disdain Lu Qing's strength will be deterred by this battle of Lu Qing. Both sides fired so many shots, but Lu Qing was still letting the opponent go. He even just stared at the opponent's bullets and predicted the opponent's trajectory. This thing itself. What a horrible thing it is. Congratulations to our passerby god Lu Qing for obtaining a very high war score and points in a terrifying manner and passing the first human emperor trial. Long live God Lu. A beautiful host was broadcasting live in the studio, her voice breaking from screaming. God Lu. God Lu. Everyone who was impressed was excited, especially the final battle, which made their blood boil, explode. Gunfight. Strategy. This is the art of composing a war. And this is precisely the terrifying charm of virtual warfare. If we talk about Lu Qing before, there were still some doubts. But now, there are only cheers. Lu Qing, we won. We won. The two women got off Lu Qing and cheered excitedly. Yeah, we won. Lu Qing smiled and nodded. He held the two women's slender waists in each hand. He had been fighting for such a long time and put in so much effort. Wasn't it just for this moment of enjoyment? Reward distribution. 10 treasure chests appeared next to Lu Qing. These 10 treasure chests are the rewards for the top 10. It's just that after the others died and entered the buffer zone, Lu Qing must have chosen first. Central Intelligence. I want to buy additional treasure chest rewards. Lu Qing said. Extra treasure chests cost 500,000 gold coins. Do you accept? Accept. Lu Qing said. 500,000 gold coins have been deducted. Treasure box distribution. Soon, another 10 treasure chests appeared in front of the three people, but they were in different batches. Lu Qing first selected a treasure chest. Turning to Qin Shuangxue, he said, Boss, open it and take a look. Perhaps the things inside are particularly important to you? Qin Shuangxue nodded and opened the treasure chest with anticipation and trepidation. The scene inside made her suddenly stunned. I saw a black silencer lying in the treasure chest. Its properties are floating above. Lan Shao, silencer module. Grade A. Applicable. Heavy sniper rifle. Introduction. After equipping, The attack power is reduced by 17 points, and the sound is eliminated by 88%. Qin Shuangxue held up the module with both hands, and the module instantly transformed into a small black cube. She wanted a silencer. As a result, Lu Qing took her to find the silencer in the treasure chest, and it's still a Class A silencer. Boss, try it on and see. Lu Qing smiled at her. The evil hand was playing tricks on her waist for a while, but she didn't notice it. Aha! Qin Shuangxue was excited and surprised, and hurriedly put Lan Xiao on. With a flash of white light, there was a black bracelet on her wrist, which was covered with uneven diamond patterns, reflecting the black light, and looked so textured. Boss, do you like it? Lu Qing pinched her slender waist and asked. Like? Qin Shuangxue said happily. She looked at Lan Xiao on her wrist, feeling a little uneasy. After following Lu Qing, she not only transformed herself through a large number of attribute points, but she could even get any module she wanted. But she is just a defective gun girl. Lu Qing is so good to her? And Miaoyi looked on eagerly from the side. Although she said nothing, her eyes were full of anticipation. Miaoyi, you have it too? Come with me. Lu Qing held the two girls in his arms, turned around and walked towards the other side of the area, and stopped in front of an extra treasure chest. Lu Qing pursed his lips, indicating that Miaoyi could open it and have a look herself. Snap! The treasure chest opens. The inner barrel of a pistol comes into view. The B-level barrel module, purple core, can reduce the chance of jamming by 11% at the cost of reducing attack power by 4%. In terms of attributes, purple core is even more powerful than Qin Shuangxue's Chenin. Lu Qing, thank you. I love so much. And Miaoyi held Lu Qing's face and took a bite. Fuck, you're taking advantage of me? Lu Qing was stunned. He never liked being taken advantage of for free, so he hugged Miaoyi's pretty face and bit it. Although Miaoyi is a bit flat, but as a childhood sweetheart, she has special bonuses. As her pistol's firing rate has increased, her attack speed will naturally increase as well. Okay, you two, you're still live streaming, you don't have any shame at all. Qin Shuangxue blushed. He gave the two of them a reproachful look. Everyone, please step back. See you in Yun City at the next stop. Lu Qing held the two girls in his arms, left the copy through the Central Intelligent Computer Program, and disappeared from the live broadcast camera. The scene where two modules appeared in two treasure chests before Lu Qing left was even more exciting. Even if the European emperor came, he wouldn't have his luck. Wow, I really can't stand it. I want to buy a plane ticket now. I want to fly to Binhai City and become one of Lu Shan's gun girls. Sister, wait for me. I want to go too. Everyone, have you considered this? With Lu Shan's temper, he will definitely only accept beautiful and well-built gun girls. Do you meet these requirements? Fuck. I'm the school beauty. There are at least thousands of people chasing after me. Do you think I'm worthy of them? I'm also a school beauty. In addition to being an S-rank gun girl, I'm also a famous model. I am a mother now, can I? Gu Qingqing woke up quietly from the buffer zone. A delicate hand beside her handed her a bottle of post-war recovery fluid to relieve the severe pain in her head. Her gun girls are surrounding her. Not far away, Deng Jiayun was sitting on a cold table in the buffer zone, hugging her legs with a look of resentment. The entire buffer zone is all white, with various light strips scattered throughout it, a completely sci-fi white. What's wrong, Xiao Yunyun? Are you going to drop your little pearls? Gu Qingqing slowed down and walked towards her with a smile. As Gu Qingqing stood up, the gun girls and weapon girls around her instantly turned into many streams of light and embedded into her body. Stop bothering me. And you're the one dropping your little pearls. Deng Jiayun turned around angrily, her voice aggrieved. Didn't she look like she was about to cry? Okay, stop crying. Gu Qingqing rubbed her head and messed up her hairstyle. In non-combat state, the helmet is hung behind the combat suit and is not unfolded. Xiao Yunyun, I'm going to look for Lu Qing. Are you going? Gu Qingqing asked. I'm not going. He's such a bastard. I'm so pretty, but he still despises me. Deng Jiayun looked down at herself, then at Gu Qingqing, tears of grievance rolling down her cheeks. Ouch. I really want to eat papaya. Boss. Chapter 46. As a boss, it's good enough for me to give you a massage. Gu Qingqing saw through it, but didn't say anything. He rubbed her head again and said with a smile, Xiao Yunyun, if you don't go, then I'll go. Don't blame me for being one step ahead of you then. Deng Jiayun glared at her. Like a furry cat, he said. I'm not going. Even if I starve to death, even if I jump off the mountain, even if no one wants me, I will never go to find that bastard Lu Qing. Gu Qingcheng smiled, turned and left the buffer zone, blowing up a gust of sexy fragrance. But before she went to look for Lu Qing, she took a shower first. The flow of time in the copy is the same as that in the outside world. She hasn't showered for 2 days. I don't want to meet Lu Qing in this manner. In rental housing, as soon as Lu Qing and the 2 girls came back, they collapsed on the sofa like dead dogs. When they left the warplane, countless people rushed up to ask for autographs. The scene was just like an old lady rushing into a supermarket to grab eggs. Lu Qing couldn't stand it anymore, so he asked the Central Intelligent Brain to open a VIP channel for him, isolating everyone. He passed the Human Emperor program of Binhai City. Then his authority in Binhai City must be quite high. Don't just open a channel. Even if everyone is silenced, it can be done. Lu Qing, go take a shower quickly. You're so dirty. Qin Shuangxue quickly grabbed his hand and said. And Miaoi also pulled his hand. But that look is clearly a little bit improper. Wait, boss, don't pull me. I'm really tired. Can you let me take it easy for a while? Lu Qing rolled his eyes. The combat uniform he had robbed returned to its original owner when he left the copy. This time, a string of information was appearing in his vision. Bound to Gu Qingcheng, intimacy, 91. Investment ratio, 8 times. Investment limit, 120 attribute points, including equivalents. Bound to Deng Jiayun, intimacy, 66. Investment ratio, 6 times. Investment limit, 140 attribute points, including equivalents. Seeing Lu Qing so exhausted, Qin Shuangxue couldn't help but feel distressed. Went over to help Lu Qing massage his shoulders. Lu Qing, why don't you inject the gene evolution fluid as soon as possible? You really can't bear it if you continue like this. You've seen the intensity of this battle. The next stop is Cloud City. Even if no one is sniping you, you won't be much better off. Lu Qing buried his head in Qin Shuangxue's thighs and pretended to be dead. No. The gene evolution fluid can only be injected once. Even if we use all our funds to inject SS-level evolutionary fluid now, 100 million per injection, then if I encounter SSS-level evolutionary fluid in the future, won't I be at a loss? Qin Shuangxue sighed. But injecting the SS-level evolution fluid is better than not injecting it. What's more, SSS-level evolutionary fluid is hard to obtain even in the National League. If we proceed according to your idea, it will be harder than climbing to the sky. Lu Qing raised his hand, shaking in the air. Fine. I can add some. The system has not given him 2 golden kidneys yet, so he can definitely turn his kidneys into golden kidneys by adding points. The evolution fluid can only be injected once, but there is no skill requirement. As he spoke, Lu Qing deliberately blew away his air, deliberately squeezing out the airflow and making a sound like a fart, obviously just for fun. Qin Shuangxue was a little angry. A slap came on Lu Qing's back, and she immediately pouted. Lu Qing is good in every way, but it's a bit of divine gold. Boss, I'm really tired. I want a kiss. Lu Qing turned over and lay on his back with one hand and one leg hanging from the sofa, like a dead body. A pair of dark eyes looked at Qin Shuangxue eagerly, obviously with expectation and yearning. You wish. As your boss, I'm lucky enough to be able to give you a massage. Just be content. Qin Shuangxue rolled her eyes. The hands kept moving, but Lu Qing felt very comfortable, like a VIP black gold guest lying in the club. I don't care, I just want a kiss. Lu Qing started to act crazy on the sofa, his body swaying left and right, shaking Qin Shuangxue a lot. Because it's so comfortable. Not long after, Lu Qing fell asleep on Qin Shuangxue's lap. Seeing Lu Qing lying on his back, Qin Shuangxue and Miaoi looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. Qin Shuangxue went to get some hot water and wiped Lu Qing's face. Although I have been busy in the dungeon for 2 days, however, the dirt in the copy does not affect reality. The 2 women put Lu Qing on the sofa to rest, and after Lu Qing woke up, they took a shower. Binhai City has been busy these past 2 days. All kinds of beauties, all kinds of top-level gun girls and device girls came to Binhai City, which was a feast for the eyes for the LSPs in Binhai. At the entrance of BCG Club, a long queue stretched from upstairs to downstairs. Good morning, dear audience friends. Welcome to the live broadcast room. I am your host, Cece. Where I am is the BCG Club's recruitment site. In the past 2 days, many gun girls and weapon girls have come here. According to the plan, the first recruitment of organ girls will start at 9 a.m. today. All the girls are here for Lu Shun. I came here to participate in the Human Emperor program. Whether it's a gun girl or a weapon girl, even if they can only pass one Human Emperor procedure, it is the proudest thing in their lives. In the battle 2 days ago, Lu Shan passed the Human Emperor procedure of Binhai City and became famous throughout the province. But at the same time, his shortcomings were also exposed. It's because he doesn't have enough female assistants. As long as he can equip himself with a full set of weapon girls, he will be invincible in the upcoming battle in Yun City. The host Cece said excitedly. Today, she wore a first love, long bohemian dress and a straw hat on her head. Even in a scene filled with beautiful women, she is already eye-catching. Everyone, don't be anxious, don't be anxious, don't be anxious. Last night, our BCG club has already put a Q app on the official account. Today is the interview for the girls ranked 1 to 300, and everything is based on the numbers. My master said that everyone has a chance and everyone can interview. Those of you who haven't had breakfast can go have some. If you want to go to the toilet, you can go to the toilet. When it's almost your turn, the Q app on the official account will notify you. Wong Ming was standing downstairs, maintaining order with a group of former members of the BCG club. Wong Ming braved the scorching sun. Because of kidney deficiency, in a short while, I was sweating all over. Is it true that everyone can take part in the interview? Can girls with defective organs also take part? A beautiful girl asked nervously. My palms are sweating. Chapter 47, Special Gun Girl Museum? Both Qin Shuangxue and a Miaoi around Luqing were defective, which gave this instrument girl hope. So she flew to Binhai City specifically. Of course. My master said that as long as you are pretty enough and have a good figure, you will have a chance. Even some girls with defective organs have a better chance. When you fill in the information, remember to fill in the reasons for your defects. My master may be able to turn decay into magic for you. Wong Ming shouted loudly. Ouch! A bunch of defective girls in the crowd all became excited. Their eyes sparkled. I wish I could rush to Luqing immediately. When will girls with defective genitals be taken so seriously? If they were placed outside, in other clubs, or among other fighters, they would still be disliked even if they lowered several qualities. If there was no Luqing, then Qin Shuangxue, the original A-level gun girl, would not even be as good as the worst F-level gun girl. Because at least they can hit people. But she can't. Don't join in the fun, you tank-sized girl. You don't have the aesthetic taste that my master has. Wong Ming saw several super virgin girls in the crowd and immediately said hurriedly. What did you say? I'm a fairy too. Who's the tank? Yeah, obviously. We little fairies have the best defense among all the girls. Now that we have taken our numbers, we have to go for the interview. Those super cocky girls didn't agree and started to yell and make a fuss. You guys really better not go. I'm afraid you will die in front of my master. Wong Ming wiped his sweat and said, I think you are discriminating against girls. What's your name? I want to file a complaint against you. A super girl with twin ponytails yelled angrily. Wong Ming rolled his eyes silently and then silently left the crowd. Although his personal combat power is good, he is also afraid of tanks. This is the same principle as one force can defeat 10 societies. No matter how Wong Ming struggled, all I need is a slap in the ass. Then Wong Ming would have to go to the hospital on the spot. Duong, Duong, Duong. Wong Ming even felt the ground shaking as several supergirls moved, and he was so frightened that he hid far away. At this moment, a helicopter flew in from the sky, attracting the attention of countless people. A steel box is suspended under the helicopter, and it is fixed with super alloy ropes. Bang! When the box was placed heavily on the ground, there was a heavy and loud noise. The airflow from the helicopter blew over countless people around. The helicopter remains in hover. Several people jumped out of the plane. He quickly began to untie the ropes of the helicopter and let it fly away because it was not convenient to park here. At this moment, not only Wong Ming, but also everyone around him was full of questions. After untying the rope, someone pressed something like a steel plate, and the piece of existence immediately turned into a small cart. Several people worked together to put the steel box on the cart. The end of the cart also pressed down automatically. One person is pushing from behind. It has a scooping effect. Everyone, what's going on? What are you doing? Wong Ming walked over and asked puzzledly. Are you a staff member of the BCG club? A man in a black suit turned and asked Wong Ming. Yes. Wong Ming nodded. To flatter yourself. We are from the Magic City Special Gun Girl Museum, which is affiliated with the official organization. Please be flexible and ask Mr. Luqing to come down. Ms. Yue wants to see him. The man in the suit said this very seriously. Special Gun Girl Museum? Wong Ming was stunned, feeling ridiculous. Oh shit. This is a super organization. There are only 2 special gun girl museums in the country. One is in Beijing and the other is in Shanghai. Even national-level fighters want to visit the Special Gun Girl Museum. The reason is simple. Because no matter if it's a gun girl or a tool girl, they are the real killer weapons. Most people don't know that defective gun girls are actually a category that has failed in evolution. When they embark on the path of becoming truly defective gun girls and achieve perfection in the defective category, they will be extremely terrifying. Special Gun Girl is this kind of person. From the moment they awakened their war physiques, their strengths were extremely terrifying. But as a price, their flaws are also extremely horrible. Before they were adapted into combatants, they had no rank, not even F rank. Once adapted, open the F-level attribute panel. But their F-level attributes are comparable to the attributes of SS or even SSS gun girls. And they only have a lifetime contract with one master. Only soul contracts can be made. Before the contract was signed, they could freeze their own lives, keeping themselves immortal at the age of 18 for 300 years. After 300 years, they would slowly age. If a special gun girl uses it once on the battlefield, she may be able to turn the tide and overturn everything. But the special tool is still useless. On the battlefield, the gun girl can unleash her terrifying deterrent power. Not a good girl. What the girl wants is stability and defense. Especially stable. It is of utmost importance. The special device girl has an extremely terrifying suppressive power in any aspect. As long as she cannot sustain the war for several days, she will be a burden. What's in the box? Wong Ming looked at the man in the suit in surprise. It's Miss Yue. The man in the suit explained. Why is she locked in a steel box? Wong Ming was puzzled. Because her body will release high-temperature magma. Although it doesn't reach the temperature of real magma, it is still 1,000 degrees Celsius, and she must be placed inside with a special metal alloy. If we don't isolate her temperature, we won't be able to bring her to Binhai City. The man in the suit said seriously. Speaking of which, he paused for a moment, then continued. Ms. Yue is the only special weapon girl in our Magic City Special Gun Girl Museum. Please go up and inform Mr. Liu to come down. I believe Mr. Liu will be very interested in her. First, she is an exoskeleton. Second, she can replace the effect of combat uniforms. Third, she's a Mecca. Wong Ming's head exploded instantly. Oh shit. Holy crap. WTF. Mecca? Once a girl with this kind of physique awakens, she will no longer be national level, but world level. A world-class girl? What shocking words. The Mecca girl can assist the combat girl. You don't need any combat uniforms to help you. Each of them is equivalent to 2 people. The effect is even better than both. After all, whether it's a gun girl or a weapon girl, their types are greater than their grades. A C-class intercontinental missile is greater than an SSS-class pistol-type gun girl. Okay, I'll go talk to my master right away. Wait a moment. Wong Ming swallowed hard and rushed upstairs in 2 steps. Looking at the steel box, everyone suddenly felt a huge sense of frustration and powerlessness. If Lu Qing fulfills the contract with her, others don't stand a chance at all. Chapter 48 World-Class Instrument Girl Mecca. Lu Qing was bored upstairs, waiting for the concubine selection to begin. Seeing Wong Ming running in a hurry, he was speechless and wondered if he was chased by a dog. Otherwise, why would he run so fast? Master, it's a big deal. Wong Ming said anxiously. What's the big deal? Lu Qing sat on the chair behind the table. The area in front is about 40 to 50 square meters, which is enough to interview several girls at the same time. His hands were playing with Qin Shuangshue's stockings. Pinch it and it bounces back. Pinch it up again and it bounces back. He had been beaten by Qin Shuangshue countless times, but he still persisted. Master, do you want a Mecca? Wong Ming asked quickly. What? What did you say? Lu Qing was stunned and looked at him blankly. Lu Qing has been in this world for so long that he also knows what mechas are. This world is not only about mechas, and it's world class. In provincial wars, the gun girls and the heavy armored warriors are pretty awesome. National level wars are about air superiority. If others attack you from the air, you and your team will be wiped out in a matter of minutes. A world-class war would be terrifying. Nuclear bombs, hydrogen bombs, intercontinental missiles, these are all normal operations. Once a world-class war breaks out, there will be 100 fighters participating in the war, and the scale of gun girls plus weapon girls will easily exceed 1,000 people. World-class wars are divided into land and sea. Need to adapt to different gun girls, but the mecha girl can perfectly adapt to any terrain, unless she is a defective type. Some mecha girls can be transformed into different combat weapons such as turrets, tanks, or guns when not in use. Wong Ming, what did you say? Mecca? Could it be that the mecha girl came to our door? Qin Shuangxue was also stunned. She stood up suddenly and was even more excited than Lu Qing. If Lu Qing could have a mecha girl, then it would not be a problem for Lu Qing to deal with the provincial war alone. Yes, master's wife. But don't be too happy too soon, Wang Ming said tremblingly. What's the meaning? Qin Shuangxue asked anxiously. Because the mecha below is not only a defective mecha, but also a super special mecha that was moved from a special museum. She has 1,000-degree magma flowing through her body. From the time she awakened her war physique until now, no one has been able to adapt to it. Wang Ming explained. Wang Ming's words were like a bucket of cold water poured on everyone's hearts. Even in Miaoi couldn't help but feel disappointed. 1,000-degree magma. Even though Lu Qing was protected by a layer of top-level SSS-grade combat uniform, it still could not protect Lu Qing's body. This temperature is placed on the body. Without waiting for the enemy to attack, you will be killed in an instant. Let's go. Let's go check it out. Lu Qing didn't care. Others can't do it. He may not. Moreover, if he had a mecha as his instrument girl, then the time for him to inject the genetic evolution fluid could be postponed indefinitely. Everyone hurried downstairs. I saw the steel box under the scorching sun. Mr. Lu. The museum staff greeted Lu Qing. Hello, I'm Lu Qing. Are you sure that the one locked in this box is really the mecha girl? Lu Qing nodded at them and asked urgently. Yes, Mr. Lu. The man in the suit nodded. Can you open it and let me see it? Lu Qing asked. All the data of the mecha girls are confidential. At most, only some of them were invited and had some photos taken and circulated on the internet. Lu Qing had also seen their photos. So handsome. Mr. Lu, this is really not the right place. Because Miss Yue's temperature is too high, if the box is opened, not only will the ground melt, but it may also accidentally hurt someone. If Mr. Lu has time now, can you come with us to the warplane? The man in the suit shook his head. Good. Lead the way. Here's a preview for you guys. This is the Mecca, Lin Yue. Chapter 49. Abducting an adult girl reward. Warplane. In the simulated battle room. Before entering the battle room, everyone had already attracted a lot of attention. One is Lu Qing. The second is the box. Central Intelligence, please help me simulate the scene of an active volcano and adjust the temperature around the crater to a temperature suitable for humans. The man in the suit said to the room. Just a moment. The surrounding scene changed. What was originally a room of more than 70 square meters suddenly turned into a huge active volcano, and its area expanded to millions of square meters. Mr. Lu, please go first. The man in the suit made a gesture of invitation. Follow Lu Qing, Qin Shuangxue and others towards the crater. Under their feet was the circular crater of an active volcano. It was only a dozen meters away, but it seemed 100 meters from above. The boiling magma is churning below. Some magma splashed up. There is also magma bubbling. If there was no central intelligent computer to help adjust the temperature, Lu Qing couldn't imagine what level the surrounding temperature would reach. Mr. Lu, please wait a moment. Miss Yue is in a deep sleep and needs to be woken up. The man in the suit said hello. The staff next to him used the power of the cart to throw the heavy dry steel box directly down into the magma. Lu Qing watched helplessly as the box fell 100 meters and was swallowed by the magma. Such a strange way to wake up. This was also Lu Qing's first time seeing it. Not long after, a silver-white mecha emerged from the magma, and after a few turns, it landed on the hot ground beside the magma. The streamlined appearance, with a fluttering red ribbon tied behind her. In an instant, everyone's attention was drawn away. The girl looked up, her pink pupils showing the majesty of a king looking down from above. There are triangular spikes on the helmet. The spike on his forehead is as sharp as a bayonet. Ms. Yue. Everyone in the museum was busy greeting her. The girl nodded indifferently. His eyes narrowed slightly. Not happy. Not sad. The wide steel skirt covered her waistline like the skirt of a wedding dress. With a thought, she leaped up dozens of meters, put one hand into the mountain, and stabbed her fingers into the rock. Then after 3 or 2 jumps, he arrived at the top of the volcano. Bang! When she landed, the ground was actually shaking slightly. Hidden information expansion. Name, Lin Yue. Identity, The only instrument girl in the museum of the special gun girl in the Magic City. Appearance, 98 points. Body size, 90 points. Intimacy, 1. Status, unbound warrior. Weapon type, special defect type land Mecca. For detailed data, please click to view. Defect reason, high temperature, buff. Unable to stay in the same terrain for too long. The ground will be carbonized when walking, unable to adapt to the cold environment with a lot of water. Defect enhancement, immunity to high temperature, immunity to fire ability, weapon enhancement, immunity to bullets, no grass will grow around. Hidden reward 1. Prepare 1,000 free attribute points reward. Allows it to perfectly overcome defects and retain all defect enhancements. Hidden reward 2. Die in magma 10,000 times reward. Overcome ultra-high temperature by 0.1 degrees/time, until you are immune to 1,000 degrees high temperature. Hidden reward 3. Kidnap an adult girl and seduce her to agree to a soul contract with you. Reward, 1,000 degree high temperature immunity. Looking at the hidden rewards, does Lu Qing need to think more? Of course I chose the third point. The first 2 hidden rewards each have their own advantages, but they all take too long. Lu Qing can't wait that long. For example, the death in the second article. After each death, you need to rest for a few hours in the death buffer zone before taking another turn. It can't be done several times a day. If this happens too many times, people will go crazy, so it will take at least several years to complete. But the third one is not without flaws. Because of Lin Yoyue's high temperature, during the battle, she could not let Lu Qing equip other gun girls and weapon girls, and she would leave footprints when walking, causing others to chase her. To overcome her flaws, you need 1,000 points of free attributes. That's really exaggerated. At the same time, it is absolutely impossible not to help her overcome her shortcomings. If I don't help her overcome her flaws, then even if Lu Qing can withstand the high temperature that she is immune to, others won't be able to stand it. Lu Qing's future will still be limited. The special defective gun girl is the absolute killer among the gun girls. But the girl is not. But Lin Yue is the best sex girl that Lu Qing can get in touch with at the moment. No doubt about it. Lu Qing naturally must take her down. Are you Lu Qing? Lin Yoyue's eyes finally regained some spirit. It is gradually recovering from a dormant state. 3 days ago was her annual awakening day, and her awakening days would not last long each time. At most 2 days. But it just happened to catch up with Lu Qing's Human Emperor challenge. Looking at Lu Qing, she felt yearning in her heart. But she knew even more that it was impossible. Given her situation, even if she slept until death, it would be impossible for anyone who was suitable for her to appear. The reason why she came here was because the staff persuaded her. They said that Lu Qing had a lot of free attribute points. Maybe there was a way? But only she herself understands. In her case, unless you have 1,000 free attribute points, it's impossible to save her. I am. Lu Qing nodded. You should know my situation, right? Can you withstand the 1,000 degree heat from me? Lin Yue sighed weakly. She was standing there, dozens of meters away from Lu Qing and the others. The streamlined Mecca she was wearing was so beautiful. Looking at Qin Shuangxue and in Miaoyi beside Lu Qing, how envious she was. But I feel inferior. Because of the defect, she couldn't remove her mecha armor at all. Once released, her boiling blood would melt her skin and flow onto the ground, forming boiling magma. In other words, she is not even qualified to be a woman. I can't wear nice clothes. I can't hold hands with the person I like. They don't even have the right to enjoy food. If it weren't for the fact that a girl like her could fall into a long sleep, she might just want to end her life. From the moment I awakened my war physique at the age of 18, her life has no meaning. Others envy her for being a mecha. She envies others who can live a normal life. Lu Qing smiled and nodded lightly. His eyes were fixed straight in the direction of Lin Yue, with a hint of amusement in them. You can? Lin Yue raised her eyes suddenly. He looked in Lu Qing's direction in disbelief. Even Qin Shuangxue and in Miaoyi beside him couldn't believe it. You have to know that this is a temperature of 1,000 degrees. I'm not kidding. Yes, I can. But besides your good looks, what else attracts me to you? In other words, why should I accept you? Chapter 50 Reward Upgrade. 200 Attribute Points. Won't she go crazy? Everyone was shocked by Lu Qing's words. Even if Lin Yue is a defective girl, but she is a mecha, so her status is higher than Lu Qing. Even the talented fighters at the national level didn't dare to talk to her like that. In front of a true genius, gun girls and weapon girls are the strong ones. No matter how gorgeous a fighter's skills are, or how powerful his abilities are, If there is no top-notch gun girl and weapon girl to match them, the upper limit cannot be raised. Lin Yue was confused by Lu Qing's question. Why did you accept her? Even if she is a Mecca, but she's also complete trash? Feel sorry. Excuse me. Lin Yue smiled bitterly, feeling powerless and wanting to cry. Only, she had long since stopped crying. Mr. Liu, if you don't want to accept Miss Yue, please don't say that. She is a Mecca after all. You can't tarnish her dignity. The man in a suit standing by hurriedly stood in front of Lu Qing and stopped him with a frown. They were the ones who brought Lin Yue here. But who would have thought that Lu Qing would be so rude? Lin Yue is very fragile. Lu Qing still wants to hurt her? What are you doing? Lift your head. Where's that feeling of dominance you had just now? Where's that look of contempt you had just now? Until just now, I thought highly of you. But I really don't like the look in your eyes. Your heart is broken. You are no longer fit to be a sex girl. Lu Qing said coldly. Mr. Liu. The man in the suit was anxious. His eyes also became a little colder. Haha, you're right. My heart is indeed broken. In that case, go ahead. I'll just treat your words of affirmation as a joke. Lin Yue turned her back, her voice trembling with suppression, reflecting the great powerlessness and choking in her heart. It's just Lu Qing's attitude. She didn't want to show any sadness in front of Lu Qing. Do you think you are the most miserable girl in the world? My boss Qin Shuangxue and my childhood sweetheart and Miaoi. They are all defective gun girls too. But they are all still working hard for their dreams. And you are a Mecca of noble status, but your mind is so corrupt? Do you know that your starting point is the destination that countless people dream of? Lu Qing said with a sneer. Do you think I want to? Do you think I would? You obviously don't understand anything. You don't even know how long I've been asleep. You don't even know what I've been through. Lin Yue is like a cat with its fur standing on end. The mood suddenly collapsed. In the 3rd year after the advent of the warplane, she awakened her war physique. At that time, she won the Mecca physique, which was a sensation across the country. Her parents and family were proud of her, and Longhua sent someone to take her to the capital overnight. But what in the end? She disappointed everyone. The Dragon Kingdom tried countless ways to help her overcome the high-temperature defect, but there was no way. There was no fighter in the world who could adapt to her. She wanted to go to the battlefield alone. There are no combatants. She couldn't even perform 1,000th of her ability. I don't care what you've been through, because I only see a self-destructive girl. Except for the moment you wake up. You can't even look me in the eye. Lu Qing shook his head. Crunch. Lin Yue's silver teeth were almost broken, and she clenched her fists tightly. She took a deep breath. Suppressing all the emotions in my heart, I said in a cold voice. Just go. You are not qualified to teach me a lesson. Lu Qing glanced at her and said, but what if I can adapt? What if I am the only fighter in the world who can adapt to you and control you? Lin Yue shook her head and laughed, saying, impossible. This kind of thing is simply a fantasy. Hidden reward, upgrade 1. Reborn in the lava 3,000 times. Immune to all death damage and soul pain caused by high temperature burning. Reward, 1,500 degrees high temperature immunity. Hidden reward, upgrade 2. After Lin Yue actively completes the soul contract, reward, 200 points of free attributes, S-level fire attribute ability. Power introduction. Firepower can be used to enchant bullets, launching flame attacks and causing extra damage, consuming blue bars. Hide information tips. The city-level score station of Yun City will be launched 13 days later. The map is Flame Island. The core area headed by the active volcano is full of magma. Girl, since you think so, let's meet at the Yun City Points tournament in 13 days. What would you do if I were immune to your high temperature? Lu Qing raised a smile. It's even harder to suppress than AK. When In Miaoi came to him, Lu Qing found out that the hidden reward was not fixed. It could be changed. Lu Qing can interrupt the rhythm. Go at your own pace. But in the end, the rewards will instead be modified in his direction. The goal is still to capture Lin Yue, but after Lu Qing does this, the reward he can get will only be greater. 200 points of free attributes. Wouldn't Lin Yue go crazy? She's not crazy. Others will go crazy too. For example, Gu Qingqing and the little lowly Deng Jiayun. One of them has a 6x explosion rate, and the other has an 8x explosion rate. If you maximize your investment, it will give you 1,440 attribute points. Then it would only take a moment for Lu Qing to solve Lin Yue's problem. If you are immune to high temperatures, Then why not let me become your penis girl? Lin Yue shook her head. Regarding this matter, I don't have any ideas at all. Is it that simple? That won't work. Lu Qing refused. What else do you want? Lin Yue raised her eyes, looking at him with some anger. I want you to start a live broadcast and speak to me loudly, and then prepare a 2,000-word speech to analyze what attracts me to you. As long as I'm moved, I'll come to you. Lu Qing smiled confidently. Lin Yue's character had long been worn down, but at this moment she was really pissed off by Lu Qing. She bit her silver teeth almost to pieces and said, "What if you can't do it?" Lu Qing was even more confident and said, "There's no way I can't do this." Lin Yue stared at him with her beautiful pink eyes and said word by word, "But what if?" Lu Qing thought for a moment and said, "If I can't do it, I will quit the Human Emperor program and never participate in any form of war." Lin Yue was stimulated by Lu Qing, and the pride of being a world-class girl surged in her heart. She just didn't believe that there was anyone in this world who was immune to her high temperature. Even if you are a fire-type mutant, it won't work. The top-level fire-type mutants can withstand temperatures of 1,000 degrees, but it will consume their mana bars crazily, so they naturally can't resist for long. But the burning continues. Daily update. 10 5-star reviews or 20 rewards will do. Giving love also counts. Asking for updates, rewards, and praise. The boss said, "Don't force me to kneel down and beg you." Chapter 51. He wants you to kiss him. Very good. Since you are so confident, let's sign the agreement. Lin Yue called the Central Intelligence Brain to draw up a gambling agreement for them. The agreement is supervised by the Central Intelligence Brain. There is no possibility of violation. Lu Qing signed his name very quickly, so quickly that even Lin Yue became suspicious. Could it be that? Does Lu Qing really have a solution? Girl, see you in 13 days. A 2,000-word attraction report. I'm really looking forward to it. Lu Qing hugged the two girls' waists and left. Flip-flops on your feet. It made a snapping sound when stepped on. He even let out two villain-like laughs. Qin Shuangxue pinched him speechlessly. He screamed in pain. Is there really someone in this world who is immune to high temperatures? Lin Yue looked at Lu Qing's departing back. I couldn't come back to my senses for a long time. For some reason, a dead heart began to beat again. Boss, I won't go back. Lu Qing walked out of the simulated battle room, let go of his hands, and said to the two women, "What are you going to do?" Qin Shuangxue looked at him suspiciously, because of the look in his eyes at this moment, full of restlessness. Based on Qin Shuangxue's understanding of Lu Qing, once this guy is out of her sight, he might go out to pick up girls. Now that the bet has been made, I must find a way to obtain the fire immunity attribute. Or are we really going to end the Human Emperor program right here and never fight a war again? Lu Qing rolled his eyes and said, his wonderful life just began. He doesn't want to give up like this. That's right too. So what are you going to do? Qin Shuangxue asked seriously. Lu Qing, apart from some large-scale competition rewards, I have never heard of anyone being able to obtain the fire immunity attribute. Those tradable fire immunity attributes are even more expensive than free attribute points. If it's just the increase in the ability attribute, then the price is the same as free attribute points. And Miaoi said nervously, the increase in points for ability attributes is essentially the same as the increase in points for free attributes, so the price is naturally the same. But the immune properties are different. Want to be immune to 1,000-degree high temperature? You need 1,000 fire-free attributes. Even for a national club, this was an extremely terrifying astronomical figure. Even if the family's wealth was emptied, they couldn't even support one person. You want to know? Please listen closely, and I will tell you something quietly. Lu Qingshan's mysterious secret path. What's going on? Hurry up and tell me. Qin Shuangxue and Miaoi came over and asked. Lu Qing looked around, his face full of sly eyes, and said, kiss me, and I will tell you. Bang! Qin Shuangxue couldn't help it any longer. She waved her little fist and punched Lu Qing lightly in the stomach. Lu Qing's reaction was huge. The corners of his mouth twitched wildly, and he took 2 steps back, deliberately making a painful expression. Boss, you actually hit me? Qin Shuangxue clenched her fists and said viciously, if you don't want to kneel down on a durian when you go home tonight, tell me the truth. And Miaoi held Qin Shuangxue and said pitifully, Sister Shuang, Lu Qing has had a hard time already. Can you please stop beating him? He wants you to kiss him. Just promise him. Qin Shuangxue rolled her eyes in annoyance and said, Miaoi, just spoil him. In fact, this guy was engaged to you when he was so young, but he is still so fickle. Shouldn't you beat him to death? And Miaoi's face flushed with two blushes, and she said, "It's fine. I understand him." Oh? Qin Shuangxue almost fell to the ground when she heard this. Do you understand such a pervert? Then who will understand you? Although it is normal for a fighter to have more than a dozen weapon girls and gun girls, but in Lu Qing's case, it is so annoying. Boss, you guys go back first. Come to me in the morning after 13 days. I will be confined in the simulated battle room during this period. See you in 13 days. I'm going to scare your teeth off. Lu Qing laughed sneeringly. Qin Shuangxue couldn't help but punch him again, but she let him do it anyway. After all, Qin Shuangxue and the others were here and couldn't help at all. Lu Qing has too many secrets. They want to know. But if Lu Qing didn't say anything, they wouldn't ask. Since Lu Qing agreed so confidently, they were willing to believe that Lu Qing had a way. Boji. Qin Shuangxue gritted her teeth, but still stood on tiptoe and kissed Lu Qing. Just a moment. Her pretty face was like burning fire. She glared at Lu Qing fiercely again and said, "Here's your reward. If you can't take down the fire immortal in 13 days, I'll kill you." Lu Qing immediately saluted. His expression was solemn. "Yes, boss. I'll give you a surprise when the time comes." Snap. Lu Qing patted the two girls' hips lightly, then ran away quickly in his slippers. It was as if there was a dog with a sudden illness chasing him from behind. Lu Qing. Qin Shuangxue gnashed her teeth. I wish I could catch Lu Qing and eat him alive. Central Intelligence, help me open a VIP battle room. It takes 13 days. Lu Qing shouted as he ran. Even in the corridor, the Central Intelligent Computer responded, quickly booked a room for Lu Qing, and deducted money from his account. Please go to VIP 888 battle room. A line of text appeared on the road in front of Lu Qing. At the same time, there was an arrow pointing Lu Qing the way. This is the Central Intelligent Brain. This is the existence that crushes human civilization. Qin Shuangxue glared at Lu Qing's back for the last time, took in Miaoi's hand, left the warplane angrily, and went back to recruit a weapon girl for Lu Qing. Obviously, I gnashed my teeth in hatred, but the girl still has to be recruited. Qin Shuangxue felt like she was living like a queen from an ancient royal family. She is the mother of the country, and she also has to manage the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, and she has to constantly select concubines for the emperor and continue the royal family. Lu Qing always takes advantage of her. She can't let Lu Qing take advantage of it. Dogmen are all like this. Forget the old when you have a new one. Not long after they left, a pretty figure came over. She was wearing a black off-shoulder dress. The skirt is a high-necked style. Part of it covered the fair and delicate neck, and then went down along the exquisite curves, the hem even reaching the ankles. Under her feet was a pair of exquisite high heels that exposed her fair feet. With a graceful figure, water snake waist, long legs, one step and one shake. She wore a pink gem necklace around her neck, and obviously there was no gun or weapon on her body, because this was just a haute couture dress. Then, in the dull eyes of the crowd, she walked towards the VIP area with confidence and brilliance. And dive into the VIP 888 battle room. Chapter 52 Boss, I'm yours now. When Gu Qingqing received the call from Lu Qing, she was so excited. Han Yue, Zhuai Yue, and other gun girls frantically looked for clothes and skirts for her, fixed her hair, put on makeup, and dressed her up beautifully. They all knew that Gu Qingqing was going to date Lu Qing, so no one wanted to be a light bulb. Lu Qing gave her the authority, allowing her to enter the battle room without verification. Snap! The door opened. Suddenly, there was a scorching hot temperature. What comes into view is a volcano with rolling magma. She stood on the ring-shaped mouth of the active volcano and looked around, but there was no trace of Lu Qing. Lu Qing? She called out tentatively. Still no one responded. Central Intelligence, help me lower the temperature around the crater to 25 degrees. Secondly, where are the people in this battle room? Gu Qingqing looked up at the ceiling and asked. Temperature cooling completed. Answer. The person in the battle room has died and is in the VIP death buffer zone. Gu Qingqing was stunned and asked in surprise. How did he die? Isn't he the only one in the fighting room? Answer. He jumped into the volcano and was burned to death by the boiling magma. For a moment, Gu Qingqing became even more confused and couldn't understand what Lu Qing was doing. The aftereffects of death are very strong. For example, after she was shot in the head by Lu Qing, it took her a long time to recover after she woke up, and she drank a lot of post-war recovery fluid. So why did Lu Qing commit suicide when he had nothing better to do? If you commit suicide in the battle room, you can be resurrected an unlimited number of times. But this is not in the copy. First, resurrection requires money. Second, it hurts. She crossed her arms and waited in the battle room for a while, looking worried. Snap. The door opens. It was Lu Qing who walked in from outside, yawning. Hey, the beautiful lady is here? The corner of Lu Qing's mouth raised a little arc. When he asked the central intelligent computer to adjust the terrain, he also set it up. As long as you walk in from the gate, you can reach the crater in one step. Central intelligence, help me adjust the temperature to 40 degrees. Hiss. It's so cold. Even though Lu Qing did not suffer the pain of death, there were no side effects. But after all, his body had just been soaked in magma, so there was naturally a big temperature difference. Lu Qing, you're so hot. Gu Qingqing stretched out her finger and touched Lu Qing's shoulder and immediately felt warm. If you say Lu Qing's body surface temperature is 40 degrees, she will believe it. If Lu Qing stayed in the VIP buffer zone for a while longer, his body would naturally cool down and adapt. But by doing so, it's too time-consuming. Isn't it hot? Central intelligence. After you finish adjusting the temperature, help her adjust the temperature around her to 25 degrees. Lu Qing gave another order. Finish. A line of text appears. The temperature in the fighting room is precisely controlled. If Gu Qingqing, wearing a skirt, stayed in a 40-degree room for more than 10 minutes, she would definitely not be able to bear it. After all, it was too hot. By then the skirt will absorb sweat. That picture. Lu Qing couldn't even imagine it. Lu Qing, what on earth are you doing? Gu Qingqing asked in confusion. I'm telling you, you won't tell anyone, right? Lu Qing looked at her very seriously and said, Of course not. Gu Qingqing shook his head and said, as she moved, the pair of earrings on her earlobes shook like rattle balls. The pink lip gloss on the lips is so sparkling under the bright light that makes people want to kiss it and taste it. Forget it. I don't really trust you. Let's make a deal. From now on, you must not betray me in any way, and you must not disclose my secrets to others. You may only tell others with my permission. Lu Qing said seriously. Hee, are you trying to possess me? Not only was Gu Qingqing not unhappy at all, but there was even excitement deep in her eyes. Hush, don't say things that would make people think of something wrong. I have a boss. You'll have to stand aside until I take down my boss. Lu Qing snorted and said. As he spoke, he pushed a pre-drafted agreement in front of her through the screen of the central intelligent computer. Take a closer look and then sign. But Gu Qingqing didn't even look at it. She signed directly and then put her jade hand on Lu Qing's shoulder. That look. She is so charming. Even gods can't stop it. Boss, I'm yours now. What do you want to do to me? Lu Qing pulled her and held her in his arms, looking directly into those outrageously beautiful eyes, and said, Sign the agreement without even reading it? Aren't you afraid that I will hurt you? Gu Qingqing chuckled and said, It's okay. Even if you want to hurt me, I can accept it. It's because I can't beat you. Lu Qing's expression became more serious, and he said, From now on, you will follow me in the BCG club. I'll give you 120 attribute points as a gift. Would you like to? Gu Qingqing's investment limit is 120 points. Otherwise, Lu Qing would like to give more. Gu Qingqing was stunned. Her beautiful eyes filled with surprise and disbelief. 120 attributes? Are you crazy? Did she hear it right? Real. Gu Qingqing's delicate body was trembling with intense excitement, and she was really afraid that she was dreaming. Lu Qing nodded and said, Real. I only have 60 points in my pocket now. I'll give you all of them first. Before Lu Qing could finish his words, his mouth was blocked. Even though Gu Qingqing has not received any attribute points yet. But it's also completely crazy. 120 points. This could very well allow her to advance to a national-level fighter. With such a terrifying number of points, she couldn't even imagine what a terrifying improvement it would bring to herself. If calculated as attack power, that's a full 600 points. Hidden information expansion. Invest 60 attribute points in the bound object, Gu Qingqing. Completed. This week's investment times have been used up. The intimacy of the bound object reaches 97 points. You can get investment feedback at any time. It is impossible for Lu Qing to get investment feedback so early. After all, Lin Yoyue's 200 points have not yet arrived in her account. Gu Qingqing's investment has not been completed. Okay, don't waste my time. Lu Qing hugged her waist. Let her out of his arms. As he said this, He touched her phone with his own and traded attribute points with her. Are you pressed for time? Even though Gu Qingsheng received the transaction notification, she was too lazy to even take a look at it. Because there is only resentment in her eyes. She felt that Lu Qing clearly did it on purpose. I don't have much time, but I have to die 3,000 times. Lu Qing affirmed. 3,000 times? You'll go crazy. Gu Qingqing suddenly became extremely nervous. Looking around the world, no one dares to die 3,000 times in a short period of time. Even if you can be resurrected unlimitedly, it is no joke. Don't worry, I'm not going crazy. Let's go. Lu Qing smiled at her, held her lips, and kissed her. Chapter 53. You little idiot. Are you okay? The kiss soon ended, and then Lu Qing jumped into the volcano in front of Gu Qingqing's dull eyes. Lu Qing. Gu Qingcheng was so frightened that her heart almost stopped. Even though I know that Lu Qing can't die, but she was still so scared that her body was shaking. If Lu Qing has any problem, it is absolutely a huge disaster. In the more than 1 minute that Lu Qing came back, Gu Qingqing's mind was blank, and she even fell to the ground without realizing it. Snap! The door opened again. Lu Qing came over with a smile and picked her up from the ground. Seeing this, she not only did not feel any joy. Instead, I became even more frightened. Lu Qing, you just died once. How could you come back from the death buffer zone so quickly? Don't joke with your life. Gu Qingqing grabbed him tightly and said frantically. Central Intelligence, tell her. How many times have I died? Lu Qing smiled proudly and said. Answer. You died 79 times in total, and each time you stayed in the VIP death buffer for less than 1 minute and 30 seconds, which has exceeded the human limit. Gu Qingqing's face was stunned. She was in disbelief. Died 79 times. The death buffer is no more than 1 minute and 30 seconds? This? How on earth did they do that? Wasn't there any backlash of death on him? Wasn't there any pain that penetrated deep into his soul? Okay, don't worry about it. I'm fine. If you have something to do later, go back first. Come with me to Yun City in 13 days. Lu Qing said with a smile. But what is your purpose in doing this? How is this possible? Gu Qingqing's breathing became rapid. She felt that Lu Qing's secret was so big that she couldn't imagine it. But she still underestimated those who can complete the death buffer in 1 minute. Not only had she never seen it, never even heard of it. I can gain the fire immunity attribute by dying in this way, but you can't. So don't try it easily. Lu Qing reminded. I don't believe it. Gu Qingqing shook her head. This kind of thing is simply a fantasy. If dying in lava could give you fire immunity, people would have discovered it long ago. Immunity wouldn't be so expensive. Don't believe it? Haha, I don't believe it either. Lu Qing smiled. Gu Qingcheng was stunned and saw Lu Qing jump into the crater of the volcano again. At this moment, she experienced Qin Shuangshua's daily collapse. Although Lu Qing is mysterious and puzzling, but this doesn't offset the fact that he's a psychopath. He only needs a moment. He can make women crazy about him. 1 minute later, Lu Qing returned to the battle room again. 10 minutes later, Lu Qing had come back several times. No matter how worried Gu Qingcheng was, I feel a little numb at this point. Lu Qing, you really make people love and hate you. Gu Qingcheng was helpless. He let out a long breath and exhaled slowly. Regret it? Lu Qing held her waist. His body was burning hot, burning Gu Qingcheng's snow-white and delicate skin. The agreement has been signed. I am yours. It's too late to regret now. Gu Qingcheng spread his hands and said. Besides, she has already received half of the betrothal gift, so she won't run away. Okay, go home and rest. Lu Qing patted her on the body and said, But I want to be here with you. I suddenly want to die with you once. What to do? Gu Qingqing's eyes were once again burning with a somewhat crazy excitement. She suddenly wanted to know what Lu Qing was doing. I also want to know what Lu Qing's experience is like. Are you sure? You little idiot, can you do this? Lu Qing looked at her and examined her. Who said I can't do it? Gu Qingcheng refused to admit defeat. Before this, she had never met anyone who made her bow her head. Lu Qing was the only one. Okay. Since you are willing, come on. Lu Qing said indifferently. Anyway, this girl is looking for trouble for no reason, so it's not his fault. Lu Qing picked up Gu Qingcheng and hugged her horizontally, and his soft arms naturally wrapped around her neck. Once you jump down, there will be no chance to regret it. You have to think about it carefully. Lu Qing looked at those beautiful eyes and said seriously, Fine, give it a try. Gu Qingqing said indifferently. She is not heavy. In Lu Qing's arms, there was a soft and boneless feeling. Then let's go. Lu Qing hugged her and jumped down. In an instant, a huge feeling of weightlessness enveloped Gu Qingqing's body, but instead of being afraid, she became even more excited. A pair of thin lips gently held Lu Qing's lips. Together with Lu Qing's body, it was submerged in the boiling magma. A few hours later, VIP death buffer. Gu Qingqing slowly opened her beautiful eyes and woke up, feeling an unpleasant pain in her neck. Lu Qing finally didn't let her experience the pain of being swallowed by magma, because that kind of feeling would drive people crazy after resurrection. Before falling into the lava, Lu Qing killed her. For a moment, Gu Qingqing didn't know what to say. I don't even know whether to scold him. Thank him anyway. Gu Qingqing drank 2 bottles of post-battle recovery fluid and stayed in the buffer zone for another half an hour before returning to Lu Qing's VIP 888 battle room. Lu Qing took off his upper body clothes, exposing an upper body without any muscularity at all. After each of their deaths, the clothes on their bodies will not disappear along with them. After all, humans have been digitized, making it easier for the central intelligent brain to control them. Gu Qingqing moved a chair. Just watched Lu Qing die again and again. She spent 13 days in the battle room. I am here with Lu Qing during the day. Go back and rest at night. Qin Shuangxue and In Miaoyi were very worried, but Lu Qing said that he was in seclusion, so they did not come. Hidden reward achieved. Die 3,000 times in the lava. Reward 1,500 degree, high temperature immunity. When a piece of information appeared in Lu Qing's field of vision, Lu Qing was suddenly extremely excited. Done. Finally it worked. During these 13 days, he almost vomited. If he hadn't had Gu Qingqing by his side so that he could tease her occasionally, he wouldn't have been driven crazy by the backlash of death, but he would have been driven crazy by boredom. The temperature of magma is 800–1,300 degrees. Lu Qing's 1,500 degree immunity. You can now take a bath in lava. Beautiful lady, look at me. I'll give you something exciting. Lu Qing smiled at Gu Qingqing, hooked his finger and said. Gu Qingqing rolled her eyes immediately and changed her black skirt into denim shorts, a black t-shirt, and high-heeled boots, revealing a pair of long legs. What can you offer me? It's just dying again. Gu Qingqing was so numb. A person can die 3,000 times in just 13 days. If he didn't have to sleep and eat, the time could be greatly shortened. If this matter were to be spread, it would be enough to shock the whole country, or even the whole world. Look down on me? Okay. Just watch me. Today's extra update. Can I ask for 500 yuan for a quick update, or 10 yuan as a reward? I can't even get 10 yuan. Woo woo woo. Chapter 54. Magma over 1,000 degrees? Can you swim? Additional update. Lu Qing jumped again and jumped into the boiling magma. Gu Qingqing didn't take it seriously at first, but her eyes still followed Lu Qing. Then he saw Lu Qing falling hundreds of meters. One head plunged into the magma. Crash. Lu Qing's body was splashed with boiling magma and disappeared. Gu Qingqing thought she had to wait another minute for Lu Qing to come out of the death buffer zone. As a result, the next second, she was stunned. I saw Lu Qing actually floating up from the magma. Beauty, did you see it? I'm awesome. Lu Qing smiled smugly below. Ah. Gu Qingqing was stunned. She didn't expect that what Lu Qing said was actually true. Lu Qing can really die in magma and gain immunity to fire attributes. My pants are burned. Go buy me a pair of pants. Lu Qing was surprised and said, Are you okay? Gu Qingqing was totally at a loss and said, It's okay. If I had something wrong, could I still be so leisurely? Lu Qing swam comfortably in the lava. Backstroke. Aren't you hot? Gu Qingqing's 3 views were all overturned. No. Lu Qing shook his head. At this time, the temperature of the magma was not even as high as that of a hot spring for him. It was just suitable bathwater. Forehead. Gu Qingqing didn't know what to say. Magma over 1,000 degrees. Do you swim? Because she was too shocked, Gu Qingqing pinched herself hard and felt the pain immediately. Only then did she confirm that everything she saw was not an illusion. Lu Qing is really swimming. Lu Qing is really immune to the temperature of magma. This man didn't give people a shock, but a chill down their spine. Lu Qing played in the lava for more than half an hour. Girl, put a rope down. I'm going up. Gu Qingqing asked suspiciously, but wouldn't it be faster for you to die? Lu Qing rolled his eyes and said, Now even the lava can't kill me. How do you think I can die? Gu Qingqing, it seems so. Gu Qingsheng rented a high-temperature resistant rope from the central intelligent computer, lowered it down for Lu Qing, and asked the robot to deliver a new set of clothes. Lu Qing grabbed the rope that was lowered. The robot above slowly pulled up the rope, bringing Lu Qing up with it. After a while, Lu Qing stood on the flat ground above. There was still magma dripping down from his body. Gu Qingcheng was not the least bit ashamed. Instead, he opened his eyes and stared at Lu Qing. He wanted to see what was different about Lu Qing and why he was like that. Hey, stop taking advantage of me. Lu Qing glanced at her and said. Gu Qingcheng really wanted to reach out and touch Lu Qing at this moment, but she knew that Lu Qing's body temperature must be very high, and she would melt if she touched him. Lu Qing, you? Gu Qingcheng swallowed hard. I am still shocked. Don't ask. Just ask me. I'm awesome. Lu Qing flicked his hair in a showy manner. He swam in the lava for so long, but his hair was also fire-resistant. Because it didn't burn, he asked the central intelligent computer to create airflow around him to speed up his cooling process. If he cooled down too quickly, he was worried that he would crack. After the heat dissipation is completed, only then did Lu Qing put on his clothes. Lu Qing picked up his cell phone and checked the time. It was almost time to go to Yun City. Just in time. Qin Shuangshue's call also came in. Lu Qing, are you ready? We still have an hour to prepare. In 1 hour, the Yun City points competition will begin. Qin Shuangshue asked worriedly. Because they hadn't seen each other for so many days, Qin Shuangshue didn't know how far Lu Qing had come. Okay, boss. Come to the warplanes teleportation area. Let's buy tickets and teleport to Yun City. Lu Qing said with a smile. Is the fire repellent done? Qin Shuangshue asked nervously. Nailed it. When the points competition starts, you will understand. Lu Qing nodded. After hanging up the phone, Lu Qing took Gu Qingqing out of the battle room and went to the interzone transmission area to wait. Lu Qing held Gu Qingqing's waist all the way, but here it loosened up. He even made a special explanation, saying that he was afraid Qin Shuangshue might misunderstand what he saw. When Gu Qingqing heard this, she rolled her eyes, but didn't care. When Lu Qing was cooling down, she asked her gun girl and weapon girl to come over. Calculate the time. They arrived first. Qingcheng, sister Qingqing, brother-in-law. The girls came over with grins on their faces and greeted them. Lu Qing was a little anxious and said, What nonsense are you talking about? There's nothing going on. Don't yell. I'm afraid my boss will misunderstand. The girls. But since they were here, they exchanged a few words of greeting, then turned into a white light that fell on Gu Qingcheng and became the many pieces of equipment on her body. Not long after, Qin Shuangshue also came with her people. When Qin Shuangshue saw Gu Qingqing behind Lu Qing, she felt extremely jealous. She hadn't seen Lu Qing for more than 10 days. So Gu Qingqing is right next to Lu Qing? Behind Qin Shuangshue, there was a group of girls, who were the weapon girls and gun girls she recruited for Lu Qing. Lu Qing, you've been living a carefree life these past 10 days, haven't you? Qin Shuangshue said sourly. Boss, don't get me wrong. I swear to God, I haven't done anything other than training, eating, and sleeping in the past 10 days. I'm busy. Where is the time to be carefree? Lu Qing held up 3 fingers and said seriously. As for the fact that he flirted with Gu Qingqing when he had nothing to do, that was not being cool, but being relaxed. After all, even if you are in seclusion, you have to combine work and rest. Boss Gu, why are you here? Qin Shuangshue said unhappily. If it was before, she would never dare to speak to Gu Qingqing in this tone. But now, she is jealous. Someone said they would give me 120 attribute points as a gift. I'm coming. Gu Qingqing had no intention of hiding it and said, Lu Qing, come here. Qin Shuangshue kicked Lu Qing and forced him into a corner. Lu Qing quickly raised his hands to cover his handsome face and said aggrievedly, Boss, don't hit my face. His lousy system that dared not speak made him invest in Gu Qingqing. Can he be blamed for this? No. He's just making money. Boss. My good boss. I earn money from other women to support you. Do you know that? And Meowie and a bunch of beautiful girls. Each of them is simply unbearable to look at. The god in their minds. It was so miserable at that moment. If it was at home, they had no doubt that Lu Qing would be caught and forced to kneel on a durian in a minute. Lu Qing, you said you were right too. I'm helping you manage those new girls with tools and guns in the club. But you are so lucky. Picking up girls in the warplane. And they stayed there for more than 10 days. With all that time, why don't you come back and get to know them? Qin Shuangshue pinched Lu Qing's waist and said angrily, They are not as pretty as Gu Qingqing, but they are not bad. With so many people, aren't they enough for you, Lu Qing? Chapter 55. I always feel uneasy if I don't hold on to something. Boss, this is unfair. You really wronged me. Am I, Lu Qing, the kind of person who can't walk when seeing a beautiful woman? No. I'm really in seclusion. Lu Qing wanted to cry but had no tears, and he didn't dare to fight back. Then what are you shutting up for? Qin Shuangxue gritted her teeth. I can swim in lava? Lu Qing said weakly. Bullshit. If you can swim in the lava, I will go back and make ginseng soup for you after this battle is over. Qin Shuangxue rolled her eyes. Lu Qing was even weaker. Boss, are you serious? Qin Shuangxue pinched him again, causing him to cry out in pain. Qin Shuangxue was really defeated by him. So foresty. So helpless. After venting her jealousy for a while and being almost bitten by Lu Qing, she quickly pulled away from him and took him back to meet the girls. The girl Qin Shuangxue found for Lu Qing has a very complete range of sex toys. Gun Girl only added one. She is an S-rank AR-15 rifle girl. Then Lu Qing's combat system is basically complete, from pistols to rifles, and then to Qin Shuangxue's Barrett. Secondly, it is the instrument girl. This is the key point. Because Lu Qing is more picky than her grandmother, choosing a penis girl for Lu Qing is really a torture. The combat uniform is an S-level device girl, with a body score of 91 and a space capacity load of 91 kilograms. Helmet is an A+ grade device girl, with very good calculation, reasoning, and logic. The exoskeleton is an S-class device girl, with a body score of 90 points and an additional load of 90 kilograms. Maximum speed, 120 kilometers per hour. Defense, 371. HP, 4500. In addition to them, Qin Shuangxue also found a very rare girl. For example, Glove Girl. For example, the Boot Girl. At the same time, Qin Shuangxue has spent more than 70 million in the past few days to buy modules for them. The club originally had more than 100 million in funds. In a flash, only 30 million were left. The Key Device Girl's module is not yet fully equipped. This shows how expensive war is. Lu Qing, kiss their hands one by one and sign ordinary contracts. The conditions of our club cannot allow you to have so many soul-contracted girls. Qin Shuangxue kicked his calf and said, in fact, it's not unconditional. But you can't do this. The soul contract is the promise made by the weapon girl and the gun girl to the combatants, but at the same time, it is also a constraint on the combatants. Based on Lu Qing's situation, he can definitely choose a better one in the future. If I were completely tied to death by them, that's it. Boss, is that okay? Lu Qing asked eagerly with a harmless expression on his face. Go quickly. It's so annoying. Qin Shuangxue couldn't help but say. It was obvious that Lu Qing was always touching her and wanted to kiss her, but in the end, she could only watch Lu Qing kiss other girls. This feeling, don't even mention how bad it is. Lu Qing caught a girl with a beauty score of at least 90 points. The little hand was very soft. It simply softened Lu Qing's heart. Girls' hands are so perfect. Lu Qing grabbed one person and kissed him, then kissed another person's hand. Contract after contract completed. The girls giggled as he kissed them. That scene is so charming. Lu Qing finally understood why ancient kings did not hold court early in the morning. Oh shit, there are so many beauties. Who the hell is still going to court early? Master Lu, I am your combat uniform girl. My name is Yi. I will be in your care from now on. The girl said as she turned into a white light that wrapped around Lu Qing, forming a black combat uniform. Master Lu, I'm your exoskeleton girl. My name is Siqing. Please, another girl said, and also turned into a white light and fell on the combat uniform, becoming a special component with a button on it. God Lu. The girls introduced themselves and then turned into white lights, falling on Lu Qing. After the AR-15 gun girl was introduced, it fell on the combat uniform and became a component embedded in one of the two card slots. And Miaoyi looked at Lu Qing lovingly, whispered, idiot, and then turned into white light and embedded into the combat uniform. In this regard, Lu Qing completed the equipment. The only one who didn't get it was the boss Qin Shuangxue. Before setting off, Qin Shuangxue prepared a lot of high-explosive bullets and put them on Yi and Siqing. After all, they both had space weights on them. Those bullets cost 200,000. Very expensive. Boss, let's go. Lu Qing's hand naturally rested on Qin Shuangxue's waist. It's not his fault. It's a habit. Snap. Qin Shuangxue quickly turned him down, but he stuck to me like a dog-skin plaster and couldn't be shaken off. Old Gu, have you bought your tickets? Lu Qing turned to Gu Qingcheng and asked, I bought it. Gu Qingcheng nodded and looked at Lu Qing, who was wearing a completely black suit. In order to unify the colors, Qin Shuangxue specially prepared the colors for them in advance. If someone else could handle this set of weapon girls and gun girls, it will take several years to complete. Even with the help of the club, it won't be that fast. But Lu Qing is different. Many people come here because of its reputation. Even these weapon girls and gun girls come from all over the country. Looking across the province, I'm afraid only Lu Qing can possess this kind of attraction. Then together, Lu Qing said to her. The three of them walked into the transmission area together. But just before the transmission began, Lu Qing's left hand was not honest and quietly wrapped around Gu Qingcheng's waist. Cough, cough, cough. Habit, habit. If he didn't hold something, Lu Qing would always feel uneasy. Cloud City Hall. When Lu Qing and the other two appeared, they immediately attracted a lot of attention. Pairs of eyes were cast over, sizing him up. Wow, dear audience friends, look. My idol is here. He's finally here. Today's points match is the second match for my male god to activate the Human Emperor program. It is also a crucial battle for him. This time, there are also strong players from provincial clubs being sent down. But this time there are three. They are from VV Club, Jinhui Club, and Dynasty Club. They are all first-line players. But no matter how powerful they are no match for my male god. The beautiful host screamed excitedly at the camera. At the same time, everyone also noticed Lu Qing's situation. Full set of equipment. In this battle, it is obvious that Lu Qing can crush the opponent again. After winning this battle, Lu Qing will also be able to obtain 30 free attribute points, but he has to come first to get the reward. But take first place. For Lu Qing, isn't it better to just eat and drink water? This is the city level, not provincial level. But at this moment, accompanied by a heavy sound of footsteps, in the eyes of everyone shocked, they saw a beautiful girl with pink hair and pink eyes walking towards them. She was wearing a silver-white Mecca. Holy crap! A world-class Mecca girl? Everyone was dumbfounded, stunned and unbelievable. But along with her appearance came an extremely scorching temperature that burned everyone. Chapter 56. Sure enough, this bastard likes. The air around Lin Yue was so hot that no one dared to approach her. Those pink eyes sparkled like a raging fire, but the arrogance in her eyes as a world-class girl made people dare not look directly at her. She raised her eyes calmly and stared in the direction of Lu Qing. 3 words blurted out. I am coming. Lu Qing nodded and smiled. Have you prepared the 2,000-word analysis report? Lin Yue couldn't help but laugh. A 2,000-word analysis report? She admitted that Lu Qing did have the ability to be arrogant. After all, Lu Qing's gun skills crushed countless people. Even Gu Qingcheng and Deng Jiayan were no match for him. But her problem wasn't her shooting skills. Lu Qing couldn't bear the high temperature of her body. As long as you can do what we agreed to, I will do it according to the agreement. But if you can't do it, I won't make it difficult for you. After all, you still have a bright future, and there are so many people following you. Lin Yue shook her head and said, even if Lu Qing couldn't do it, she wouldn't force Lu Qing to fulfill the agreement, and she would even apply to the Central Intelligence Brain to annul the agreement. She is a useless person, but Lu Qing is not. Whether it is Qin Shuangxue, a Miaoyi, or the other gun girls and weapon girls in Lu Qing's body, they all place their dreams on Lu Qing. She will not extinguish these people's dreams and future. Beauty, I still say the same thing as before. There are many girls in this world who are more miserable than you. Your starting point is already the end point that they will never be able to pursue in their lifetime. So you should be more determined, more proud, and wait for yourself to shine. Lu Qing's expression became a little serious and said, all of Lu Qing's previous attitudes towards her were more to help her change her mindset and stop complaining about herself. Wronged. Unwilling. What's the use? If you know what flaws you have, shouldn't you try to find a way to solve them? No matter how difficult it is to achieve, you should do it. Isn't the purpose of life to breathe? If this breath is gone, what's the difference between that and being dead? There is no point in talking anymore. It depends on your performance next. Lin Yue didn't want to dwell on this topic any longer, so she turned and left. If there was a way, why would she do this? The only solution is 1,000 free attribute points, but who can get them? Even if a national club has such a huge amount of attribute points, it is absolutely impossible to invest in her, because there is no positive feedback benefit, even if she is world-class. Yun City Points Competition. Countdown 15 minutes. Please be prepared, contestants. Before the war began, Lu Qing sat on a chair in the corridor with his eyes closed, while Gu Qingqing and Qin Shuangxue sat on his left and right. But the agreement between him and Lin Yuyue, it has completely spread. One is the popular gun god Lu Qing. One is a world-class Mecca girl. Even though no one knows what the two bet on, it is enough to make everyone look forward to it. Gu Qingqing analyzed the data of the fighters of the 3 major provincial clubs. But it's just a brief analysis. With Lu Qing's strength, even I am not my opponent. Then it is even more impossible for others to be it. The biggest difference between provincial and municipal wars is combat effectiveness. Even if a national-level fighter comes to the municipal level, he can only compete in shooting skills. Therefore, before Lu Qing went to the provincial capital, there can't be any obstacles. Okay, Lu Qing, you have to participate in the points competition. Come on. Gu Qingqing leaned over and kissed Lu Qing on the face, which immediately caused screams from her face. Deng Jiayun also hid in the crowd. Watching this scene, my brain exploded. She hadn't seen these two people for a while, and it turned out that they were having an affair? Really? This bastard just likes big ones. Deng Jiayun looked resentful and couldn't help but look down at her little tiger. She ate papaya for more than 10 days and drank a lot of milk. But why didn't she see any improvement? She could still see her feet when she looked down. Oh, what the hell? Lu Qing exclaimed suddenly. It was clearly a sweet kiss on the face, but he was pinched hard by his own boss and almost flew to the sky. Even the combat uniform girl didn't help him block the damage. Qin Shuangxue was clearly furious, but she still maintained her composure. Boss, you smell so good. Lu Qing held her horizontally in his arms and smiled slyly. Don't touch me. Go find your beauty. Qin Shuangxue rolled her eyes and said, Jealous? Lu Qing said with a smile. No. Qin Shuangxue didn't look at him, but she was clearly very jealous. Qin Shuangxue knew that something was wrong between him and Gu Qingqing. He just hugged Gu Qingqing's waist quietly. Did he think he couldn't see it? Okay, boss, I'm not angry anymore. Give me a kiss. Lu Qing said this, pouting and moving closer. Qin Shuangxue quickly pushed him away with a look of disgust, but did not struggle out of Lu Qing's arms because she was about to be teleported. She didn't want to be hugged by Lu Qing. She just doesn't want any trouble. Lu Qing, come on. Gu Qingqing made an encouraging gesture towards him and said, Aha. Lu Qing nodded and agreed. When he turned around, he noticed Deng Jiayun, who was grinning in the crowd. He smiled wickedly at her, which stunned her for a moment. Forehead. What does it mean that he smiles so pervertedly? He wouldn't be interested in me too, would he? So should I agree? Or should you try to refuse before agreeing? Swoosh. Accompanied by a flash of white light, Lu Qing, holding Qin Shuangxue in his arms, was teleported into the copy with many contestants. Go man, come on. The beautiful anchor shouted excitedly while holding the microphone. Lin Yue sat on a chair. The central intelligent computer suppressed the temperature around her, so the chair would not melt. She raised her beautiful eyes and stared at the big screen on the ceiling. The pink hair is quietly scattered behind her. Even without speaking, it's also extremely beautiful. As a popular contestant in this points race, Lu Qing had the best cameras focused on him for live broadcast. Seeing Lu Qing appear on the Black Fire Island, Lin Yue's dead eyes could not help but glow with hope. Even though she knew it was impossible, but she still has hope. As a girl, as a Mecca, doesn't she also desire war? The location where Lu Qing refreshed was on the outskirts of Fire Island. The dark brown ground was a plate formed by the cooling of magma. There was no grass growing on it, and the ground was bumpy. The entire Fire Island is centered on an active volcano, with a variety of terrains scattered around. Although most areas are devoid of vegetation, but there are plenty of places to hide. Oh my, it's so boring. I have to wait for it to refresh its circle for another 12 hours. Or, let's go fishing? In the confused eyes of everyone, Lu Qing used a fishhook and fishing line from somewhere to hang on the muzzle of Qin Shuangxue's gun and sat on the edge of the cliff. Swish! The hook flew out and landed on the rough sea, creating ripples. Qin Shuangxue. Lin Yue. Audience outside the venue. Chapter 57. Don't be obsessed with me. I'm just a legend. Additional update. Lu Qing was humming a little tune while fishing leisurely. As for Qin Shuangxue's chattering in his mind, he simply ignored it. The barrel of my boss's gun is so long that it is most suitable as a fishing rod. No. Is he this relaxed? Someone asked in frustration, sending out a line of comments. I knew he was always relaxed, but I never thought he could be this relaxed. Use your own boss as a fishing rod? Is this something a human can do? Some people also responded with a breakdown. Lin Yue couldn't help but hold her forehead and fell into a speechless silence. I feel like I shouldn't have any expectations of Lu Qing. Lu Qing is a top fighter, yes. But with Lu Qing's mentality, this is not the mentality that can lead to a national-level fighter. Oh my god, there are actually fish? There was no bait on Lu Qing's hook. The heavy feeling on the fishing line suddenly made him ecstatic. Just wait until you pull it up and take a look. He was speechless. I saw a broken fishing net hanging on the hook, and it was covered with seaweed. Fuck, is that Godlu? What is he doing? He's not fishing. A 10-man team spawned nearby, completed their preparations, and began hunting for prey in the surrounding area. Someone took a telescope and took a look. Confirmed. Lu Qing is really fishing. Although everyone was speechless, they felt that this was a perfect opportunity. They could launch a sneak attack and get rid of Lu Qing. There is nothing sinister about war. As long as we can defeat the enemy, the winner. Especially since Lu Qing is so famous now. If they could hunt him down and help him finish the Human Emperor program, then they would become famous overnight. A huge amount of traffic would hit them. Two snipers were lying at a high point 73 meters above sea level, locking onto Lu Qing with their scopes. They aimed and re-aimed, even if Lu Qing didn't move. They are also very careful. The two men made an okay gesture to each other and then pulled the trigger at the same time. Bang bang. Two sniper rifles fired heavy bullets at Lu Qing's back. Lu Qing yawned. In an instant, he took out an Miaoi and fired 2 shots back. Bang bang. The bullets in completely opposite directions collided in the air, exploding the sniper bullet, which then fell to the ground. The two sides were only 300 meters apart. It's completely within an Miaoi's maximum shooting range. In an instant, Lu Qing turned an Miaoi into a howitzer and pulled the trigger, firing 2 consecutive grenades, sending the opponent into the sky. A grenade that instantly deals more than 4,000 damage. It's even more terrifying than Deng Jiayun's RPG. The 10 people from the other club were already quite close together. 2 grenades landed at different points, achieving full firepower coverage, and they couldn't run away. Everyone. Godlu, how did you know there was someone behind you? Godlu, those 2 shots you fired just now were so cool. The girls on the body exclaimed. Even though they have seen Lu Qing's battle scenes, experiencing it personally on Lu Qing is a completely different feeling. God is God. Really handsome. Woohoo. Don't be obsessed with me. Brother is just a legend. Lu Qing faced the sea breeze and tossed her hair coquettishly. If someone is so shameless, it will make you want to vomit. But Lu Qing is different. Many gun girls and tool girls who were watching the live broadcast on the other side of the screen couldn't help but scream. It was because Lu Qing was so handsome. It was clearly someone else who was attacking from behind. But Lu Qing was able to take it. Not only did he take it, but he also fired bullets at an astonishing level. Lu Qing fished for several hours and was speechless. He felt that he had the physique of a top air force. In addition to fish, you can catch anything? Lu Qing simply didn't bother fishing anymore. So he hung a rope on the edge of the cliff and, with the help of his exoskeleton mother Siching, descended to the rocks below. There are a lot of oysters and mussels gathered here. Lu Qing dug up a lot of them, then climbed up again along the rope, while feeling the gentle sea breeze. While prying oysters. Although there is no beer and no flames to grill the oysters in the copy are pure natural and pollution-free, and they are delicious when eaten raw. Oh my god, are the things in the dungeon edible? I don't know. In the past, everyone won a fight in dungeons. Who has the mood to study this kind of thing? It was such an exciting points race, but God Lu turned it into a food live broadcast. I am completely convinced. Maybe it's because God Lu is too invincible. Look. He's full and just lies on the ground to sleep. It subverts common sense. It really subverts common sense. I am a professor at Jingxing University. If my students do not learn from him, I will be so angry that I will die. Others probably wouldn't dare to be as relaxed as him, right? Yes. Unless you are crazy, who would dare to think of himself as Godlu? And Lu Qing's relaxation at this time was not without reason. Even if he has the exoskeleton girl as a blessing, but his physical strength is still insufficient. His insistence on waiting until the SSS-level evolutionary fluid was his biggest flaw at the moment. He didn't add any more points to himself because he wanted to get a return on his investment. According to the hidden information, this is the outermost part of the next round of Poison Circle, and there are not many teams refreshing around. Then what he should do is wait for the Poison Circle to refresh. Wait for the poison circle to force people into a smaller area. Others think he is quite relaxed. He is indeed very relaxed. Snoring. Snoring. Lu Qing was sleeping on the floor and snoring. Qin Shuangxue and the others got off Lu Qing. No way. Encountering such an unreliable person, they could only stand guard around Lu Qing when he was sleeping. Hide information tips. 1. In front of you, at 1 o'clock east by north, at the coordinates 117181-081518, a dungeon treasure chest has been refreshed, which contains a 3-hour fireproof suit, which can make the gun girl and the weapon girl extremely heat resistant. After the combat suit and weapon girl obtain the fireproof attribute, they can protect themselves. 2. The treasure chest is 150 meters from the coast and 59 meters deep. Lu Qing was suddenly awakened. Looking at the prompt, he stood up immediately. Beauties, stop wandering around. There's no one around here. Hurry up and get in the car. I'll take you to find something good. Qin Shuangxue led the other girls over with confusion and asked curiously, good stuff? What good stuff? Lu Qing smiled mysteriously. Once you find it, you'll know. Get in the car. Get in the car, quick. The women did not hesitate at all and immediately turned into white light and attached themselves to Lu Qing. Lu Qing communicated with the exoskeleton girl instantly through his thoughts. In just 0.0001 seconds, the girl Xiqing responded along with Lu Qing's body. Swoosh! Lu Qing's body flew out like a cannonball. The speed quickly soared to 120 kilometers. Chapter 58. A shot exploded into the sky. God Lu has moved. Oh my God! God Lu has finally moved. I saw him sleeping for several hours, and I felt sleepy myself. The others had been fighting for several rounds, but he was still sleeping. What is Lucian going to do? I don't know. Oh my God! What is Lucian doing? Why did he dive into the sea? Is he hungry again and wants to go fishing? Following Lu Qing's actions, the 2 live broadcast modules also dived into the sea. How fast Lu Qing swam. How fast they fly. This live broadcast module is controlled by the Central Intelligent Computer, and even intercontinental missiles can keep up. Lin Yue was sitting on a chair in the porch with her eyes closed, when she was suddenly awakened by the noise of the crowd. She raised her head and looked at the big screen that was broadcasting Lu Qing live again. Lu Qing dived into the water and quickly swam to the bottom. 59 meters underwater, there is still visible light, and the lighting is surprisingly good. The combat suit and exoskeleton protected Lu Qing and took the pressure of the sea water for him. Before entering the water, Lu Qing asked Qin Shuangxue to wait on the shore. There aren't enough sockets on the combat uniform. She cannot be transformed into a module and placed on a combat suit. Then if we take her into the water, water will get into her gun, which will be very troublesome. God Lu, we are not the type to fight underwater. I can provide you with oxygen, but it can only last for 1 minute at most. So we have to be quick. The helmet girl Yuro said. Before Lu Qing went into the water, she fully unfolded her closed form, completely covering Lu Qing's head to prevent seawater from seeping in. New. Lu Qing responded. God Lu, there seems to be something ahead. It's a treasure chest. Exoskeleton girl Xiqing said excitedly. Lu Qing's mouth curled up into a smile. Didn't he come here just to find the treasure chest? Oh my God. He can even find the treasure chest under the water? And he went straight to this treasure chest. Is Master Lu cheating? Basic exercises, don't make a fuss. Yes, this is not the only time that Master Lu has used such bizarre tricks. Snap. Lu Qing opened the treasure chest underwater. It was a large wooden box from the Middle Ages, with a semicircular lid and various rivets on the box as decoration. As the lid was opened, some mud and sand appeared on the seabed, floating up along with the water flow. Buff card. This is a buff card. Xiqing became even more excited. The number of treasure chests in the dungeon is already very rare, and the treasure chests containing buff cards are even rarer, because the buffs opened by the treasure chests are very important. For example, in the Fire Island instance, there is a lot of magma in the core area, so the chances of getting a fireproof buff are very high. For example, in an ice and snow dungeon, there is a high probability that there is a buff that can withstand low temperatures. Who can find this buff card? Whoever has a better chance of winning. 3 hours of fire and high temperature protection buff? Can it work on weapon girls and gun girls? Lin Yue looked at the introduction of the buff card on the screen and was stunned for a moment, her heart skipping a beat. If this is a permanent buff, as long as it is applied to Lu Qing's combat uniform, she can equip Lu Qing perfectly. What a pity. It's only 3 hours. The moment Lu Qing got the buff card, the countdown for the shrinking circle above the instance also changed. A line of text appears. War participant Lu Qing found the only fireproof buff card in the instance. Coordinates: Northeastern Sea Area. Coordinates will be visible for 10 minutes. Everyone in the dungeon saw it, but most people didn't dare to look for Lu Qing. First, the distance is too far. By the time they got there, Lu Qing had already run away. Second, Lu Qing's personal combat power was too terrifying. If they go there this way, they would be delivering food. I just took a buff card, but I still need a reminder? Isn't this too dog-like? Lu Qing surfaced and looked at the prompt in the sky, feeling the urge to curse. God, Lu, we've made a fortune. The helmet girl Yuro said excitedly. What's wrong? Lu Qing asked in confusion. The central intelligent computer has this prompt, which means that this buff card can be taken out. Even if it's just 3 hours, it's worth it. Yuro explained. Oh, there is such a saying? Then why didn't it scroll before entering the copy? Lu Qing asked curiously. That's because it's only 3 hours. Instead of a permanent buff. In the default rewards of the central intelligence computer, it is only a semi-finished product, so it is not included in the reward list, and naturally there will be no prompt. Yuro said. After Lu Qing returned to the shore, Qin Shuangxue looked at the glittering buff card and was stunned for a moment, and was also excited. Lu Qing, you can take this buff out. As long as we have it as a blessing, we will win the bet with Miss Lin. Although it is unethical to use this buff card to win the bet, but since both parties have signed a gambling agreement, it doesn't matter whether it is moral or immoral. Besides, the agreement does not stipulate how long Lu Qing will be immune. As long as Lu Qing can withstand Lin Yu's high temperature, even if it's just 10 seconds, it was Lu Qing who won the bet. Oh. Lu Qing nodded nonchalantly. What are you saying? Qin Shuangxue immediately gave him a look of great resentment. I am so serious. He looked like he was joking. Oh. Lu Qing smiled. Qin Shuangxue was almost angry to death on the spot. She snorted softly, too lazy to talk to Lu Qing, the god of gold. Lu Qing teased her for a while, then hugged her and said with a smile, Boss, since this is a bet, I won't do anything ridiculous. This buff card is prepared for you. It's saved for when the final battle is almost over. Qin Shuangxue was stunned and asked in confusion, What do you mean? Don't you use it yourself? Lu Qing smiled and said, The hermit has a clever plan. Just wait and see. Qin Shuangxue couldn't help but roll her eyes, which really charmed many viewers in front of the camera. Although Lu Qing has gained a lot of fire resistance properties, the properties are so high that it can even swim in magma. But she didn't believe these words. This kind of immunity attribute is not cabbage. How can it be obtained easily? Moreover, if you want to resist magma, the starting point is 1,000 points. The sky gradually darkened. Lu Qing found an all-terrain vehicle. Carrying a lot of weapons and guns, he headed into the poison circle. The 12-hour circle refresh time has arrived. Lu Qing blocked the narrow pass where the flow of people was relatively high, ambushing and blocking many teams coming from outside the circle to obtain promotion points. To intensify the battle, the island is divided into many areas. Some bridges formed by the cooling of magma and narrow passes where the passages are reduced are the key places where battles break out. Boom boom. 2 all-terrain vehicles drove over from a nearby direction. Someone in the car was looking through the window to be on guard. But with a heavy howitzer shell coming, terrifying flames shot up into the sky. Even the ATV was blown up into the sky. There is an enemy attack. Run. Chapter 59. Are there any girls in your team? The people in the car behind were panicking. My mind went blank. My legs were trembling, and I didn't know what to do. Boom. Immediately afterwards, another howitzer fired, instantly sending them into the sky. And until the moment of their death, they still hadn't recovered. It stands to reason that such a large-scale destructive weapon should not appear in the city-level points competition, but it actually appeared. Then there is only one possibility. That's Lu Qing. This guy's performance in the Binhai City points race was amazing. It's not just the scene of Gu Qingqing facing the gun. It is also a transformation of an Miaoi. One shot deals 4,000 plus damage. Even if the tank gun girl comes, we can't resist it. Real men should have fun with explosions. If this level of war happened on Earth, the chickens would have been destroyed by us long ago. Lu Qing muttered. Lu Qing, what are you mumbling about? Qin Shuangxue couldn't help but ask. There is quite a sense of resentment towards being ignored by the queen. I didn't say anything. Mrs. Lu. Lu Qing's casual teasing made Qin Shuangxue blush, and her heart beat fast again. If she were in human form at this moment, she would definitely give Lu Qing a charming look, then entangle her fingers, waiting for Lu Qing to take advantage of her. Da-da-da. Not long after, another group of people approached under the cover of darkness, preparing to cross the pass. Using an all-terrain vehicle as a tool, of course, has high mobility. But at the same time, it is also easy to be targeted. After all, the sound of vehicles cannot be covered up. Unless there is a large-scale war or explosion, you can use the sound to fish in troubled waters. They knew that the sound of the car could not be covered up, so they walked. The night is their best protective color. There is no light in them. So unless you have a long-range thermal imaging scope, you won't be able to capture them in the dark. Everyone keep your feet down. This kind of pass is most likely guarded by someone. This city-level points competition is extremely important to the club. As long as we get a good ranking, we can stay in the top 10 of Yun City. The leading captain whispered. Yes. Everyone responded quickly. Everyone lowered their heads, hunched over, and was alert to their surroundings. In the darkness of night, everything around was very quiet, and they could capture even the slightest footsteps in the first place. As they advanced, they adopted a 3-3 for formation. The 10-man team is divided into 3 teams, in 3 directions respectively. After the leading team confirms that it is safe, they will call on the people behind them to follow. Then the teams will pass through the pass in batches. This formation is one of the safest formations. Attackable. Retreat to defend. If they encounter danger, the entire army will not be wiped out in an instant. Lu Qing attached an 8x scope to the AR-15 in his hand and hung 4 high-capacity magazine modules with 60 rounds of ammunition on his body. Duo, I'm about to shoot. Do you have confidence in yourself? Lu Qing touched the AR-15 gun girl and asked her. Hee. Of course. The AR-15 gun girl's voice responded in my head. She is an S-rank rifle girl, without any defects. With an attack power of up to 277 points, he naturally has enough confidence. Then let's get started. Lu Qing aimed at the pass and pulled the trigger. Da-da-da. A terrible burst of flames burst out. Bullets shot out from the gun barrel. At an extremely terrifying speed, it hit those people who were advancing by taking advantage of the obstacles below. Headshot. Damage minus 999. Headshot. Harm. How superb was Lu Qing's marksmanship. In the blink of an eye, he annihilated the 3 members of the vanguard. Immediately, Lu Qing caught an Miaoi and fired a shot in the direction behind them, forcing the people hiding behind them to come out. As soon as a head appeared, Lu Qing immediately switched his gun. Use AR-15 duo for shooting. Qin Shuangxue was put aside. Really ignored. Until now, she hadn't fired a single shot. Damn it, it's Lu Shan. Such marksmanship and such war scenes can only be created by Lu Shan. The people below collapsed. They just wanted to survive until the end, get relatively high points, and keep the club in the top 10 of Yun City, but they ended up encountering Lu Qing? God, Lu, please spare my life. Stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. Isn't it enough for me to kneel down for you? Master Lu, if you beat us all to death here, the club owner will cut our wages when we return. Those who were still alive shouted upwards. What? A pay cut? Lu Qing stopped firing instantly. He asked doubtfully downwards. Yes. Our boss said that if we can't keep our position in the top 10 in Yun City, then everyone will have their salary cut. Someone below shouted. There was obviously some grievance in his words. Well, since you are all so difficult, I will cease fire. Are there any girls in your team? Lu Qing asked. Without? No. Someone below responded. Boom. Lu Qing grabbed an Miaoi and fired another shot, then flipped down from above, grabbed duo, and killed all the people below. Originally, I really wanted to help you and send you to the finals, but you don't have any girls. There's nothing I can do. After all, I can't drag a grown man into the finals, right? What would that mean to me? Everyone. Although the comments in the live broadcast room were speechless, they felt very reasonable. If Lu Qingxin softened and let them go, this is really weird. After Lu Qing finished harvesting at the pass, he quickly switched positions and went to harvest a few more teams. Although everyone is a fighter and most of them have been injected with genetic evolution fluid, they are also human beings and naturally need to rest at night. For most teams, nighttime is actually the most difficult. If we can't find a suitable terrain to hide, we will be exposed to danger at any time. Even if we find a formation, we have to send people to guard the night. The fighters who were sent down by the Dynasty Club to gather intelligence experienced hundreds of wars, big and small, in the provincial capital. He sat down to rest, with his back against a raised rock, although he wanted to find Lu Qing. But even until now, no one has been seen. He was not impatient about this, because with his ability, it was very easy for him to enter the finals. Naturally, he would meet Lu Qing in the finals. Bang! That's when a sniper rifle fired from a distance. The speed of sound cannot catch up with the speed of Barrett bullets. After all, the speed of Barrett bullets reaches Mach 2. The fighters from the Dynasty Club felt something was wrong and immediately dodged. But his reaction was too late. Thank you all for your support. Today's update. Still 500 yuan for urging, or 10 yuan for reward. Chapter 60. Forget it. I don't want to play with you anymore. Even though he had been injected with the B-level gene evolution fluid, he couldn't dodge instantly. Even if it was only 0.1 seconds, it would be fatal. Boom. At the moment the bullet pierced his helmet and sent him away, it also penetrated his body and hit the stone behind him. The bullets even exploded on the rocks. A terrifying sound burst out. Everyone was stunned for a moment. This fighter from the Dynasty Club joined them temporarily and was the strongest in their team, but he was killed in an instant. The bullet came from the northwest. Be careful to dodge. Someone in the team shouted hurriedly. Everyone panicked and chose to avoid obstacles on the northwest side. In the copy, except for some dark rooms, there is no place that can avoid attacks from all directions. There are always exposed points. They didn't dare to move at all. There are two things I am most worried about. First, if someone is watching them from other directions and also sniping them from a distance, then they will definitely be doomed. Second, if someone lurks in secret and approaches, they will have to fight a very passive battle. The surrounding terrain. When they chose to stay, they analyzed it carefully. Most of the surrounding areas are open areas, and only this area can block three directions: east, west, south, north, southeast, southwest, northeast, northwest. The second round of brushing is just a few hours later. If they are tired of traveling, there is a high possibility that you will be ambushed by the enemy when they are well rested. At the same time, before the circle is refreshed, no one knows the scope of the second round of circle refreshing. What if you go the wrong way after working for several hours? So this place is their only and necessary choice. Brother How, half an hour has passed. Why is there still no movement? Could it be that after firing a single shot, the other party doesn't want to waste time with us? After all, we have an absolute barrier as a defense. One combatant asked. Pray that this is the best way. The man called Hao Gu said seriously. Brother How, let me give it a try. If we continue to waste time like this, it won't be a big deal. We have been so nervous here for so long. What if they leave? Then we will miss our rest time, right? Then the best way now is to test it with human lives. As long as the other party opens fire, it proves that the other party is still there. Another person said, in order to hunt their targets, some fighters are very patient. If the prey hides for a day, they can wait in the same place for a whole day. Especially a sniper. Anyone who can become a sniper must be very patient. If you are looking for fast-paced combat, you will definitely choose gun girls such as rifles and submachine guns to make a contract. Okay, that's it. Brother How nodded and agreed. Under the current circumstances, this is the most correct approach. Immediately, a man walked out from the darkness, completely exposing his body in an open space without any obstacles, anxiously waiting for the attack. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. He is still fine. Brother How, the sniper and his team must have left, said the person standing outside. Call? Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The tense nerves relaxed in an instant. No? Why are you relaxing? People are hiding behind you? Here it comes again. Here it comes again. God Lu's old trick has started again. This is their camp. Lu Shan has already sneaked in, but he didn't open fire immediately. What does he want to do? When they react, they will definitely suppress us with heavy firepower. Even if he wanted to kill some people quietly, as long as someone's death is displayed on the team interface, he would still be discovered. All right, stop nagging. If you could guess what Master Lu was thinking, you wouldn't be here typing away. While the comments in the live broadcast room were scrolling wildly, Lu Qing was hiding quietly in the dark, like a poisonous snake in the night, waiting for his chance to strike. Hao Gu and his men finally relaxed and arranged for someone to be on duty at night. It's a pity that the fighter from Dynasty Club died. Otherwise, relying on his fighting power, they will definitely get good results. While everyone was resting, Two people began to stand guard behind the cover. Lu Qing originally wanted to have an exciting time, dragging them out one by one and then taking down this team. But after waiting for a while, he is getting impatient. Forget it. I don't want to play with you anymore. Lu Qing turned and Miaoyi into a howitzer, and a grenade hit the crowd. Fuck. Everyone was shocked for a moment. Some people were killed on the spot. Those who were not killed in the explosion had their breathing stopped. Their hearts were beating wildly. Da-da-da. Lu Qing held an AR-15 and fired a burst of shots at the inside. Before the magazine is empty, there are no living people inside. Central Intelligence, how many people are watching my live broadcast room? Lu Qing blew at the muzzle of the gun and asked to the side. Swoosh. Two live broadcast modules appeared. A line of holographic projections appeared from the bottom of the live broadcast module. 550000. So what time is it outside? Lu Qing asked another trivial question. Longwa time, 3:15 a.m. Lu Qing turned to face the camera. He showed a smug smile and made a scissors gesture. My dear family members who have held on until now, I know what you want to see. When I get the first place in points, I will give you a big feast. Stay up all night with me tonight. Don't run away. The live broadcast room, which had been somewhat quiet, suddenly became lively. Lu Shan said he wants to do something big. Brothers, don't sleep tonight. Stay up all night with Lu Shan. Wait, I'll call and wake my buddy up right now. I really can't hold on any longer. There's still time for Lu Shan to take first place in points. I'll take a nap first. Who's going to call me later? Why are you squinting? Come downstairs and buy 2 cans of drinks for a late night. I'm so excited now. I really don't know what Master Lu is going to do next. Many people choose to stay up late to watch the live broadcast in the live broadcast room. There are also many people who can't wait and plan to watch the edited video tomorrow. The popularity of Lu Qing's live broadcast room did not drop, but it rose against the trend in the middle of the night. It was even popular at 3 in the morning. Kimchi Country. First Bird. A city-level combatant girl just finished a war and won first place in the individual competition. She wanted to increase her status and enter the national team. Kimchi Country is a small place. Except for the city level, it is also the national level. Her face was exhausted. I found a porch chair and lay down. Ding dong. She received a live broadcast room address from a friend and was shocked. What? Someone in Dragon Country actually activated the Human Emperor program? Chapter 61. A person who is immune to the high temperature of magma. You say he is an ordinary person? The girl fighter was watching the live broadcast in the live broadcast room. She was full of astonishment. She never thought that Dragon Country would dare to activate the legendary Human Emperor program. You have to know that their country of kimchi is vast and rich in resources, and there are many powerful people. No one is arrogant enough to dare to start the Human Emperor program. How dare he, a mere ordinary fighter from Dragon Country? Looking at the various comments translated in real time in the live broadcast room, the girl fighter laughed disdainfully. Godlu? Male god? These people have never seen a truly powerful person. How can a person with a little bit of strength be praised to this extent? Are they mentally ill or just crazy? The girl fighter took a few glances and then decided not to look at it anymore. But the next second, the scene that appeared in the live broadcast room shocked her. Ouch. He's so strong. How can his sniper have such terrifying and powerful killing power? This shot is probably equivalent to a heavy hand cannon, right? Wow. His pistol can actually be turned into a howitzer, and the damage of one shot is estimated to be 3,000 to 4,000. Appa. Sarangio. After just a moment, the girl became extremely excited. Even the fatigue in my body disappeared. Look. Someone in Dragon Country has actually activated the Human Emperor program, and he is incredibly powerful. The girl yelled excitedly and asked the central intelligent brain to project the live broadcast on her mobile phone onto the big screen. So much so that all the people in the waiting hall of Shidori looked at her like an idiot. At first, no one took it seriously. But take a closer look. Everyone was shocked. This man on the screen is so strong. Personal strength is boundless. Do you think he looks like us pickles? The girl asked with a flushed face. Really like. He must be from our country, and he must have our Korean blood flowing in his body. Haha, such a strong man has appeared in our kimchi country? If he defeats the Human Emperor of Dragon Country, then we will be the ancestors of Dragon Country. Hurry up and promote him so that he can become one of the international celebrities that our country of Korea can boast of. Look at his sniping technique. Does it look like one of our Korean shooting techniques? It really looks like it. It looks like NCA marksmanship? Yes, it's NCA shooting. Quickly submit his video to the International War Federation and apply for this shooting technique to be listed as one of the iconic shooting techniques of our country. While everyone was discussing, Lu Qing in the video quickly became the top scorer. This scene made the people in the waiting hall of Xiaoniao even more excited. One person challenges dozens of teams in the points competition. Not only is there no sign of decline, and he took first place with such a strong attitude, the second-place team in the points race had already eliminated at least 4 teams based on points, but Lu Qing was still several blocks ahead in points. According to the rules of the Human Emperor program, as long as he can survive until there are only 3 teams left in the points competition, he will pass this round of the Human Emperor program. And this is not even his first Human Emperor competition. His last one was in Binhai City, and the battle scene was even more terrifying. Appa, you are really wronged in Dragon Country. Come back to our kimchi country soon. In the waiting hall, 2 games were being broadcast at the same time. One is Lu Qing's Yun City points race. One of them is Lu Qing's Binhai City points race. Countdown ends. Brush the circle and start. As the text above the sky changed, the same prompts appeared in the live broadcast, allowing the audience to better understand the progress of the event. This round of shrinking seems to be shrinking towards the core of Fire Island. According to this, the final battle should take place on the volcano. The volcano is full of cooled magma. The temperature is quite high. It is quite unfavorable for the fighters. A showdown at a volcano? That would be great. Oh, what do you mean? He had previously obtained a treasure chest at the bottom of the sea, which contained a 3-hour buff card that could perfectly cope with the high temperatures on the volcano. Haha, then he's invincible. Come on, bring glory to our kimchi country. Brothers, I just went to Lungwa's live broadcast room to taunt him. I said he was from our kimchi country, and then I got scolded. Go to Lungwa's live broadcast room and fight back. What? Those people from Dragon Country actually dare to question it? How audacious. Give me the address of the live broadcast room, and I'll go and curse them. Ah, what is he doing? Why did he suddenly disarm himself? Don't do that. Disarming during a war could lead to accidents at any time. He actually stepped on the lava with his bare feet? Fuck. Everyone in the Xiaoniao Hall was completely stunned. Even the audiences in Korea who were watching the live broadcast were stunned. They have seen great fighters, but such a powerful fighter. They have never seen anything like it. You have to know that the magma that is still in the cooling process, even if the surface has solidified into black, the temperature is still unimaginably high. First, they are still filled with boiling magma. Second, the temperature difference between inside and outside is not much. Even if a fighter who has been injected with S-level gene evolution fluid stepped on it, the soles of his feet would be melted in an instant. This scene not only shocked the people of Kimchi Country, even the audience in Dragon Country was stunned. Even Qin Shuangxue and Miaoi, Siqing, Euro, Duo and other girls were all dumbfounded. Crash. Lin Yue was stunned and overly excited. She stood up from the chair in an instant, even though she had given up hope. But this scene appeared. It still made her heart beat violently. Hey, why isn't it hot at all? Soaking in the lava is just like swimming in a swimming pool. Can't the temperature be higher? Can it be like a sauna? Lu Qing placed his hands on the cooling magma crust around him, soaking his body in it. His clothes had long been burned, but his face was full of speechlessness. He had nothing to do, so he asked Yi in combat suit to take out 2 oysters from the space and roast them on the lava. 1500 fire immunity attribute is extremely terrifying. It's really jaw-dropping. Gu Qingcheng had seen Lu Qing swimming in the lava with her own eyes, but her weapon girl and gun girl don't have it. At this moment, they were all stunned. Even their breathing stopped. Deng Jiayun opened her mouth so wide that an egg could almost fit in it. If she were to appear in front of Lu Qing with this expression, Lu Qing would ask her to half kneel. The group of people in the waiting hall of Yun City were also stunned. There was silence all around, and no one knew what to say. They knew that Lu Qing was terrifying, but it was still underestimated. Someone who is immune to the high temperature of magma, you say he is an ordinary person. Chapter 62. On fire? Help the boss put out the fire. At the same time, all the clubs in the provincial capital were in a state of panic. No matter whether it was the club owner, the ace, the frontline fighter, or the weapon girl or the gun girl, all of them had a buzzing in their heads, their brains went blank, and they didn't know what to say. Lu Qing has a strong fire immunity attribute, but Lu Qing didn't even have a panel. If Lu Qing is an ordinary person, he is also stronger than any other fighter in the province. Crash! Lu Qing climbed out of the lava while prying open the roasted oysters. There was boiling hot juice inside, which was very delicious even without any seasoning. He sucked the juice and put it into his mouth. He ignored the live broadcast module. He even ignored the shy looks of the girls. Just like that, I walked forward on the scalding ground, sucking on the oysters. The live broadcast module mosaicked his buttocks, and even though there was red magma stuck to his hair, it did not burn. His skin remained the same. Even after being immersed in the magma for more than 10 minutes, there was no sign of redness. Lu Qing asked the beauties to use the 3-hour fireproof buff card, follow him, and go up the mountain with him. The women are many in number, but they all belong to Lu Qing. Naturally, using one buff card can cover everyone. Wrapped in a white light, they instantly gained the fire resistance attribute. When they stepped on the lava, they felt it was magical. It was clearly extremely hot magma, but it wasn't hot at all. Stepping on it felt like stepping on soft mud, and you would sink down. But they didn't want to burn all their clothes like Lu Qing did. Ouch! Qin Shuangxue exclaimed. It was her stockings that were on fire. Boss, don't move. I'll help you. Lu Qing turned around and saw her panic-stricken look, so he rushed over. The two live broadcast modules quickly changed direction and no longer dared to broadcast live, because the next scene would definitely not be broadcast. It would be even weirder if it was blurred. Lu Qing, don't come over here. Digging a groove? Qin Shuangxue suddenly became a jerk. Then she saw Lu Qing running over to help her put out the fire. Qin Shuangxue's pretty face flushed with embarrassment, and it kept getting redder and redder, especially when she was being stared at by the girls around her. She really wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Boss, are you okay? Lu Qing didn't ask until he helped her put out the fire, with a concerned look on his face. His expression was so righteous. It seems that there is nothing wrong with it. No, it's okay. Qin Shuangxue's pretty face flushed as she whispered. That's good, that's good. Boss, you too. Although the buff card can temporarily make you immune to the temperature of the magma, stockings are not fireproof. Why don't you take them off? Lu Qing said seriously. Qin Shuangxue rolled her eyes beautifully. Even though she forgot about this matter just now, didn't you succeed in doing it? Although she knew that Lu Qing was shameless, his shamelessness still refreshed her cognition. Because Lu Qing walked around and didn't care at all. Thump. Thump. Lu Qing led the girls into a lava river halfway up the mountain and disappeared, only bubbling up occasionally to take a breath. Although there is a hot lava river here, the surrounding terrain is all cooled rocks, with a temperature of only 200 to 300 degrees at most. According to the hidden information, the final round is nearby. At the same time, because the mountain is full of magma, the high temperature and magma on the ground will also force people to come here. Lu Qing is hiding here. I just want to be the sixth one. Da-da-da, da-da-da. Fierce battles broke out at the edge of the poison circle. Before the final round began, Flame Island released airdrop treasure chests that landed within the poison circle, giving them the confidence to go up the mountain. It's just that there aren't that many treasure chests. To get chips, we must fight. Lu Qing's points are already first. No matter how much trouble they make, they can't catch up with Lu Qing. Compared with the battle in Binhai City, this battle is much easier. First, Lu Qing's strength has been enhanced, and second, the opponent's strength has been weakened. There are no dangerous elements like Gu Qingqing and Deng Jiayan. The fighter sent down from the Jinhui Club led a team to destroy a group. Only 4 people from that team were left alive. They occupied a drop pod. The airdrop capsule must be opened and left within 15 minutes of falling to the ground. Otherwise, the airdrop capsule will explode and take away the people inside. When fighting an airdrop battle, the airdrop capsule can resist less than 10,000 damages and has a health of 100,000. But when it explodes, it can flatten the surrounding area by 30 meters. Like a small-scale nuclear explosion. Open the position quickly. The fighter from the Jinhui Club gave the order. Yes. Several people from the club behind him said hurriedly. They are fighters from the local Grey Wolf Club in Yun City and are temporary teammates sent down by this man. Brother Wong, there are 5 fireproof combat suits in the warehouse. They can be temporarily integrated with the combat suits and the weapon girl to obtain fireproof properties. But fire protection can only withstand temperatures around 300 degrees. One person said quickly, Okay, send out the 4 strongest fighters to go up the mountain with me. Others dispersed. See if you can find Lu Qing's location, Brother Huang said. As long as they follow the cooled magma up the mountain, even if the temperature of the cooled magma on the ground is high, the high-temperature defense of 300 degrees is enough. As long as they don't touch the magma, they will be fine. At the same time, there are many shelters on the mountain, easy to defend and difficult to attack. As long as they reach the mountain, even if Lu Qing wants to go up the mountain, they can rely on the terrain advantage to inflict a devastating blow on Lu Qing. The team strategy was arranged, and Huang took out a set of fireproof clothing and integrated it with the weapon girl on his body. With a flash of white light, the properties of the fireproof suit were transferred to the combat suit girl. But the appearance of the combat suit girl has not changed. Go up the mountain. Huang gave instructions to the others who stayed at the foot of the mountain, and then he led the 4 people around him up the mountain. They climbed along the largest lava river on the mountain. The boiling magma is red and hot as they roll, just like a real river. While the flow rate is not slow, there are waves of magma coming one after another. Bang! On the top of the mountain with a vertical height of 370 meters, the sound of a heavy sniper shot suddenly came over. The sound of the gun was muffled by the silencer, but it was still terrifying. One person's body was pierced, and after the bullet penetrated, it actually shattered a large amount of black rocks on the ground. There's an ambush. Brother Huang was stunned and quickly told everyone to hide. He hid himself behind a large rock formed by the cooling of magma, released a drone in his hand, and flew dozens of meters into the air to conduct air-to-ground reconnaissance. This drone is his gun girl. Chapter 63. He treated her with sincerity, and she repaid him with sincerity. In addition to guns, tanks, turrets, missiles, and mechas, there are also reconnaissance-type gun girls. The types of weapon girls include not only combat uniforms, exoskeletons, and helmets, but also those that can make grenades, special-powered bullets, and provide amplification for gun girls. In a broad sense, gun girl is oriented towards war. The main function of the instrument girl is to assist in war. There are device girls that are perfectly suited to the gun girls, and they can become bullet conveyor belts for machine guns, continuously providing a large number of bullets to the machine gun girls. Some can even produce missiles for missile-type gun girls, and reload them immediately after the missiles are launched. Why is there no one on the top of the mountain? Huang was stunned for a moment when he looked at the visual feedback. Brother Huang, such a terrifying sniper rifle power is not something that an ordinary sniper girl can do. In the dungeon we are in, only Lu Shen can do it. A fighter nearby said tremblingly. I know. But why can't I find him? Huang Gu frowned wildly. Although it is dark now, the surroundings are actually hot and bright because of the magma. What's more, his drone gun girl is equipped with a night vision module. In such an environment, it is just like daytime, and it is impossible to miss any details. Brother Huang, could there be some secret room on the mountain? After Lu Shen fired his first shot, he hid back in the dark room. After all, he had previously used the secret room to create an extremely terrifying contrast effect in the number 1191 training map and the Bin High Points race. One person asked, "This is the only possibility." Brother Huang nodded. Apart from this, he couldn't think of any key explanation. That's when a pitch-black gun muzzle emerged from the lava, and a bullet with a scope was fired in the direction of the drone gun girl. Bang! The horrific sound of gunfire echoed around. Although the Lanshao module can reduce noise by 88%, the sound is even louder and louder after Qin Shuangshua's power is increased. There are no obstacles around to block the propagation of sound, so the sound of gunfire will naturally spread. Boom! The drone gun girl was shot. Even though she was flying very fast in the air, she was unable to dodge the bullet because she was not able to react in time. Huang watched the prompts on the virtual panel. Watching my drone gun girl sacrifice herself, the whole person was stunned for a moment. It was also a thrilling moment. Damn it! What the hell is going on? What on earth is going on? Huang couldn't believe it. According to the judgment before the gun girl's death, the bullet appeared within the gun girl's field of vision, and it was most likely shot from the lava river. But how is this possible? How could someone survive being immersed in lava and even launch an attack? Call out. Boom. A howitzer shell came down from the hill. It landed with incredible precision in the area where Brother Huang and his group were. With the explosion, Brother Huang and his men were destroyed in an instant. Even until their death, they didn't understand what had happened. Fuck, Brother Huang and the others are dead? Who killed them? The club members who had dispersed down the mountain were stunned and at a loss. Look, on the leaderboard, Lu Shen's points have increased again. It seems that the man was killed by Lu Shen. Since it was God Lu who took action, there is an explanation. Although everyone said so, but everyone is still frightened. This is the difference between ordinary people and the strong. In their eyes, brother Wong was so high and mighty, but in Lu Qing's eyes, he was just an ant that could be killed at will. He posed no threat at all. Those people in Korea who were watching the live broadcast were all excited, even if you wait for the hall temperature to return to normal. But it's like boiling magma. Various reports about Lu Qing is a Korean began to be circulated wildly in Korea and on global social media, causing huge heat. Lu Qing's marksmanship, personal combat capability, and even his disregard for the high temperature of magma are all hot topics. It not only exploded in Dragon Country. The world exploded. He is actually immune to the high temperature in my body. Lin Yue stood there in a daze for a long time, her eyes filled with excitement and madness, her eye sockets slightly red, and even tears welling up. Nearly 100 years have passed since she awakened her war physique. Finally someone can adapt. Not to mention that Lu Qing is so strong. Even if Lu Qing is just an ordinary person, she would make a contract with Lu Qing without hesitation. As long as you can go to the battlefield, her life would not be meaningless. Oh, right. The 2,000-word analysis report hasn't been prepared yet. She has to prepare it quickly. She quickly called the Central Intelligent Brain and paid for it to do a comprehensive data analysis for her, and wrote a report through the integration of the Central Intelligent Brain. Lu Qing is right. Although she didn't know how Lu Qing did it, she was sure that Lu Qing must have paid a huge price. After all, the last time they met, Lu Qing couldn't get close to her. During this period, she was too depressed. But what qualifications does she have? No matter how difficult it is, she should also work hard. She is a Mecca. She is world-class. She should maintain her pride and bring glory to herself and the fighters she is equipped with. Ms. Lin, do you know how Lu Qing obtained these fire immunity? Gu Qingqing found her who was writing a short essay seriously and asked. Gu Qingqing cannot reveal Lu Qing's secret at will, unless Lu Qing allows. And her behavior at this time was instructed by Lu Qing. Don't you know? Lin Yue raised her eyes and looked at her in shock. Yes, I know. During this period, I was with Lu Qing every day. Lu Qing has a special way to obtain the fire immunity attribute, but as a price, he died in the magma 300,000 times. Gu Qingqing said seriously. She exaggerated the number of times as Lu Qing requested, which frightened Lin Yue. The same words, if spoken from Lu Qing's mouth, would not have such an effect, but if spoken from her mouth, the nature would be completely different. Whether it's 30,000 times, 300,000 times, or 3 million times, it's up to her. Even if it was 30 million times, Lin Yue would definitely believe it. The reason is simple. It's because Lu Qing's immunity is too exaggerated. What did you say? Lin Yue was stunned. Even the hands that were editing the short essay froze for a moment, and his heart was touched. She would never doubt Gu Qingqing's words, because there is logic and price for a fighter to become stronger. 300,000 deaths in exchange for immunity to the high temperature of magma. That makes sense. But that's 300,000 deaths. She couldn't even imagine how much pain Lu Qing had endured. The purpose of Lu Qing doing this is just for her. Ms. Lin, Lu Qing has done so much for you. It's your turn next. Gu Qingqing said seriously. I understood. Lin Yue clenched her fists, and her eyes became extremely determined. Lu Qing is willing to die for her 300,000 times. Treat me with sincerity. She repays him with sincerity. But he didn't know that he was fooled. Chapter 64. Isn't it courting death to confront Lu Qing? Hidden information expansion. A1. At 15 degrees northeast, there are two teams with a small number of people. They have temporarily formed an alliance and are hiding in a relatively high position. 5 of them have obtained the fireproof combat uniforms of the airdrop cabin. Killing them will allow you to transfer the combat uniform's properties within the instance and carry out looting. 2. Killing at super long or super close distance can get higher war score. Hidden reward 1. If the score of this battle reaches 6,500, you can draw an S-level 16x lens module from the treasure chest. Viewable range, 2,000-3,000 meters, and increase the range by 20%. When the bullet range exceeds the original range, the attack power is weakened by 50%. Hidden reward 2. When the war score reaches 6,000, you can purchase an additional treasure chest to draw 5 free attribute points, random reward in the Human Emperor round robin. You can buy an extra treasure chest for 500,000 each, but the free attribute points you draw can be sold for at least 2 million each. Moreover, the person who buys the product has to owe a huge favor to the buyer. Invest 500,000 yuan and make 2 million yuan. If you invest in Gu Qingqing and Deng Jiayun, you can get 6 to 8 times the investment return. Others rely on various weapons, guns, and their own skills and abilities to make themselves stronger. Lu Qing didn't have any requests. He just hopes that he will be able to catch a nuclear bomb with one hand in the future. And it is very simple to do this. Just add some to yourself. As long as his numbers are terrifying enough, he can crush everything. Bang! Lu Qing fired a shot from a high position, instantly sending away a person thousands of meters below. Not only that person, but also that person's team was caught off guard. Even though they were careful and cautious along the way, they were still shot in the head. With Qin Shuangshue's stability greatly improved, her accuracy has also improved. With Lu Qing's marksmanship, it is not difficult to achieve a headshot from a super long distance. Just as the team was about to evade defense, they encountered a team coming from the right, attacking from both sides, and they were overwhelmed. Lu Qing lay on the high ground and strengthened himself, neither hurried nor slow. He was at the top of the volcano. Everything is under control. After Qin Shuangxue was equipped with a silencer, she could still make sounds at close range, but it was impossible for the sound to be transmitted over 1,000 meters. Lu Qing, surrounded by another group of retired soldiers, threw the besieged team into disarray. Then he shot and killed everyone in the team one by one. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets fired one after another. The captain of the FE club was extremely anxious as he saw the number of members in the team continue to decrease, but there was nothing he could do. After the bullet has traveled thousands of meters, it still maintains its terrifying lethality. From the power, it is impossible to judge the distance between the two sides. Naturally, there is no way to fight back. The other team that was flanking from the right side did not notice the sniper's attack. After all, the sniper's bullet bombardment was drowned out by the sound of gunfire. After Lu Qing had killed almost all the people from the FE club, the other party finally noticed the problem. Because the fire suppression was reduced, then there will be natural attrition. There's a sniper. They just realized it and prepared to conduct counter-sniper reconnaissance. But at the same time, Lu Qing's bullet hit their team, shooting their captain in the head, leaving the team leaderless. The bullet entered the captain's left temple and exploded out of his right temple. Even after traveling 1,000 meters, the captain's head exploded like a watermelon. You can imagine how painful it will be when death wakes up. Brother, the sniper stopped shooting at us and attacked the group of people on the opposite side instead. Someone from the FE club said hurriedly. Great, fight back. These beasts actually ambushed us. Even if we die, we must take as many people as possible with us. The leader gave orders. At this time, there are only 3 people left in their FE club. As terrifying as Lu Qing's long-range shooting was, their coordinated suppression was just as terrifying. They completely ignored their ammunition reserves and carried out suppression. Damn it! Those people over there clearly want to drag us to death together. The people from the opposite club were obviously anxious. The sniper at a long distance deliberately left a few people behind to check and balance them. After all, compared to finding a sniper who is nowhere to be found, the target in front of you is more conspicuous. In team mode, after a person dies, he will turn into a box. Some of the strategic materials they carry can be provided to others for fighting, but the box will disappear 15 minutes after the person dies. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 members of the FE club looted a lot of grenades from their teammates' boxes and threw them in the direction of their opponents. I'm sparing you a life so you can pull them back. But you still dare to compete with me for points? Lu Qing rolled his eyes speechlessly. The battle was ended at the fastest speed, and both groups were wiped out. Before they died, they had actually guessed Lu Qing's identity. After all, if it wasn't Lu Qing, who else could have such superb marksmanship and shoot with every shot? It was precisely because of this that they had no intention of finding Lu Qing. Fighting against Lu Qing, isn't that seeking death? Even Gu Qingqing, the second most powerful man in the province, is no match for Lu Qing, let alone them. Countdown ends. The shrinking circle begins. Another round of shrinking circle with a smaller range was launched, and the waiting time of shrinking circle was further shortened, forcing the remaining 6 teams into the encirclement. All those who receive the airdrop will drop the fireproof combat suit after death. And because it is the buff gain of the copy, so it won't disappear. Even if the dead box disappears after 15 minutes, the fireproof combat suit will float in the air. Just touch it, and it will merge. After the next round of shrinking circles began, there were only 4 teams left, including Lu Qing. Almost all of them gained the fire resistance attribute, but they can walk on the mountains. But I fell into a bigger nightmare. A team was wiped out by Lu Qing without a sound. Even until the end, Lu Qing's whereabouts were not found. A team found Lu Qing hiding in the lava. They were extremely shocked and their scalps went numb. They fired bullets at the lava frantically, but there was nothing they could do. The strong man sent down by the VV Club also found Lu Qing hiding in the magma. He originally planned to launch a quick and fierce sneak attack while Lu Qing was attacking another team. But Lu Qing quietly moved his position in the magma. A few howitzers. Just send them away. Their formation is scattered, but they can't withstand in Miaoi's large splash range. When facing Lu Qing, they were under unprecedented pressure. Lu Qing was like a ghost. He could appear anywhere and could detect the enemy at any time. Can't beat. There is no way to win. Even the strong man from the VV Club felt the overwhelming suffocation. Bang. Chapter 65. Bad guy. Is one kiss enough for you? When Lu Qing fired his last bullet, this points race is over. Congratulations to contestant Lu Qing for winning first place with an absolute victory and obtaining a super high war score of 8,243 points. Congratulations to contestant Lu Qing for passing the Yun City Human Emperor War and obtaining Yun City VIP privileges. Hidden reward achieved. Reward, 30 free attribute points. For the next war, please go to Guilong City. The dungeon map, Ruin City number 79, will be mainly street fighting and city encounters. First prize, 30 free attribute points. Use the Mecca Linyue to complete the level first and get an additional 10 free attribute points. After entering the Provincial War, Ordinary War, 50 free attribute points / game, required to get the top 3, Human Emperor War, 100 free attribute points, top 3, 200 free attributes, first place. Central Intelligence. I want to buy an extra treasure chest. Lu Qing climbed out of the magma. The combat uniform girl completely wrapped around him. This time, finally no more mosaics. Bang. In addition to the treasure chest rewards on the battlefield itself, 10 more treasure chests have been added. For others, it is a thrilling unboxing. But for Lu Qing, it was destined. As the first one, you can choose the treasure chest first, but you may not be able to choose the best one. Lu Qing is different. As long as he is here, then the best rewards will all be his. Ding dong. Congratulations on getting the S-level lens module. Looking forward. Category: S-level lens module, suitable for any firearm. Visual range: 2,000–3,000 meters. Features: increases the range by 20%. When the bullet range exceeds the original range, the attack power is weakened by 50%. Ding dong. Congratulations on obtaining 5 free attributes. Boom. Everyone watching the live broadcast was dumbfounded. S-level module? 5 free attributes? Can these two terrifying existences be obtained in the same game? Even though many viewers knew that Lu Qing was extremely lucky and had obtained an A-level and a B-level module in the previous game. But this time, this is too outrageous. Is he the son of God? Lu Qing. Qin Shuangxue stared at the S-level module, her mouth almost watering. Increase the range by 20% without any negative attributes. It is simply the best module among S-level modules. As for the 50% damage reduction beyond the original range, this is completely logical. Moreover, even if the damage is reduced by 50%, Qin Shuangxue's damage is still terrifying. What's wrong, boss? Lu Qing tossed a black cube in his hand and pretended to be puzzled. Qin Shuangxue's pretty face blushed. She stamped her feet in embarrassment, put her hands on her hips, and her face was clearly full of pouting. Lu Qing knew clearly what she wanted. But asking her that? If this isn't teasing her, then what is it? Boo. Qin Shuangxue kissed Lu Qing on the face, and her pretty face turned even redder. But she still tried to remain calm. In fact, she was already dizzy. Bad guy. Is one kiss enough for you? Lu Qing looked at her with amusement, shaking his head. Enough? Enough what? Boss, put your ear close to me. I will give it to you, as long as you agree to my conditions. As he said this, Lu Qing deliberately grabbed her waist when she came closer, and then deliberately blew a breath on her face. Her long eyelashes trembled madly with great restraint. His face turned even redder in an instant. The look in his eyes as he stared at Lu Qing did not contain any murderous intent. Instead, it seems like she's acting like a spoiled child. Boss, you are doing this. Lu Qing whispered in her ear. In an instant, her face turned red all the way to her ears. No, absolutely not. Lu Qing, even if I jump off the mountain or starve to death, I will never wear a bunny girl suit. And in black stockings. Lu Qing suddenly looked regretful and turned to look in the direction of An Miaoi. And Miaoi roughly understood what was going on. She blushed and lowered her head, obviously agreeing. This scene was seen by Anne's father, who was watching the live broadcast, and he almost flipped the table. Woo woo woo. His little cotton jacket. Lu Qing, okay. Okay. I promised you. Can we go home later? Can you please give me some face in front of outsiders? Woohoo. After all, I am the owner of the club. Qin Shuangxue said with tears in her eyes. She was only one step away from being eaten up, so how could she not agree to Lu Qing's request? As long as Lu Qing goes home and tells her, she will try her best no matter how reluctant she is. But Lu Qing said this in front of other people. Where should she put her face? Woohoo. Okay. Only then did Lu Qing nodded contentedly. As for what Qin Shuangxue was thinking in her mind, he didn't think about any of it. After all, he was just simply curious about what Qin Shuangxue looked like in the bunny costume. He swore, I am a gentleman, but if there are any side effects to swearing, then he will take back his oath. Ahem. Snap. Lu Qing slapped in Miaoi's, but lightly. This scared in Miaoi. Lu Qing, what's wrong? Lu Qing tried hard to suppress the smile on his face. With a dry cough, maintaining his humble and gentlemanly image, he said, Nothing. I just have something important to discuss with my boss, so I have to go out for a while. Are you going home? And Miaoi's face flushed and she nodded weakly. Then I'll go home. It's a good opportunity to go back and see Dad. Lu Qing nodded. Yes. Then please say hello to my uncle for me. And Miaoi held up her hands shyly and said timidly, Still calling me uncle? Lu Qing was somewhat puzzled. Then what else should I shout? And Miaoi felt even more embarrassed and couldn't help but grumble. Obviously Lu Qing knows everything. But you have to act stupid. She twisted her little hands and called out weakly, Dad? What she meant was, of course, calling him Dad. As a result, Lu Qing was stunned, and his expression suddenly became strange. Could it be the legendary special play? Miaoi, what did you just say? Lu Qing hugged Qin Shuangxue and couldn't help scratching his head in confusion. After Miaoi spoke just now, she seemed to have enough preparation in her heart. When you talk about it again, it will be much smoother. So, she said again, Dad. Lu Qing looked at her shy yet serious expression and pondered her words carefully. His CPU almost crashed. Is it really okay for her to call herself that openly? If Uncle Lin knew about this, would he kill me? After all, he is an elder whom I knew when I was a child. I haven't seen you for so many years, and you are still my elders. Lu Qing, what have you thought about? And Miaoi asked quickly, very anxious and very concerned. Miaoi, are you serious? Lu Qing's expression suddenly became serious, and he asked, what else? And Miaoi nodded shyly, but he was worried that Lu Qing would not be willing to admit it. Are you really serious? Lu Qing was about to collapse. And Miaoi lost her confidence because of him. Lu Qing slapped his forehead and said, If that's the case, then say it again. And Miaoi, Dad. Lu Qing, hey. Today's update rules are still 500 yuan for urging updates, or 10 yuan for rewards. Thank you all for your rewards. Chapter 66 Master. Please make a contract with me. Lu Qing swore that he really didn't want to be in Miaoi's father. After all, and Miaoi looked like she was easy to deceive, and he couldn't bring himself to do that. But who made her so determined? And Fatherin, who was watching the live broadcast, swore that he had never wanted to beat someone to death so much. This little bastard. Ouch. Where is my quick-acting heart pill? And Miaoi was full of questions, not understanding what was going on. She just asked Lu Qing to change his name. Why did Lu Qing have such an expression? Qin Shuangxue and the others held their foreheads in their hands, not knowing where to start complaining. A group of people left the copy, appeared in the waiting hall of Yun City. Suddenly, there was thunderous applause. Lu Qing's performance in passing the Human Emperor program this time was even more overwhelming than the last time. It was impossible to estimate his strength. In the crowd, 3 pairs of eyes instantly locked onto him. They are Gu Qingsheng and Deng Jiayan, and Lin Yuyue. Click. Click. Following Lin Yuyue's footsteps, a large amount of uncontrolled heat waves swept across. Although the central intelligent brain can help her suppress the temperature in the warplane, there are really 3 layers of inner and outer layers around Lu Qing, so she released the temperature. In just a moment, all the people around Lu Qing dispersed. Even Qin Shuangxue and the others couldn't bear it. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Yuyue came to him, knelt on one knee, and handed him a letter with both hands. Inside was a recommendation letter that she had asked the central intelligent brain to revise many times. She did her best to write down all her advantages. Master, please make a contract with me. Lin Yue is extremely serious and humble. There was a sense of pride in her eyes as a world-class girl, but what she saw more was Lu Qing's figure. Serious and earnest. I want to hand myself over. She finally met a fighter who could match her. She believed that as long as she had his help, Lu Qing would be able to make it to the provincial league. Even becoming the emperor of mankind is not impossible. Lu Qing is right. Even if there are 1,000 difficulties and obstacles, if your heart is broken, then you won't even have the courage to face them. What contract are you willing to pay? Ordinary contract? Lu Qing asked her. His tone was as nonchalant as usual. No. Soul contract. Lin Yue shook her head and said very seriously. Although she didn't know what method Lu Qing used, Lu Qing was willing to die 300,000 times in order to obtain enough fire immunity attributes. Then a Lu Qing like this is worth everything she gives. As long as Lu Qing has a better Mecca, she is willing to step back. Become a backup girl. Make a contract with me. Then arrange your work in the next few days and go to Guilong City. In a week, I will take you to the Human King tournament. Lu Qing gave the order. Yes. Master. Lin Yue agreed very solemnly, with excitement and ecstasy in her voice. The Emperor's contest. Lu Qing wants to take her to compete in the Human King tournament. Nearly 100 years have passed since she awakened her war physique, and she has also been asleep for 100 years. Finally, there is a war that belongs to her. She stood up, her pretty face flushed with excitement, and with Lu Qing's consent, she completed the contract on the spot. Her lips were a little cold, but they felt extremely hot. The coldness was due to her extremely complicated emotions. The burning sensation was also caused by her excitement. Looking around the world, only Lu Qing can withstand her warmth. Hidden reward achieved. Reward, 200 free attribute points, S-level fire ability. You can choose to open the regular panel, or a panel that only you can see. Lin Yue felt a strong connection behind the contract and almost cried. She finally has a fighter. Very good. It's really great. God Lu, I can't bear it anymore. Sister Yue is too hot. Yi and Xiqing both made sounds of pain. There is no absolute immunity from fire. Then the heat from Lin Yue was torture for them. You guys go down. I'll let Yue come up. Lu Qing communicated with them in his mind. With a thought, a white light flashed on Lu Qing's body, and in an instant, a silver-white mecha wrapped around Lu Qing, completing the switch. Yi and Xiqing also got off Lu Qing. They were sweating all over, their faces flushed, and they finally breathed a sigh of relief. When the mecha appeared on Lin Yue, it had a skirt like a wedding dress. But on Lu Qing, it was a pair of fitted trousers. A set of mechas full of metal texture. So cool. Lu Qing looked down at himself. It is obviously a full metal body, but it feels light and airy on his body, without any lag, and every move is so perfectly coordinated. Lu Qing suddenly didn't want to go back and see the boss's bunny costume. He quickly opened a VIP training room. Take the girls and turn around. Even the little lowly Deng Jiayun was called over. After all, Lu Qing wanted to seduce her to join, and then invest in her and get investment returns. Others want to see it. They were just blocked outside the training room and could only feel regretful inwardly. Central Intelligent Computer, simulate a sword with fire immunity for me. Do you have a lightsaber? Lu Qing asked. Swish. A white light flashed in Lu Qing's hand. A red lightsaber appeared in his hand. Before the lightsaber was unfolded, it was just a round stick, but after it was unfolded, a beam of light about 1 meter long appeared. The girls didn't know what Lu Qing was going to do, so they just watched eagerly. Boom. A raging flame suddenly burst out from the lightsaber in Lu Qing's hand. At this moment, Qin Shuangxue was stunned. Gu Qingcheng was stunned. Deng Jiayun, Yuro, Yi, Xicheng, they were all stunned. The most shocked among them was Lin Yue. She doesn't understand Lu Qing at all. She was attached to Lu Qing's body, and it was a soul contract, so she naturally knew what Lu Qing's body was like. She didn't discover the supernatural power. She didn't notice even a little bit of this firepower before it exploded. Central Intelligence, help me simulate a hail of bullets. Lu Qing became more and more eager. At this moment, he is a boy who has got a big toy. For men, there are fun toys. So what are women? Lu Qing's eyes closed and opened. He turned on the visualized trajectory. Although the women were not far from him, they kept a certain distance to avoid being burned by the high temperature. Before the hail of bullets began, they were further away. They stood still because the Central Intelligent Computer had instantly moved several dozen meters away from their feet for their safety. The hail of bullets is about to begin. There are rifle, pistol, and sniper bullets. You can increase the difficulty at any time during the process. Difficulty level 110. The central intelligent brain issued a reminder. Lu Qing nodded. First start at level 5. Brother Ming, the visual ballistics plus lightsaber you mentioned is out. Recruiting roles. Please write in more detail. I will read it. It is best to bring skills. Secondly, expand your imagination a little. In the direction of the male protagonist will be to attack the sea, land, and air. Naturally, there will be multiple systems of sea, land, and air. Chapter 67 Dreams become reality. She also has her moments of shining. As the rain of bullets controlled by the central intelligent brain began, dozens of enemies instantly appeared in front of Lu Qing. The battle room looks like this size, but its area can be changed at will by the Bank of China's intelligent computer. Da-da-da. The fully armed enemy attacked and fired from 30 to 40 meters ahead. Because Lu Qing started at level 5, it was naturally quite difficult. At the same time, he had to face hundreds of bullets. With Lin Yue's super strong defense, these bullets landing on her body surface were just a tickle. It can't cause any harm at all. The bullets showed their trajectories in Lu Qing's eyes. As long as the trajectory is within 100 meters, Lu Qing can completely capture it. Visualizing ballistics is a magical skill. As long as Lu Qing is fast enough. In theory, all bullets cannot get close to you. Even if Lu Qing's body did not receive any enhancement, with Lin Yue's enhancement, he could perform more than 50 times better. As an exoskeleton, Xiqing has a maximum speed of 120 kilometers. But Lin Yue can reach 500 kilometers. Speed, endurance, defense, health, they are all much stronger than Xiqing. In terms of numbers, it is an absolute crushing victory. What's more, because of her defects, Lin Yue also has defect enhancements such as immunity to high temperatures, immunity to fire abilities, armament enhancement, and immunity to bullets. Lin Yue's speed completely matched Lu Qing's reaction. Hundreds of bullets at the same time is not a problem. Swish, swish, swish. Lu Qing swung the lightsaber in his hand. Each bullet was cut in half in midair. The flame burned violently on the lightsaber, and along with Lu Qing's movement, a fire dragon was swung out. The speed was so fast that it was really dazzling. World-class girl. It really lives up to its reputation. Master, this is not our limit. Let's go to level 10. Lin Yue's voice sounded in my mind, speaking with great excitement. Hasn't she been looking forward to such a battle over the years? This is what she fantasized about. Even before she followed Lu Qing to the battlefield, she was already in tears, because Lu Qing had fulfilled her ultimate lifelong dream. Good. Lu Qing nodded, equally excited. Qin Shuangxue and the others are just fun as gun girls. But compared with Mecca, it's still a level lower. After all, this is a Mecca. As a time traveler, Lu Qing has watched countless anime about mechas. Those huge mechas like Gundam are not what Lu Qing really dreams of. Instead, it is the fitting mechas like Lin Yue that Lu Qing expects. With a suit of mecha on, you will feel like Iron Man. How can I not be unhappy? Switch to level 10 difficulty after 20 seconds. Please be prepared. The reminder from the central intelligent brain appeared in front of Lu Qing in the form of huge text. Snap! Lin Yue's mecha instantly unfolded to its full form, wrapping Lu Qing up. As a land mecha, Lin Yue also has thrusters. Although the thrusters are not enough to make her fly, they can super accelerate. Master, please give me some authority. My maximum speed is too fast. You may not be able to adapt to it at your current speed. Lin Yue said. She was not looking down on Lu Qing, but stating the facts. The speed of 500 kilometers, even if Gu Qingcheng came, she would not be able to coordinate in an instant. After all, it was too fast. If you're running, you can definitely control the speed. But this is a battle. No problem. I'll give you a shared vision. Lu Qing nodded in agreement. Lin Yue originally didn't think there was anything important about Lu Qing's shared vision, but when the shared vision began, she was stunned for a moment. What is going on? Visualize ballistics? How could the master possess such horrific means? Level 10 difficulty. Start. With the difficulty reaching level 10, the hail of bullets that Lu Qing and Lin Yue faced increased exponentially in an instant. This is like borrowing arrows from a straw boat. The bullets in front of us are overwhelming. There are rifles, there are submachine guns, there are sniper rifles, there are machine guns, there are even RPGs. After Lin Yue took over some of the authority, Her reaction speed was so fast that it was unnoticeable. She needed to be slowed down dozens of times. Lin Yue became more and more excited as the battle went on. She didn't care even if some bullets hit her body. But her excitement is different from Gu Qingqing's excitement. Gu Qingqing becomes more and more crazy the more she fights against a strong opponent. She wishes to push both herself and her opponent to their limits. She will fight even if she is covered in bruises. But Lin Yue made her dream come true. She is no longer a useless robot girl. She also had her time to shine. Although two wills were intertwined in the battle at this time, there was no sign of error at all. The control of the battle is still mainly by Lu Qing, with Lin Yue's will integrated into it to assist Lu Qing, and they can blend together perfectly. This is the benefit of soul contract. The two sides even have souls that match each other. Naturally, there will be no delay in the war. Fuck. It feels so good. Lu Qing couldn't help but exclaimed. In terms of defense, he had Lin Yue's absolute support, which gave him a full sense of security. In terms of speed, he had Lin Yue's rocket thrusters to accelerate him. Even if Lin Yue was a steel mecha, even if Lu Qing's clothes were burned, but this kind of wrapping feels more comfortable. No wonder many fighters don't like to wear clothes when matching their combat uniforms. Now he understands how good this feeling is. Watching this scene, the women were simply stunned. They had thought about the gap between themselves and Lin Yue, but they didn't expect it to be so big. As combat uniforms and exoskeletons, Yi and Xiqing are the most worried. They are worried that after Lu Qing has Lin Yue, he will directly eliminate himself. But the other girls are also worried. Even Qin Shuangxue and Miaoi and Duo, the three gun girls. If Lu Qing could find a fire-free sword girl, then Lu Qing wouldn't even need a long-range attack method. This means he wouldn't need a gun girl. The girls thought that they would be eliminated one day. But I didn't expect it to be so fast. Qin Shuangxue began to wonder what style of black stockings she would wear later. Is this the dominance of a world-class girl? Real. So strong. Deng Jiayun was completely stunned. I don't know what to think. Gu Qingqing watched this burst of strength with her own eyes. She was not as frightened as Deng Jiayun, but became even more crazy and yearning. If she could also have a world-class mecha girl, then will she become as powerful as Lu Qing? Hidden rewards expanded. Inspired by you, the investment limit of Gu Qingqing and Deng Jiayun that you bind will be increased. The upper limit is Gu Qingqing increased from 120 points to 770 points. Deng Jiayun increased from 140 points to 630 points. The return multiple remains unchanged. The first investment return is still 120 points and 140. After obtaining the first return, the remaining investment can be triggered to return at any time. Chapter 68. Urge me? You actually urge me? Lu Qing, are you a pervert? Deng Jiayun came to her senses and saw Lu Qing, naked, putting on the clothes that the Central Intelligence robot had given him. Lin Yue had already gotten off him, her head still feeling dizzy. There was a happy smile on that beautiful face. Smiling foolishly. My heart feels like it's filled with honey. The clothes on Lu Qing are actually one of the few bugs in the warplane. If an ordinary person loses or damages his clothes while fighting in a dungeon, they will be restored immediately when he leaves the dungeon. If they are combatants, they will either be wearing purchased combat uniforms or combat uniform accessories, and they will keep them on even after leaving the dungeon. For example, the last battle in Binhai City, Lu Qing snatched away one person's combat uniform. But after the battle, the combat uniform automatically returned to the man and could not be taken out of the copy by Lu Qing. The bug is in the clothes. Lu Qing's clothes were burned in the dungeon, but when Lu Qing came out, he was wearing a combat uniform, so the Central Intelligent Computer would not restore his clothes. This is actually one of the hidden rules of the dungeon. Look at what you're making a fuss about. You haven't seen it before? Lu Qing put on his shorts and turned to glance at her unhappily. Rogue. Abnormal. Deng Jiayun's pretty face turned red with shame and she had a fever. But his eyes actually looked out along the small gap between his fingers. The girls beside him were also shy. Even if I have seen it in the copy, but I still dare not look at it. Snap. Lu Qing put on his pants and even pulled the elastic band, deliberately making a sound that made the girls so embarrassed that they wanted to curse. Among all the girls, only Gu Qingqing and Lin Yue had different reactions. One is staring straight at me. One is still immersed in his own world. Lu Qing, please put on your clothes quickly. Isn't it shameful? Deng Jiayun complained unhappily. Hurry me? You're rushing me? Lu Qing suddenly looked at her with wide eyes. Oh? Deng Jiayun was a little confused. and couldn't understand what was going on in his mind. Then Lu Qing called Gu Qingqing over and said, "Old Gu, I think you are the most obedient one, unlike someone who only knows how to urge me. If you kiss me, I'll give you 230 attribute points." Gu Qingqing thought Lu Qing was joking, but she still kissed Lu Qing, or took a bite mouth to mouth. She wasn't the type to bother with the details. As for how the girls would react after taking a bite, she didn't care at all. Ding dong. Lu Qing took out his cell phone and touched it with her. Gu Qingqing's mobile phone instantly received a transfer of 230 attribute points. Ah! Gu Qingqing was stunned. The girls were all stunned when they heard the notification tone of their cell phones. Lu Qing, on the other hand, looked as if nothing had happened. After all, Gu Qingqing's investment limit has been raised to 770 points, so including the 60 points given before, it is only 290 points of investment. What's more, she returned 8 times. After the 290 attribute points are returned, it will be 2,320 points. Take off directly. Ah! Deng Jiayun was completely stunned. 230 attribute points, you just give it to me when I say so? Besides, where on earth did you get so many attribute points? Ah! Qin Shuangxue and the others were also stunned. Qin Shuangxue knew that Lu Qing treated attribute points like cabbages, but she didn't expect them to be so cheap. Although she was not jealous of Gu Qingqing, but the girls will be envious. Such terrifying attribute points can turn a loser into a genius in a matter of minutes. The conditions for the first investment return have been met and can be returned at any time. Cumulative return, 2,320 points. Trigger return method. Oh? When Lu Qing saw this, he was immediately filled with questions. He tightened his hips and broke out in a cold sweat. His hidden message prompts would give him hints about anything, but this was the first time that there was a situation where hidden goods appeared in the message. If he doesn't know how to trigger the refund, how can he get it? You can't let more than 2,000 attribute points go to waste, right? Oh shit. Trigger return method. The hidden information was prompted again. Hiss. Lu Qing couldn't help but take a breath. He looked up. At the beginning of the fight, he felt that something was wrong with his system. It had the incredible functions of the systems in novels, but it just couldn't reply. Could it be that there is some unknown force suppressing his system? For example, tomato review. System, damn it. How on earth am I supposed to pay it back? Lu Qing was so anxious that he scratched his head. The hidden information simply appeared as a string of ellipses. Lu Qing was simply silenced. Tongzi, Lord Tong, don't be like this. Lu Qing, come with me. Gu Qingqing ignored the other girls and dragged Lu Qing, who was only half-dressed, away. Lu Qing, where are you going? Qin Shuangxue asked quickly. I couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Doesn't this guy want to see her wearing black stockings? Boss, I don't know. Why don't you go home and wait for me? I have something I need to research, Lu Qing said with tears in his eyes. He also had to follow Gu Qingqing at this time because he had to figure out how to trigger the return. Although the system was playing tricks on him, he was certain that the way to return the money must be with Gu Qingqing. He just needed to study it. More than 2,000 free attribute points. Damn it. Master, walk slowly. I'll wait for you in Guilong City. Lin Yuwen nodded in the direction where Lu Qing left, her beautiful eyes filled with respect and admiration. As for the more than 200 attribute points that Lu Qing had given her earlier, although she also wanted them, she would not be jealous or envious. She didn't care where Lu Qing got so many attribute points. I won't ask about the source. She knew that as long as Lu Qing wanted to give it to her, he would definitely give it to her. When Lu Qing was dragged out of the warplane and arrived at the provincial capital, he was only wearing a pair of trousers, with his upper body completely naked. Gu Qingqing took him directly to buy a ticket to the provincial capital. She was driving a sports car alone. Lu Qing, who was carrying the co-pilot, rushed back out. The speed was so fast that Lu Qing was almost caught off guard. Not long after, Gu Qingqing brought Lu Qing to a high-end residential area and parked the car casually in front of the door of an extremely luxurious villa. Lao Gu, where is this place? Lu Qing followed him into the luxurious living room. This was the first time in his 2 lifetimes that he had entered such a luxurious villa. If it were before he traveled through time, a villa like this would be something that a beast like him could never dream of. Woo-woo. Before Lu Qing could finish his words, he was interrupted by someone. The girl with the penis and the girl with the gun got off her and went back to their room shyly, but her fair and perfect body was exposed in an instant. Elbow, come upstairs with me. Hot knowledge. Everyone can generate electricity with love 3 times a day, Woo woo woo. Chapter 69 Lu Qing. You can't do it either. As the door upstairs closed, Gu Qingqing's instrument girls and gun girls came out of their respective rooms. Their pretty faces were flushed as they looked towards the room on the second floor. Dig dig. Lu Qing's excited scream came from the second floor. After entering the den of thieves, Lu Qing realized how crazy Gu Qingqing was. Her crazy side was fully displayed. Gu Qingqing was too lazy to even draw the curtains. Lu Qing couldn't stand it anymore and quickly drew the curtains. Half an hour later, a line of text appeared in Lu Qing's vision. Return conditions met. Return 2,320 attribute points. Lu Qing looked very pleased. Although these more than 2,000 attribute points cannot be reinvested, let alone repaid, having so many attribute points still makes him feel very happy. Exactly 2,320 points. Anyone who comes here will go crazy. Just when Lu Qing was studying how to spend his attribute points, a soft and delicate body came over to him, breathing sweetly beside him. Those beautiful eyes were staring at him without blinking, full of smiles. Lu Qing, you can't do it either. Where is your dominance on the court? Oh? Lu Qing turned his head to look at her, then looked at the red plum blossom on the bedsheet, with a puzzled look on his face. No. Just because you were injected with S-level evolution fluid, you think you're awesome, right? All right, you just wait for me. I'm going to the toilet. Lu Qing quickly rolled off the bed and went into the bathroom. When he sat on the toilet, his virtual panel popped out. When awakening his special ability, he can choose between the two states of visible and invisible. In order to prevent his secret from being exposed, he naturally chose not to show up. As long as others can't see his attribute panel, then you will never be able to discover his secrets. He moved his fingers downwards and a panel popped up, which displayed not only his personal status, but also various lists. Qin Shuangxue and Miaoyi, Lin Yue, and other gun girls and weapon girls who have contracts with Lu Qing will be displayed on the panel. Whether it is a soul contract or a normal contract, it can also be seen from the panel. At the same time, you can also view their personal attributes from a distance. Lu Qing's own attributes are nothing good. Strength, speed, endurance, they are all within the range of normal people. In the list of superpowers, there is only one S-level fire superpower. Because of the use of supernatural powers in the training room before, the blue bar value has become 3/100, which is basically reaching the bottom. Using gene evolution fluid can increase the overall value of the blue bar. There are also many ways on the market to increase the blue bar. But for Lu Qing, those methods are too troublesome. Instead of messing around just to increase the mana bar, it's better to just add some points. He has plenty of attribute points anyway. In addition to the ability list, there is also a skill list. It records all the skills Lu Qing has acquired so far, including mastery of killing, super perception, visualized trajectory, etc. Lu Qing curiously checked Lin Yue's attributes and was immediately shocked. Name: Lin Yue. Type: War Mecca ESS Class Land Mecca. Special defect type: Strength 30 tons. Defense 6,751. Endurance 2,000. Full output for 4 hours. Health value 150,000. Speed 500 kilometers per hour. Fire attribute immunity 1,000. Defect enhancement: immunity to high temperature, immunity to fire ability, weapon enhancement, immunity to bullets. No grass will grow around. Lu Qing couldn't help but gasp and pinched his philtrum. He knew that different types of girls were very different, but I didn't expect the difference to be so big. Xiqing is an S-level exoskeleton. Defense is no more than 371. HP is 4,500. Stamina is 200. In contrast, Lin Yue is beaten in all aspects. No wonder Mecha Girl is a world-class girl. Lu Qing was adding more stamina to his own stats on the panel while checking Lin Yue's other stats. He was surprised to find that the state could be switched on the panel. It could switch the device girl between human state and combat state. Lin Yue has 3 forms to switch between. They are human form in Mecca, and combat form. The human form wearing Mecca is what Lu Qing and his friends have mainly seen so far. She was already beautiful, and after switching to a completely human form, she became even more beautiful. Lu Qing didn't know how to describe that kind of beauty. It was as if the most gorgeous words in the world were not enough to describe her. Even if the immortal poet came, he would be at a loss for words. Lu Qing, what are you doing? Are you okay? Gu Qingqing's voice came, and she pushed the door open directly from the outside. A pair of white and tender feet stepped on the wooden floor. Looking from bottom to top, it was a pair of flawless and charming long legs. I'm taking a shit. Get out of here. Lu Qing said quickly. Then why didn't you even lift the toilet lid? Gu Qingcheng giggled and asked with her body trembling. Lu Qingbai glanced at her and said, I'm shitting in the void. Haven't you heard of it? S-level gene evolution fluid can bring about 1,000 points of strength and 100 points of endurance. In other words, it is a 10-fold increase. But one free attribute point can add 5 points of endurance and 5 points of strength. During the time Lu Qing was busy just now, he added 500 points of endurance and 2,000 points of strength to himself, and 1 point of strength is equal to 1 kilogram. In terms of numbers, Lu Qing has already crushed Gu Qingqing, the injector of S-level evolutionary fluid. Click on the attribute to spend 500 points. But there are still 1,820 points. Others are scrambling for a few free attribute points. He relies on his own efforts for 1%. 99% depends on the system. So no matter whether it was Gu Qingqing, the little noob, or anyone else, how could they compare to him? Old Gu, how dare you provoke me again and again? I'm telling you, you're done. Lu Qing stood up from the toilet and said through gritted teeth, Oh, how am I screwed? Gu Qingcheng rolled her eyes beautifully and crossed her arms across her chest. Die for me. Lu Qing rushed over and grabbed her. Gu Qingcheng fell backwards and then was stunned. Where did Lu Qing suddenly get so much strength? You have to know that your strength is at the level of 1,000 pounds. But in front of Lu Qing, unable to resist? Lu Qing, you? Gu Qingcheng was stunned. Lu Qing went to the bathroom just now. Could he have gone there to secretly get some extra food? I can't stay in this house any longer, Miue. Let's go out for hot pot. The sniper girl Zhue Yu suggested with a blushing face. I agree. I agree. The women nodded repeatedly. Then they ran away hand in hand. Gu Qingcheng was really gritting her teeth and had the urge to hit someone. Oh shit. Someone is cheating. Chapter 70. Become a monk. Reward. Heart Sutra of Prajnaparamita. It was already noon on the third day when Lu Qing returned home from the provincial capital. Lu Qing had a really great time during these 3 days. I traveled around the provincial capital with Gu Qingcheng and the others, ate delicious food everywhere, and went to bars to dance. I spent hundreds of thousands of gold coins in 3 days. There was also a small episode during the period. They met Deng Jiayun, who was chasing them in the bar. Deng Jiayun's expression of, want to play with you but don't dare to come over. I feel wronged. Poor. Finally, Lu Qing pulled her over, asked her to drink with him, and asked her to swipe her card to pay for the bar booth. The drunk Deng Jiayun was like a little idiot, very easy to deceive. She would do whatever you asked her to do. But the next day, after seeing the 150,000 yuan consumption on his phone, he called me immediately. Lu Qing tricked her again, diverted her attention away, asked her to come over for dinner, and shamelessly asked her to pay for the meal. Deng Jiayun swore that she had never wanted to kill someone so much in her life. It's all Lu Qing's fault for being so bullying. Hey, the busy man is back? Qin Shuangxue was busy at home, taking care of the hygiene, because Lu Qing was not at home these days, and Miaoyi also returned to the provincial capital to visit her parents. She would come over during the day and stay in the club. Yuro and Xiqing didn't have much to do either, so they were at the club during the day and stayed at the club at night. Most of them are from other places. Everyone knows that the club will be relocating soon, so no one mind the living conditions in the club and no one complains. Besides, who would dare to complain when they have a top fighter like Lu Qing? They were carefully selected, so who would be willing to give up? Boss, have you upset the jealous jar at home? Lu Qing was blocked at the door. He looked curiously into the small rental house and asked, What era is it now? Who still has a vinegar jar at home? Qin Shuangxue held the broom in her hand and hummed. But they just blocked the door and wouldn't let anyone in. Boss, I'm hungry. Lu Qing stared at her beautiful eyes and said, Oh, at Gu Qingqing's place, didn't she let you eat enough? Qin Shuangxue said unhappily. She originally said she would take me out for a nice meal at noon and then come back, but I left my stomach empty on purpose so I could come back and eat the meal you cooked. Lu Qing touched his belly and said proudly. Qin Shuangxue became even more angry when she heard this. Is there anyone who speaks nicely to others like this? She asked Lu Qing to come back early. As a result, Lu Qing disappeared after playing for 3 days. If he had been delayed for a few more days, she would have doubted whether Lu Qing would come back. There's no food at home. Qin Shuangxue said with a pout. She did not cook at home these days, because Yuro and the others were at the club, so Qin Shuangxue went to the club to eat. Even though I don't have any food, can you let me in first? I brought back some good stuff. Lu Qing deliberately showed the plastic bag in his hand and said, "What good stuff?" Qin Shuangxue was curious in her heart, but she still put on airs on the surface, obviously wanting Lu Qing to coax her. "Boss, this thing can't be exposed to the light. We have to go inside to have a look." Lu Qing smiled mysteriously on purpose, completely arousing Qin Shuangxue's curiosity. Then, before Qin Shuangxue could agree, Lu Qing picked her up from the doorway and carried her into the room as she screamed. Snap! The door is closed. When Lu Qing took out the things, Qin Shuangxue collapsed. Oil silk, bunny girl costume, dig the hole. Why would anyone bring something like this home? So after being away for 3 days, Lu Qing is still thinking about this matter, right? I don't wear it. Qin Shuangxue's pretty face flushed. She was held tightly in Lu Qing's arms. She did not struggle, but just said coquettishly, "You wear it." Lu Qing placed the package in her palm. "I don't wear it." Qin Shuangxue's face turned even redder, and she didn't dare to look at Lu Qing's gaze. This bad guy is so bad that he has no boundaries. If you like it so much, why don't you ask Gu Qingcheng to wear it for him to see? Boss, you are jealous. Lu Qing stared at her and said, "What are you doing outside? What does it have to do with me? Why should I be jealous?" Qin Shuangxue said confidently, but the jealousy in his words almost filled the entire rental house. Woo-woo. Qin Shuangxue wanted to say something, but Lu Qing interrupted her and cut her words off. Hidden reward 1. Trick her into putting on the suit. Reward: limited Barrett bunny girl skin, trajectory correction plus 20%, attack power plus 20%, critical hit plus 20%. Hidden reward 2. Become a monk. Reward: Heart Sutra of Prajnaparamita. Lu Qing's mouth twitched suddenly. Limited bunny girl skin? Also attribute plus 20%? Oh shit. You should know that Qin Shuangxue's S-level Purple Moon module, although it increases stability by plus 22.5% and trajectory correction by plus 17.9%, it has negative effects. If this kind of amplified effect were to be released, it would definitely drive many gun girls crazy. The key point is that the gun girl also has skins? How come he didn't know before? Although he was very lazy and too lazy to check the original owner's mini memories. But after being in this world for so long, he has already understood a lot of common sense. He has never heard of a gun girl having a skin. Out of curiosity, Lu Qing asked another question in this ambiguous atmosphere. By the way, boss, did you know that gun girl has skin? Qin Shuangxue was also stunned and asked in confusion. How did you know this? No wonder she has this problem. The main thing is that Lu Qing has no common sense at all. If you don't understand something, just ask her. Treat her as an encyclopedia. The gun girl does have skin, but it's hard to get. For example, last year on Valentine's Day, Warplane launched a limited time event, releasing a total of 10 Valentine's Day limited skins around the world. But it made everyone in the world excited. That thing only gives attack power plus 10%, critical hit plus 10%. The price is sky high. Boss, do you want to wear it? Lu Qing brought the topic back to the topic. Judging from Qin Shuangxue's reaction, gun girl does have skins, but they should be relatively scarce. I won't wear it, huh? Qin Shuangxue said proudly. Really not wearing it? Lu Qing asked. No, Qin Shuangxue shook her head. Lu Qing looked disappointed and said, Hey, originally, I was going to go out for 3 days and I was going to get you a skin with 3 attributes plus 20%, but I decided to forget it. Qin Shuangxue's breathing suddenly stagnated, and she almost choked to death on her own saliva. She looked at Lu Qing in disbelief. 3 attributes plus 20%? Lu Qing, you are not kidding me. Lu Qingyun calmly opened the phone interface, revealing the free attribute point in the upper right corner without leaving any trace. That string of numbers almost blinded Qin Shuangxue. Brother, Dad, Grandpa, God, digging grooves. 18-20 points? Chapter 71 like? Then I won't give it to you. Boss, you don't know how much pain I went through in the past 3 days and how much effort I put in to get that skin. I just wanted to see the boss in a bunny costume. What bad intentions could I have? Lu Qing's face was full of grievance, and he was secretly staring at her. Lu Qing had indeed suffered a lot in the past 3 days. Because Gu Qingcheng always pestered him. As soon as the lights in the room were turned off, Gu Qingcheng would bite him. Did I say I wouldn't wear it? You. Please beg me again. Qin Shuangxue muttered. Lu Qing looked even more dejected and said, Are you still asking for it? It seems you are still unwilling. How about forget it? Qin Shuangxue gritted her teeth in shame and anger, grabbed the bag, and walked towards the bathroom with her slippers clacking on. Lu Qing was sitting on the sofa, leaning back with her head like the old man, with a smile on the corner of her mouth, which was so beautiful. Qin Shuangxue fiddled in the bathroom for a long time, and then a head with black rabbit ears popped out, asking Lu Qing to quickly pull up the curtains. After Lu Qing closed the curtains and turned on the lights in broad daylight, Qin Shuangxue then came out of the bathroom shyly. Her pretty face really had a fever. Live so long. It was the first time for her to wear such embarrassing clothes. Seeing Qin Shuangxue wearing high heels, dressed as a bunny girl, with her head hanging down, Lu Qing was stunned. There was a sentence lingering in Lu Qing's mind: sexy dealer, dealing cards online. Hidden reward achieved. Reward: limited Barrett bunny girl skin. At the same time, Lu Qing's combatant panel that no one else could see popped up. An email is shown above. And after opening the email, there is the bunny girl skin. Lu Qing hugged Qin Shuangxue, held her shiny hair with his left hand, and tapped the combatant panel twice. The most special thing about this panel is the button in the upper right corner. He chose the invisible panel, but he can use this button to let people half a meter away from him see the panel. When Qin Shuangxue suddenly saw Lu Qing's panel display, she was startled, but she quickly calmed down. Everyone knows that Lu Qing is a person with special abilities. If it weren't for the supernatural being, otherwise, how could Lu Qing display his fire-related abilities when controlling Lin Yue? But looking at the panel, Qin Shuangxue was stunned again. Name: limited edition Barrett bunny girl skin. Type: SS level skin. Trajectory correction plus 20%. Attack plus 20%. Critical hit plus 20%. Boom. Qin Shuangxue's mind suddenly exploded, and everything went blank, without any thoughts. Even her delicate body was shaking wildly in excitement. Skin with 3 attributes plus 20%. SS grade skin. Lu Qing really didn't lie to her. Where did Lu Qing get this skin? Woohoo. Lu Qing must have put in a lot of effort, right? No wonder Lu Qing wanted her to wear the bunny girl costume. It turned out to be because of this skin. Whoa. Lu Qing really gave a lot for her. Boss, do you like it? Lu Qing asked her with amusement. I like it. I like it. Qin Shuangxue hugged Lu Qing and cried loudly, laughing while crying. It was really touching. Although Lu Qing is fickle, although Lu Qing is lustful, although Lu Qing likes beautiful women, but she definitely holds the most important position in Lu Qing's heart. Woo-woo-woo. She loves it. Like? Then I won't give it to you. Lu Qing raised his hand to hide the combatant panel and said with a smile, Bad guy. Give it to me now. Please. Qin Shuangxue nestled in Lu Qing's arms and acted coquettishly, saying. Lu Qing pinched her little face and whispered in her ear, You want it? Then call me husband and let me hear it. Qin Shuangxue pouted her cheeks angrily, and her pretty face was getting redder and redder. Lu Qing was staring at her, and she didn't dare to look at him at all. Oh, Qin Shuangxue was so embarrassed that she had no psychological preparation at all. I got stuck as soon as I said a word. Lu Qing's voice rose, waiting for her next words. Husband. Qin Shuangxue's voice was as weak as a mosquito's hum, and it was almost inaudible. Her pretty face was flushed red, and Lu Qing couldn't hold back and took a bite. She looked so cute at this moment. Even if another monk came, I couldn't help it. Huh? Sister Shuang, why hasn't she come to the club yet? Isn't she going to have dinner with us? Yuro came over with a cup of coffee and asked curiously to the girls who were playing video games on the sofa. I don't know. She said this morning that she wanted to clean up the house. She might be moving out with the landlord soon, so she cleaned up in advance. Maybe it was delayed by cleaning? Siqing said, holding a lollipop in her mouth. This should be the possibility. I'll call and ask if she'll come over for dinner. Yuro picked up the phone and said. As they were talking, and Miaoi came in from outside carrying several lunchboxes. She had just returned from the provincial capital, and the food was also packed from a big hotel in the provincial capital. It only takes a moment to come here from the provincial capital. It's just that the transfer ticket is a bit expensive. But for a rich girl like in Miaoi, this is not a problem at all. Yuro, where is Sister Shuang? She didn't come? And Miaoi looked inside and asked in confusion. The office door was open, but there seemed to be no one inside. No. I was just about to call her. Yuro shook her head and explained. The call was connected, but was hung up immediately. Just when Yuro was feeling confused and was about to call a second time, a message came in. It was Qin Shuangxue saying that she had something to do and asked them to eat first. Seeing this, the girls didn't think much about it and took the sumptuous meal that Miaoi brought and opened the package. Click, click. With the sound of the plastic lunchbox being opened, suddenly, A fragrance filled the air and overflowed into the nostrils of the women. Meowie, where did you pack this food? It smells so good. Yi came over and sniffed greedily. Without even washing his hands, he quickly grabbed a chicken wing from the takeaway box and stuffed it into his little mouth. It's Wangxianglu in the provincial capital. The food there is very delicious and it is always packed. And Meowie explained. Okay, go wash your hands. Get ready to eat. Yuro said quickly. After the girls had eaten and drunk their fill, they played mahjong. When they saw Qin Shuangxue again, it was 2 days later. Qin Shuangxue was carried by Lu Qing all the way to the club. She couldn't walk on her own, because my legs couldn't stop shaking. He was obviously a wimp, but he still wanted to show off and act like he was very good, and then provoke Lu Qing. But as long as Lu Qing caught her, 3 minutes at most, she has to beg for mercy. Hey, the traffic is decreasing every day, and the income is only a few dozen yuan a day. It's painful. The number of urging comments is also decreasing. Chapter 72. Damn it, who the hell is pulling my pants? And Meowie was very familiar with Qin Shuangshue's appearance. After all, she looked like this after Lu Qing gave her a desensitization massage. Lu Qing, you're back? Sister Shuang, what happened? The girls gathered around and asked curiously. Forget about this little bitch. I just gave her a massage and she became like this. Lu Qing rolled his eyes. When the girls heard this, they didn't think much about it. Because they are all family, and they also know that Qin Shuangxue is a defective gun girl. Lu Qing put Qin Shuangxue on the sofa, but her body was soft, and then she fell into Lu Qing's arms and was held by Lu Qing. Euro, Xiqing, pack your things? I rented a place in the provincial capital. We will move there tomorrow. We won't be returning to Binhai City for a short time. Lu Qing said. The BCG Club's venue has not actually expired yet, and the deposit is still withheld by the landlord. However, the landlord was very willing to cooperate with the termination of the lease and returned all the deposits. Actually, the landlord is a nice guy. Otherwise, Qin Shuangxue would not have owed 3 months' rent. Are we moving to the provincial capital? And Meowie asked in surprise. If she goes to the provincial capital, does it mean that Lu Qing can meet her father? During the few days she had been home, her father had been messing with her all the time, hinting in various ways, saying that he wanted to meet Lu Qing. She felt that her father might be the father-in-law who wanted to see his son-in-law, but her father probably wanted to strangle Lu Qing more. Yes, the city-level Human King competition no longer poses any threat to me, but the provincial Human King competition is what I care about most at the moment. The boss is right. Starting from the provincial league, the difficulty has increased by several levels. Lu Qing nodded. After all, he only has one chance to compete in the Human King contest, and he cannot lose any of them. However, before participating in the Provincial King of Champions competition, he can form a team and enter the Provincial League for training, and then start the King of Champions competition after gaining enough confidence. Although he is powerful, but he is not self-righteous. Since they are going to participate in the Provincial League training, they also need to be stationed in the provincial capital. The Provincial Federation of Trade Unions knew that he was looking for a venue in the provincial capital, and they helped him find a very good one with a discount on the rent. The Provincial Federation Association hopes that Lu Qing will stay in the provincial capital until he enters the national-level Human Emperor competition. Lu Qing came from their province. Then the longer Lu Qing can stay in the provincial capital, the more benefits it will bring to everyone. At the same time, all the major clubs are also in contact with Lu Qing. They hope that during his stay in the provincial capital, he can help them improve their training. But before we go to the provincial capital, I'll give you some benefits first. Lu Qing smiled mysteriously and said, God Lu, what are the benefits? If even God Lu says it's good, it must be a good thing. The expectations of the girls suddenly rose. They all looked in Lu Qing's direction with expectation. Meowie, come here first. Lu Qing waved and said, okay. And Meowie nodded obediently, walked to Lu Qing in small steps, and looked at Lu Qing with her beautiful big eyes. Lu Qing took out his phone and touched it with her, and transferred 100 free attribute points to her. And Meowie was stunned when she saw the payment notification on her phone. Not only her, the girls were also stunned. 100 free attribute points. Oh my god, this is too much. Xiqing, Euro, you also have 100 attribute points. This is your betrothal gift. It's the same for everyone. I won't show favoritism. You can use these 100 attribute points as you wish. When I feel that your condition is not good enough, I will use other attribute points to improve you. As long as you are obedient, you don't have to worry about the extra ones. Lu Qing patted his chest and assured. In an instant, The girl's eyes were red and they were moved to tears. Yi was the first one who couldn't hold it anymore. She wailed and tears fell, which immediately brought down the mood of all the girls. Before coming here, they thought it would be great to be Lu Qing's weapon girl and gun girl. After all, Lu Qing is very powerful, dominant on the battlefield. But who would have thought that they had only joined for a few days, and Lu Qing actually gave them so many attribute points? This was something they could never hope for in their lifetime. Moreover, the value of attribute points cannot be simply measured by money. When most clubs get attribute points, they will never sell even a single one. 100 attribute points. It is enough to max out a percentage attribute. God Lu Wu Wu. All the girls threw themselves on Lu Qing, crying and hugging him. Be gentle, be gentle. Who the hell pulled my pants? In the club, Lu Qing's screams and howls echoed. When Lu Qing came to his senses, his face was covered with a mixture of saliva and tears. The next morning, Lu Qing brought the girls to Binhai City Station and took the maglev train to the provincial capital. Although it would be fast to teleport directly, but they're fine anyway. God Lu? Are you Lucian? As soon as Lu Qing got on the bus, he was recognized by a group of people. A group of people rushed over and surrounded Lu Qing and his companions, all with excited faces, and many girls asked for their autographs. After Lu Qing fought in 2 human emperor wars, he became quite famous in the province. Especially in the last battle, Lu Qingmao took first place in the lava, which shocked the whole world. So far, no one has been as abnormal as Lu Qing. Able to ignore the temperature of magma, fire immunity attribute is at least 1,000, but this is 1,000 points of immunity attribute. It's so scary to talk about it. Lucian, please sign your name on my bear. My bear is super big. A girl shouted excitedly. The people in this world's admiration for the strong is no less than those crazy fans that Lu Qing had before he traveled through time, and no one will say anything about their pursuit. After all, war is the rule of the world. After the experience of being scammed last time, Lu Qing almost subconsciously turned his head and immediately locked onto the direction of the girl. First glance, the face is average. Second glance, WDF? The third eye, Lao Gu, come and save me. I can't pull my eyes out. Qin Shuangxue looked at his expression and was so angry that she stamped her feet and quickly reached out to cover his eyes. Even though it is invisible, the signature still needs to be signed. Lu Qing was like a blind man touching an elephant. He just accidentally touched it and signed his name on the girl's clothes. He swore. He really had no idea. It's written on his ID card that he is a good citizen. But it's really soft. Chapter 73. Lu Qing. Are you interested in her? A maglev train ride became Lu Qing's personal special. Either he was holding a loudspeaker and giving people chicken soup, or he was looking around and looking at his sister everywhere. If the conductor had not strictly limited the number of passengers in one car, passengers from the dozen or so cars behind would have come running over to watch. Bad guy, it's time to get off the bus. Isn't it enough to have seen my sister all the way? Qin Shuangxue pinched Lu Qing's waist, and then, in Lu Qing's reluctant gaze, she and the other girls carried Lu Qing out of the car. Lu Qing walked on the platform and waved to many girls at the door of the train. Qin Shuangxue really wanted to beat him to death. She is so beautiful and has such a good figure. But Lu Qing doesn't stare at her, but stares at all kinds of girls. How can she not be jealous? When leaving the station, Lu Qing's wandering eyes locked onto a girl in front of a stall. She has long black hair that flutters in the wind, eyes like stars, and a gentle and peaceful appearance. At first glance, she looks like a school beauty. It's just that her appearance is really weird. There was a simple white folding table and a folding chair. A man was sitting there selling fruit. There was also a staff member next to him shouting with a loudspeaker, "Please don't stop to buy fruit from her, travelers who pass by." She is not a fruit farmer, and she doesn't have a gambling father or a sick mother. This person's name is Chunya. She is the daughter of Liuzhou military industry. He is an S-level terrorist from outside the province. He has already fled to our province. He is being closely watched by the provincial department. Oh? Lu Qing was full of questions. Does an S-class terrorist look like this? The key point is that you all know that she is an S-level terrorist. Why don't you arrest her? Lu Qing looked at the sign on the stall again. I am even more filled with questions. Damn it. 10 million for a strawberry? Robbery, right? Oh, it turns out that a box of strawberries costs 10 million. So it's okay. Oh? As Lu Qing was looking at it, his mind suddenly turned. So he turned his head to look a few more times, and more inexplicable thoughts popped up in his mind. When he clicked on the hidden information about this girl, His 24K titanium alloy dog eyes were almost blinded. Name: Chunya. Type: War Weapon ESSS Class Airborne Nuclear Bomb, Special Defect Type. Range: 200 kilometers. Attack: 99,999. Armor Break: 100%. Critical Hit: 100%. Cooling CD: 12 hours/2 pieces. Reason for defects: 1. Can only be used when mounted on an aerial mecha. 2. Growth: requires others to swallow her explosion fruit to gain evolution points. Each explosion fruit can cause 9,999 damage, and after killing one person, 1 evolution point can be gained, and a total of 99,999 evolution points are required. Defect Enhancement: can self-lock on nuclear explosion enemies in mid-air, adjustable trajectory, extreme output, double damage. Hidden Reward: 1. Buy her explosion fruit and eat it on the spot. Reward: send to reincarnation. Hidden Reward: 2. Buy her explosion fruit and go to the warplane to eat it. Each death reward, 1 point of defense, can be transferred. Hidden Reward: 3. Use 2,000 free attribute points to increase personal defense to 10,000 points. Reward: immune to explosive fruit. Soul Contract Ultimate Reward: SSS Class Aerial Mecha, Model J-35 Supersonic Fighter. During the duration of the ultimate reward, the death without injury buff is superimposed, and the buff cools down for 5 minutes until all evolution points are obtained for her. Lu Qing was almost drooling just by looking at it. Nearly 100,000 attacks. After completing the evolution, you will be rewarded with an SSS level mecha girl. Nima, or J-35. Isn't this a proper takeoff? Beauty: how many evolution points do you need to reach 99,999? Lu Qing rushed to the stall like a wild dog that had broken free from its reins and looked at her dim and cold face. How do you know? Chinya was stunned. She looked up at him in astonishment. Many people know that Chinya needs others to take the explosion fruit, but few people know how many times it needs to be taken. The power of the explosion fruit is so terrifying. After death, it takes at least a week to buffer, and if you are not careful, it will leave traumatic stress. So no one can eat a second pill. So, that's how she got the title of S-Class Terrorist. But even if she is an S-Class Terrorist, no one will catch her, and this is also the reason. Lu Qing, what are you doing? Are you interested in her? Qin Shuangxue hurriedly led people to chase after him and asked anxiously. Lu Qing, everyone in the country knows that the explosion fruit she sells cannot be bought. Her explosion fruit must be bought box by box, otherwise it will not work on her. But there are 10 in a box, and you have to eat them all in stages? It means that after you buy it, you must die 10 times. And Miaoi also rushed over and said anxiously, "Oh, what's wrong?" Lu Qing asked doubtfully. "Oh, you really don't understand." Qin Shuangxue felt a headache and held her forehead. She said, the average person's annual salary is only 30,000 to 50,000, but she asked for 10 million. If eating her explosive fruit would be such a good way to die, her stall would have been snapped up long ago. Even if you look at the whole world, no one can eat the second explosion fruit. Lu Qing couldn't help but touch his chin and said, "Hiss, why do I feel that this sentence is a little familiar? It seems like I have heard it from someone before." Didn't Lin Yue say the same thing when she met him? So what about Lin Yue? Her situation is different from Lin Yue's. Lin Yue, that's a high temperature. I can still hold on thanks to attribute immunity. But if you want her to be your gun girl, you must die countless times under her explosion fruit. Qin Shuangxue said anxiously. Most people have to spend a long time in the buffer zone after dying in the warplane, let alone the way she died. Are you Lu Qing? Chenya took a closer look and recognized Lu Qing's identity. After all, Lu Qing is the most popular one. Yes. Lu Qing nodded. Go away. I don't sell my explosion fruit to combatants. Chunya shook her head and said, because she herself knows that death caused by taking the explosion fruit may cause traumatic stress, she never sells fighters. If someone were to suffer from stress due to her explosive fruit and become unable to fight, she would not be able to bear the consequences. Beauty, just answer me, how many evolution points do you need? Lu Qing smiled playfully and asked. 99,999. Chunya sighed and said, if one person could gain 1 evolution point for each death, then with so many people in Dragon Country, she would have already completed it. Her family is rich, and Longwa will help her no matter what. But the problem is that it doesn't work. A single person must die 10 times before the accumulation can be normal. Wow, there are so many times? Then I'm leaving. Chapter 74 You. A playboy. Lu Qing turned around and was about to leave with the girls. But then I thought about it, and it was not right. If you die once, it takes at most 5 minutes, and if you die 10 times, it takes 50 minutes. But you have 10 million and 10 points of defense, which can still be transferred. After dying 99,999 times, he can train anyone to withstand a nuclear bomb. The key is that he died without any injuries, just like jumping into lava. Superficial. Or, how many times should I die first? Beauty, if I can die 10 times in one go, do you have any extra rewards? Lu Qing couldn't help but ask. That's his personality. If he doesn't take advantage of everything, he'll feel uncomfortable, as if ants are crawling on him. What reward do you want? I'll add an additional 10 million. Is that okay? Chunya raised her eyes and asked. But there was no hope in those eyes. It was only 10 million, which was not a problem for her, a daughter of a military-industrial group. Even 100 million makes no difference, because she felt that it was impossible for Lu Qing to do it. An extra 10 million, and let me touch your hand again. What do you think? Lu Qing actually wanted to touch her legs, but Lu Qing was afraid of being regarded as a pervert and being arrested by the police. Okay, as long as you can die 10 times in one breath, I'll promise you. Chinya nodded, but he just gave a bitter smile. Anyone who can die more than 10 times is her only hope. She doesn't have much time left. If she couldn't find hope anymore, she would just fall asleep. But she really didn't want to give up like that. Her situation is the same as Lin Yu's. Once you fall into a deep sleep, it is equivalent to a slow death. God Lu, this is no joke. You must be careful. The staff nearby quickly advised. Don't worry. What's the joy of living? What's the fear of death? Don't stop me. I'm going to show off. Lu Qing waved his hand and said with great ambition, Qin Shuangxue and Miaoyi. The girls were playing in the VIP training room. Hearing that Lu Qing and Chenya had come into contact, Gu Qingqing hurried over, and even the resentful Deng Jiyan came over. Lu Qing did not pass the provincial level competition, so he naturally failed to obtain the VIP qualification for the provincial capital hall. This VIP training room was opened with the help of Chenya. She is not only the daughter of Liuzhou Military Industry Group, but also a national VIP. Not only is she the most powerful among the gun girls, but she is also the most powerful in type. As a gun girl with special defects, she is the most terrifying one. Even though Lin Yue also has a special defect type, but she is a girl, not a gun girl. Moreover, the special defective gun girls have defect enhancements, which will only make them more terrifying in some aspects and have stronger combat power. But in comparison, Lin Yue is just a flaw for almost all fighters, because she is not a gun girl. Naturally, it is impossible to achieve the same negative-positive effect as Chenya. Lu Qing, it's not too late for you to regret now. Once my explosion fruit explodes, the damage will be 9,999. You can't bear it. Chunya looked at him seriously. Beauty, I'm actually curious about one thing. How did you produce this explosive fruit? Lu Qing asked curiously. After all, this thing is to be eaten directly, so he must ask clearly. If it is excreted, he would be crazy to eat it. Who the hell is so perverted? He even wants to eat beautiful women's? You, a playboy. Chenya almost fainted from anger. She knew a little about Lu Qing and knew that Lu Qing had a special liking for beauties with big breasts, but she didn't expect it to be like this before she actually came into contact with them. Oh? Lu Qing was really confused. Isn't it normal for him to ask this question? How can he be called a playboy? 10,000 possibilities flashed through his mind, but they all seemed a little weird. Finally, he thought, could this thing have been squeezed out? Oh shit. What is going on? Are you going to eat or not? If you don't eat, I'll leave. Chenya gritted her teeth, but her pretty face was filled with anger and blush. She has to eat the explosive fruit. If she just uses the natural detonation method, her evolution points would have been collected long ago. Eat, eat, eat. Can I eat it? Lu Qing rolled his eyes and suppressed his curiosity. Anyway, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future, and he doesn't believe that he won't know it. Central Intelligence, help me set up a defensive barrier to prevent the power of the explosion from spreading. Lu Qing said. As soon as he finished speaking, a defensive barrier appeared beside Lu Qing, blocking Qin Shuangxue, Gu Qingcheng, and the others outside. The girls were extremely worried, but since Lu Qing was so determined, they had no other choice. Lu Qing grabbed a strawberry in his hand. Red. The color looks very tempting. It looks no different from a normal strawberry, But how can this thing be an explosive fruit? Lu Qing's mind was a little crooked for a moment, but he quickly put the strawberry into his mouth and bit it gently with his teeth. It was surprisingly sweet. How to say this thing? There is a light milky aroma. I don't know if Lu Qing's perception was wrong. Boom. Within 3 seconds of Lu Qing swallowing the fruit, he felt his body getting hotter and hotter, and within 3 seconds, it felt like it was on fire. Even if he had 1500 fire immunity, he couldn't withstand such high temperature and exploded in an instant. Fortunately, he died without any injuries. Otherwise, he couldn't imagine how painful it would be. Wow. Lu Qing woke up from the death buffer zone. I felt my brain and internal organs were shaking, and I had a crazy feeling of wanting to vomit, but this negative feeling was suppressed in an instant. Both his mental and physical condition returned to normal in the blink of an eye. Lu Qing, how are you? The women immediately rushed into the death buffer zone. Although they were surprised that Lu Qing was able to wake up on the spot, they were more worried about him. He was able to wake up on the spot? Chenya also rushed over and was stunned for a moment. As my head was buzzing, a huge hope rose in my heart. The damage is 9,999. It's really not exaggerated. It nearly shook my brains out. Lu Qing was speechless. Why don't we just forget it? The terrible negative effects of her explosive fruit are known to the whole country. Qin Shuangxue persuaded. But Lu Qing waved his hand and refused. No. If I just let it go, wouldn't I have died in vain? What? White silk? Lu Qing, you pervert. How did you know I was wearing white stockings today? Forget it. I'll just let you touch it. Deng Jiayun pouted angrily, but still walked over and put her little feet next to Lu Qing. Oh? Chapter 75, can you? Boom. With a terrifying explosion, Lu Qing's body was torn into pieces again and entered the death buffer zone. The girls did not return to the VIP training room. Instead, he is waiting here for his death and resurrection. Every time Lu Qing died without injury, he needed 5 minutes of cooling down. So during this period, naturally nothing would happen. Lu Qing held Deng Jiayun's size 35 feet and touched her smooth and soft white silk, which made him feel distracted. The feet are really small. It also has a light fragrance. Lu Qing swore that he was not a pervert because he did not hold Deng Jiayun's feet and smell them, but only smelled the remaining smell in his hands. As Lu Qing died again and again, Chenya went from being dazed to being at a loss. The key point is that every time Lu Qing died, there was no negative impact. This made her so confused. When she awakened her war physique, Longhua even sent people to cooperate with her to complete the experiment, but even those who were injected with SSS-level evolution fluid couldn't do it. So how did Lu Qing do it? As Lu Qing ate the last explosive fruit and died, the bet between him and Chenya is complete. And from the beginning to now, it has only been a few dozen minutes, not even an hour. Beauty, I have eaten all your explosive fruits. Isn't it time for you to fulfill your promise? Lu Qing walked up to her with a smile on his face and even lifted his hair in a showy manner. His smile looked so annoying. The girls were worried at first, but then they were speechless. Since they could see that Lu Qing was fine, they were no longer worried. Why don't you have any negative feelings at all? Chenya asked with rapid breathing. Maybe it's because I'm so handsome? Lu Qing said with a proud look on his face. Seriously? Chunya's expression became a little serious and asked. Lu Qing rolled his eyes and said, I'm serious too. He had just done some careful calculations and finally felt that Chunya was not worth it. At most, she could only be a backup gun girl in the third line. The reason is simple. Chunya needs 99,999 evolution points. Death once every 5 minutes. Even if there were endless deaths without sleep, it would take 348 days. Besides, it was impossible for Lu Qing to waste all his time on her. The time will inevitably extend to several years. The only thing Lu Qing could do was to treat her as an experience pack to increase his defense, and eat 2 explosive fruits from her when he was free to die. A reward that cannot be obtained in time is not a reward to Lu Qing. Instead of wasting too much time on her, then Lu Qing might as well look for more gun girls. The truly top-notch gun girls have probably already been contracted by some national-level warriors. But he didn't panic, because he can find a defective gun girl. First, he has enough free attribute points to help defective gun girls overcome their own problems. Second, the loyalty of defective gun girls is simply too high. Third, his personal combat power is sufficient for the time being. Then he has plenty of time to find more excellent defective gun girls. If all else fails, he can go to a special museum. Most of the gun girls with special defects are included in it. Beauty, Give me 20 million and I'll leave. I won't touch your hand anymore. I'm a little tired. I just want to find a place to lie down. Lu Qing yawned and said, Wait, you can't leave? Chunya quickly blocked his way and said anxiously, What's wrong? You want to treat me to a meal? Lu Qing looked at her in confusion. Since you can withstand the negative effects of death from my explosion fruit, can you? Chunya hadn't finished her words yet. Lu Qing interrupted him by waving his hand. Beauty, I know what you are thinking, but I am not interested. If you still have a few thousand evolution points left, I can still help you, but you are far from enough. You are basically starting from scratch. But it's fate that we met. You can leave some of the explosion fruit for me. When I'm free, I can die for fun. The girls. Listen, listen. Is this what people say? It would take others half a month to recover after dying once at Chinya's hands. But you died 10 times in a row, and you still treat it like a joke? Chinya gritted her teeth, obviously wanting to ask Lu Qing for help, but she also saw Lu Qing's reluctance. Helpless, helpless. In the end, Chinya had no choice but to give up temporarily. Lu Qing was willing to take more of her explosive fruits, which was already a great help. Thanks. Chunya took a deep breath and said, It's okay. Add a contact number. I'll call you for it after I finish eating. Lu Qing took out his cell phone and said, Is it really possible? A ray of hope burst out in Chunya's eyes again. Even if Lu Qing cannot help her obtain 99,999 evolution points, as long as he can help her obtain more, it will be a great hope for her. Real. Lu Qing nodded. Anyway, he won't suffer any loss from eating the fruit. If the fruit is he will make a fortune. Chenya transferred 20 million gold coins to Lu Qing on the spot, and then watched him and the girls leave, with mixed feelings in her heart. The person she had not expected to succeed not only succeeded, but also did it so easily. But how did this person know about evolution points? She doesn't understand. It was as if he could see through everything about her. Lu Qing led the girls to the new club space in the provincial capital. The place was found with the help of the provincial federation. The decoration is particularly luxurious. Lights of various colors were shining in the club, but it was not messy. Instead, it had a sci-fi feel that made Lu Qing like it very much. The new club covers an area of more than 2,000 square meters. It is divided into a lobby, reception room, conference room, viewing room, and staff rooms. This was originally a club, but the previous club closed down and the venue became vacant. After Lu Qing took over here, many things were replaced with new ones. It was also the people from the Provincial Federation Association who helped to get things done. Other clubs simply cannot afford this treatment. But Lu Qing is different. After all, this person is a powerful man who has stepped into the realm of human emperor. Lu Qing had already visited the club before and chose a large room for himself. He lay on the big bed and let the girls chatter as he visited the club. Snort. Deng Jiayun was swaying around Lu Qing's bedside. Those little feet wrapped in white silk are very eye-catching. Deng Jiayun did the same thing last time in the warplane in Binhai City, but she just wandered around in the corridor to deliberately attract Lu Qing's attention. But today, he ran directly into Lu Qing's room. If you don't know, you might wonder what she is going to do. Deng Jiayun is almost going crazy. He also touched his own feet. I have hugged you before, but why didn't Lu Qing sign her yet? I shouldn't be that bad, right? Chapter 76, Damn, why are you still here? Deng Jiayun was really upset. After all, she had wanted Lu Qing to sign her since she deliberately met him at the bar a few days ago. What's more, even that stinky woman Gu Qingcheng was signed. Then why can't she? Moreover, that stinky woman Gu Qingcheng took away more than 200 attribute points from Lu Qing. Woo. She wants it too. Xiao Yunyun, what are you doing? I really want to take a nap. Can you please stop humming in front of me? Lu Qing collapsed. Doesn't this guy know that there is no market for tsundere anymore? All kinds of animation and novels have proven one thing. Tsundere and tsundere are only worthy of being defeated dogs. I am a straight man. If you have anything to say, can't you just tell me? Snort. After hearing what he said, Deng Jiayun let out a soft moan, feeling aggrieved and just wanting to run away quickly. She has shown it so obviously. Even if Lu Qing grabs her and touches her feet, she won't say anything. He should just give her the contract quickly. But Lu Qing doesn't care about her at all. Snap. Lu Qing grabbed her, pulled her onto the bed, held her feet and asked in confusion, I'm giving you a chance. Just tell me what you want. Lu Qing felt that he was the only kind-hearted person in the world. If it were someone else, they would definitely let Deng Jiayun run away, and then leave the little girl alone, sulking and crying in her bed. I don't want anything. I don't want to join your club at all. Not at all. Deng Jiayun was being grabbed tightly by Lu Qing, and she snorted softly. Lu Qing rolled his eyes suddenly. So this girl is hanging around here just to ask him for a contract, right? The problem is that he is not the boss. If you want to join, just find Qin Shuangxue. He didn't stop it. Lu Qing fiddled in the room for a while, and when she came out, her face was full of joy, and she almost jumped up and down. Gu Qingqing knew about Lu Qing's special situation, so Lu Qing sent the contract to her himself. But for Deng Jiayun, it doesn't matter. It's all my fault anyway. I can't escape. After she and Qin Shuangxue signed the indenture contract, a smug look appeared on her face, and the heavy stone in her heart finally fell to the ground. After lunch, Lu Qing went back to his room and continued to sleep. I really need a pillow. Lu Qing simply grabbed and meowed. In the afternoon, the owners of several major clubs in the provincial capital came to visit in person, firstly to congratulate the club on its opening, and secondly to meet Lu Qing. Lu Qing was half asleep and was forcibly pulled out of bed by Qin Shuangxue to meet with the bosses. The officials from the provincial federation were also there. Lu Qing reached an agreement with them. Whenever Lu Qing is free, he will play individual matches with the fighters from various clubs to improve their strength. Before Lu Qing participates in the provincial championship, major clubs will also play training matches with Lu Qing to make him familiar with the rhythm of the provincial league as much as possible. This is mutually beneficial for both parties. Of course, there is no need to refuse. Wait till evening. And Miaoi drove Lu Qing out in a sports car again, went to meet her father, and had dinner in a 5-star hotel. Lu Qing behaved in a carefree manner, chatting and laughing with Anne's father along the way, but he couldn't understand the murderous look in Anne's father's eyes. At the dinner table, father mentioned the original owner's parents. Lu Qing just said it casually. Although Lu Qing did not go home to visit them during this period, he would call them every now and then and send them a message to say hello. Lu Qing traveled through time and took over the original owner's body, so naturally he had to treat the original owner's parents properly. Moreover, after Lu Qing obtained a large amount of gold coins as rewards in the video game arcade, he transferred 10 million to the original owner's parents so that they could live a good life. The two elders are just ordinary people, and they also have their own social circles. If Lu Qing rashly called them to the provincial capital, first, it was inconvenient for Lu Qing himself. He's going to run around everywhere. We also have to play exchange matches with major clubs. Then they came here not to let them come here to enjoy themselves, but to come here to take care of Lu Qing. Then it was unnecessary for Lu Qing. Second, they didn't know what to do when they arrived. After all, they didn't really understand the operation of the club. If they stay in their hometown, they still have their own jobs. Go to work every day, get together with relatives and friends. Life won't be boring. But there was one thing he didn't know. Just when he went out to have dinner with Anne's father, the building of his club quietly changed its owner. The ownership of a building worth 70 million yuan was transferred in just a few hours. A few days later, Guilong City. Lin Yue arrived at the waiting hall of Guilong City early, sat on a chair in the corridor and waited with her eyes closed. Just sitting there, she was like a work of art, and one couldn't take their eyes off her. The silver-white armor she was wearing. It is the lifelong dream of countless people. The number of fighters who can obtain Meccas is only 1 in a million, even if you look around the world. Swoosh. With a white light, Lu Qing appeared alone in the transmission area of Guilong City, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Because they had been notified in advance, the waiting hall in Guilong City had already been packed. Countless people heard the news and came one after another. Lu Qing only used Lin Yue to fight today. Naturally, there is no need to bring the girls here. And even if they brought them, they wouldn't be able to withstand Lin Yue's high temperature. Master, you finally showed up. I've been looking for you so hard these past few days. A wailing sound came from the crowd. Lu Qing turned around in surprise and saw Wong Ming mixed in the crowd. Suddenly a little surprised. Fuck, why are you still here? Lu Qing almost forgot about this little extra. So when he moved the club, he didn't inform Wong Ming and the others. Wong Ming felt wronged and wanted to cry but had no tears. Master, the club is moving. Such a big thing. Why didn't you tell me in advance? No matter how trashy I am, I can still help move things. And Master, you can't abandon me. I paid the tuition. Wong Ming had long given up hope of learning to flick the sniper. But as long as he could call Lu Qing Master and help Lu Qing, it would be a matter of honor for him. With his strength, there is no way he can make it into the provincial league. But as long as I hold on to Lu Qing's thigh, he can go and take a look at national level and even world-class battlefields. Even if not as a combatant, but as a club staff member, he is willing to do it too. Chapter 77. One punch weighs 30 tons, so powerful. Lu Qing was somewhat speechless about Wong Ming, but since Wong Ming was willing to follow, Lu Qing was too lazy to pay attention to him. Surrounded by the crowd, Lin Yue just looked in Lu Qing's direction, without disturbing Lu Qing or ruining the mood of the crowd. After all, if Lin Yue went to the past, it would definitely bring a high temperature that no one could bear. In Lin Yue's eyes, the magnificent scene around Lu Qing at this moment, that's what it's like to be a top fighter. Countless people pursue their life. Isn't it just to achieve this kind of status? 15 minutes left for Guilong City Points race. Please all contestants get ready. Various live broadcasts have been set up in advance, waiting for Lu Qing's battle. First, Lu Qing's fame is growing. Secondly, after Lu Qing signs a contract with Lin Yue, it becomes even more exciting. No one would think that Lu Qing would be bullying by using a world-class instrument girl like Lin Yue. After all, in the warplane, strength speaks. Moreover, Lu Qing relied on his own strength to win the first two battles. Then even if Lin Yue is powerful, Lu Qing's personal strength cannot be denied. Master! When Lin Yue saw Lu Qing coming towards her, she stood up from the chair and smiled brightly at Lu Qing. After the battle in the training room, Lin Yue has regained her confidence as a world-class girl, and she also has lofty ambitions in her heart. Are you ready to show everyone what you're made of? Lu Qing smiled at her and asked. Ready? Lin Yue nodded heavily. His expression suddenly became extremely serious. Although she didn't think that this battle would cause any obstacles to her and Lu Qing, she showed a serious enough attitude, which was a respect for Lu Qing. If it weren't for Lu Qing, she would have just fallen asleep again and would have been waiting for an unknown period of time. Then come with me. Lu Qing put his arm around her waist and walked towards the locker room under everyone's gaze. Lu Qing threw his clothes into the dressing room. Lin Yue's pretty face couldn't help but blush. But it still took a moment. Snap! Snap! A silver-white Mecca appeared on Lu Qing's body. That handsome appearance made Lu Qing feel excited and moved. Even though it has been almost a month since he traveled to this world, the existence of Lin Yue's Mecca still makes Lu Qing feel like he is in a dream. War. Gun girl. Mecca. Isn't this the best world for any man full of blood? Master, we are about to teleport. This battle. I will do my best to help you take first place. Lin Yue said in a sonorous voice. Good. Lu Qing nodded with a smile. Even without Lin Yue, it would be very easy for Lu Qing to take first place. After all, there were no provincial-level fighters in this war, so the difficulty was naturally not comparable to the previous two times. Even if Lu Qing did not need any assistance from the gun girl and the weapon girl, he could still take first place. Countdown ends. Transmission begins. With a flash of white light, all the contestants in this points race followed Lu Qing into the dungeon. This instance is the ruined city number 79. The scene was similar to the 1191 novice training map where Lu Qing first went to the dungeon, except that the city here was more desolate and dilapidated. Not far away, the weathered high-rise building stands, making people feel that it is about to fall down. In the city, there are many weeds and shrubs growing out of the concrete ground. The sky is gloomy. It feels like it could rain at any time. And such a picture makes the wasteland world more desolate. Brothers, I'm here. Lu Qing was teleported to the center of a deserted road. With a thought, he rushed out like a cannonball. A large amount of hidden information refreshed Lu Qing's vision. There was a team not far ahead of him. 500 kilometers is a terrifying speed. But Lu Qing only needed to adapt slightly to this lightning-fast speed, and then he was completely adapted. After all, after the soul contract, Lin Yue was attached to his body, just like one of Lu Qing's fingers, and could be controlled easily and casually. God, come on. Outside the venue, the female anchor named Cece screamed excitedly. Boom. Lu Qing's body smashed through a wall and appeared in front of the team in an extremely horrified manner, frightening them so much that they almost fainted. At this time, they were still in the stage of collecting supplies and preparing for battle. The loaders are loading bullets, looking for some module accessories and looking for modules. The fighters from the city-level clubs are not as wealthy as the provincial-level fighters. Even if they have gun girls, the modules are usually not complete. Even if they knew that they would never be Lu Qing's opponent. But they never thought they would be so unlucky. Not long after entering the dungeon, I met Lu Qing. Lu Qing. One of them twitched his mouth and tried to negotiate with Lu Qing. He is not afraid of death. For if you are dead, you are dead. You can be resurrected. He wanted Lu Qing to give them some time, so that they could struggle and confront Lu Qing head-on. But, boom boom boom, Lu Qing kicked the load-bearing pillars of the building several times. The abandoned 7-story building collapsed in a matter of seconds, drowning everyone. The combatants of that detachment were utterly annihilated. The gun girl was teleported away before she could fire a single shot. However, Lu Qing crawled out of the ruins in a silver-white mecha as if nothing had happened and charged towards the next team. Lin Yoyue's strength as a mecha is terrifying. Even if Lu Qing's own strength has not reached that level, she can also increase Lu Qing's capacity to 30 tons. One punch weighs 30 tons. It's really too strong. Woohoo! Lu Qing was getting more and more excited as he fought. When in the training room, Lu Qing knew that it would be fun to equip Lin Yue, but when it came to actual combat, the fun was beyond imagination. He felt like he was the reincarnation of Iron Man. Even if Hulk comes, you can also blow his head off with one punch. The only fucked up thing is that because he was too overwhelming, his war points couldn't go up and he couldn't get a better treasure chest reward. But this point, there are also hidden rewards for him. After all, as long as he leads Lin Yue to win the first place in a game, he can get an extra 10 attribute points. In just 1 hour, Lu Qing finished this points race. It was so exaggerated that Lu Qing spent most of his time on the road. 95% of the teams in the entire map died at Lu Qing's hands. The only team that was not killed by Lu Qing was killed by other teams. A club at the bottom of the list had bad luck and refreshed in front of the number 1 club in Guilong City. Naturally, it was chased and beaten and was destroyed in a short while. Chapter 78. This guy must weigh 400 pounds in real life, right? The people outside the field were all stunned. They knew that as a world-class weapon girl, the mecha's strength was extremely terrifying, otherwise it would not be world-class. But without seeing it with their own eyes, they still couldn't imagine how terrifying the power of the mecha was. Since the beginning of a national war, there is generally no live broadcast. Because even in national-level wars, even training matches, there are many secrets. Most national clubs will expose some secrets when fighting national wars, but this is all within a country. Even if the secret is exposed, it will not spread out. But it's different if it's a live broadcast. Many fighters who participated in national wars will eventually go to the stage of world-class wars. Once the opponent has too much information, it will inevitably be at a disadvantage on the battlefield. At the same time, the reason why the national war is concealed is that preventing some secrets from being exposed is just one of the reasons. The bigger reason is something that Lu Qing cannot understand at his current level. I heard it is related to the central intelligent brain in the warplane. It seems that even the level of national and world-class wars is not the top-level war in the warplane. In the next 2 months, Lu Qing had nothing to do, so he took Lin Yue to play in competitions everywhere. Cleared all city-level Human King competitions in the province. Lu Qing became even more famous. Not only is he well known in the province, but he also has a huge fan base across the country. Even though he hadn't passed the provincial-level Human Emperor War, a national-level club had already come to invite Lu Qing to join the national-level club. The conditions offered were also quite terrifying. Basic salary 1 billion. 5-year contract. That's equivalent to 200 million per year. After Lu Qing signed a contract with Lin Yue, Lu Qing actually had the qualifications to participate in a national-level war, but Lu Qing simply refused to agree. The reason why Lu Qing refused was very simple. It's impossible to work part-time. Only by playing in the Human King tournament can I barely maintain my life like this. Those club owners were so speechless that they almost wanted to curse. If you don't want to join, then don't join. Do you have to participate in the King of Kings competition to make a living? 200 million contract fee per year. Isn't that enough for you? You have to know that this 200 million signing fee is only your personal income. The cost of the club's investment in you is completely separate. But they really don't know Lu Qing's situation. After all, Lu Qing can only rely on playing in the Human King tournament to obtain enough attribute points. To join a club and play in national competitions, can he take first place? Not necessarily. Not being able to ensure 100% that he would win first place would also result in his King of the World tournament being directly invalidated, and his only chance in a lifetime would be wasted. Then, it will become extremely difficult to obtain attribute points. In weighing the two, even a fool knows how to choose. The only way for Lu Qing to join the national club is that one day he can no longer play in the Human King tournament and loses in the Human King tournament. There are 9 prefecture-level cities in the province. Except for Binhai City and Yun City, which Lu Qing passed through first, the remaining 7 cities, they all passed with Lin Yue. Each city has 40 free attribute points, a total of 280 attribute points. Lu Qing, in 3 days, we will officially join the Provincial League's points competition. In the past 2 months, the training matches we played with major clubs were actually small scale, equivalent to 30% of the Provincial League at most. According to the intelligence we have so far, the top few provincial clubs still have their trump cards that have not been revealed. For example, the Provincial Number 1 VV Club, where Qingqing was once a teammate. The only fighter in the Provincial League who controls the Air Force. His gun girl is an Apache attack helicopter. For example, the Jinhui Club where Jiayun used to work has a super heavy tank gun girl. Both its defense and attack are extremely terrifying. Jiayun said that one of their shots can deal over 6,000 damage, but 4,000 plus damage can't penetrate her steel plate. In the large conference room, Qin Shuangxue, wearing a black silk suit, stood in front of a huge screen and gave a very serious lecture. Lu Qing wore a pair of rabbit ears on his head. Hearing this, he was stunned. A huge fear of being dominated by heavy tanks suddenly came to my mind. Fuck, 4,000 plus damage can't penetrate the defense? This horse must weigh 400 pounds in real life, right? Qin Shuangxue stumbled, due to Lu Qing's strange train of thought, and almost fell to the ground. She rolled her eyes. He glared at Lu Qing unhappily. Lu Qing knew that his little wife and boss were depressed, so he simply shut up and gave her some face. Deng Jiayun turned around and looked. Dei explained. Lu Qing, you idiot, don't you understand this? It's not the case that the heavier the weight, the higher the defense. At her level, it's actually equivalent to an armored platform. For example, your combat uniform girl Yi and your Mecca girl Yue. Their bodies have interfaces built into them. Confused with some gun girls? Although these gun girls are called gun girls, in fact, they are equivalent to the weapon girls of the combatants and only serve this type of gun girls. Deng Jiayun informed the teammate in full of the main information. After all, she was the one who knew her teammate best. The tank gun girl of that teammate is the best among tanks. The reason is simple. Because she has many interfaces. The more ports you have, the more accessories you can accommodate. You can increase the upper limit of your tank without limit. Most gun girls and weapon girls can change their jobs. But there are 4 prerequisites. First, they must be B rank or above, and second, they must have no flaws. Third, we need to adapt to the war physique of the gun girl, such as the tank, such as the Apache gun girl, to confirm whether it is a match. Fourth, after the adaptation is successful, both the adapter and the job changer need to go to the warplane to change their jobs. The whole process of job transfer. You can think of it as the job changer going back to the furnace to be retrained, and a certain part is specially made for the adapter. For example, if the adapter spear girl wants to upgrade to a heavy tank, then after she and the job changer spear girl go to the warplane, they will help each other move in that direction. Deng Jiayun continued to introduce. In fact, the content about job transfer is very simple to sum up. Just 4 words. Complement each other. The adapter gun girl acts as a platform to guide the job changer gun girl to become a part of her body, allowing the other party to shine on her body. That's why there are gun girls who help load missile silos and manufacture missiles. They all changed their jobs. I will take a day off on the 11th. I am upset by the declining grades. I will take a day off to calm down. Don't worry, I will continue writing this book. Chapter 79. Be moderate. Change job? Change job. Lu Qing turned to look at the exoskeleton girl Xiqing and the combat uniform girl Yi, and his expression became more serious. According to Deng Jiayun, gun girls match gun girls to change jobs. Match the girls with the girls to change their jobs. After Lin Yue joined, Xiqing and Yi's roles were not so significant. After all, even if Lu Qing could make them evolve, they were no match for Lin Yue. But if they were to change their jobs and become Lin Yue's armor parts, their nature would be completely different. After all, they were the ones who followed me at the beginning. Lu Qing should also extend their careers. Xiqing, Yi. If Yue's high-temperature attribute is suppressed, are you willing to change jobs and become her parts? Lu Qing asked the girls seriously. After all, Xiqing and Yi are just 2 of them. There is also the helmet instrument girl Euro, and the extremely rare gloves instrument girl Yeye that Qin Shuangxue had found for her before, and the boots instrument girl Xue Qin. God Lu, this won't work. Absolutely not. Before the girls could even start talking, they were interrupted by Euro. Lu Qing asked doubtfully, "Oh, why? You don't want to?" Euro's expression also became more serious. She said, "It's not that we don't want to, but that we don't deserve it. Who doesn't want to be a part of a mecha girl? Even if it's just a chance to change jobs, it's enviable. But Yoyue's Mecca is SS class. So the one who can help her complete the job change should be an SS class Mecca girl. Otherwise, our low-level attributes will only drag her down. The hopes that rose in the girls' hearts were also forcibly suppressed by Yuro's interruption. Hope is hard to come by. Was also swallowed up helplessly. Yes, their highest level is only S+. How can they match Lin Yoyue's SS level Mecca girl? What if we exclude the attribute? Are you willing? Lu Qing asked. If you don't look at the attributes, of course we are willing. But we can't really do that. Yuro shook her head. The proportion of SS level girls is not high. But this is Dragon Country, and the Mecca girls are matched with job changers. Then as long as an announcement is made nationwide, a large number of girls will rush over in minutes. Okay, that's settled. Lu Qing made the decision. Godlu, didn't you understand what I just said? After our job change, our attributes are definitely not as good as those of an SS level girl. And with Yoyue's conditions, she is enough to attract an SSS level girl. Yuro said anxiously. Afraid of a bird? I'm so poor that I only have attribute points left. Lu Qing said in a rather proud tone. The girls were stunned. The women were silent. Then the corners of the women's mouths began to twitch wildly. Because in the next second, Lu Qing showed off his terrifying number of attribute points. In addition to the remaining 1,220 attribute points that were spent before, there was also feedback that Lu Qing invested 280 attribute points in the little lowly Deng Jiayun. Deng Jiayun received 6 times feedback, which means she received 1680 points after the feedback. Added all together, a total of 2,900 points. They swore that they had never seen such exaggerated attribute points in their lives, let alone fought such a rich battle. Deng Jiayun rubbed her eyes, wondering if she had seen it wrong. Wow, 2,900 points? She received 280 attribute points from Lu Qing at that time, but she was so excited that she couldn't sleep well all night, and pestered Lu Qing from night to dawn. Then you tell her that 280 attribute points are just the tip of Lu Qing's iceberg? And Lu Qing's attribute points increase the more he spends? Lin Yoyue, who was standing in the corner to prevent the girls from getting burned, was also stunned. She knew that Lu Qing didn't take attribute points seriously. After all, she saw with her own eyes that Lu Qing gave Gu Qingqing a lot of attribute points. But isn't that too exaggerated? So don't be afraid. Whatever you want to do, whatever direction you want to improve, I have plenty of attribute points for it. Lu Qing really enjoyed the admiring looks from the girls. Just showing off. Who doesn't like it? Especially pretending to be cool in front of his woman. Lu Qing, I know you have a lot of attribute points, but you should consider the future more. It's a good thing to give Xiqing and the others a promotion, but be moderate. Qin Shuangxue interrupted with a cough. She is not being stingy, nor is she trying to suppress Xiqing and the others. This is just a normal way of thinking when running a club. Who the hell would have thought that Lu Qing had a cheat? If she could think of it, then she would have been wearing the bunny girl skin and going to Lu Qing to act coquettishly in the middle of the night. Sister Shuang is right. You have so many attribute points, you really should be restrained. As Deng Jiayun was talking, her pretty face flushed as she stuck to Lu Qing. No. What are you doing? Are your eyes damaged? Lu Qing watched her sitting in his arms, blinking at him continuously, ignoring her various flirtations. I don't know when this guy started to like stuffing things. Obviously not much. You have to pretend. Oh my god. Deng Jiayun was stunned and became angry. Damn it. I sacrificed my looks to get more attribute points. Can't you see that? Lu Qing invested her 280 attribute points. She gave some to her gun girls and weapon girls, but also kept at least 150 points as a backup. Because no one is as rich and inhumane as Lu Qing. Lu Qing played around with the girls for a while, then continued with the meeting topic. Deng Jiayun and Gu Qingqing took over the pace of the meeting and introduced the various situations of the Jinhui Club and the VV Club, respectively. Meetings are serious. So Lu Qing ignored black silk, white silk, oily silk, fleshy silk, even if Xiqing and the others wanted to change jobs for Lin Yoyue. But not now, because Lin Yoyue also wants to join the battle. The job transfer process is quite long. Moreover, it must be done one-on-one, and you need to think about the direction and ideas of the job transfer in advance. In addition to the time spent on job transfers in the warplane, more time is spent using the central intelligence brain to simulate job transfers. Once you have confirmed that the job transfer is feasible, only then can you start changing jobs. The meeting is over. The girls stood up and prepared to eat. Although Lu Qing felt that the provincial points race would not have much impact on him, He also had to pay close attention to the competition in 3 days. Lu Qing's team does not have any armored soldiers. This is their shortcoming. As a Mecca, Lin Yue can temporarily act as an armored soldier. But this is not Lu Qing's character. Lu Qing is the kind of person who likes to charge forward alone to show off, and he would never run away to serve as a shield for the team. Whether it's him, Gu Qingcheng, or Deng Jian, all three are main attackers. This is not their individual problem. It can only be said that Lu Qing doesn't have enough teammates around him. Boss, come here for a moment. Lu Qing waved and said, What? Qin Shuangxue asked doubtfully. Ding dong. Lu Qing touched her with his phone and completed the transaction of 1,900 attribute points. Chapter 80. You might as well stop being a professional and go home to carry steel bars. Although Qin Shuangxue knew that Lu Qing would most likely give her the attribute points, she still almost fainted when she received the attribute points. 1,900 attribute points, all credited to your account at once. This was a scene she never dared to imagine in her dreams. The reason why Lu Qing gave her attribute points was, it's very simple too. I thought the attributes were balanced. They haven't spent the 100 attribute points Lu Qing gave them as a gift yet. But in terms of current attributes, whether it is Qin Shuangxue or in Miaoi, their attributes are actually unbalanced, which is a problem. When the attack power is overloaded, but other attributes cannot keep up, every shot of the gun girl is torture. Although some descriptions are not quite appropriate, but when the overload is heavy, it will be as painful as constipation. Boss, take Miaoi and the others to the warplane to adjust their attributes. You, Miaoi, and Duo, I want you to add at least 500 attack points. The remaining attribute points for adjusting attributes will come from here. 500 attack points, equivalent to 100 free attribute points. So there is still a lot of space that can be allocated. Are you sure? When the gun girl's attributes are overloaded, every time you increase her attack by 1 point, you will need 2 points of attributes to balance it out. It will get higher and higher in the future. Qin Shuangxue asked seriously. She still felt that it would be better to find a new gun girl than to waste this attribute point. Although this will lead to her retirement and becoming a spare gun girl. But she has to accept it. Okay. Why are you taking so long? Lu Qing slapped her, but in annoyance. Qin Shuangxue's pretty face flushed, and she glared at him charmingly, but said nothing. She only felt touched in her heart. No matter which other fighter or club is in their place, no matter how financially powerful they are, even if they are the #1 club in the country, this cannot be the case. If it is not suitable, put it down. If you are no longer suitable, retire. This is the most correct way. But there is probably only one person like Lu Qing in the whole world who is willing to spend countless attribute points to raise the gun girl who does not belong to this level to the top. By the way, wear white silk tonight and show me. Hee. Lu Qing whispered in her ear. All right, rogue. Qin Shuangxue glared at him again. Take the attribute points and run quickly. He was afraid that Lu Qing would hold him down here and he would be unable to move. Yue, after you finish your meal, come with me to the war plane alone. Since we are going to participate in the provincial points competition as training, then the situation in the previous 7 city-level human emperor competitions will not happen again. Lu Qing turned around and said. He needed to suppress Lin Yue's high temperature so that Qin Shuangxue and Miaoi and the others could be equipped. Okay, master. Lin Yue smiled sweetly, feeling both anxious and excited. She knew what Lu Qing was going to do with the 1,000 attribute points he left behind. She was excited because Lu Qing was going to give them to her, but she was also worried that Lu Qing would not give them to her. Although she didn't ask for it, but she also knew that she was holding back. She doesn't want to be a burden to the master, but wants to conquer the country and the world together with the master. You smiled at me? You seduced me? Lu Qing made a joke. The next second, Lin Yue's face, which was so beautiful that it was outrageous, turned red with shame. Lu Qing didn't expect that he just used a basic attack. In the end, Lin Yue used all her ultimate moves. 3 days later, the waiting hall of the provincial capital. Although the points race that started today was just a simulated training match for Lu Qing, the enthusiasm was unprecedentedly high because of Lu Qing's participation. Director, how popular is the live broadcast room now? The host Cici said expectantly. 13 million. The director whispered. 13 million? Such a high popularity. My dear friends in the live broadcast room, today is the first stop for my idol Lu Shun to enter the provincial capital. Like, comment, and send small gifts quickly. Let Master Lu see our fighting power. Cici was inciting wildly. After she was assigned to host Lu Qing's competition, Her live broadcast became more casual, saying whatever she wanted. When she sees the climax of the game, she will directly ignore the audience in the live broadcast room and scream at the big screen of the game. It's a pity. She has never had the chance to take out the household registration booklet she carried with her. She also regretted this, because every time she saw Lu Qing come out, she was just too excited, reflecting again and again. As a result, the next time we met, he shook his head and forgot about it again. Old Zhou, as provincial popular fighters, we are really being ignored. On the chairs at the side, two extremely handsome warriors were sitting. Not only are they powerful, their handsome looks have also attracted countless fans for them. No way, who asked Lu Shun to come? The fighter called Lao Zhou said helplessly and laughed. He is not jealous of Lu Qing, because as fighters, everyone speaks with strength. Seeing this scene really makes me feel emotional. You know, even during our heyday, we couldn't achieve such a scene. The young man with short blonde hair beside him said with a smile, "Can you sniper?" Old Zhou asked him, "Damn, aren't you asking this even though you already know the answer?" "If I knew how to sniper, I would have joined the national team long ago." The blonde young man was speechless. "So can you swim in lava?" Lao Zhou asked again. "Old Zhou, I think you are here just to argue, right? You might as well stop playing professionally and go home and carry steel bars." The blonde young man's expression fell in an instant, and he cursed. Hee hee. Old Zhou smiled. Swoosh. With a flash of white light in the transmission area, amidst everyone's eager eyes, Lu Qing and his group appeared. Although everyone had expectations, when they saw the pink-haired girl next to Lu Qing, everyone was stunned and even the voices fell silent. The pink-haired girl was wearing a white t-shirt, old jeans, and white high-top canvas shoes. He also wore a gray cap on his head. Her pink hair was neatly combed behind her head. Tie it into a single ponytail and let it extend out from the opening at the back of the baseball cap. I'll go. World-class Mecca girl Lin Yue? No. What about the high temperature on her body? I'm so stupid. Every beauty around Lu Qing is very pretty, and when they stand together, they are the most beautiful scenery. Even Gu Qingqing and Deng Jiayun did not let the gun girl and the weapon girl attach to their bodies, but let them appear in their original appearance in front of everyone. Because this battle has attracted everyone's attention. If this battle goes well, then the next game will be Lu Qing's Human King Tournament. As Lu Qing's teammates in this battle, this is the best opportunity for weapon girls and gun girls to show up. Feel the gaze of the crowd. Lin Yue smiled at them. So confident. It is so amazing. Oh my god. The heat in her body won't disappear out of thin air. There's only one possibility. Some idiot spent 1,000 attribute points on her. Oh? Hu Han-san, am back. Stop robbing. I'm here to urge you to update and to show you my love, haha. Chapter 81 War Idiot. Lu Qing? Because Lu Qing had been leading Lin Yue to fight in the past 2 months and had won all the city-level competitions in the province, everyone knew a lot about Lin Yue. Many people know that Lin Yue has a high temperature. But when you don't know the inside story, you don't know that Lin Yue's temperature is so high. While everyone envied Lu Qing for having a Mecca, I also feel sorry for Lin Yue's situation. After all, with such a high temperature, no weapon girl or gun girl can be equipped. Then if Lu Qing takes her with him, he can only fight independently and without help. But now, her fever was gone. She put on normal clothes. So, where did these 1,000 free attribute points come from? Who the hell is so rich? During these 3 days, Lin Yue's mood also fluctuated greatly. When the high temperature in her body disappeared, she hugged Lu Qing and cried loudly in Lu Qing's arms. When she finally put on her clothes as she wished, she couldn't hold back her emotions again. She looked at herself in the mirror and started crying. For so many years, when had she not dreamed of such a scene? And Lu Qing helped her achieve it. If it were someone else, it would be an extremely failed effort, and they would even be criticized for wasting resources. But Lu Qing doesn't care. He also advised Lin Yue not to think too much. Because for Lu Qing, no matter how many attribute points he has, it cannot compare to his willingness. So Qin Shuangxue was supposed to wear white silk that night, but Lin Yue hugged Lu Qing and cried all night, making it difficult for the other girls to go in. 1,000 free attribute points? The blonde young man looked at it and almost fell to the ground. He had also heard about Lin Yue's situation. If someone really gave her 1,000 attribute points to suppress the high temperature, he would doubt whether this world was crazy. Fuck, this can't be true. Old Zhou looked at it in bewilderment. He also wiped his eyes vigorously. Old Zhou, Does a national club have so many attribute points? The blond young man swallowed hard and turned to ask.
Phuket.
Old Joe shook his head. He is not a national level fighter. How can he know? But there should be some. So, a BCG club that grew up at the city level has gained so many attribute points in just 2 months? This is impossible even with state support. The blond young man scratched his head. I can't figure it out. I really can't understand it. Fuck. There's grass growing on my head. Is it possible that Lucian originally had so many attribute points? If he didn't have so many attribute points, how did Lucian become immune to magma? Old Joe frowned. Attribute points are not cabbage. Even if I give you 10,000 attribute points, are you willing to add 1,000 points of fire immunity and then give the Mecca girl another 1,000 points? The blond young man asked speechlessly. Old Joe shook his head again. Of course I won't do that. I will at most give the machine girl 1,000 attributes to suppress her high temperature and keep the rest. After all, if it's just 1,000 points of fire immunity, it has no real meaning at all. The temperature of the flames of war is easily over 2,000 degrees. The blond young man nodded. His idea is the same as Lao Zhou's. No matter whether it's 10,000 attribute points or 100,000 attribute points, they can't do such a thing. What's more, if 1,000 attribute points are placed on some special defective gun girls, their attributes can grow to an extremely explosive level. Ms. Lin Yue, aren't you a girl with a special defect? So what about the high temperature in your body? The female anchor Cece was also stunned. He quickly took the microphone and went over to interview. Speaking of this, I have to thank my master. He helped me solve this problem. Lin Yue turned to look at Lu Qing, with tenderness in her eyes and a gentle smile. The camera behind Cece was pointed at Lu Qing. Lu Qing even tossed his hair in a showy way, deliberately showing off in front of the camera. Then may I ask, how did the male god help you solve it? Cece continued to ask. How else can it be solved? Of course I used attribute points to fight back. Lu Qing said proudly. Originally, Lu Qing wanted to open his phone to show off, but when he saw the words balance, 0 on the interface, he immediately closed the phone. In real life outside the warplane, it is actually very rare to encounter assassination situations. Once assassinated, according to the 317 rules of the warplane, combatants can forcibly open war copies in reality. The forced opening of the war copy is to deal with continuous fighting, and even more so to deal with the death of combatants in reality. While the combatants were killed in the surprise attack, the warplane will force the combatants' data to be brought back. After all, humans are digitized. Then, using the means of the warplane, it's so easy to do this kind of thing. Naturally, people like Lu Qing don't need to worry about being targeted and hide their terrifying war resources. Following Lu Qing's words, everyone went crazy again. 1,000 attribute points. This is 1,000 attribute points. Is that how you use it? I know that mecha girls are very important as world-class existences, but isn't it better to put all of them on a normal mecha girl? I am a professor at Kyoto University, Sakura. I publicly condemn this behavior. This guy is an idiot. Such a huge war resource is wasted on a defective girl? He is simply a wild boar that can't eat fine bran. Sakura's professor watched the live broadcast and almost went crazy. You said earlier that you had so many attribute points. Then our Sakura would have sent someone to dig you out a long time ago. What nationality? What identity? They are all secondary things. Even if you want a certain type of robot girl, we can search all over the country to find it for you. If you like someone else's robot girl, we can also snatch it for you. I am a national level fighter certified by the Kimchi country. I declare that Lu Shan belongs to our Kimchi country. You despicable dragon people, return our Lu Shan to us immediately. Don't be so ungrateful and do such a despicable thing. A lot of people from the Korean country jumped out to flood the screen. Although the text they sent was in Korean, it was immediately translated into easy-to-understand Chinese characters through the live broadcast system. It's impossible for one person to have so many attribute points. He stole them from our aunt country. It is written in our holy books. All the attribute points in the world belonged to us 3,000 years ago. Chapter 82. I'm serious with you. Do you take me for an idiot? Various barrages, scrolling wildly. Under the heavy bombardment of Lu Qing's attribute points, the live broadcast room was in chaos, and a group of Dragon Country netizens were so angry that they almost had a brain congestion. Beijing. Office of the War Council. An old man in dark green military uniform was leisurely waiting for the war to begin in the office with several other old men. But the scene on the big screen and Lu Qing's words made the old man in the lead spit out the tea he had just taken a sip of. What did he say? Was it him who used his free attribute points to create Lin Yoyue's situation? How is this possible? Many old people in the seats were also confused. Lu Qing's situation had been sent to the capital as early as when he started the Human King tournament and was placed on the desks of many important figures. An ordinary person who couldn't be more ordinary didn't win anything when he participated in the lottery at the age of 18. According to common sense, these people are ordinary people who keep real life going. Although it cannot reach the glory of a fighter, but there is no problem in having enough food and clothing. As a result, this guy's performance time and time again made a bunch of big shots and Beijing dropped their jaws in shock. Without any skills, he managed to achieve national-level sniping skills. Without any special powers, he actually took a bath in lava. Without any identity or background, he was able to take out 1,000 free attribute points just to solve Lin Yoyue's shortcomings. Cough, cough, cough. Grass. Even the old man sitting in the first seat couldn't help but curse. If Lin Yoyue, who was wearing ordinary clothes, hadn't appeared, everyone would have thought that Lu Qing was just bragging. But is this bragging? If the high-temperature attribute does not disappear, then Lin Yoyue's clothes would have melted long ago. Did you old guys secretly help him? The white-haired old man in the lead was speechless. Mr. Jiang, are you kidding me? 1,000 free attribute points are war resources that can get us into the coffin even for us. Everyone was equally speechless. Even if they wanted to get 1,000 free attributes for Lu Qing, the question was, could they get it? Even if it is the supreme leader of Dragon Country, it is impossible for him to mobilize 1,000 free attribute points at once, because it is not a matter of money. Money cannot solve the problem of attribute points. If you guys didn't help, then where did this brat come from? Old Jiang scratched his head. Maybe I picked it up in a dream. An old man stroked his beard and said, I'm serious with you. Do you take me for an idiot? Mr. Jiang couldn't help but curse. The old man rolled his eyes suddenly. Of course I know I'm talking nonsense, but if I'm not talking nonsense, how can I explain Lu Qing's situation? You can't say that Lu Qing is the illegitimate son of the Jade Emperor, right? The Jade Emperor saw that he was suffering in the world, so he gave him 1,000 attribute points? Isn't it even more ridiculous to say this out loud? Magic City. Special Gun Girl Museum. A young girl was grabbing the corner of the old woman's clothes beside her with great excitement. Her eyes were filled with tears, and even her voice was choked with sobs. Director, did you see that? Sister Yoyue is freed. She's finally free. The ones that can be sent to the museum are all gun girls with serious or very serious special defects. And Lin Yoyue is the most worrying person in the museum. The other gun girls were also in serious condition. But there is always hope. I see. The old woman was also excited and full of emotion. At the age of 22, she graduated from the Gun Girl Nursing Department of Magic City University and went to work at the Magic City Special Gun Girl Museum, dedicating her life to this place. Since she came to the museum, Lin Yoyue has been in the museum and has been sleeping for years, while the other gun girls were sleeping, just waiting for his own fighter to appear. But Lin Yoyue's deep sleep. But he is waiting to die. She watched Lin Yoyue gradually become as depressed as before, and her heart ached, but there was nothing she could do. After all, it couldn't be solved. And now, the defect that had troubled Lin Yoyue all her life has finally been completely solved. Lin Yoyue must be very happy. First, she was able to step onto the battlefield as she wished. Second, she changed into the clothes of her dreams and restored her appearance before she awakened her war physique at the age of 18. Director, I originally thought that Lu Qing was a bad guy. Sister Yoyue was already in such a miserable state, yet he still wanted to provoke her. But now I finally understand that he was not provoking Sister Yoyue for no reason. He wants Sister Yoyue to regain her pride. The girl said quickly, we should especially thank him for spending 1,000 attribute points on Yoyue. But from the perspective of the future, he is still too impulsive. Although the old woman said so, there was a curve at the corners of his lips. Any gun girl or tool girl who leaves the museum is the museum's married daughter, who doesn't want them to live a good life. Most people can't do things, can't pay the price. Lu Qing went to do it. It's really hard not to be touched. BCG Club headquarters. On top of the building, Chenya was sitting in a luxuriously decorated office. Next to her was a middle-aged man in a black suit, wearing white gloves and with half-white hair. From his appearance, it is not difficult to see how handsome he was when he was young. Even at this moment, he was also quite personable. Miss, Are you sure you don't want to go and take a look at the scene? The middle-aged man, who was already in his 50s, asked Chenya respectfully while she was sitting on the sofa. He is the Chun family's butler. Because Chenya's father had been busy with the group's affairs for many years, he had very little time to take care of her on weekdays. Most of the time, he was with Chenya. It can be said that Chenya grew up under his watch. When Chenya awakened her war physique, the entire Chin family was extremely excited. At first glance, everyone was shocked by the airborne nuclear bomb and the SSS grade. What's more, Chunya's attributes are so amazing. Attack power 99,999. At that time, Chunya's twin sister was the first to awaken her war physique and became a pilot of the SSS Class J-35 hypersonic fighter jet, which made the Chin family excited. After Chenya awakened her war physique, the Chun family was immersed in great ecstasy and did not realize her flaws. When they realized it, everyone's laughter stopped abruptly. He still remembers the Chun family's transformation from ecstasy to silence. It's just a moment. 99,999 evolution points. And with such harsh conditions, it is impossible to complete it in a lifetime. Over the years, Chenya's twin sister has come up with countless ways to help her sister overcome this defect, and the Chun family has also spent countless money. But her evolution point is still 0. Given my sister's situation, she has already been recruited by the national team. But my sister doesn't agree. They are twin sisters. They are also mutually complementary war physiques. My sister didn't find any fighters, and she was unwilling to hand herself over. She fell into a deep sleep during these years. Chapter 83. I believe that sooner or later, he will come to me. The lifespan of top-level fighters, gun girls, and weapon girls is quite terrifying. Most people know that playing in national competitions can prolong life and even keep some people young forever, but those who have not experienced it don't know how terrible it is. The rise of the Chun family was due to Chen Ya's grandfather, Mr. Chun. Before he retired, he made it to the World Championship. First, he is still alive until now, and second, he is over 100 years old, but still looks like he is in his 40s. The Chin family's Liuzhou military industry group is mainly focused on serving the country and the club. Mr. Chen obtained space-class aerospace technology in the world competition and became the leader of the Dragon Country Consortium overnight. At the same time, they can provide services such as matching between fighters and weapon girls and gun girls, numerical balance, and even matching job transfers between weapon girls and gun girls. They have an enormous amount of data in their hands. It can save a lot of time for the club, can also provide the most accurate solution. These are all the benefits gained from the world arena. For example, for job changers, the Chin family can provide most of the solutions except for the Mecca girl and even job change drawings. It is convenient for job changers to change jobs. In order to give Chenya the possibility to solve her defects, the Chun family also trained a world-class team that fought on the world battlefield all year round. Annual expenses. It's an astronomical figure. But until now, they have not been able to obtain any rewards on the world battlefield that could reverse Chunya's decline. Miss, this person is the only hope of our Chin family, and even more so your only hope. Are you sure you won't take the initiative and try again? The butler couldn't help but sigh. I also want to fight for it, but I can't seem to offer anything to attract him. Chenya watched the live broadcast on the big screen and couldn't help but clench her fists weakly. Her mood was extremely complicated. Compared to others, she knew earlier that Lu Qing had a large number of attribute points. After all, Qin Shuangxue and the others had been in the warplane for 2 days, and each of them evolved from S level to SS level. God knows how many attribute points they consumed. Such terrifying attribute points can supply a world-class team for several years. But miss, he has been eating the explosion fruit for the past 2 months. It even helped you raise your evolution points to 1,300. If you weren't so attractive to him, why else would he do this? The butler said solemnly. Uncle Sue, maybe you were right, but it's precisely because he obtained 1,300 evolution points for me in more than 2 months that he really doesn't take me seriously. He has the means. It can be immune to the negative effects of death from my explosion fruit, but he has been going back and forth playing around for most of the past 2 months. Chenya smiled bitterly and shook her head. Although she was anxious, she couldn't urge Lu Qing to do anything. Besides, she didn't have any status to urge Lu Qing. At Lu Qing's current speed, it would probably take more than 10 years for her to accumulate 99,999 evolution points. The combatants panel in front of her showed the evolution points that Lu Qing had accumulated for her. It's her hope, but at the same time, it's her pain too. Miss, I don't think you need to be too sad. Or I should go talk to him. The housekeeper persuaded. Chunya shook her head and refused. Not yet. Even if I talk to him, what's the use? He didn't make it to the national level Human King competition, so my existence doesn't mean much to him. With Lin Yue as his Mecca, he has already reached the peak of his combat power. I believe, sooner or later, he will come to me. Before the provincial points race started, various interviews were held. A group of people surrounded Lu Qing and his group. Until the time for preparation comes, they just watched Lu Qing leave. God, Lu. Mr. Lu, please sign an autograph for me. I'm your fan. The fighters participating in this war are all waiting in the dungeon waiting area for the points competition. Compared to outside, it's much quieter here. Selling autographs. 1,000 each. Faced with everyone's enthusiasm, Lu Qing was so shameless that he started selling his products on the spot, which made everyone speechless and rolling their eyes. Boss Qing, are you sure you don't need reinforcements for the team? We, the VV Club, the Dynasty Club, and the Jinhui Club, have prepared some additional personnel for you to join the team. A woman in a suit and hip skirt came towards them and asked Qin Shuangshu very seriously. She is the manager of the VV Club. He is the former manager of Gu Qingqing and in Miaoi. Manager Zhou, thank you for your kindness. I originally meant the same thing, but someone refused to do it, so I had to give up. Qin Shuangshu smiled and shook her head. As he said this, he turned around and rolled his eyes at Lu Qing's back. Those people from the VV Club meant to help, but Lu Qing thought they were a burden. The reason for Lu Qing's refusal was also very simple and crude. He said that once he started fighting, how could he care about the people in the team behind him? Sister Zhou, I haven't seen you for a while. I hope you are doing well. Gu Qingcheng greeted her. Qingqing, you too. I hope you are okay. I haven't seen you for more than 2 months. You look much better. You really look radiant. Manager Zhou joked. Gu Qingcheng can follow Lu Qing, and her future is boundless. VV Club will not and cannot offend her. Besides, Gu Qingcheng didn't betray the club at that time, but break up peacefully with the club. Sister Zhou, I suspect you are implying something to me. Gu Qingcheng smiled and said, how can I have that? As Manager Zhou spoke, he blinked at her with a lively look in his eyes. The two girls chatted for a while, talking about a lot of shameless things. Gu Qingcheng had nothing to be ashamed of about this matter. An acquaintance asked. She was even willing to share. But if Miaoi and Deng Jiayun said this, they would never say it even if they were beaten to death. By the way, Qingcheng, are you sure you don't want any outside help to join your team? Manager Zhou asked again. It would also be beneficial to add new personnel to Lu Qing's team. One is to gain Lu Qing's favor. The second is to enhance the combat experience of those participating members. After all, a strong man of Lu Qing's level is no joke. Just studying some of his combat ideas will benefit you a lot. Sister Zhou, I want it too. But if we didn't have to enter the points race as a team, Lu Qing wouldn't be willing to take us with him. Gu Qingqing shrugged. Lu Qing cannot participate in the simulation training match alone, because as long as he enters alone, it is equivalent to opening the Human Emperor program. Hey, you always know how to rush. It is said that women who know how to act coquettishly have a good life. Now that you've captured him, why don't you try to get him to help you improve your strength? Manager Zhou said somewhat unhappily. Oh, then what should we do? Gu Qingcheng couldn't help but become interested. Manager Zhou moved closer and whispered in her ear, wait, I'll send you some stuff. Go back and try it. It will definitely work. Chapter 84 Woohoo, the master is so good to her. Even though Gu Qingcheng didn't think there was anything wrong with these things, she still blushed after hearing what Manager Zhou said. The key point is that as Manager Zhou was talking, he gently bumped into Gu Qingcheng's shoulder. Seeing Gu Qingcheng looking a little embarrassed, he felt amused. I have known Gu Qingcheng for so many years and watched her rise to prominence. When had she ever seen Gu Qingcheng like this? 5 minutes left for the provincial points race. Please all contestants make final preparations. A line of information scrolled across the large screen. Sister Zhou, let's stop talking. Would you like to have dinner together later? Gu Qingcheng took the initiative to invite. Yeah, good luck in the game. Although this is a points training match, all the club's trump cards have been deployed. This is not the previous mock competition. As someone who has been fighting in the provincial capital for many years, you must know what this means. Manager Zhou nodded with a smile and reminded. New. Gu Qingcheng nodded. She has been playing in the provincial capital for so many years, how could she not know the true strength of the major clubs? Although her personal strength ranks second in the province, but at the provincial level, Personal strength is no longer the key. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a huge gap between the municipal and provincial points races. All right, Lu Qing, you really are addicted to signing autographs. Hurry up and change your clothes with us. Qin Shuangxue came over in high heels, angrily grabbing the person. See you at the competition venue. Beauties. But don't hold back. Lu Qing was lifted up by the back of his neck, with a smile on his face, and blew kisses to the beautiful fighters, weapon girls, and gun girls. Everyone laughed, but they really thought Lu Qing's personality was very interesting. Most of the fighters are arrogant. This is especially true for fighters in high positions. Countdown to provincial points race 2 minutes. Enter the teleportation countdown. In the locker room, Lin Yue is already attached to Lu Qing's body. Because of the change in paint color, Lin Yue changed from the original silver white to dark black, the same color as Qin Shuangxue and Miaoyi and others. Click. The very handsome helmet closed in an instant. Although Lu Qing's face was obscured, the visible window on the helmet was Lin Yue's eyes, and also Lu Qing's external vision. A flash of light like lightning surged. Even Gu Qingqing and Deng Jiayun, who lived together, couldn't help but feel envious. This is not about being handsome or not, but its strength. Swoosh. Accompanied by white light. And Miaoyi, AR, 15 Duo, Xiqing, Gi, all turned into components and embedded in the interfaces on the Mecca. As an S-level combat suit girl, E only has 2 interfaces on her body, but Lin Yue has 7. Swoosh. Qin Shuangxue turned into a white light and appeared in Lu Qing's hand. The black beret was held in Lu Qing's hand. However, due to the limited edition bunny girl skin, Barrett's appearance had completely changed. The originally black barrel was covered with many extended steel components. These steel components are hollow. It is a reinforcement after upgrading. On both sides of the gun body, there are 2 miniature white rabbit ears hanging down, which will not affect the grip or aiming. As Qin Shuangxue and Miaoyi and Duo were promoted to SS level, the 1900 attribute points given by Lu Qing are almost used up, but their improvement is undoubtedly huge. Qin Shuangxue, attack power, 1085 times 1.15 is equal to 1247.75, Shinin module -5%, limited bunny girl skin plus 20%. Conventional bullets cause 1300-1500 damage, high explosive bullets cause 1400-1600 damage, and 100% headshot bullets cause 4500-5500 damage. And Miaoyi, attack power, 844, high explosive bullets deal 900-1100 damage. In howitzer form, each bullet causes 8,000 to 10,000 damage. You have to know that Qinya is an SSS-class airborne nuclear bomb, and her explosion fruit only has 9,999 damage. But in Miaoyi is already comparable to her. Yue, before the battle, do you want a surprise? Lu Qing felt his invincibility. I am extremely excited. Black stockings, white stockings, oily stockings, and flesh-colored stockings, they are all very beautiful. But if you watch it for a long time, you will still get aesthetically fatigued. But war is different. After all, this is something that is engraved in men's DNA. Oh, what's the surprise? Lin Yue's voice echoed in my mind, sweet and full of expectation. Wait. Lu Qing's lips curled up. Pull down with your right hand to open your hidden combatant panel. Only you can see it. Even Lin Yue and the others can't see it. Lu Qing made some adjustments on the panel, all in 1,300 points of defense. For more than 2 months, he has been eating the explosive fruit and dying all the time. Isn't it just for now? Ah. Feel the instant changes in your body. Lin Yue was confused. Qin Shuangxue and the others were all stunned. As the gun girl and weapon girl who have a soul contract with Lu Qing, they are in perfect sync when in combat. The changes that happened to my sisters, how could they not sense it? Snap. Snap. The shape of Lin Yue's armor changed instantly. While the armor has become harder, the weight of the machine has also increased. The cost of increased weight is. The speed is reduced. Lu Qing operated the panel and used the remaining attribute points of Qin Shuangxue and the others to make a simple attribute balance for her. A higher level of balance cannot be achieved for the time being. First, this requires the help of the central intelligent brain. Second, more attributes are needed. Yue, how are you? Are you happy? Lu Qing said proudly. I've been saving up defense attribute points for 2 months and died so many times. Isn't it just for the sake of pretending to be big? If you don't show off, what's the point? Happy. Lin Yue was so overwhelmed with joy. This increase is equivalent to a 19% increase. Her defense attribute has reached a terrifying level of 8,051 points. Moreover, this is a defense increase of more than 1,000 points. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. Otherwise, who can believe it? Master is so good to her. Although she didn't know how the master got all these attribute points, the master did this for her. Woo-woo-woo. This made her not know how to repay her. Ladies, the time is up. Our battle has begun. After this battle, it will be my Human King tournament. Everyone lie down. I will lead you to the national competition and win the title of Human King. Chapter 85. What happened? Accompanied by Lu Qing's hearty laughter. All the girls were infected by Lu Qing's laughter. Before meeting Lu Qing, who would have dared to imagine that they could enter the national competition, or even enter the provincial level competition and make great achievements? Even Lin Yue, a world-class Mecca girl, doesn't dare to have such thoughts. But Lu Qing gave them hope. And it is a huge hope. Swoosh. With a flash of white light, Lu Qing, Gu Qingqing, and Deng Jiayun, who were ready, were teleported into the copy. The white light disappeared, and a desolate Gobi desert appeared before everyone's eyes. Heavy rain was pouring down overhead, turning the loess on the ground into mud. There is a lot of rain in the Gobi desert, forming streams that rush rapidly over the slopes. Dark clouds were hanging overhead. The height is very low. It gives people a huge, suffocating feeling as if dark clouds are covering the city. Godlu, the ground has absorbed a lot of rain. First, the ground is slippery. Second, the ground is sinking. And third, the mud will cause collapse and stagnation. Please be careful. Yuro's voice came, serious. Because she did not change her job to become a part of Lin Yue's Mecca, she could not perfectly integrate with Lin Yue's body, and naturally could not equip her. She can't do much data analysis for Lu Qing now, just roughly judge some situations. Only when equipped. All information is completely common. Hidden information expansion. 1. You have entered the 045 Desert Gobi instance, which has a total area of 58,500 square kilometers, equivalent to 3.6 Beijing cities. The instance contains deserts, Gobi, small forests, small lakes, and other terrains. You no longer need to collect gun modules, and you can turn off the prompts for related resources. 2. The first round of Poison Circle will be refreshed after 24 hours. Your area is not the next round of Safe Zone. 3. In provincial dungeons, you can disclose the coordinates of your team. Hidden Reward 1. This instance contains a module reward that has not been found in 7 years. The module is refreshed in the wild, and the coordinates have been marked. Module Introduction. S-Class 16X Scope Module, Star Exploration. Visual range 2,000–3,000 meters, headshot chance plus 19.5%, trajectory correction minus 5%. Hidden Reward 2. Go to the Gobi area with marked coordinates, prepare a large amount of ammunition in advance, and apply to the Central Intelligent Computer to make the coordinates public, obtain more than 20,000 war points, and clear the dungeon in the top 3. Reward. The clear treasure chest and extra treasure chest will refresh the attribute point rewards, 10 points and 15 points respectively. Hidden Reward 3. Be among the top 3 players to clear the dungeon. Reward. 50 free attribute points, using the Mecca, Lin Yue, an additional 10 points. S-Class Module for Planet Exploration. The headshot chance is pretty good, but it's not a good match for the boss. Lu Qing shook his head. What Qin Shuangxue wanted was the stability of the gun, and the chance of headshot was secondary. After all, she had a 100% headshot bullet. Old Gu, do you want an S-Class lens module? Lu Qing turned and asked Gu Qingqing. After entering the dungeon, Gu Qingqing seemed like a different person. His expression became much more serious, and he was busy making preparations for the battle with Deng Jiayun. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingqing's beautiful face revealed from behind the helmet mask was covered with surprise and confusion. But soon, this emotion turned into shock. Many people in the provincial capital knew that there was an S-Class module in the 045 Desert Gobi, but it has not been found in all these years. Could it be that? Old Gu, just tell me this module. What if you don't want it? Why are you looking at me like that? Lu Qing couldn't help but laugh. Yes, yes, yes. Do you know where it is? Gu Qingqing suddenly became excited. Even for her, S-level modules are not cheap. But why does Lu Qing seem to encounter them everywhere? After all, Qin Shuangxue has 2 S-level modules. She remembered the S-Class module of the Gobi Desert 045, which seemed to be a 16X scope module. Hurry up and get ready. You two come with me. Lu Qing took out the high-explosive bullets from Lin Yue's space and began to quickly load the magazine. He had 3 guns on him. Of course, there are plenty of spare magazines. Deng Jian originally wanted to bring in the RPG cannon girl and leave space for her to store rockets, but Lu Qing rejected the idea. As a result, all the space in Deng Jian's body was used to store high-explosive bullets for sniper rifles and rifles. Hiss, what the hell? Is God Lu's incredible ability to find things going to start again? I remember that next to the 045 desert is the S-Class Star Exploration module. It hasn't been found yet, right? I wonder if it's going to be a bargain again. I find that your focus is very distorted. Oh, so what should I focus on? Look at the Barrett in Lu Shun's hand. That's a skin. I just checked the encyclopedia. Among all the skins known in the world, there is only one that is the same as this one. It is an SS-grade bunny girl pistol skin. Do you know that attribute? 3 attributes plus 20%. Accompanied by Brother Dong's explanation in the live broadcast room. In an instant, the live broadcast room exploded. Not to mention SS-level skin. Even an S-level module is something they cannot even dream of. Puff. Beijing. Office of the War Council. Mr. Jiang spat out tea again. Mr. Jiang, are you okay? Everyone watched him with his face flushed and coughing wildly, obviously choked. No, I'm fine. Mr. Jiang was confused. Lu Qing took out 1,000 points of free attributes to cool down Lin Yue, allowing her to overcome her defects and become a normal Mecca. This was already abnormal enough. As a result, as soon as I entered the dungeon, this guy released another SS-level skin. No. You are so. Where on earth do you get so many war resources? Quick. Find someone to verify whether this skin is a limited edition bunny girl skin. Mr. Jiang said quickly. In the skin system, there are all kinds of messes. For example, Queen Limited, Vampire Limited, and Minotaur Limited. The more bizarre the skin, the more terrifying its attribute effects are. The Dragon Country national team has an SSS level skin. It even has an explosive passive ability called Resurrection. For others, entering a dungeon is a matter of life and death. But he has 2. After a while, the results are out. Mr. Jiang, you are right. The skin on Lu Qing Barrett is indeed the limited edition bunny girl skin. Another bunny girl skin in Moldy Country. I only know that it's 3 attributes plus 20%. But what exactly are the properties added? We don't know, because this is a secret that is sealed off by the Moldy Country. An old man shook his head. Fuck. Another old man in military uniform looked at the screen and couldn't help but exclaim. What happened again? So startled. Mr. Jiang turned around in confusion and asked, Look, Mr. Dong. That looks like blue and white porcelain, white silk gun barrel skin. When Lu Qing let Duo out to load the magazine, everyone was stunned. Fuck. Mr. Jiang was also shocked. Chapter 86. The car is going too fast. I can't control myself. A bunch of people in the live broadcast room were already shocked by the bunny girl skin. And now a blue and white porcelain skin pops up? Damn it. Damn it. Are you going to let people live? Hubby, you said you would buy me the blue and white porcelain skin. You fooled me for 2 years. God Lu is so good to his gun girl. Why do you continue to fool me? In a provincial club in Hangzhou, a sexy gun girl pointed in the direction of the big screen and said dissatisfiedly, Lily, you don't want to. You really don't want to. Although there are a lot of blue and white porcelain skins and they are widely available in the market, I really can't afford them. The fighter clutched his head tightly, suffering from a splitting headache. You're all excuses. If you don't buy it for me, I'll run away from home. The enchanting spear girl became even more dissatisfied. Fuck. A blue and white porcelain skin is just a pair of stockings in real life, but it's sold for 40 million at the auction house. 40 million. And didn't you see? Hers is not ordinary blue and white porcelain, but a special version with gold edges and diamonds. I've heard of this version. It was auctioned once before in Beijing and was worth 130 million. The combatant collapsed even more. Because skins are extremely difficult to obtain, they are a major enhancement method for gun girls besides modules. Because of its scarcity, so its price is more expensive than modules of the same level. I don't care. If you can't afford the special version, then you have to buy me the regular version. I just like blue and white porcelain skin. The enchanting gun girl persisted. Lily, you don't want to. I beg you, you really don't want to. Woo-woo. The combatant almost cried. At the same time, there are many fighters in the same situation as him, especially those ace fighters with high wealth, which is even more troublesome. Damn it. What kind of person is it that can get so many skins for his gun girl? Originally, everyone was not inward looking. But when you give your gun girl the skin as standard, everyone will be excited. The next second, in the screen, Lu Qing took an Meowie out of the interface. The golden desert eagle, which was originally dyed black, now had a black and gold pattern on its gun body. The black gun body is used as the base. Draw a picture of birds paying homage to the phoenix. Bang bang. Seeing this, the fighter from Hangzhou banged his head against the table. The enchanting gun girl next to him was stunned for a moment. National Style Limited Edition black and gold horse face skirt skin? Is this the same style of the horse face skirt that was previously auctioned at the Palace Museum? The black and gold horse face skirt has a great origin. Since the advent of the warplane, there have only been 4 national style events. 2 of them were top events about horse face skirts. As of now, there are only 10 types of horse face skirt skins available in the country. The one that was auctioned at the Palace Museum last time was sold at a sky-high price of 517 million yuan. Skins are not disposable items. Except for some extremely special skins, most skins can be unbound and traded. It is precisely because of this, in addition to its scarcity, that's why its price remains high. I take back what I said before. Lu Qing must be the illegitimate son of the Jade Emperor who was exiled to the human world. Mr. Jiang collapsed and said, even if it was a national team supported by Dragon Country, it would not be so extravagant as to equip all the fighters' gun girls with skins. But Lu Qing did it. Damn it. This guy is really talented. If Lu Qing put Qin Shuangshue's bunny girl skin up for auction, who knows how high the price would be? Where does he get so much skin? Chenya blinked, her face full of confusion. Except for the relatively large number of skins, limited skins are the same as attribute points. These are not problems that can be solved with money. Even if someone is willing to sell it, firstly, the buyer has to prepare a large amount of money, secondly, he has to owe a huge amount of face, and thirdly, an agreement will usually be signed, such as the seller being able to redeem it at any time. The housekeeper looked at it and scratched his head. Although the Qin family also has a lot of skin collections, none of them are as exaggerated as Lu Qing. There are 3 gun girls on him, and he has all the gun girls. Lu Qing's resume is obviously very ordinary. But where did he get the resources? Humph. Although I don't know where you got the horse face skirt skin, your performance makes me slightly satisfied. I, Amber, will just grudgingly admit that you are my son-in-law. At this time, In's father was sitting in the villa hall watching the game. Fold your arms across your chest. He even snorted proudly. In the lens, Lu Qing and the other 2 spent some time preparing. Then Lu Qing seemed to have turned on the automatic navigation. In the heavy rain, he led Gu Qingqing and Deng Jiayun to find a tracked vehicle in a few seconds. Boom boom. The tracked vehicle starts. Lu Qing used his perfect racing driving skills, stepped on the accelerator, and drove the 2 women quickly in one direction. Master, there is no team within 1 kilometer of this place. We can drive with confidence. Lin Yoyue's voice came. She was the only one who shared Lu Qing's vision. Seeing all the crazy information in Lu Qing's eyes, her heart was still unsettled. She didn't know what this superpower was, let alone what this method was. But she knew that this was the greatest power of the warplane. With this intelligence information, even a fool can make the right suggestion. Please don't scold me for this. Because this is a soul contract, Lin Yue will never betray the protagonist. Also, the protagonist only synchronized part of the information with her. The more critical information that cannot be seen is with the protagonist. And who the hell knew this was a system? Ha 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 ha. Lu Qing, slow down. Woo woo, slow down. You're driving too fast. I can't control myself. Deng Jiayun held onto the pole of the crawler vehicle tightly and used the exoskeleton to secure herself. Otherwise, she might be thrown off the vehicle at any time. Lu Qing drove fast. Even if the road is bumpy, the key is that she stuffed something in her chest. It hurts. What did you say? Faster? Faster? Okay. Lu Qing stepped on the accelerator to the bottom and went on a roller coaster ride. On. Deng Jiayun screamed all the way. It hurts. It hurts. She has a friend named Takanako who is estimated to not live long and may have to be admitted to the ICU soon. Deng Jiayun found that grabbing the pole was useless, but she couldn't grab Lu Qing's hand, so she could only use the exoskeleton to hold Lu Qing's thighs tightly. Gu Qingqing sat on the back seat of the tracked vehicle, holding Sniper Girl and Sniper Moon in her hands, standing in the heavy rain, alert to everything at all times. She also felt a huge jolt, but her exoskeleton was connected to the body frame. lifting her up and providing cushioning. 3 hours later, the car stopped. Deng Jiayun came out of the car, holding her chest, looking almost dead. She swore that she would never ride in Lu Qing's car again in her life. This is a fucking hearse. Woohoo. She wants to complain to the seller who sold her friend the mat. What a bad seller. He dared to charge her 18,800. Chapter 87, Are You Anxious Again? Lu Qing led the two girls forward in the heavy rain and walked into a poplar forest. This is the edge of the Gobi Desert, bordering the desert. Because the heavy rain made the ground muddy, their footsteps left a series of footprints of varying depths on the ground. That's why it's raining. It will leave traces. Lu Qing, where is the S-level module you mentioned? Gu Qingqing looked around and didn't see any trace of the module. She had been to this poplar forest 2 years ago. At that time, she was also playing in the provincial points competition. Here, Lu Qing walked to a big tree. Put a lot of effort on your feet. 30 tons of terrifying force kicked on the tree trunk. Even though the poplar tree was alive, it exploded after being kicked by him. All kinds of wood fragments flew everywhere, and the trunk fell down with a rumble. Holy shit. This module has grown into the tree. No wonder no one has found it for 7 years. This is just too damn coincidental, isn't it? If it was just one poplar tree, this wouldn't have happened. But this tree is 2 trees growing together. It's very rare in itself. And then they grew together and intertwined. So the module was completely buried inside. It's confirmed. Master Lu definitely has supernatural powers. And it has perspective plus lock plus path, finding plus automatic navigation, plus super treasure hunting. Everyone knew that Lu Qing was always very abnormal in finding things. But no matter how many times they watch it, they still feel their scalp tingling. It's like opening the eyes of God. Where are the supplies? What supplies are there? He clearly knows it. Old Gu, this is for you. My boss doesn't need this module. Lu Qing grabbed the S-level, Star Exploration, module and threw it to Gu Qingqing casually. A valuable module was like cabbage in his eyes. Hee, thank you. I'll reward you when I get back. Gu Qingqing smiled and quickly replaced Zhuai Yu's lens module. She had previously installed an A-class 16x scope on Zhuai Yu, so the effect was naturally not as good as this S-class Star Explorer. Lu Qing, are there any other modules in the dungeon? Deng Jiayun asked enviously. She is not a good sniper, so it is useless even if she gets this module. Do you think the modules rewarded by the dungeon are cabbages that can be found by digging randomly in the ground? I ran through more than 10 copies and only encountered 2. Lu Qing rolled his eyes and said, Okay. Next time if you come across it again and you can't use it, remember to leave it for me. I'm missing an S-level module. All kinds of shortages. Deng Jiayun said in a delicate voice. In order to get some benefits, she was willing to risk it all. Why do you need so many crappy S-class modules? This stuff is just excessive. Lu Qing was speechless. Deng Jiayun was equally speechless. S-level? And it's rubbish? 50 attribute points. How about that? Lu Qing asked. Yes, Lu Qing, kiss me. I know you're the best. Deng Jiayun was so excited that she was about to melt. 2. Who needs S-level modules when you have 50 attribute points? Only Gu Qingqing, this idiot busta lady, treats the S-level module like a treasure. As Lu Qing obtained the Star Exploration module, the countdown display above the copy suddenly changed and began to show Lu Qing's coordinates. Ladies, we're going to have some big fun next. I'll take you to a place, and then we'll stockpile a large amount of resources and take on the entire dungeon alone. Deng Jiayun was stunned. Damn, is this a big deal? Lu Qing nodded. During this period of training matches, I have roughly figured out the depth of the provincial war, and the boss and the others have all been promoted to SS level. In the boss's current state, it can't even be called a Barrett, it's more like a railgun. So it's not that interesting for us to go to those clubs one-on-one. If you want to play one-on-one. Gu Qingqing is the kind of person who gets more excited about war the more difficult it is. Listen to Lu Qing saying this. No matter whether she can beat him or not, she wants to try. I agree. Gu Qingqing said. Then I agree. But better not so fast, because I have to add a point. Deng Jiayun nodded. If she didn't give Gun Girl some extra points, she was worried that she wouldn't be able to keep up with Lu Qing's pace. Play is play, jokes are jokes, but war is not a joke. Me too. Gu Qingqing's expression turned serious. But the excitement in his eyes became more and more crazy. It shouldn't happen this fast. Our position is exposed now. Ignore it and head directly to our destination. Once we are ready, We will apply to publish the coordinates. As long as they see the coordinates, they will naturally know what we mean. Lu Qing said seriously. The two girls said equally seriously. Hey, I really admire Master Lu's luck. How come he can always find treasures in a dungeon every time he goes down there? Inside an Apache helicopter, a blond young man sat in the driver's seat with headphones on his ears. Beside him, the man named Lao Zhou was sitting there. That's why they can be called gods, while we are just mortals. Old Zhou said leisurely, holding a cigarette in his mouth. The VV Club team was not far behind them. They were the pioneers on the plane. First, it has a broad vision and can provide timely warnings. Second, you can detect some major terrain according to the map. Old Zhou, how many times have I told you not to smoke in my cabin? Why don't you listen? Every time you finish smoking, my stomach smells like cigarettes. An irritable female voice came from the headset. Are you in a hurry again? Old Zhou said with a smile. The sound came from the headphones, so he could naturally communicate through the headphones. Golden Retriever, please say something. Old Zhou, that bastard, always bullies me. Won't you help me beat him up? The girl cursed. Don't call me Golden Retriever. I have a name. My name is Jean. The young man had not yet finished speaking. The girl interrupted. Golden Turtle. If you don't help me beat him up, I'm going to call you Golden Turtle from now on. Okay, Golden Hair sounds better. Jean Mao took out an oversized wrench from the side and hit Lao Zhou on the head with it in front of his horrified eyes. Chapter 88. The rabbit ears are shaking. After turning the wrench, the words, damage -99, appeared on Lao Zhou's head, and the Apache girl was satisfied. But it didn't take long to fly. Apache girl got anxious again. Golden Retriever, quickly operate the joystick and let me fly away. Someone has locked onto me. Lao Zhou quickly asked, what direction? The Apache girl said, 37 degrees east by north. Lao Zhou opened the passenger window. A white light flashed in his hand, and a strong alloy crossbow appeared and shot out an arrow. Just at this moment, the gun barrel locked below fired a shell. And the source of the lock is none other than a tank gun girl. Model. Merkava for Malawian Quaches. Bang! The cannonball and Lao Zhou's arrow collided on the same trajectory. The trajectory that Lao Zhou locked onto at the beginning was actually the direction of the muzzle of the gun barrel. Boom! The bomb on the arrow head detonated the shell. A huge flame burst out from the sky. The heat wave brings with it the aftermath. Go! That's the Spicy Prince from the Meow Meow Club below. All modules have superimposed attack directions, and the damage of one shot exceeds 5,000. Old Zhou urged hurriedly. Jean Mao. Apache girl. This Meow Meow Club in the provincial capital is as weird as Lao Zhou. A club at the bottom of the table. The boss personally stepped out as the club's top trump card. The name sounds cute, right? In fact, they are a bunch of gentlemen, especially naming the Merkava for Malawian Quaches cannon as Spicy Prince is a suffocating operation that ordinary people cannot understand. What is suffocating about Lao Zhou is his main weapon. Yes, he is the only one using a bow in the provincial league. Back then, he made it from the city league with just a bow, which exceeded everyone's expectations. In the end, he became the ace of the VV Club. Lao Zhou threw several arrows in succession. The Apache girl launched an airborne missile to provide cover. The two sides just met and exchanged glances. Then they each retreated. This kind of operation is very common in provincial leagues. The main reason is that everyone does not carry much heavy ammunition. Like the Apache girl, she can carry up to 16 Hellfire anti-tank missiles per battle, but they are gone after the battle. An intense and exciting battle has ended. It's time to rest again. Lao Zhou sat down again. Subconsciously, I lit a cigarette for myself. Lao Zhou, shut the fuck up and throw away the cigarette. If you dare to smoke in my stomach again, I will throw you out of the sky. The machine girl started cursing again. Old Zhou. Because the plan had to face a huge army, even Lu Qing became very cautious. Lu Qing, Gu Qingqing, and Deng Jiayun released all their weapons and guns and started a tactical discussion about the surrounding terrain. The biggest advantage of their BCG club is that they only have 3 people, so they have high mobility. But the biggest disadvantage is that there are only 3 people. Although Qin Shuangxue and in Miaoi's firepower suppression was extremely terrifying, Duodwa's shooting within the magazine capacity is also very terrifying. But there is a time for alternating firepower. Replace the magazine. Load the magazine. These are all big flaws. According to the information we received before entering the map, There are at least 43 tank gun girls and one Apache helicopter girl in the dungeon we are participating in this time. There are also quite a few bunker gun girls, heavy machine gun girls, and mortar gun girls. Once we get caught in a positional battle, we will be in a very passive position. Lu Qing, are you sure you don't want to change your mind? Do you really want to challenge the entire dungeon alone? You have already disrupted our plans before entering the dungeon. Qin Shuangxue was wearing a bunny girl uniform and a pair of white bunny ears. She looks very but the expression is very serious. Boss, plans are meant to be changed. Besides, this is just a simulation match for us. If we don't fight hard, what will we do when I play in the Human King tournament? I'm still going to single them out, Lu Qing said with a grin. But this is indeed the truth. Okay, then we will continue our research based on the current situation. Qin Shuangxue reached out and pressed her war panel. Suddenly, a huge holographic map was projected in front of everyone, 7 or 8 meters wide from left to right. The entire terrain was displayed. The terrain where we are currently is very good and easy to defend but difficult to attack. But this is based on the premise that we have enough firepower to suppress it. Before the battle begins, we must prepare at least 4 to 5 layers of fronts. If one layer is lost, we must immediately switch to the next layer to continue defending. Fortunately, the first round of poison circles in the provincial war is refreshed every 24 hours. This gives us plenty of time to prepare our battle lines and trenches, Qin Shuangxue said seriously. As she spoke, the bunny ears on her head swayed, and the oil silk high heels on her feet were really amazing. She knew there was a live broadcast module nearby, and she was also very ashamed, but she didn't bring any clothes with her, and it was impossible for her to bring any clothes with her. If she had no skin, then when she comes down, she will be wearing her original clothes. When facing the live broadcast of the live broadcast module, the only thing she can do is to ask the camera not to shoot her. This request can be allowed. Everyone, according to my analysis, our outermost circle of the front should be located here, and take advantage of the terrain here to build a large number of fortifications. Gu Qingqing's helmet girl, Han Yu, picked up a tree branch and pointed to a location on the holographic map. After everyone sees clearly, she continued, the terrain of this place is very suitable for continuous defense for several hours. Moreover, the Gobi soil layer of the defensive terrain is relatively thick, and a few artillery shells cannot penetrate it. Even if we are in danger of losing, Yue can stand up and protect us from the artillery fire. Once this happens, Yue will separate from Lu Shan. According to the rules of war, Mecca girls, gun girls, and artillery girls who have left the combatants in the dungeon can only defend and follow the team in battle. Then you can use this rule to defend yourself. After you leave Lu Shan, Si Cheng and Yi will immediately take over, giving Lu Shan a seamless battle capability. Lin Yue nodded when she heard this. She had also thought of this. So before entering the dungeon, she asked Lu Qing to bring Si Cheng and Yi with her, just in case. And her defense has reached a height of 8,000. There is basically no cannon in the copy that can penetrate her defense, except for his own sister and Miaoi, also because of her super high defense. So she can be used as a temporary defensive armor. Then the next thing, Chapter 89. Since you dislike me so much, I will leave. Han Yu pointed at the map and continued. Although the place I chose is suitable for several hours of defensive counterattack, it is not easy to move to the next position here. So when we build the trenches, we need to focus on the next front. The trenches are the basis of our further defense. It is also the basis for our retreat. There can't be just one trench. Otherwise, if the trench collapses, things will be troublesome. After evacuating from the first front, we must prepare a few more contingency plans. Prepare a few more target locations for the second front and be flexible. In terms of tactical research, Han Yue, Qiulan, and Yuro, these 3 helmet girls are very professional. Gu Qingqing and Deng Jiayun are both veterans who have been through many battles. Lu Qing is relatively weak in this aspect. After all, he did not graduate from a military academy before he traveled through time. However, he can provide some trench digging route analysis through various hidden information of the surrounding terrain. After all, not all Gobi deserts are covered with soil. Where is the soil softer? Where is the soil easy to dig after being soaked by rainwater? Or is there a risk of collapse somewhere? These are all Lu Qing's advantages. It is also something they absolutely cannot master. After 2 hours of strategic analysis, everyone dispersed and began to dig trenches on different fronts. The digging of trenches focuses on each fighter. Once any enemy attack message appears, Then you can enter combat mode at any time. Waste. Why are you such a waste? I should have eliminated a useless bitch like you and found a better one. Tell me, what can you accomplish? In the Sands Club, a small-scale skirmish had just taken place, but a young man in a combat uniform jumped out of the tank. He fell to the ground with a face full of resentment, his eyes full of hatred, and kicked the tank gun girl's tracks hard. The cannon girl transformed into a human form, standing hunched over, with tears of grievance in my eyes. But she felt wronged and dared not raise her head. She was timid and did not dare to look in the direction of the young man. Okay, Dongpeng, stop it. We are playing a points match now, not a normal training match. The points we can obtain in this battle can directly affect our club's year-end settlement, and thus affect the ranking. Everyone rushed over to persuade him. The conflict between Zhao Dongpeng and his girlfriend has been going on for a long time. When Zhao Dongpeng was 18 years old, he awakened an S-level skill, Blast. Under the influence of his skills, both the gun girl and the cannon girl can get huge benefits, improving armor penetration while also increasing critical strike. And his gun girl is only an A-class tank gun girl. The number of tank gun girls is relatively small. With the ability of the Sands Club, being able to poach an A-level tank gun girl is already quite good. Originally, there was no problem for the two of them to cooperate. But after the prostitutes from other clubs seduced Zhao Dongpeng, his temperament changed drastically. In the club, he would beat and scold his own girlfriend at any time. All kinds of dislike. And he destroyed the girl's self-esteem in various ways. Everyone can see his purpose. He wants to get the club to fire him and then switch to another club. Don't try to persuade me. What's there to persuade? Trash is trash, and there's no way to help a piece of mud. Look at those hotties in other clubs. They're obviously only A-rank hotties, but their attributes are much higher than hers. I am an S-rank fighter. Why should I be dragged down by her? Zhao Dongpeng cursed. That's not what you said. Dongpeng, you and I have both been deeply involved in the battlefield for many years. In a dungeon, does the war only depend on the attributes of the cannon girl? No, that's not the case. Look at God Lu. Think again about the first time Lu Xin participated in the war. My gun girl Qin Shuangxue is a defective gun girl. The trajectory is not accurate, and she can't even shoot accurately. Did he say anything? A middle-aged man frowned. Uncle Lu, are you asking me to find my own problem? Zhao Dongpeng sneered and turned to look at him. That's not what I meant. I just don't want you to be so extreme. Even if the attributes of other cannon girls are one level higher than Dongying, so what? At the same level, their damage is at most 500 higher than Dongying's. But it has reached the level of a cannon girl. Is the difference of 500 damage really that big? Uncle Lu said in a deep voice. Haha, isn't 500 damage enough? In that encounter just now, if I could have dealt 500 more damage, I could have wiped out the Purple Pawn Club. Zhao Dongpeng boasted arrogantly. Uncle Lu's mouth twitched violently. Everyone had experienced the battle just now, and no one is an idiot. Not to mention 500 more damage, even 2,000 more wouldn't be enough. Dongpeng, I'm telling you straight, if you really want to change jobs, go and make trouble with the club yourself. As a combatant, what's the point of taking out your anger on your own cannon girl? Uncle Lu said angrily. It's obviously her own waste. What am I mad about? Am I that petty-minded person? Zhao Dongpeng folded his arms across his chest and sneered. Okay, stop talking. Since you dislike me so much, I'm leaving. Qian Dongying could no longer hold back the tears in her eyes and burst out. She choked, turned and ran. Let the crystal clear and aggrieved tears fall to the ground and mix in the puddles of varying depths on the ground. Dongying, Uncle Lu called out hurriedly. But Qian Dongying didn't even turn back. If you call her a waste, she really is a waste. She starts crying just by saying a few words to her. Cry, cry, cry. What's the use of crying? Zhao Dongpeng was even more disdainful. You. Uncle Lu's face flushed, and he was furious. Most of the fighters have a good relationship with the gun girls and weapon girls, but there are all kinds of birds in the forest. There are still scum like this. Qian Dongying felt really wronged. There is a big difference between light tanks and heavy tanks. Light tanks pursue high mobility and the ability to quickly respond to changes on the battlefield. Heavy tanks pursue high defense and high output. But it is inconvenient to move. At this point, even people who have never attended war university know this. But her fighter Zhao Dongpeng just used this point to compare her with him. He used her light tank to compare with his heavy tank. During this period, she had been enduring Zhao Dongpeng's temper. Every time I was scolded by Zhao Dongpeng, I could only hide in the quilt and cry alone. What did she do wrong again? If she has a flaw, she'll admit it. But she didn't. She is a conventional light tank. Dongying, wait. Uncle Lu caught up. Uncle Lu, don't chase me. And don't persuade me. Since he despises me so much, I won't be his cannon fodder. I'd rather die in the cemetery than fight him again. Qian Dongying had just finished speaking. The next second, in her dazed and stunned state, she stepped on the regional teleportation array in the dungeon and was instantly teleported to a desert. Not far away is a young man wearing an exoskeleton, digging the soil. Chapter 90 Hidden Rewards, Job Change Blueprints, Updated. Lu Qing was confused. What the hell was going on? He knew that in the provincial war copies, there were some teleportation arrays that were triggered accidentally, but the teleportation arrays were not easy for the combatants to use. The reason is simple. Teleportation is random. The teleportation arrays that can be seen on the surface can only be used to teleport to other teleportation arrays. Maybe 50 kilometers. It can also be 500 kilometers. This kind of teleportation array can, firstly, increase the quick action capability of the dungeon team, and secondly, increase the variables of the war. But a teleportation array that is triggered by accident is completely different. Where is it? Have no idea. Once you step on it, you may be fighting with the team in the last second and running to the formation of other teams in the next second. There is no teleportation array around Lu Qing. Otherwise, even if there is an accidental teleportation array, he will know where he will be teleported next. Beautiful lady, what's wrong with you? Lu Qing asked in confusion, holding the engineer's shovel in his hand. If he were a fighter, he would have let an Miaoi come into his hands and shot her dead with one shot. But the person in front of me, she's obviously a weapon girl or a gun girl. Are you Lu Xun? Qian Dongying was too shocked. Even the tears of grievance stopped abruptly. Yeah, it's me. Who are you? Lu Qing scratched his head and asked in confusion. Woo-woo. Qian Dongying's heart was once again filled with grievances, and she squatted on the ground and cried bitterly. If she saw Lu Qing at any other time, she would definitely be very excited, because Lu Qing is simply her idol, and he is very nice to the gun girls around him. But now, she really wanted to cry. No, we just met. Why are you crying? If someone saw this, they would think I bullied you. Lu Qing walked over and said quickly. Qian Dongying was teleported here randomly, so there was no need to worry about someone else coming to him through the same teleportation array. Because of the accidental teleportation array, the place you go to in the last second is different from the place you go to in the next second. That's why you can't control it. What's wrong with you? Qin Shuangxue and the others put down their work and walked over to show concern. The main reason was the girl's mental state, which was really worrying. After the gun girl separated from the combatants, she couldn't fight on her own, so there was no need to worry about the threat. I'm fine. Woo-woo, I'm fine. Qian Dongying cried and wiped her tears hard. You look okay now, do you? Tell me, what happened? Did you have a quarrel with your combatant? Qin Shuangxue squatted beside her and said, I'm really fine. Qian Dongying tried hard to control her emotions, but her tears kept falling down, making it impossible for her to control them. That's when Lu Qing's hidden message unfolded. After reading the hidden information, Lu Qing was stunned, because this random teleportation, like a Lin Daiyu falling from the sky, can actually trigger a reward. The first hidden reward requires him to take Qian Dongying to the location of the Sands Club and beat up Qian Dongying's fighters. Rewards: 1. Qian Dongying's contract is terminated. 2. In the next battle, Qian Dongying can be used as a free gun girl by them. The coordinates of the Sands Club have been marked. It is 379 kilometers away from Luqing. The second hidden reward requires him to help Qian Dongying terminate her contract with the club and make a sole contract after the war. The reward is Qian Dongying's job transfer blueprint. Yes, job transfer blueprint. According to the reward description, Qian Dongying can complete the job change within 7 days through the job change blueprint and become Lin Yoyue's heavy firepower shoulder gun, the so-called shoulder cannon. It's a cannon mounted on the shoulder. Qian Dongying is a light tank gunner, and her combat effectiveness is not as good as that of a heavy tank. But as a mecha component, then her damage would be exaggerated. Beauty, do your combatants dislike you? And scolded you in front of everyone? Lu Qing lowered his head and asked. Her situation is described in detail in the hidden information. He's just a useless fighter who wants to change jobs, but he has to find an excuse to use her as a breakthrough point and take his anger out on her so as to force the club to expel him. No. Qian Dongying's breathing stagnated. I don't understand how Lu Qing knows about my affairs. Although she felt aggrieved, she didn't want to talk about it. What happened between her and Zhao Dongpeng was secondary. The key was the club. Both the club's management and the fighters were very nice to her. So, she didn't want to affect the club's reputation. If you have any problem, just tell me. If it can't be solved, I will help you solve it. That man's name is Zhao Dongpeng, right? Lu Qing asked with a frown. Ah. Qian Dongying was even more confused, with doubt and dullness in her big eyes. This kind of thing, how did Lucian know? Could it be that? Has Lucian noticed me a long time ago? But this is impossible. The Sands club she is in is not a club of VV's level. She is not a popular girl. Yue, go and persuade her. Her physique is suitable for you, and she can be your job changer. And I have a blueprint for the job change of the turret here. As long as she agrees, we will help her leave the club. Then I will give you the blueprint, and you will take her to the warplane for job transfer. Lu Qing whispered in Lin Yue's ear. Since this is Lin Yue's job changer, it would be most appropriate to let Lin Yue persuade him. Lin Yue was also slightly stunned and was horrified. I didn't expect that my master even had the job transfer blueprint. You know, this kind of thing can only be dropped in World War. But she didn't ask any more questions. She just squatted down beside Qian Dongying and began to persuade her. They don't have much time. Therefore, the matter of Qian Dongying must be resolved quickly. Listening to Lin Yue's words, Qian Dongying fell into dementia and confusion again. She was just an A-level cannon girl, but Lin Yue showed great sincerity towards her and even invited her to become her job changer. A world-class organ girl who has changed her job. What an exciting honor this is. But she doubts herself.